Alright, stick with me on this one. Have you ever really given it your all? Bright red banners hanging right outside the building scream that exact question, because the massive college entrance exams are starting in exactly 25 days. It is a once-in-a-lifetime test. Pass it, and you become a legendary soaring dragon. But our guy? He just wakes up sweating bullets, his eyes wide in absolute pure horror. Did I really just travel back to right before the exams? He stares blankly at the absolute chaos around him inside class 127 of Ancheng High School. Ah! He screams at the top of his lungs, grabbing his head in complete despair and raw agony. Seriously, what kind of horror movie is this? If I had to reincarnate, couldn't it happen after I already got into college? Suddenly, a booming voice explains this new world's crazy history. Ever since ancient times, humanity on Blue Star has faced a massive, world-ending disaster. The brutal invasion of the secret realms. Giant, absolutely disgusting monsters started appearing out of massive spatial rifts. These mysterious realms connect straight to a terrifying alien dimension completely overflowing with nightmare creatures. Sometimes, they exploit these spatial cracks to invade the human world and cause total destruction. The absolute strongest monsters can wipe out entire nations, completely threatening all of human civilization. To fight back against this, humanity developed a crazy system using raw beast genes. Watch this. A warrior shines brightly, fusing directly with a beast's raw power. By injecting beast genes, they awaken a unique monster template and completely unlock insane genetic talents. Only epic warriors like that can actually save humanity from total extinction. Because of this, fighters enjoy massive status and absolutely incredible perks compared to any normal, everyday citizen. A badass warrior fights alongside a legendary thunder dragon. A lone hero stands tall on a brutal battlefield. The entire Blue Star has entered an epic era where martial arts power means absolutely everything. Inside a digital space, glowing system prompts appear. Everything else is completely useless. Only martial arts cultivation stands above it all as the ultimate truth. Transmigration intro complete. Target host confirmed as Yi He. Memory graft starting right now. He grabs his head tight as strange. Foreign memories violently flood into his mind. Yi He, just a regular high schooler? Brutal laughter echoes across the entire room. Look at him, our local trash Yi. He had another pathetic nightmare and fell over. And this total loser actually still wants to take the college exams? A girl sitting on his desk sneers, lifting her chin in pure disgust and flipping him off. Why do not you just drop out and go home, loser? Just be a normal worker until you die. Another guy in the class sighs in pure annoyance. Seriously, every bullied main character story always has one wicked girl leading the charge. He rubs his chin, thinking hard. Seems like the original owner of this body had a truly terrible reputation in this class. All because his parents died in a tragic accident last year, causing him to completely lose focus on his daily training and his school studies. His originally decent grades crashed hard, making him a massive burden to the whole class average. So that is what happened. Suddenly, an angry voice barks right beside him. What the hell are you looking at? This is martial arts class. You want to fight right now? His face scrunches up like he is about to cry. I am not looking. I was just thinking. He did not study properly at all, but now I am the one suffering the awful consequences. I actually end up inheriting this unloved, completely humiliating life. This is just absolutely tragic. Now pay close attention here, because everything changes. The teacher stands at the podium, looking deadly serious. Students, are you ready? We are about to start injecting the gene-altering serum. Have absolute confidence in yourselves. 3 harsh years of building your physics and training your martial arts, it has all been leading up to this exact day. The teacher pushes up his glasses, his cold eyes glaring right at me, aiming at the guy who never took this seriously before. I just smile calmly, resting my face in my hands. They must be joking. I am not the lazy one here, but since I am in charge now, why should I panic at all? My easy smile fades, completely replaced by a confident, absolute smirk as powerful blue light flashes in my eyes. But since I have officially taken over this guy's role, I am going to do things right and totally clean up the massive mess he left behind. Time to get to work. Right inside the Gene Injection Hall of Ancheng High School, a massive red banner reads Gene Injection Conference. Amidst the loud, buzzing crowd of students, one guy excitedly asks his friend, "What do you think I will actually awaken into?" The other guy confidently fires back, probably a Tier 3 mountain-splitting beast or maybe a legendary Tier 4 sea dragon. Meanwhile, a girl giggles and heavily mocks them. I bet it will just be some totally useless Tier 1 butt monster. A high-tech metal case holding the serums pops open with a sharp swoosh. Row after row of glowing blue liquid test tubes are finally put on full display. This is the Gene Awakening Serum. It contains the primal genes of every single magic beast ever recorded by human warriors. The teacher explains with a dead serious expression, backed by massive images of epic beasts. After the injection, you will absorb a completely random gene and undergo your true awakening. Normally, the stronger your physical body, the stronger the gene you awaken. Do not worry, students. Once the serum is injected, just stay completely calm and accept the massive surge of power. When I call your name, step up and receive your serum. He starts reading off the list. Chen Bingfei, Miao Yu Nuo. A needle jams right into a student's arm. Loud screams echo through the hall. Ah! As the students begin to mutate, their bodies are suddenly wrapped in intense, blazing energy waves. You and I both know this is not going to be easy. I stand there, calmly holding the syringe. Everyone is having wild reactions after injecting it. This looks pretty intense. I close my eyes, grit my teeth hard, and directly inject the serum right into my neck. Whatever, I am going all in. My eyes snap wide open, radiating a brilliant blue light. After a tense second, I just stare blankly at the teacher. He looks equally confused, awkwardly pushing up his glasses. You really do not seem to have changed much. I mutter to myself. Maybe I actually got hit with a fake dose. The girl who mocked me earlier bursts into loud, absolutely vicious laughter. Ha ha ha! Look at this! He did not awaken a single thing. She steps up close, totally mocking me by poking right at my cheek. An unawakened warrior is basically just a pathetic bird without wings. Is not he's life completely over now? Haha, this absolutely pathetic result suits you perfectly, right? Now you do not even need to try being a warrior, just go home and wait to die. I think to myself, visibly annoyed. This girl is seriously so annoying. She is the main bully, right? Suddenly, a really strange feeling completely erupts inside of me. Wait a second, this sensation! A glowing system panel instantly pops up right in front of my eyes. Infinite monster template acquired. Host He. Physical constitution E tier. Martial skills, 9-fold basic chi cultivation, iron palm. The first monster template has been successfully extracted. The girl looks confused and annoyed. What are you doing? If you failed, stop faking it. I just whisper, my voice dropping low. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Stick with me, you're about to witness an epic awakening. My face is hidden in shadows. Only glowing eyes and a deadly smile remain. If you guys don't run right now, it's completely over. A massive monster wrapped in blue crystals and lightning materializes behind me. Pure, raw power explodes from my body, blasting that girl flat on her back. Every single student in the room gets crushed by this terrifying pressure. One guy clutches his stomach in pure agony. Why? Why is he throwing up? Another screams. This aura is just too heavy. Who the hell awakened something this insane? Tragic cries echo everywhere. Ah, I can't handle this pressure. A girl with purple eyes stares at me in absolute shock, purple flames erupting from her hands. Even the top guy, the guy who awakened ice powers, turns around in total disbelief. Wait, is someone actually stronger than him? A new system panel pops up with the crazy details. A-rank template, Flame Dimola bloodline. Abilities, burning breath, molten veins, and spore absorption for his evolution form. The Dimola Lord form unlocks at 100% compatibility, but I am only at 3. I mutter in pure shock. An A-rank Dimola, an infinite monster template. I stare at my hands glowing with intense blue light, completely stunned. Is this the legendary golden finger the system just gifted me? 2 students watch from afar, faces pale with terror. Is that He the loser from before? He literally just used his aura to blast everyone away. Wang Xing, the girl who always bullied me, unconscious on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Even she got totally knocked out cold. She awakened a Tier 2 Fireclaw Scorpion. So what insane template did he just get? I stand right in the middle of the fallen crowd, scratching my head awkwardly. Sorry about that. Caused a bit of a scene awakening my power. I told them to back up, but nobody listened. Suddenly, the school speakers crackle to life. Watch closely, here is where it gets interesting. All awakened third years must head to the testing building immediately. Time to check those beast genes and verify your martial arts levels. The screen shows all the high-tech equipment waiting inside the testing lab. Gene breakthrough detectors. These machines scan both beast genes and martial levels. A screen flashes a student's data. Li Xinyuan from our class just awakened a Tier 3 Swift Thorn beast. Talk about lucky. He was totally average before awakening, and now he is #1 in our class. A strong bloodline is so unfair. Another monitor displays a very handsome student's stats. Chuzhou really deserves the top student title. Not only is he a stage 9 martial disciple, but he awakened a peak tier 3 bloodline, the Phantom Demon Dragon. The Yancheng City champion is definitely going to be him. Then, a top female student's info hits the big screen. Do you see that? Liu Qingju is also a stage 9 disciple. What did she awaken? Holy crap, it is the ultra-rare tier 4 Nether Sparrow. She is the provincial valedictorian. If a tier 4 beast appeared in its true form, it could wipe out a whole city. Normal warriors are just bugs to them. Only grandmasters stand a chance. Yi, he rests his chin, looking super confused. Their awakened beast templates are all classified as tier 3 or tier 4. So why is mine ranked as an A tier? Suddenly, the speaker calls his name. Next up from class 127, Yi He. He flinches, face turning pale. This whole situation is just beyond imagination, right? The massive crowd of students shoots sparkling, admiring looks straight at Chuzhou, the school's golden boy. Whispers break out everywhere. His aura is so intense. He is definitely going to be a huge big shot someday. Wow, absolute dream guy. Better build a good connection now and cling to him for dear life. Standing in the back, Yi, he mutters, this world really revolves entirely around martial power. You and I know what's coming, right? Yi, he steps up to the machine while the crowd that just mocked him cheers expectantly. With that insane aura he just had, his level must be ridiculously high. What kind of bloodline unleashes that much pressure right after awakening? This is wild. Our #1 student is having a massive breakthrough. Even Chuzhou, the school genius, narrows his eyes at Yi He with genuine interest. So his name is Yi. He is definitely someone worth looking forward to. Then, Yi, his result flashes on screen, a giant question mark. The technician announces in total confusion, we only have basic info, all other data is missing. The crowd instantly starts whispering. Class 127, Yi He, Stage 3, Martial Disciple, Unknown Beast Bloodline. All that incredible hype instantly crashes into brutal, extreme mockery. People just burst out laughing. A Stage 3 Martial Disciple? Seriously? Even my middle school brother could beat him into the ground. Ha ha ha, so embarrassing. What a massive disappointment. Unknown bloodline? He probably doesn't even have one. Exactly. What kind of good bloodline could a Stage 3 loser possibly have? Looks like all that crazy noise earlier was just completely fake hype. Ha ha ha, Yi He. You are still a hopeless loser. Yi He walks away in silence. Just as I expected, he thinks. His head drops. A sweat bead falls. The machine literally couldn't detect his template, but suddenly, the system panel flashes right back inside his mind. It triggers a brand new prompt, Infinite Monster Template Upgrade Guide. You can do this by finishing quests or just boosting your reputation. Gain more monster templates through quests or reputation. Current draws available? 0. A slow, mysterious smirk creeps right onto Yi He's face. My template rank is totally different from theirs. But wait, does this mean... His face shifts into absolute unhinged excitement. As long as I meet the conditions, I can just draw monster templates infinitely. Doesn't that mean I'm destined to become the true king of monsters? The scene cuts to Encheng High School #1. Inside the office, Yi. He stands face to face with his teacher. The teacher sips his water, glaring at him with heavy doubt. What? You want to drop out, self-study at home, and only come back for the college entrance exam? You actually expect me to believe you'll study? Yi. He stands tall, fists clenched tight, and speaks with absolute conviction. Teacher, I really want to make progress. I fell way behind, so I need special training right now. Following everyone else's pace leaves me zero hope. The teacher just sighs, offering a reality check. So what do you and I make of this? Never underestimate a guy with an infinite system. All right, stick with me, we're diving right in. His teacher sighs. Yi He, you know this. University is your only path to becoming a warrior. Look, I know you awakened your bloodline, but your foundation? Way too weak. There's absolute zero chance you'll pass the entrance exam like this. Prepare to stay back, repeat the class, and try again next year. Don't rush it. Yi. He stares back, his eyes sparkling with absolute determination and sincerity. Teacher, I want to improve more than anything. You might not understand, but I've awakened an incredibly powerful bloodline. If I just train hard enough, I know I'll succeed. Look at the absolute sincerity in my eyes right now. I would never lie to you. The teacher gets completely flustered. Yeah, those eyes really do look genuine. Finally, he caves. All right, fine. But you're still going to be right back here repeating my class next year. He leaves the school grounds, heading straight toward the in-city martial arts center. Walking through the massive, modern building, he runs the numbers in his head. My parents' house was mortgaged for 600,000 N, plus their accident compensation of over 1 million. Right now, I actually have some solid startup capital. To boost my power right now, I've got exactly two options. One is leveling up the standard warrior way, and two is increasing my compatibility rate with the Dimola template. He keeps analyzing as a glowing data screen pops up in his mind. According to the Infinite Monster template system, every single template starts with just one compatibility point. But Dimola clearly has 3 points. Where did the other two come from? An image of a serum vial flashes through his mind. There's only one possible answer. The Dimola template absorbed the power of the Gene Awakening serum and snagged 2 extra compatibility points. Suddenly, he pictures himself surrounded by floating, sparkling gold bills. A sly, knowing smirk crosses his face. This completely proves that the gene enhancement serums in this world can actually level up his template's abilities. Instead of grinding himself to death like a normal warrior, just spending money to boost his template compatibility suits his style way more. I need to hurry up and buy some gene enhancement serum right now. He swipes his student ID at the entrance gates. Beep! Access granted. Watch closely here, this is where things shift. The moment he steps inside, he freezes, eyes wide, sweating. Countless warriors are training, radiating absolutely massive waves of terrifying energy. He thinks to himself, everyone in this room has already awakened their bloodline. After unlocking the Flame Demon Dimola template, he's gained its incredibly unique sensory abilities, the life magnetic field. Dimola's terrifying shadow looms right behind Yi. Dimola can literally detect life signals emitted by any creature by releasing its own powerful life magnetic field. I can clearly feel the chi and blood of these warriors burning like an absolute furnace inside them, echoing with the savage, wild roars of their beast bloodlines. His eyes flash a brilliant, dangerous purple, a truly predatory smile creeping onto his face. Monster warriors. I honestly can't suppress this wild urge to fight inside me anymore. After all, the Flame Demon Dimola is the absolute king of beasts in its world, destined to conquer every single living thing on the planet. Unfortunately, right now, I'm really just a total rookie. For the time being, I can only temporarily suppress Dimola's raging, aggressive battle bloodline. Once I finally become stronger, I'll show the entire world what the true king of beasts actually looks like. Suddenly, a hand heavily drops onto Yi's shoulder from behind. A voice rings out. Hey kid, Yi. He spins around in surprise. A stunning, glamorous woman with an absolutely flawless figure has suddenly appeared right in front of him. She winks playfully, lifting her sunglasses. Hey little guy, you shouldn't be peeking at other people so casually like that. He nervously scratches his head. Sorry, miss, I really didn't mean anything by it. The woman smiles warmly at him. It's fine, I completely get it. You probably just awakened your monster gene, so not being able to control your aura is totally normal. So, what brings you to the martial arts center anyway, Yi? He answers, honestly, I actually came here to buy some genetic medicine, but this place is way too big, and I'm totally lost. Could you help me out? A nearby warrior overhears and looks stunned. Genetic medicine? You're already using that at your current stage? Yi. He looks completely confused. Yeah. Is there some kind of problem with doing that? The stunning woman explains incredibly patiently. Not exactly a problem. It's just that genetic medicine isn't cheap at all, and it easily builds up drug resistance, making it way less effective over time. She continues her advice. If you really want to maximize the effects, warriors usually wait until their bloodline hits a massive bottleneck before using it. Yi, he asks curiously. Miss, so how much does one single bottle of genetic medicine actually cost? She thinks it over for a second before replying, at your current rookie stage, you can only use beginner-level medicine. That runs about 400,000 N. Yi, his face completely contorts in pure shock. I know what you're thinking. That expensive? Even draining all my savings, I couldn't even afford 5 bottles. He hurriedly asks, looking absolutely desperate. So, miss, do you happen to know anyone who could hook me up with a discount? The woman just smiles, pulling a business card from her coat. How about this? Take my business card. With a solid recommendation from a veteran warrior like me, you can definitely score a little bit of a discount. The card reads, 4th, Tier Martial Artist, Hong Ha Lee. Yi, his face lights up with sheer joy as he hurriedly bows. Thank you so much, miss. Hong Ha Li waves goodbye. See you around, kid, if fate allows it. After Hong Ha Lai finally walks away, Yi. His eyes flash with absolute fiery determination. All right, next stop. At the martial arts hospital's cashier, he drops cash on a massive bill of 1,050,000. Right after that, at a weapon shop, a very happy clerk shows off some seriously expensive gear to a wildly spending Yi. Later that night, at a dorm-like building, a blood-curdling scream echoes out loud. A brilliant blue light suddenly erupts, flashing brightly from one of the windows. Inside the room, Yi is violently writhing in absolute agony. His body is wrapped in raw blue energy, surrounded by completely empty serum syringes. The system panel pops up. Magic Beast template, Flame Demon Dimola. Compatibility jumps from 3% to 4%, then hits 7%. Host, Yi. Overall stats jump from 8 to 10, hitting 15. Sweating profusely, he gasps for air, but feels insanely satisfied. This level-up feeling is just absolutely incredible. But with each dose of genetic medicine, my physical body only improves just a tiny bit. It seems like as my body gets stronger, triggering those deeper, fundamental mutations becomes way harder to pull off. Not bad at all. I've achieved in a few minutes what would take normal people 3 whole years of grinding, and this is just relying on my basic physical stats alone. What if I activate Dimola's actual bloodline power? He stands up, muscles bulging, his entire body radiating a terrifying, dominant aura. Hey, maybe I can actually crush the top student in the exam. If a cheat mode can't beat a genius, it's useless. Next stop, the Hidden Realm. That's it for now, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are diving into a world where secret rifts rank from S down to E, holding absolutely terrifying monsters. Those beasts inside the S-rank zones, completely beyond human control. If those things ever invade the real world, it would be an absolute apocalyptic disaster. He arrives in full combat gear at the entrance of Anthon's rank E Rift number 3. Way fewer people here than he expected. Maybe this secret realm has been explored for way too long. It's an old rift. All the good loot is probably gone, leaving just weak beasts for rookie practice. He approaches the registration desk where a bored staff girl sits, legs kicked up on the table. Hi, I booked a ticket for Rift number 3. The girl coldly tosses him a piece of paper. Just sign this death waiver right here. Here is your ticket. He stands before a massive spatial gate, a magical swirling blue vortex. So this is a secret rift. Pure battle hunger flashes across his face, a wild grin on his lips. This is my starting line to becoming the king of all magic beasts. He charges the portal with a hyped shout. Here I come, swoosh He dives through the spatial gate, feeling like he is passing through an endless swirling whirlpool. He lands softly but firmly on the ground, totally ready for whatever comes his way next. Looking up, he is completely blown away. 3 giant planets, Thuong Lam, An Vi, and Tai Kim hang directly in the starry sky. I saw pictures of these secret realms in textbooks, but nothing compares to seeing it with my own eyes. It is absolutely breathtaking. Now pay attention. This is where it starts getting good. As he walks through the forest admiring the stars, a giant red rabbit sneaks up on him from the tall grass. The system immediately identifies the rank 1 beast, a saber-toothed rabbit. It bares its fangs and lunges at Yi with terrifying speed. He just smirks. The rabbit attacks from behind, thinking he is off guard. But in a flash, he spins around and grabs the beast right by its ears. His eyes flash with absolute confidence. You idiot, did you really think I could not sense you? A small notification pops up template ability, life magnetic field. 1 punch. That is all it takes to cleanly finish the rabbit. He carefully examines the magic core he just looted. The saber-toothed rabbit's core is white, average quality, probably worth around 1,000 yuan. But hey, making 1,000 yuan just minutes after walking in? That is a pretty solid start. Normal folks work to death all month just to earn 3 or 4,000. He tosses the core up, but collecting too many rank 1 cores is useless. Better to hunt at least a rank 2 beast. And just like that, his words come true. A massive, hideous worm bursts from the ground right in front of him. Rank 2 beast, the corpse demon worm. He draws his sword with a wild, battle-hungry grin on his face. Talk about perfect timing. The real hunt begins here. He swiftly slashes the demon worm, causing its toxic green blood to splatter all over the place. Getting hit by some poison, he stays calm. He read the monster encyclopedia. Compared to that steel-hard shell on its back, the soft armor on this worm's belly is definitely way easier to pierce. The nasty worm rolls itself into a giant ball and charges straight at Yi. He like an absolute wheel of death. Yi, he channels his energy, gathering martial arts power in his body. He shouts, blasting out a powerful wave of energy, an enhanced light beam. But the worm is totally unharmed. It opens its mouth, razor-sharp pincers spinning. Yi, his eyes go wide. Wait, its jaws can literally shoot bullets? He quickly dodges the sharp blades, but a projectile grazes him, tearing his jacket. Yi, he yells out, "Damn it! Do you know how expensive this suit was?" After clashing for a bit, Yi, he realizes the huge gap in his current martial arts level. I actually can't do anything to this bug. Without any powerful martial arts techniques to back me up, even with deep energy and a strong bloodline, I can only unleash 50% of my true power. You and I both know he's pushed to the edge here. Left with no choice, Yi. He finally decides to pull out his trump card time to cheat. Flame Demon Dimola, the Demon Emperor bloodline activates. Instantly, Yi, his entire body begins a terrifying transformation. Power explodes, stats jumping from 15 to 21. The corpse demon worm opens its toothed mouth for a final strike. Now half-beast, Yi, he charges right into brutal close combat. With overwhelming strength, he easily tears the nasty worm apart with bare claws. Reverting back to human form, Yi-He's body is literally steaming. With my overall physical stats soaring to 21 points, I absolutely crushed that rank 2 demon worm. After turning off the transformation, I still have to vent all this excess body heat. Seriously, I feel exactly like a jet engine right now. He picks up his short sword, finding it completely eaten away. The blade I just bought got corroded by that worm's venom. A 250,000 yuan weapon can't even handle a rank 2 monster? What a massive scam. Terrible quality control. After the fight, Yi, he collapses, clutching his starving stomach. Is the energy drain from my first hunt really this crazy high? I am so hungry, and I didn't even bring any food. Suddenly, he sniffs a mouth-watering scent, drool, literally pooling. What is that smell? It is so good. Yi, he picks up the demon worm's magic core. It is glowing with a brilliant emerald green light. It is a magic core. The demon worm's core is green tier, and it somehow radiates an unbelievably appetizing aroma. Without hesitating, Yi, he tosses the core straight into his mouth. To hell with it. He chews it up, feeling pure energy melt. The core shatters inside him, unleashing a massive power surge as green aura wraps completely around him. The system panel appears. Flame Demon Dimola template. Demon Emperor compatibility increased to 7.3%. He feels the raw power surging as his compatibility rises. Yi, he grins widely in pure, absolute joy. I dropped hundreds of thousands on a genetic potion, and it only boosted my compatibility by 1%. But just one green magic core raised it by 0.3. 3 or 4 of these equal a whole potion's value. Then those white cores from the saber-toothed rabbits should at least bump up my stats a little bit too, right? What do you and I learn here? His joy turns to absolute regret. Damn it, I wasted all my money on pay to win. Stick with me here, Yi. He wipes his tears, his eyes turning dead serious. Holding a magic core, he turns disappointment into raw motivation. Tonight, he is going hunting. He activates his ability. Energy ripples instantly spread out in every direction, scanning the shadows for his next prey. The Book of Life activates. Text appears the next afternoon. After a wild night of hunting, Yi, he looks seriously pumped up. His status board has completely transformed. Flame Emperor Demon template at 9% compatibility. Overall physique, 15.8. Hitting that 9% mark means eating more white magic cores will not boost it. Time to sell them for cash. At the exchange counter, Yi dumps a massive pile of magic cores. The clerk drops her jaw. 20 white cores and 1 blue core. The clerk stammers, "Are you being serious right now? How does a normal high school kid gather this many magic cores all alone?" Yi, he explains to the staff. Government rules say fighters must hand over part of their loot. For 1 blue core, he hands over 5 white ones. Deal done. His account suddenly receives a massive payout. 200,000 kingdom credits are now sitting right in his hands. Time flies. Only 9 days left until the college entrance exams. Yi, he finds a new challenge at the D-tier Secret Realm entrance. A fighter group gears up. One asks, "Captain Lin, are we actually going to pull off the Blood Jade Flower bounty mission this time?" Captain Lin nods confidently. During our last expedition, we already tracked down the general location of the Blood Jade Flower. Another member looks worried. Old Chen got hurt by monsters last time, so he is sitting this run out. A girl chimes in, "That means we only have 5 people." Someone else confirms, Yeah, and the rules say we absolutely need at least 6 people to enter a D-tier realm. Captain Lin, a level 2 fighter, points at a hoodie guy. Relax, I hired a broker to find us a new guy. It is Yi He. He playfully strikes a pose. Are you the level 9 apprentice, your daddy? Yi, he smirks. Yes. He thinks to himself, being a student, he could not enter legally. He used an illegal broker to fake his identity and join this squad. It cost him 100,000 credits. Absolute robbery. Captain Lin frowns. Your daddy? That name sounds super weird. Yi, he rubs his head, looking totally embarrassed. No other choice, man. Using my real name would cause copyright issues. The captain waves it off. Forget it, just a nickname anyway. As a level 9 apprentice, you do not meet D-tier standards. Our team will let you watch and learn, but do not get in our way. Yi, he calmly agrees. No problem. He figures setting boundaries before a mission is actually super reliable, way better than getting screwed over mid-battle. Now watch closely. Their off-road vehicle blasts through the space portal. The captain yells, "Let's go find that blood jade flower." Inside, a massive desert under multiple moons. The tracker shows the flower at an oasis up ahead, but it is guarded by a level 2 monster with general tier bloodline. Yi, he sits in the car, checking out the bizarre scenery. Last time was a jungle, now a desert. Seems secret realms connect to multiple different worlds. Suddenly a member screams, "Captain, it is the Earth Demon Rats." A swarm of rat monsters is chasing their car. The captain barks an order. "Hut, take them out." A member named Hut flexes his razor-sharp claws. Understood. Hut stands on the roof, firing countless darts. The demon rats get pinned and die instantly. The car speeds off, leaving tiny explosions in its wake. Yi, he watches Hut in pure awe, threat neutralized. He realizes pushing martial energy into those darts makes them explode on impact. This guy is ruthless and silent. The vast desert stretches out with a lush oasis ahead. The whole team dismounts to walk. Yi, he asks, why stop driving? The oasis is still far. The captain explains, oasis monsters are hypersensitive, and engine revving would definitely trigger an ambush. Let's divide tasks while we walk. Captain Lin hands out assignments with absolute authority. Xiao Xia, throw a stun grenade to bait the beast. Xiao Wu, Hut, set the traps. Old Lu on cover fire. I will take the front line. He points at Yi He. Your daddy, you just stand back and watch. Yi He casually crosses his arms and shrugs. Sure thing. A grenade shoots into the sky, leaving a smoke trail. It explodes, releasing a massive burst of energy. I know you feel that tension building. The grenade's pheromones make beasts think their turf is invaded. Suddenly, the ground violently shakes, and a gigantic monster erupts from the sand. A level 2 earth dragon. Captain Lin screams, "Newbie, watch out! The monster is charging." Amidst the chaos, a mysterious figure stands among massive blades stuck in the dirt. His hand grips a hilt. A giant bald guy in sunglasses, creepily licking his sword. Shattering the calm oasis vibe, Captain Lin fearlessly charges in. He slashes right into the Earth Dragon's head, sending blood flying. The dragon drops dead instantly. Captain Lin holds his ground, bracing for the next wave to push forward. Suddenly, another claw smashes down. Captain Lin, watch out. In a split second, he rockets into the air. He leaps up and delivers a heaven-shattering punch to the monster's head, creating a terrifying energy blast. The entire squad freezes in total disbelief. He is just an apprentice, yet he carries enough raw power to rock a level 2 beast. What an absolutely devastating punch. Xiao Wu throws an arm around Yi He, laughing out loud. That mountain-crushing punch took it down. You killed a level 2 beast. Yi He smiles awkwardly. No big deal. Captain Lin approaches, looking incredibly grateful. Thanks for the save. From now on, we are true teammates. Someone holds up the glowing red loot. Captain Lin. The Earth Dragon is down. The team crowds around to look. We actually managed to harvest the Earth Dragon's soul essence this time. So what do we make of this massive haul? Yi, he stares at the shiny red thing, calls it a fruit, and casually eats it. Let's dive right in. We're starting with a massive win. Captain Lin sighs in pure relief. That was insanely close, but he thinks they finally beat the dragon and secured the blood to improve their blueprint. But suddenly, a razor-sharp blade violently pierces right through the captain's back. The ruthless attacker? It is Hude. Huda lets out a sick, evil laugh. No use thinking about it now, Captain Lin. The rest of the team screams in pure horror. Captain Lin, what the hell is going on? Huda. Hude follows up by delivering a brutal, merciless kick to the captain. Hude, what are you doing? But he just stands there, smirking like a psycho. What am I doing? Isn't it completely obvious? Another voice echoes out. He is clearly cashing in. A mysterious bald guy steps out of the shadows, taking off his sunglasses. Look, it is Huo Peng. Yi, he turns and asks, you guys actually know this bald freak? Xiao Wu grinds his teeth in absolute rage. Huo Peng specializes in hunting down martial artists and robbing their dungeon loot. That bastard has clearly had his eyes on us this whole time. Son of a bitch. Old Lu holds the dying Captain Lin. His blade was poisoned. You traitor, Huda. How did you even know to ambush us in this exact spot? Even our own squad only learned the Blood Jade Flower's location after stepping into this dungeon. Yi He stares intensely at the throwing darts Huda used just moments ago, his eyes turning completely ice cold. It was the darts. You embedded the intel right into those darts. Huda sneers. You are actually pretty smart, kid. Heh. I highly suggest you run back to school, kid. The college entrance exam is coming up fast, but instead, you are holding hands with the Grim Reaper. Yi He replies, completely unbothered. Yeah, the exam is coming up, and I have a top scorer title waiting for me. Furious, Hu De launches a deadly flying dagger straight at Yi He. Arrogant brat, but Yi He easily catches the blade, his eyes flashing a bright neon blue. You disgusting bald freak barking in front of me now, that is what I call true arrogance. Suddenly, his entire hand erupts into a blazing aura of crackling blue energy. Way too noisy. Time to take out the trash. The boss, Huo Peng, looks totally amused by this. You are actually pretty interesting, kid. Hu De, I want this brat's head delivered to me. Yes, sir. Following orders, Hu De unleashes an absolute rain of flying daggers right at Yi He. In response, he unleashes his energy, creating a massive shockwave of Conqueror's haki to block the devastating attack. Because of the clash, Hu De vanishes completely, leaving only scorched earth behind. Watch out, Hu De is gone! But suddenly, Hu De appears from high above, aiming a lethal, crushing dropkick right at the kid's head. Now pay close attention here, watch what happens next. He looks up perfectly calm. Mountain crushing technique? He focuses pure energy into his fingertips, seeing the perfect chance to test his brand new skill. He blasts out an overwhelming beam of raw power, scoring a direct, devastating hit on Hu De. Captain Lin and Old Liu watch the entire scene unfold with absolute disbelief stamped across their faces. He just completely took down Hu De with a single strike. Is that kid actually just a martial arts apprentice? Standing calmly in the ruined desert wasteland after the massive blast, he casually blows on his fingertips, clearing away a trail of faint blue smoke. Right behind him, Hu De's lifeless body slams heavily into the cold sand, absolutely unmoving. Huo Peng's eyes go wide. His massive face twists up in pure shock and raging fury as he points straight at Yi He. That is a gene technique. Which major family are you a descendant of? Right behind Yi He, a massive, terrifying phantom of the Flame Demon Dimola, materializes in midair. The jagged purple crystals on its back glow with a deadly menace, illuminating the dim, dusty lighting of the desert. The kid just smirks. Family? I do not come from any fancy family. What? Were you planning to beg for mercy? You little brat. Huo Peng roars like a beast as a violent surge of evil, dark purple energy explodes outward, wrapping his entire body in a twisted cocoon of shadows. Even with a rare gene technique, you cannot possibly bridge this massive martial arts power gap. As the dark energy fades, he is completely transformed into a half-man, half-bear monster, his bulging muscles looking totally deformed. Bloodline activated the terrifying black bear tyrant. In this monstrous beast form, he lets out an earth-shattering roar and charges straight ahead, his whole body radiating savage killing intent. Martial arts technique peak tremor. Moving at absolute lightning speed, he dodges the bear's vicious swipe and glides right past him. A flash of blue light sparks from his hand, slashing violently into Huo Peng's hind legs. I am taking out your legs first! Huo Peng screams out in absolute sky-piercing agony. Ah, my legs! But even while severely wounded and bleeding, Huo Peng frantically spins his massive body around, hammering earth-shattering punches straight down into the dusty, sandy ground. Using every ounce of his brutal strength, he throws continuous rapid-fire punches, creating massive, violent earthquakes across the battlefield. You and I both know a level 2 boss will not fall that easily. Pillars of purple energy erupt from the earth. He thinks to himself, a level 2 martial artist hits different. My atomic punch could not even snap his ankle bone. Channeling all his remaining power, Huo Peng slams both hands into the earth, unleashing a massive ring of purple shockwaves that ripples outward, making the entire combat zone shake violently. Landing completely feather light from the sky, Yi, he calmly watches his struggling opponent. Are you done throwing your little tantrum? Because now, it is my turn. He dashes forward. His fist completely erupts into a brilliant, swirling sphere of bright blue energy, shining intensely just like a miniature sun. Mountain-crushing core breaker punch! An absolutely earth-shattering energy explosion engulfs them both, as a blinding, radiant blue light completely swallows up the vast desert area. When the heavy dust and raw power finally fade away, Yi He stands perfectly tall in the center of a massive crater, without a single scratch on his body. Meanwhile, Huo Peng lies there completely motionless, his deformed body turning right back into a human. Captain Lin's team. The surviving members can only stand and watch from afar, completely speechless. He is insanely strong. Huo Peng, face swollen and badly bruised, glares up at Yi He with extreme, bitter hatred. You actually possess a gene technique that releases poison gas? How utterly despicable. An evil martial artist like you will definitely face cosmic punishment. Ah, I curse your entire existence. Yi, he coldly stares down at his defeated enemy, his eyes radiating a dead, glowing blue light. People cursing me just keep showing up one after another. Who do you guys even think you are? The scene suddenly shifts right to the glamorous Central Sports Stadium of City. This place is an absolute modern architectural marvel, a massive, towering dome packed to the brim with thousands of fans screaming and cheering wildly. A giant blimp floats up high in the sky, flashing the words, "Step onto the stage with confidence." Nearby, an airplane drags a massive banner through the clouds. Wishing all students strike gold. Greetings, students. This year's Joint High-Level Martial Arts Academy entrance exam is officially about to kick off. I wish all of you the absolute best of luck on your martial arts journey today. Up in the stands, a hyped-up announcer is screaming commentary right into the microphone. The college entrance exam runs on a pure combat tournament system. Competitors fight in one-on-one duels. Winners advance to the next round. This brutal exam lasts for 3 full days. The first 2 days are purely preliminary knockouts, and those who actually survive will fight in the finals on day 3. A massive, glowing tournament bracket lights up the main jumbo screen for everyone to see. Every single student has to fight 3 matches in the prelims. The ones who successfully rank up will keep battling it out until the ultimate top scorer of this year's entrance exam is finally crowned. And trust me, you are going to want to see this. An official stands at the podium, smiling brightly. The expectations you carry on your backs are the future of humanity. All right, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch one crazy tournament. The announcer shouts, "Show your true potential in this exam, for yourselves and for humanity." I declare City's advanced exams officially open. Over at Arena 1, 2 students are going all out. One of them unleashes a massive blast of purple energy. In Arena 4, a girl blocks a brutal attack with hands glowing bright green, but over at Arena 6, the stage is completely empty. Just one lonely girl standing there, waiting for an opponent who is nowhere to be found. Huh? It looks like the preliminary round at Arena 6 has a major problem. One fighter is completely missing in action. A sharp-looking host announces the situation live on stream to the crowd. I just checked the roster. The match is Huang Dongdong versus Yi, he from City's #1 middle school. But right now, only Huang Dongdong is standing on the stage. According to the rules, if Yi he does not show up soon, he forfeits. Up in the stands, Wang Xing is absolutely fuming. Covered in a blazing pink aura, he grinds his teeth in pure rage. Getting humiliated back at the genetic conference was the biggest disgrace of my entire life. I thought I could use my fire lizard to completely humiliate Yi he this time, but that trash is hiding like a coward. What an absolute disappointment he turned out to be. The crowd starts whispering, their voices full of disgust. What a total coward. Does he really not even have the guts to show up for his own college entrance exam? He is probably shivering in his bed at home. Haha, a coward like that should not even be in high school. He would be much better off sweeping the streets. The referee in the arena checks his stopwatch, then raises his hand. Time is up. Yi from City's #1 middle school has officially forfeited the match. But suddenly, the high-ranking officials up in the VIP seats all snap their heads up at once. Their eyes lock onto the sky as an invisible, crushing pressure heavily blankets the entire stadium. Now pay close attention, this is where it gets absolutely wild. Something massive is coming. High in the blue sky, a brilliant blue energy sphere wrapped in black smoke crashes toward the stadium like a blazing meteor. Wait, is that actually a person? The blinding energy sphere slams down, revealing Yi, he dropping in with insane power. He crashes right onto the stage, blasting out a massive shockwave that sends heavy dust flying everywhere. Huang Dongdong desperately braces herself against the impact. What kind of monstrous strength allows this guy to literally fly through the sky? She is completely shocked and panicking at this unbelievable entrance. What on earth is happening? But while she is still frozen in a daze, a blurry shadow flashes right past her face. Yi, he delivers a lightning-fast, heaven-shaking kick. After effortlessly taking down his opponent, he just stands there, casually wiping the sweat from his forehead with a huge sigh of relief. I almost had to come back and retake this next year. Meanwhile, Huang Dongdong is sprawled out on the ground, completely knocked out cold. The referee loudly announces the result. Ah, Yi, he wins! Yi, he looks down, completely, totally confused. Just like that? No way. The crowd up in the stands absolutely erupts into wild cheers. This Yi He kid is way too strong. He just beat his opponent with a single kick. And that entrance was incredibly cool. Was that some kind of mythical martial arts dropkick straight from the heavens? After the quick match, Yi He just smiles mysteriously. His glowing status panel pops up. Host Yi He, overall physique 226. Monster template, wild traces, Demora compatibility currently sitting at 20%. Captain Lin gave me the blood jade fruit as a thank you, but it took a while for that fruit to fully upgrade my physical body. You and I both know what happens when a main character gets this strong. Now sit back and enjoy the show. The tournament bracket updates, and Yi He easily cruises into the next round. Next up, and City number 4 Middle School. Long Tao versus number 1 Middle School's Yi He. And once again, Yi He completely wrecks his opponent with a single, devastating strike. Yi, he wins the match. And City number 3 Middle School's Long Tao versus number 1 Middle School's Yi He. The result does not change one bit. Yi He takes another easy win. The crowd is going absolutely crazy. Yi, he is just way too strong. Every single battle is settled with one kick, never dragging on. He is literally a one-kick Superman. A massive announcement echoes across the stadium. Yi He from City number 1 Middle School has won all 3 matches and advances straight to the 3rd round. Instantly, Yi, he is completely swarmed by desperate recruiters from all the top universities. Student Yi, would you please take a moment to learn about Dongshan University? Student Yi, I am begging you, please add my WeChat right now. Student Yi, even though we are a private university, we offer extremely generous grants and massive scholarships. Please, we are literally begging you to consider our school. Student Yi, our university desperately needs a powerful warrior exactly like you. Student Yi, do you already have a favorite college in mind? Yi, he glances around the chaotic crowd. A favorite university? He smiles with absolute confidence, gives a thumbs up, and says, sorry, but I am going to Huadu University. The crowd goes dead silent for a second, and then the mocking starts. They yell, you are way too arrogant just because you reached the finals. When reality slaps you in the face, you will come crying to us for help. Student Yi, he makes sure to call me when you inevitably fail. Yi, he just thinks to himself, nah, you guys just do not believe I can actually pull it off. But I guess I cannot really blame them. Huadu University is the absolute best martial arts academy in the Xia Nation and easily ranks among the top 5 universities in the entire world. It is literally a holy sanctuary in the hearts of all true martial artists. He flashes them a sharp, cunning grin. In a Tier 2 place like in City, only the absolute top elites ever qualify for that sacred ground. Whatever, forget it. True warriors let their strength do the talking anyway. I will see all of you again when I take first place. Suddenly, 2 intense staff members in sharp black suits block his path. Student Yi, we are going to need your full cooperation right now. We are going to reevaluate your martial arts level immediately. After running the scanner, one of the suited men screams in absolute shock. Level 9, Martial Arts. Student Yi, you were only at the 3rd tier just half a month ago. He grabs Yi, by the collar. It is literally impossible to improve this fast in just 3 months. Are you implying that I cheated somehow? Yi, he replies, totally calm. But the frantic man stammers, our records show you have been frequently visiting an E-rank secret realm after school. Why would you ever go to such a deadly place right before your college exams? He looks off into the distance, his voice dropping low. To find my true self. Before my father passed away, he left me one final message. If you want to surpass humanity, you can no longer be human. So, I kept going back to that secret realm to fight for my life. And during one of those brutal battles, I finally shattered my own genetic lock. Both staff members dropped their jaws, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Wait, what? You broke through your genetic lock? They frantically sprint away, looking completely terrified. That is absolutely impossible. We have to report this to the higher-ups right now. Yi, he just watches them run. Somehow, I just became a massive high-priority target. He pulls out his phone, scrolling through pictures of happy families cheering for their kids. That is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what he does next. Let's dive right into this tournament arc. You got this, son. Just do your best. A dad cheers. Once you pass that top-tier exam, we are throwing a massive party. There are even live streams of street interviews with the candidates' parents and friends. Our main character stares at his phone in silence. A flash of sadness hits his eyes. No one is cheering for him, just an orphan that nobody cares about. But in a small office, his old teacher is clenching his fists, glued to the TV screen showing the match. You can do this, Yi-hee, he whispers. The first promotion match begins. Yi-hee steps onto the arena floor, radiating absolute confidence. His opponent is announced. Luo Quan from middle school number 3. The crowd immediately starts whispering. He is the top fighter from his entire school. Boss Luo Quan is an 8th stage martial artist with an awakened Tier 2 rare beast bloodline. Plus, both his parents are elite warriors. His opponent is doomed. On the ring, Yi, he stands perfectly still, blue eyes glowing with raw power. He stretches his neck. You can strike first. Luo Quan smirks arrogantly, his heavily gelled hair not moving an inch. Don't you know who I am? Yi, he stares back with zero emotion. Whether I know you or not, the match result will not change. Luo Quan laughs. Haha, you are right. He chuckles wildly as a massive burst of green energy erupts from his body. The result is that I win. Awakening his bloodline, he charges at Yi. His sharp energy claws forming. I hope your luck is good, or you die right here. Lightning tearing claw martial art. His mutated hand is wrapped in crackling lightning, rushing at terrifying speed. But Yi, he just casually raises a hand and catches the strike. A sickening bone-snapping sound echoes. He coldly remarks, good momentum, but nowhere near the impact of that bald old man. Luo Quan screams in pure agony. Ah, my hand. Now pay attention here, because this is wild. With just one hand, Yi, he shatters his beast transformation. He slams his opponent into the floor, triggering a massive blue explosion that shakes the whole arena. Yi. He stares down into the massive crater he just made, looking slightly disappointed. Are there really no decent contestants around here? The referee stutters his announcement. Yi, he wins. The highly anticipated seeded contestant Luo Quan lies unconscious at the bottom of the crater, completely twitching. The entire crowd goes dead silent, another instant knockout, and the guy defeated this time was a top seed. What the heck just happened? Luo Quan looks so strong, how is he already on the ground? Instantly, Yi, he goes viral online. Comments and likes flood in, calm as the clouds, steady as the wind. A true master. His skills are on a completely different level from everyone else. The gap is insane. So cool. I want his babies. The stadium audience cheers nonstop. He is way too overpowered. Expected of one-kick Superman, even using a hand this time, it was a total knockout. Yi-hee, I love you. He is definitely reaching the finals. Medics carry Luo Quan away on a stretcher. Chu-jo stands in a hidden corner, arms crossed, glaring daggers at him. Yi-hee. Chu-jo's blue eyes flash with unyielding determination. Expected of the man I have my eyes on. I will crush you in the finals. Meanwhile, inside the Huadu University admissions broadcast room, a man in a sharp suit points directly at the giant screen showing Yi-hee. In 30 minutes, I want all his information. The staff agrees. In another arena, the second block promotion matches are really heating up. An excited commentator yells, "Oh my god, a battle between genius beauties. I, Liu Yilu, am officially watching." In the ring, a girl with bright orange twin tails points at her opponent. Liu Qingzhu, I seriously cannot stand that robotic face of yours. She is introduced as Tai Xiaoling, widely known by the title Queen of Ancheng High School Number 2. Her opponent is a cold beauty with long black hair, staying completely silent. This is Liu Qingzhu, the unreachable flower of Ancheng High School Number 1. You saw that coming, right? The male crowd is drooling over these beauties. Female fans yell at the perverts to chill. The referee blows the whistle. Match starts. Tai Xiaoling charges forward, roaring. Let's see how long you keep up that act once I pin you to the ground. Liu Qingzhu stands still. Her hands form seals as a jade-green aura completely wraps around her body. Liu family secret skill. Glorious reincarnation flashes. The two girls clash, creating a wild dance of attacks and solid defense. Their energies violently collide, sending bright sparks flying everywhere. Get serious, Liu Qingju says. Tai answers with a fiery punch. Wind step skill, she spots an opening. An opening? No, a trap. Oh no, she baited me. Her hand gets stuck in the air vortex created by Liu Qingju. She cannot pull her trapped hand out. Liu Qingzu instantly prepares her finishing blow, Primordial Chaos Jade Finger martial skill. The commentator screams in pure shock. A Xuanhuang skill! A university candidate actually mastered a Xuanhuang technique. With martial talent at this insane level, she does not even need the exam to prove herself. She could be directly recruited into Huadu University. Pushed into a corner, Tai releases her full power. A giant tiger phantom appears behind her. Shadow Claw Tiger awakened. She actually has a third-tier royal bloodline. Tiger King Shadow Claw. Royal bloodlines are notoriously hard to control, let alone this insanely fierce tiger. Her future is totally limitless. In her half-beast form, Tai roars. Now show me your Nether Phoenix bloodline. But Liu Qingzu just replies with a cold tone. This is enough. Tai explodes in pure rage. This is enough? You think anyone below martial artist level can challenge me? Liu family secret skill flashes. Fierce Tiger Hook Kick meets Primordial Chaos Jade Finger. The two massive ultimate moves violently slam into each other. That's where we leave it. Their energies collide with devastating force, engulfing the arena in a massive dust cloud. The crowd holds their breath, staring at the ring. Let's dive right into this insane tournament. When the dust finally clears, only one shadow is left standing in the arena. Is it Tai Tu Lang? Tai Tu Lang stands in the rubble, her eyes wide with absolute terror. A single drop of sweat rolls down. Wait a second, boom. She instantly collapses from pure exhaustion. Liu Qingzu just stands there. Her long black hair blows in the wind as she stares coldly at her fallen opponent. Truck stands completely unfazed. The announcer is screaming his lungs out. Using only martial arts, she totally crushed Thieu Lang. Stage 9. Plus an awakened royal bloodline? She is absolutely a once-in-a-century genius. The referee throws his hand up. Liu Qingju is the official winner. Social media absolutely explodes. Oh my god, the queen is way too overpowered. A living legend. People are already calling it she is going to be the top scorer of Inthan City. Anyone dare to disagree? To the guy saying she will be top scorer, do you even know what bloodline she awakened? A rank 4 Nether Phoenix. Rank 4? What kind of monster is she? Most real fighters would not even stand a chance against her. After the qualifiers, a massive screen lights up the stadium. Time for the top 8 bracket draw. Yi, he steps up to the stage, representing Inthan High School number 1. He reaches into the box and pulls out a ball. Letter A? Suddenly, a massive, muscle-bound guy walks right up to Yi, he holding his own letter A ball. The giant gives a friendly smile. Looks like we are in Block A together. I am Tham Quan from Kin Fong Private High School. Yi, he answers calmly. Yi, he, and Thon High School number 1. Tham Quan grabs his shoulder. We are match 2. Let's watch the first one. The giant screen flashes top 8, match 1. Lak Hai from Kin Fong Private against Chu Chao from Inthan High School number 1. They watch the match together. Lak Hai is super strong. He literally held back a year just to train specifically for Hoadu University. His bloodline control is perfectly polished, but against Chu Chao, zero chance. Absolutely wrecked. Tham Quan turns to Yi, he in total shock. Chu Chao is from your school, right? Do not tell me you do not know her. In the ring, Chu Chao easily destroys her opponent. Winner, Chu Chao, Inthan High School number 1. In the stands, the Kin Fong private principal furiously smashes his hand into his chair. Damn it! Losing instantly. Yi, he asks, how does Lak Hai compare to you? Tham Quan slicks back his hair. Compared to me? Ha! I am the president of the 12th grade martial arts club at Kin Fong. Honestly, my other 2 teammates combined could not even take me down in a real fight. Now watch this closely. He turns to look at Yi. He has eyes going dead serious. Honestly speaking, in this year's entire exam, I think you are the only actual threat. Tham Quan stares off, picturing a massive erupting volcano in his mind. Ever since childhood, my senses have been freakishly sharp. I can tell, Yi-he, you are a sleeping volcano with a monster inside. He smiles and gives a thumbs up. Let's go. Our turn. Top 8, match 2. Both fighters step into the ring. Tham Quan from Kin Fong Private versus Yi, he from Inthan High School number 1. The battle for InCity's top 4 university spots is heating up. It is time. Yi He versus Tham Quan. Evenly matched. Two colossal waves of energy instantly smash into each other, ripping a storm through the ring. The crowd shields their eyes from the insane pressure. Tham Quan wipes blood from his nose, laughing like a maniac. Nosebleeds? Is this your bloodline's special ability? Yi, he watches Tham Quan, who is now wrapped in a glowing yellow aura. It is truly mysterious to directly target and destroy cellular structures. Tham Quan used his martial energy to build a surface barrier, perfectly blocking the outside nuclear radiation. Yi, he smirks, his blue eyes flashing with pure excitement. What an incredible martial art. This guy is a literal monster who cannot be underestimated. Tham Quan powers up, a massive python phantom appearing right behind him. Then I will use my very own generational family martial arts to completely crush your Tham family right here and now. This is practical combat. Xing Yi Quan, he unleashes lightning-fast punches. Yi He's eyes widen in shock. Way too fast. Bam! A direct hit to his stomach. You saw that too, right? Insanely strong. Yi He, known as the one-kick Superman, finally takes his very first hit. Yi, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Tham Quan's Xing Yi punch is just that devastatingly heavy. Yi, he slides backward, his foot violently crushing the arena floor just to anchor himself. Tham Quan shifts into a bear form, charging at terrifying speed. You are not getting away. Bear strike. A massive, earth-shattering collision creates a violent vortex of raw energy. Yi, he desperately blocks Tham Quan's blazing attack with his bare hands. He realizes instantly, this is not just normal physical force. Tham Quan has completely integrated martial energy right into his flesh, dealing brutal, double-layered damage with every single strike. All my previous opponents were just weaklings. None of them had any real combat experience surviving against a powerhouse like this guy. He cleverly redirects Tham Quan's vicious attack, letting it barely graze past him. But Tham Quan instantly grabs Yi, he locking him down tight in a crushing steel embrace. You are only half right. I cannot just channel martial energy into myself. I can completely lock down yours, making it impossible for you to use any martial arts. He violently slams Yi He into the dirt, causing a sickening thud to echo out. Giving zero breathing room, Tham Quan seamlessly shapeshifts into a giant, terrifying python. Next up, he morphs into a blazing tiger, Tiger Pounce, and then a massive golden eagle, Eagle Strike. The announcer goes crazy, this man is a walking zoo. Even though he is completely overwhelmed by these endless combo attacks, Yi, he stubbornly fights back. Yi, you can never defeat me. Two colossal energies clash head-on, triggering an earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the ring. Tham Quan stands tall in the thick dust, arms crossed, laughing with total satisfaction. Ha, that felt amazing. Tham Quan's insane combo left Yi He with absolutely zero chance to counterattack. Right outside the arena, medical staff are already standing by, ready to rush in. The medics are fully prepped for an emergency rescue. That Xing Yi Quan combo Tham Quan just used would have easily killed any normal martial artist. It really looks like the winner has finally been decided. The winner is Kin Fong High School, but that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the terrifying aura rising from that rubble. Stick with me here, because things are about to get insane. The arena sky turns pitch black. Dark clouds roll in, blue lightning rips across the sky, and the sheer energy radiating is absolutely massive. Reaching out from the crushing rubble, a pitch-black, razor-sharp claw emerges. Our main character is finally showing just how terrifyingly strong he really is. Yi, he rises from the dust. His entire body is locked inside a pitch-black bone armor, crackling with wild blue lightning. But his opponent, Shen Guan, still doesn't think this guarantees our boy a win. First time I'm using this form, Yi, he declares. The demonic emperor bloodline awakening. Standing there in his complete beast state, he radiates an aura that is straight up royal and absolutely terrifying. He tells Shen Guan to feel honored he's the first to witness this. Fun fact, if a high schooler can fully manifest a demonic beast form, they get an instant, test-free golden ticket straight into the elite Huadu University. Up in the stands, Zhuzhou's jaw literally drops to the floor, an actual demonic beast manifestation right before his eyes. To think a tiny place like An City produced both a martial arts genius like Liu Qingju and a bloodline monster, even Shen Guan is staring in total disbelief at this complete beast transformation. It's unbelievable that his bloodline awakening holds this level of crushing, overwhelming power. Up in the VIP section, the examiners are watching his every single move like hawks. Every single examiner is locked in with high-tech monitoring headsets, tracking the candidate's vitals and scanning every possible internal and external factor across the entire combat arena. Now watch this closely. An examiner stares at his screen in pure horror. The nuclear radiation value, 999,999, it's completely off the charts. Seeing Yi, he's beast form, the judges realize they have a massive problem on their hands. They instantly throw up a massive martial arts energy shield around the arena to stop the lethal radiation leak. The crowd goes absolutely wild. So this is Yi, he's bloodline awakening? That is so epic. But everyone is asking the same question. What exact beast bloodline did he actually awaken? I'm from middle school number 1, and rumor says he awakened an completely unknown bloodline. People are shocked. How the heck does a monster this incredibly powerful go entirely undocumented in their world? Yi, he just chuckles to himself. Clearly, there are no creatures like the Dimola anywhere on Blue Star. Makes sense why nobody recognizes his raw power. Meanwhile, Shen Guan's nose starts bleeding again. My nose. It's bleeding. He realizes his martial arts shield is completely failing to block out Yi. He's suffocating. Toxic energy output. I can't drag this fight out any longer. With 0 options left, Shen Guan goes absolutely all out. He releases his maximum power, transforming himself into a towering, golden-furred, demonic ape. Bloodline awakening. Golden Star Demonic Ape. Yet another Tier 3 bloodline drops. This year's university entrance exam is absolutely packed with top-tier monsters. Using Form Intention Fist Snake Strike, he charges at terrifying speed straight toward Yi He. But Yi He counters instantly, swinging his massive claw directly at the suppressing fist. The two ultimate moves clash head-on, triggering an absolutely devastating explosion. Shen Guan's hand is completely mangled from that brutal impact. Ah, my hand! If I hadn't dispersed the force in time, my whole arm would be shattered. He realizes he talked so much trash earlier, but now he's getting hit with a massive reality check. Still in his terrifying beast form, Yi, he coldly looks down at his struggling opponent. You are excellent, Shen Guan. But unfortunately for you, that won't change the outcome. The commentator screams over the speakers as these two gigantic monsters face off in the arena. In the second match for the top 4 of this year's university entrance exam, a Tier 3 King bloodline has officially appeared, and on the exact opposite side, an unimaginably strong, completely unknown demonic beast bloodline. This is a wildly rare spectacle, folks. Shen Guan grits his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his temples. With Yi He's bloodline fully awakened, his raw power has become entirely impossible to measure. I can't suppress his martial energy anymore. I can only retreat to advance. Suddenly, Yi. He dives from above, roaring down at him. Hey, big guy, don't lose focus now. He unleashes an absolute storm of violent attacks. Blue energy completely engulfs Shen Guan, who desperately tries to fight back with another fierce snake strike. He is caught off guard when Shen Guan's arm violently coils around his. I knew I couldn't move you, Shen Guan smirks, but my real goal was to reposition right behind your back, gliding smoothly behind Yi. Shen Guan funnels every single drop of his power into his palm. A colossal golden energy hand slams down from above, aiming to completely crush him. The giant hand violently stomps Yi He into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. Shen Guan stands there panting, but as the dust clears, Yi He is just standing there, arms crossed, 0 damage. Now it's my turn, Yi, he growls. His razor-sharp claws dig deep into the arena floor. He unleashes a torrent of pure, overwhelmingly powerful blue energy that shakes the entire stadium. Yi, he charges forward, locking in for the brutal final blow. But right when everybody expects Shen Guan to fight to the death, he violently drops to his knees and screams. You and I totally expected an epic clash here, right? Instead, he yells, Boss, Yi, I surrender. Yi, he freezes mid-finishing blow, absolutely dumbfounded. He lets out a wildly frustrated roar. Bro, I was all hyped up for my turn, and you're just gonna quit? He was totally in the zone, but now he's hit with absolute disappointment. He retracts his massive claws and lets out a heavy sigh. Whatever, forget it. He exhales a thick cloud of blue smoke, venting out all that leftover power. Holding all this energy back is so annoying. Reverting back to his human form, Yi, he's shredded. Muscular physique is on full display, and by tournament rules, the moment one side throws in the towel, the fight is officially over. The ref makes the call. Match over. The winner is Yi, he from City's #1 middle school. The entire stadium absolutely erupts. Brother Yi is a god. Online, the fight memes are already dropping fast. Shen Guan before the match. I'm gonna win. Shen Guan after the match. I totally stopped Lord Yi from using his full strength. I'm so sorry for breathing his air. Yi. His fan base is literally exploding overnight. Comments spam everywhere. Join Yi. He's fan group 4 on WeChat. The first 3 are already full. Follow me for the full HD cut of Brother Yi's epic university entrance exam fights. Everyone is hyping him up. The top scorer this year has to be our boy Yi. People are saying not even Zhuzhou or the genius Liu Qingzhu could be his match now. Meanwhile, back in his fancy office, the headmaster of Jingfeng Private High School is furiously grinding his teeth. Luo Shi might have lost, but I put absolutely all my hopes into you, Shen Guan. He points a shaking finger right at the defeated fighter, roaring, "And you dare to just surrender? Do you have any idea how much money we pumped into training you? You ungrateful brat. If you don't pay off your debt, forget about going to university." Suddenly, Shen Guan grabs the headmaster by the shoulder. "What? What do you think you're doing? I couldn't survive that punch. So yeah, I surrendered to keep my body from turning to dust. If I didn't quit right then and there, were you gonna step in and take that nuclear punch for me? So what's the lesson here for you and me? Never threaten a fighter who is leagues stronger than you." Shen Guan glares. "I'll repay your school's kindness eventually, but don't you ever threaten me." Let's dive right into this. The principal is literally terrified to tears. After a brutal competition, our top 4 finalists are finally set. 4 faces flash on the massive screen: Yi He, Liu Qingzhu, Chu Chao, and one absolute nobody. Up in the VIP seats, the Anthan #1 middle school principal happily fans Old Man Liu. After years of hard work, a promotion is definitely coming. Down below, Yi, his former teacher, is literally jumping for joy. The semi-final lottery draw starts right now. Yi, he steps up and pulls the #1 spot again. Liu Qingzhu, looking elegant, holds up her matching sphere. The first semi-final match is officially an internal Anthan #1 showdown, Yi He versus Liu Qingzhu. The commentators absolutely lose their minds. This is the strongest, most hyped battle in the entire history of Anthan's exams. Fans are screaming for Goddess Liu, while others beg Brother Ditch to win. The analysts immediately jump in. They predict Goddess Liu has the edge. Why? Because she has completely mastered 2 mysterious royal martial arts techniques. That alone is insanely overpowered. That is exactly how she completely crushed Tai Thulang's Tier 3 King bloodline. And get this, her Tier 4 Nether Phoenix is still a secret. Even the examiner, who also had a Tier 3 bloodline, was forced to awaken it just fighting Yi He. His bloodline is high level, probably Tier 4 too. But honestly, it still doesn't compare to Goddess Liu's Tier 4 power combined with her legendary martial arts background. It makes total sense. Now back to the arena. Liu Qingzhu and Yi, he step up. The 2 rivals lock eyes. The referee drops his hand, and boom, a massive explosion instantly shakes the stage. Watch this closely, because things get wild. Liu Qingzhu covers her face as Yi. He stands wrapped in blue energy, eyes glowing like high-beam headlights. She stares right back at him, her purple eyes dead set. She hopes he is actually strong enough. The announcer screams over the chaos. The match just started, and Yi He is already flooding the entire arena with a massive smokescreen. The audience is totally blind. Nobody can see a thing. The commentator desperately keeps the hype alive. How is Liu Qingzhu, the genius of her family, going to handle this year's ultimate dark horse? Did he just awaken his bloodline again? Hidden deep inside that thick steam, Yi, he locks his sights on her silhouette. He knows her skills outclass his. Raw strength alone won't even scratch her. He grits his teeth, his blue eyes flashing dangerously. She has an insanely high combat IQ. A drawn-out fight is a death sentence. He needs to go all out right from the start. He charges in, launching an earth-shattering punch. Liu Qingzhu instantly summons an energy vortex to block. She plans to defend and counter, but Yi, he roars, his eyes blazing, and suddenly whips his steel tail straight at her head. I know what you're thinking, what a cheap trick. He literally yelled about a punch just to hit her with his tail. Caught completely off guard, she stumbles. Yi, he instantly shifts into beast form, baring his fangs, and throws a brutal uppercut. The live chats completely melt down. Fans are screaming that he is cheating with 0 morals, while others argue that all is fair in war. This is bad. Her rhythm is totally shattered. His pursuit is way too aggressive, giving her absolutely 0 room to breathe. The attacks just keep coming. In desperation, she blasts her martial energy to push him back. She breaks free, but he just raises his razor-sharp claws. He won't let her escape that easily. He unleashes a suffocating storm of strikes. Her eyes widen in pure terror as glowing, energy-filled claws slash toward her. She wildly jumps away. A violent explosion rocks the stage. "Don't run away now, classmate," he taunts, his voice turning monstrous. He follows up with lightning-fast combo punches. The impact echoes, forcing her back step by painful step. Backed into a corner, she scrambles to defend while frantically calculating. How is he not exhausted yet? His stamina is unreal. She remembers her two royal martial arts. One is the flowing shadow defensive technique. The other is the highly offensive primordial jade finger. If she can just trigger one of them, she can break out of this relentless beatdown. But he is giving her absolutely zero openings. At this rate, she is going to get knocked right off the stage and lose. Pushed to the absolute edge, she grits her teeth. She has no other choice left. A glowing purple feather suddenly materializes in her hand. This is her absolute final trump card. She roars. Floating text appears: Bloodline Awakening, Netherbird. An earth-shattering scream rings out as a massive eruption of pure purple energy instantly vaporizes all the steam. She takes to the sky, magnificent mystical purple wings spreading wide. Glowing energy feathers slowly drift onto the battlefield. The commentator screams until his voice completely cracks. The legendary Netherbird has appeared for the very first time. She looks down at him, her echoing voice full of confident warning. "Classmate Yi, you better watch out. I cannot control my power in this form." Down below, he plants his feet against the crushing invisible pressure. A wild, battle-hungry grin stretches across his face. His eyes flare purple. "I see, good, because I was only using 50%. Now I am going all out. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this. Let's dive right into this insane showdown." He screams and instinctively spins around, but Thon Truk is already moving like a lightning-fast purple ghost. Her glowing energy feathers leave these deadly, blinding trails of light ripping through the air as she glides right past him. She is instantly behind him. Her majestic wings spread wide, channeling every ounce of her power into her fingertips to forge a devastating purple beam. It is the mysterious royal martial art, the primordial jade finger. He violently twists back around, letting out a deafening, absolute beast-like roar before throwing a massively explosive punch. A hyper-compressed sphere of pure blue energy, fiercely crackling with wild lightning, shoots straight forward to intercept her. Atomic explosive punch. The two massive energy streams, one purple and one blue, brutally collide dead center in the arena, triggering an absolute earth-shattering explosion. A blinding sphere of light instantly swallows them both whole. Up in the stands, the sheer force of the blast violently knocks the audience backward, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. The impact is just way too intense. People are screaming they can't even open their eyes. Right in the epicenter of the blast, Thon Truk gets blown away, her massive wings desperately struggling to keep her balanced. She lets out an agonizing scream. Looking down, her vibrant purple eyes widen in absolute horror. She completely refuses to believe that her ultimate, most powerful attack was just blocked and brutally pushed back like it was nothing. Down on the shattered ground, he is fiercely bracing himself in a low stance. Wild blue energy aggressively erupts from his body like an active volcano, completely shattering the ground around him. He snaps his head up as his fully realized beast form finally emerges. He unleashes an overpowered roar, completely primed for a devastating, ultimate attack. This entire first semi-final match of the university entrance exam has straight up turned into a chaotic, raging storm of pure energy. Thon Truk instantly feels the terrifying energy spikes coming off He and completely panics. This energy fluctuation is totally wrong. Just what on earth is happening down there? He's true. Demonic beast form is rapidly charging up power. He roars as his entire body expands, pitching dark black scales erupting across his skin. The protruding spine on his back looks like it is storing an impossibly massive amount of raw energy. Those jagged crystals on his back start glowing blindingly bright, and that intense power is being directly channeled right up into his mouth, bit by bit. Watch closely, because this gets insane. A blinding energy sphere literally distorts space as it forms in his mouth. He arcs his neck back and fires straight ahead. Atomic breath, a catastrophic beam of destructive energy, literally the size of a building, blasts out of He's mouth, rocketing straight toward Thon Truk high up in the sky. Thon Truk frantically wraps her giant wings around herself, creating a dense purple defensive cocoon to shield her body. Pushed entirely to the absolute limit, she unlocks a deeply hidden ability. Her eyes flash brilliantly as this dormant power fully awakens. She screams out as violent purple energy violently explodes from inside the cocoon. Feather deflection technique activated! Thousands of diamond-hard energy feathers blast outward from her wings, forming a massive swirling hurricane. They violently clash against He's beam, miraculously managing to deflect his terrifying attack. But oh no, He's blast was entirely redirected by Thantruk's feather storm. These stray, highly destructive energy beams wildly scatter across the entire stadium, plummeting right toward the terrified audience who are screaming and scrambling for cover. Out of nowhere, a colossal, golden, hexagonal energy shield materializes high up in the sky, completely wrapping around the entire spectator seating area. The stray energy blasts violently crash into the massive shield, sparking into tiny explosions before instantly fading away. A man in a sharp suit, radiating a brilliant golden aura, simply hovers midair. That is literally in city's own mayor, Huang Tan. He stares down at the raging arena match below with a dead serious but highly expectant expression. Watch closely, because the absolute strongest champion in the entire history of City will be born today. The commentator lets out a huge sigh of relief, his voice full of sheer gratitude. Thank God Mayor Hoang stepped in to protect the crowd. Amidst the terrifying silence right after the blast, down on the shattered arena floor, a single drop of bright red blood falls. Then another, slowly forming a small crimson pool. As the thick, biting smoke from the massive explosion finally clears out, it reveals a heavily battered and injured Thon Truk. Her once elegant white dress is completely shredded to pieces. Those magnificent purple wings on her back are shattered and broken, with fresh blood dripping down her bare legs. She is heavily panting, violently staggering, yet somehow still forces herself to stand tall in the ruined arena. She drops her head to stare blankly at her trembling hands as a streak of blood slowly trickles from her mouth. Her voice completely cracks, heavily laced with crushing bitterness and pure disbelief. You and I both know how crazy this is. He actually crushed her ultimate defense with just one single strike. For the first time ever, this genius's confidence is totally shattered. A desperate question echoes deeply within her own mind. Can I actually even defeat him? Instantly, her fractured mind spirals directly down into a suffocating, pitch-black illusion. The terrifying image of countless Liu family ancestral tablets appears, towering like a massive stone forest surrounding a tiny, helpless young Than Truk. Cold, soulless, and incredibly strict voices begin echoing aggressively from every single direction. Than Truk, you alone are the sole hope for the Liu family's survival. You absolutely cannot lose. The ancestors of the Liu family are watching you closely, generation after generation. Do not ever disappoint us. The little girl can only stutter in fear as the twisted illusion shifts. The terrifying image of her strict, silver-haired mother emerges, her face entirely cloaked in shadows, towering over her like an immovable mountain. She places a heavy hand on the tiny girl's head, forcing an invisible, crushing weight down onto her fragile shoulders. Than Truk, your mother has literally sacrificed everything to train you, all so one day you can finally resurrect our fallen Liu family. You cannot be stubborn. The terrified little girl weakly looks up and whispers, "Mom, please." The terrifying phantom of her mother leans down, whispering directly into her ear, every single word locking around her like iron chains. You don't just have to win this exam, you must keep winning forever. The little girl desperately struggles in her mother's grip as a completely suffocating feeling swallows her whole. But Mom, I can't breathe. Snapping harshly back to reality, Than Truk just stares out into the empty void, a single tear rolling down her battered cheek. I am just so tired. She slowly looks over at He, who is still standing there, completely wrapped in wild blue lightning, radiating this incredibly powerful, ancient, and primal aura. And student he is just overwhelmingly strong. A profoundly bitter smile flashes across her pale lips, but strangely, it is a smile of total relief. Facing such an impossibly powerful opponent like him, it is perfectly natural that I just can't win, right? Suddenly, she dashes forward, throwing a pitifully weak, totally defenseless punch with absolutely zero killing intent straight toward He. I really think you should take this massive opening I am giving you right now, student He just defeat me already. Hurry up and end this. Her weak punch lands completely flush on He's chest, but he doesn't budge a single inch, standing absolute rock solid. She widens her eyes in pure, stunned horror. Why didn't you dodge? He stares dead directly into her eyes, his heavy voice dripping with deep disappointment as raw anger finally starts igniting. Student Than Truk, where the hell did your actual fighting spirit go? He furiously roars, his eyes sharp as daggers as his absolute outrage violently explodes. Have you even looked at my face? He fiercely flexes, instantly detonating his energy and forcefully blasting her backward. I am going to win this title completely fair and square. Thontruk is utterly stunned by his rage, and trust me, that is the exact moment the extinguished fire in her eyes finally ignites again. All right, stick with me, you are about to see Yi. He charge in and punch her right in the face. She better start taking this seriously. Blue light erupts from his fingers, leaving glowing trails in the air. He attacks relentlessly, brutally pushing Liu Qingju into a corner. Ready to get serious yet? Are you getting serious? She thinks he is awful. Nobody has dared to hit her face like this since she was a little kid. Yi, he just keeps throwing punches. She clearly wanted to hand him an easy win. Why must he force a fight? Looking up, a blazing red energy erupts from her. Never punch a girl in the face, you jerk. Yi, he just smirks as purple energy wraps around him. That is more like it. Fight seriously if you hate it. Liu Qingzu roars, unleashing her absolute full power. No more holding back. Her royal martial arts completely awaken, transforming her into her ultimate magical beast form. Her true beast form. She tells student Yi, she will crush him with her absolute strongest state, exactly like he wanted. She takes to the sky, a magnificent purple phoenix surrounded by crackling lightning. It is a completely gorgeous but deadly sight. Yi. He looks up, a massive grin spreading across his face. She finally revealed her true beast form. Now things are about to get really fun. He cannot be careless either. He triggers his own complete beast transformation. His body expands, dark scales rip through, and glowing blue crystals spike out from his back. Hard Qigong. This is Yi, his physical technique, combining the Demura template with hard Qigong to create his nuclear light combat body. He charges at terrifying speed. Time for a real fight. Liu Qingzu roars, the sound echoing across the whole arena. A tearing storm. She summons a giant purple energy tornado, crashing down like absolute destruction. Yi, he dives straight into the eye, his body a glowing blue energy drill, fists exploding. Now watch closely. This gets insane. Liu Qingzu focuses all her energy into a single point, creating a blinding purple light sphere. She roars, firing a massive sonic shockwave. The two energy blasts slam right into each other. He gets pushed back, arms covering his face as he slides away. He roars. Did she think she was the only one who could scream? The crystals on his back glow blindingly bright, charging up nuclear energy. The same old trick, but this time, she will not back down. Giving up all defense to unleash the Liu family's strongest move, she takes him head-on. Dense purple energy gathers at one single point. He fires a colossal energy beam straight at her. With every ounce of strength left, Liu Qingju screams, pouring everything into one absolutely final attack. Bloodline ability, Nether Blood Spikes. Countless purple energy spikes shoot out like a deadly rainstorm, flying directly toward Yi, he at incredible speed. The clash between his atomic breath and her blood spikes triggers a second explosion. It is smaller, but still shakes the entire arena. The commentator leaps up, screaming, Yi, he's atomic breath, and Liu Qingzu's nether blood spikes just created two massive shockwaves. Oh no, this is really bad. This level of power clash is way beyond what these two fighters can control. Up in the sky, Mayor Huang Qing frowns, quickly forming hand seals. Earth technique, he shouts, slamming his hands down. Divine Spirit Vein Wall. Three massive stone walls carved with glowing ancient patterns erupt from the ground, wrapping around the ring. The blast shockwave violently slams into the walls, creating huge cracks, but failing to break them. The audience breathes a sigh of relief, staring at the stone wall in pure terror. That impact was insane. Did the mayor just put that up? Did the mayor really block that blast? If he had not stepped in, every single person here would have become collateral damage. Mayor Huang Qing looks down at the ring, looking completely exhausted. His three spirit walls were rushed, not nearly as solid as they usually are. Can you believe this? Their ultimate attacks finally collided. Who would have thought we'd see two insanely strong students in this year's college entrance exam? A bloody hand hangs down, drops falling onto the shattered floor. As the dust clears, Liu Qingju is on her knees, completely covered in serious wounds. Her white dress is basically gone, and her wings have vanished. All that is left is one heavily mutated, injured arm. Her true beast form's power is completely drained. She struggles to stand, her purple eyes still flashing with pure stubbornness. I cannot give up. I can still fight. Yi, he steps in front of her, his own beast form completely faded. He looks down at her and speaks calmly. My attacks clearly hit you directly. If you do not remove this nuclear radiation from your body right now, you will be permanently crippled. Tears in her eyes, Liu Qingju screams in total frustration. She didn't even want to fight him this hard. Why did he force her to go all out? He crouches down, looking straight into her eyes. Did she really not want to fight? Or was she just too stubborn to admit her own competitive drive? When she fought just now, he felt her deep desire to win. Liu Qingju freezes. Me? She lowers her head, memories flooding back. He is right. She really was thinking about defeating him. That is exactly why she gave up her defense and used every last drop of her power. But what is wrong with fighting fiercely while wanting to lose quickly? Yet, during that clash, she felt it. A soft blush spreads across her face. She felt the absolute thrill of fighting just for herself. He places a hand on her, and a gentle blue energy completely wraps around them both. You had too many distracting thoughts while fighting. That is why you lost. Shocked, Liu Qingzu stares down at her arm. The radiation and arm wounds are completely healed. He stands up and walks away. Still, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. He looks back with a smile. Next time, I really want a pure battle with you. Her face turns bright red as she stammers out his name. Student Yi. He stands alone in the middle of the ruined arena. The dust finally clears, revealing Yi as the last one standing. Standing tall, he raises his hand to the sky with a massive winning smile. The first semifinal is over. Yi from City Middle School number 1 wins. After Yi's win, Chuzhou also takes his victory as expected. The ultimate entrance exam climax is set. Trust me, you will not want to miss this. Alright, you and I are about to witness the ultimate finals. The dark horse from City number 1 Middle School, Yi, facing off against the absolute peak, Chuzhou. Both of these monsters come from the exact same school. Up on the massive stadium screen, the live viewer count is going absolutely insane, skyrocketing and adding millions of new fans every single second. Finally, the counter locks in at a terrifying 496 million viewers. The entire world is holding its breath for this ultimate showdown. The referee shouts, his booming voice echoing across the massive arena. The An City University entrance exam finals officially begin right now. In the center of the ring, Chuzhou is completely covered in freezing air and sparkling ice crystals, effortlessly forming an ice sword right out of thin air. He politely bows, inviting the first attack. But completely opposite to that elegant vibe, he just flashes a savage, wide grin, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. His bright blue eyes flare with a wild, untamed energy. Taunting him to bring everything he has, Chuzhou instantly bursts into action. His body blurs away, instantly multiplying and creating countless freezing ice clones of himself all over the arena. From every single direction, these clones rush at He like a deadly blizzard, and every single one is gripping a razor-sharp ice blade. He screams the name of his 7 emotions technique. But he just stands completely still in the center, flexes his muscles, and shouts atomic exploding fist. A pure blue energy blast erupts from his body like a massive bomb, wiping out every single ice clone and violently shaking the entire ring in a split second. Chuzhou stands far back, watching the destruction with a totally calm face. He realizes he was just too lazy to hunt down the real body, so he simply used the most brutal, wide-range attack to wipe out every single clone at once. He looks down at the battleground, now completely shattered into a giant spiderweb of cracks. Even with my supreme defense, I absolutely cannot fight He in close combat. Honestly, is there any fighter our age who could even survive a fist fight with him? What an absolute monster. Now pay close attention here, because Chuzhou's eyes are calculating. If close combat is suicide, he is going to drain him from a distance. He launches himself into the sky, and a majestic, massive ice dragon phantom appears right behind his back. Ice Demon Dragon, supreme freezing bloodline power. Countless giant razor-sharp ice spikes instantly erupt from the shattered ground, shooting straight toward Yi. Online, the live comments are exploding again. Oh my god, Chuzhou literally just created a massive glacier right out of thin air. Those ice crystals look like the rebirth of the ice dragon. Chuzhou is too cool. He is totally surrounded by an iceberg that is crushing in on him. Take down the great demon Yi. Let us go, ice guy. Chuzhou's freezing power is so insane that a literal iceberg has formed right on the stage. He is completely frozen solid inside. Chuzhou lands hard on the arena floor, sweat pouring down his face as he breathes incredibly heavily. Pushing out that much extreme freezing power in a single burst is taking a massive, painful toll on his own body. Suddenly, a blinding blue light flashes from deep inside the glacier. Look at that. The solid ice is actually starting to melt away. A massive explosion of gold and red energy blasts out from the center, shattering the glacier into thousands of pieces. Chuzhou's eyes go wide with pure shock. How is this even possible? He broke out way too easily. Yi. He stands there in his full beast form, without a single scratch. The intense heat radiating off his body is instantly melting everything around him. Your ice dragon power never had any effect on me. He looks down at Chuzhou with total dominance. His transformed body is now massively towering over his opponent. Looks like I perfectly counter your entire skill set. Chuzhou grits his teeth, breathing out cold mist as he faces the brutal reality. The pure power gap between them is just way too massive. Pouring every last drop of his remaining energy into his ice blade, his eyes lock in with absolute determination. Yi, take my final, ultimate strike. You and I both know how crazy this is. This is his absolute martial arts limit, a move he was saving entirely for Liu Qingju. He raises his weapon high into the sky, summoning a gigantic ice blade as tall as a massive building, radiating a truly terrifying freezing aura. Mayor Huang Qing, who is closely watching the match, literally gasps in shock. That is true sword intent. This kid doesn't just know how to explode with raw power, he actually possesses this level of insane mastery. Chuzhou swings the massive blade down in an earth-shattering, apocalyptic slash. It looks like it could split the whole stadium in half, but the strike just grazes Yi's shoulder, leaving only a tiny drop of blood on his diamond-hard scales. Yi, he just calmly says, when you get a better sword in the future, you might actually stand a chance. Chuzhou just stammers, sinking into total absolute despair. The ice sword in his hand, the ultimate symbol of a genius's pride, suddenly shatters into a million pieces, crumbling right to the floor. My sword is gone. Chuzhou, still in his ice dragon form, stares at his rival with a wildly complex expression, cold sweat dripping down his face. He asks himself, how many chances will I ever get? Out of nowhere, Yi appears right in front of him in his armored blue beast form, flashing a super playful smirk. Well, probably slightly better odds than becoming a successful simp. Hearing this, Chuzhou smiles a very bitter smile and raises his hand up to the sky. I surrender. Yi, he stands completely alone in the center of the ruined arena. His terrifying beast form fades away, leaving only a trail of white smoke. The referee screams. The winner of the In-City University entrance exam finals is Yi. Up in the massive stands, all of Yi's classmates are going absolutely crazy with hype. Brother Yi, I knew I was right about you. So epic. Even though Chuzhou is incredibly strong, he was just no match for a beast like Yi. Over on the live stream, the comment section is moving at light speed. Yi, this absolute dark horse, he really rode it out to the very end. Every single skyscraper across In-City is now proudly lit up with massive digital posters showing Yi's face. I heard he was literally dead last in his entire class just last year, but today, he just crushed the absolute best top-tier students in the district to become the ultimate champion. That is just insanely inspiring. The pure difficulty level of the university entrance exams this year was way higher than any previous year. For Yi to violently break through like this naturally makes him the absolute strongest #1 scholar in In-City's entire history. Honestly, practically nobody could ever surpass his legacy in the future. The whole crowd in the stadium chants his name in perfect unison. Yi. The main commentator stands at the podium, voice shaking with pure emotion. Ladies and gentlemen watching the 24th annual university entrance exam, both right here in the stadium and live on the broadcast. After 3 exhausting days of absolute brutal, bloody combat, the ultimate top champion for In-City has finally, officially been crowned. Yi. He just stands there, totally exhausted but deeply satisfied. The mission is fully complete. He is Yi. He representing In-City #1 middle school. A reporter immediately shoves a microphone right into Yi's face. Student Yi. I heard your insane strength is the result of coming from behind and silently building up your power over a long time. Now that you have claimed the absolute top spot, do you have anything to say? He just smirks to himself. You and I know he is thinking, wow, you are quite the cultured guy, aren't you? Let us jump right into the madness. He actually described my cheating so perfectly. First, I really want to thank my teacher. He did not give up on me and encouraged me at my absolute lowest point. That gave me my fighting spirit. On the screen, Yi, his old teacher is hugging his face and crying his eyes out. Boo-hoo, I really do not deserve your high praise at all. Yi, I was way too negligent in my sacred duties as your teacher. I feel so incredibly guilty for not recognizing your true potential. Yi, he just continues his speech. And I want you to look at my principal waving wildly in the distance. The principal shouts, 2 million, Yi, promote our An Cheng Junior High School #1, and I will personally reward you with a massive 2 million scholarship. His eyes instantly turn into giant dollar signs. Oh wow. I also want to thank my alma mater and my amazing principal. Without your wise leadership, I absolutely wouldn't be here. He raises his fist high into the air, shouting with pure, unadulterated pride. Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own relentless hard work and personal genius, he definitely wouldn't be this wildly successful today. Suddenly, a system notification pops right into his mind. Congratulations to the host for winning the #1 scholar title. You will be rewarded with one completely random template ability. He completely freezes. The #1 scholar title? Turns out this insane template actually has an achievement system too. Out in the stadium corridor, the very second he steps out, a massive mob of reporters totally swarms him. He is out, student Yi. Was it difficult clutching that first place spot? Student Yi, how exactly did you grow this incredibly fast in just half a year? Student Yi, are you planning to enter Huadu University? Panicking, he frantically waves them off. Stop chasing me, I really need to pee. One reporter shoves a phone forward, showing a picture of Lu Qingzhu and Kai Shaoling. Student Yi, who do you honestly think is prettier, Liu Qingzhu or Kai Shaoling, or do you prefer Shen Guan or Chu Zhou more? He is completely baffled. I absolutely do not have time to waste on these crazy reporters. He bolts away. Student Yi, please wait up. Student Yi, I still have one final question. At the basketball court, he pants heavily, clenching his fist tight. Phew, I finally managed to shake off those annoying reporters. Now pay close attention, because this gets wild. Who knew I wasn't limited to just one template, and more could be drawn through system rewards? A mysterious figure suddenly appears behind him. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Student Yi jumps in shock. Seriously, even more reporters? The stranger takes off his hat. Do not misunderstand me. I am definitely not a reporter. I come straight from Huadu. Let us talk about the genetic lock issue. He freezes up. Genetic lock? He thinks to himself, but I never opened any genetic lock. All of my crazy abilities were gained entirely through the monster template. Does this guy actually know about my powers? Who exactly is he anyway? Did you ever hear the term genetic lock from your father? The man asks. He replies, yes. He thinks back to the original His memories this was actually true. The man then pulls a document file straight from his briefcase. Student aren't you incredibly curious about how your father did it? How does an ordinary taxi driver know a complex term that completely doesn't match his daily profession at all? He narrows his eyes. Could it really be? There is a massive secret. Because of your special situation, Huadu can unlock a highly classified document just for you. He slowly opens the file, his eyes widening in pure, absolute shock. This is Prometheus, the massive research institute that was once an absolute giant in Blue Star's biological fusion field. They were ruthlessly hunted down and blocked by multiple countries after a certain major incident. A massive number of its core researchers were forced to conceal their identities and hide within the city. The genetic lock technology was once a highly critical project for Prometheus. He mutters in disbelief. So you guys actually think my cheap dad was a senior Prometheus researcher, and I am the result of Prometheus's secret research? The mysterious man just smiles back. Do not worry, the country will not make things difficult for you at all. I am only here to tell you the situation. As an involved party, you have the right to know. He fires back. Man, if I told you that I am completely calmer than you right now, would you even believe it? Because you are a key training target for the country, we will always protect your absolute safety. He grins wildly, his nose growing super long like Pinocchio. Oh, how incredibly troublesome, right? When someone gets super famous, they get lots of attention and invite even more trouble. This guy adapts to society fast. The stranger speaks up. I will take my leave now. He sits totally alone, clutching his face in pure, unadulterated joy. He is finally gone. I made an absolute fortune during this wild college entrance exam. Not only did I secure a golden ticket to Huadu University, but I also bagged a 2 million scholarship plus an extra 800,000 bonus. But the most important part? I can finally draw a brand new template ability. In the completely quiet aftermath of the battle, he stands there and activates the gotcha system. You and I both know he cannot wait a single second longer. A virtual screen pops up right in front of him. Starting the gotcha, a massive purple energy sphere appears. Deep, swirling voids suddenly open up right in front of He radiating an ancient and totally chaotic aura. He looks up at the massive sphere, his eyes completely wide in speechless terror. The crazy energy sphere slowly condenses into a glowing magic card, totally surrounded by the dark, heavy silhouettes of terrifying monsters and wildly crackling purple lightning strikes. The magic card totally shatters, violently unleashing a towering, giant humanoid monster. Its huge body is blue, entirely skinless, violently exposing its bulging muscle fibers and a completely bizarre, terrifying skeletal structure. D-Rank Template. The glowing system notification panel flashes right before his eyes. Template. D-Rank Template, the legendary Colossal Titan, Bloodline ability, 60-meter gigantification and superheated steam, Evolution Path, the immutable being. Compatibility is locked at exactly 1%. He mutters in absolute shock. The Colossal Titan? A completely insane idea flashes right in his eyes. Could these wild template abilities actually be stacked on top of each other? If the Colossal Titan template stacked onto the Dimola template, what would the result be? Deep inside his mind, the brutal image of a mountain-sized Dimola instantly appears. Violent lightning strikes and jagged crystals completely encase its massive, truly unstoppable body. Gritting his teeth, a deeply ambitious smile completely takes over his face. I will become the true king of all monsters. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious room, a heavily scarred man answers his ringing phone. Brother Fire Dragon, are you really saying you have personal matters to handle and absolutely will not be accepting any more new missions? That is right. Cancel every single one of my upcoming schedules. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Fire Dragon grits his teeth. Pure, absolute rage completely taking over his scarred face. A guy in a hazmat suit reports in. Unfortunately, we did not find your brother's body in the secret realm, just some strange residue. And trust me, you are going to want to see the revenge that comes next. All right, let's jump right in. He hands Fire Dragon a tablet showing he completely destroying Huopeng. They detect traces of nuclear radiation on the footage. Fire Dragon clenches his fists, tears rolling down his face. Oh, my little brother, I warned you to stay away from the underworld. Why didn't you listen? Mother begged me to protect you right before she passed away. So you won the NCity exams, he. Fire Dragon glares at the screen, a sick, twisted smile creeping onto his face. This he must be an absolute prodigy. Huadu University is probably begging him to enroll right now. Too bad he won't live to see campus. Meanwhile, at school, a delivery arrives for our boy Yi. Shirtless and showing off his insane gains, he grabs a letter. I am busy testing my new template. Who is sending me mail? He rips it open. The Huadu Central Bureau just reported a massive spatial rift opening at Redwood Mountain at exactly 3 p.m. today. It is a C-rank secret realm. Let us party up and investigate. Signed, Chu Zhou. His jaw literally drops to the floor in pure shock. Bro, what era are we in? Who still uses handwritten letters? Is this guy a secret time traveler or something? And city. Redwood Mountain. Glowing crimson leaves light up the sunset, but look down below, a massive crowd is already swarming the foothills. Thousands of awakened warriors are here. Brand new secret realms always draw insane hype. He scans the area. Chu Zhou waves him over. Hey man, you leveled up again. He realizes his friend's senses are getting terrifyingly sharp. I spent my exam prize money on gene potions. My supergiant template compatibility just spiked to 35%. Huge upgrade right there. Low-tier monster templates really do give quick power boosts. So, what university are you picking? Huadu University, obviously. Guess we are staying classmates after all. But Chuzhou's vibe feels a little weird today. Now pay close attention here. The sky violently cracks open. A blinding purple spatial rift tears through reality, and a massive three-headed dragon monster comes bursting out. The beast circles the sky, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Someone screams, "The realm is open! Tear it apart and charge in!" Thousands of warriors flood forward like a tidal wave. His epic new adventure officially begins now. That fierce three-headed boss, it completely panics the second it sees thousands of crazy humans sprinting right at it. Nope, bad idea. Too many humans. It tries to scramble back through the portal crying, but gets completely stuck in the rift. Purple feathers fly everywhere as it struggles. I guess the early bird really does get blasted by the hunters. Inside the realm, the scenery is absolutely breathtaking. Ancient trees with blazing red leaves and thick purple energy floating everywhere. But the first warriors freeze in shock. Yi, he pinches his nose. The smell of fresh blood is overwhelming. Right in front of them, an endless, terrifying monster wave. These hideous beasts have been waiting to ambush them. A commander's voice echoes out. By national law, all warriors must prioritize defending against this massive monster wave. The bloodbath begins. Chu Zhou activates his bloodline ability, swinging his sword and instantly freezing the rushing wolves. A flying beast dive bombs him. But Yi, he unleashes a raw atomic punch, completely obliterating the threat. Watch your back. Chu Zhou nods his thanks. Soon, they are standing on a literal sea of corpses. Honestly, none of these monsters are even a challenge. Yi, he smirks. Chu Zhou stares at his friend, absolutely speechless. He killed this many already? He inspects the brutal carnage. I know you saw that coming. Their flesh is literally melted off. He is using silent, wide-scale nuclear radiation, making defense impossible. The craziest part? It directly destroys living cells. Yi, he just walks forward, glowing with deadly blue energy. Nearby, a struggling squad notices the silence. Damn it. Why did the battle over there end so fast? Is a high-level master over there? No, it is the An City exam champion, the top scorer. But he is just a student. How is he wiping out crowds? Bro, did you even watch the live broadcast this year? High school fights are boring. You idiot. That kid could wipe the floor with 10 of you combined. Another group starts funneling the beasts right toward him. Let the champion handle them. Suddenly, a bright flare shoots into the sky. The wave leader is dead. We won. The remaining monsters quickly retreat. The surviving warriors catch their breath and regroup. We survived the first wave. We started with thousands, but now barely 800 are left standing, and most are badly injured. Yi, he is casually hauling 2 massive bags of magic cores. Hey Chuzhou, any idea how we transport all this epic loot? Chuzhou is frozen. How did you farm that many cores? He holds up his hand. Take my storage ring, pack it all in here. Yi, he grins wide. A storage ring worth tens of millions? I had no idea you were secretly this rich. A squad approaches. Boss Wu Sen and his team are back. Thank God we had him to kill the Lord-tier monsters. We would have died of exhaustion otherwise. A tall guy in a white cloak walks right up to Yi He. You must be the exam champion. I am Wu Sen, leader of the Silver Wolf Group. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. I just heard my team members talking about your absolutely heroic performance out there. I have to ask, would you be willing to join our squad? If you join us, it won't mess with your university studies at all. Plus, you'll get massive subsidies and exclusive benefits. I, Ngo Sen, am fully ready to sign an S-Class membership contract with you right here and now. Alright, you and I are diving right into the hype. The crowd goes wild. Boss Ngo Sen personally inviting Yi He to his martial arts group? That is a legendary opportunity. Think about it, without the heavy backing of a martial arts group, a solo warrior literally cannot afford the extremely expensive path of cultivation and training. On top of that, the Silver Wolf Group is widely recognized as a massive, top-tier faction across the entire Lower Kingdom. Even your average students over at Huado University are nowhere near qualified for an exclusive S-Class contract. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a mysterious woman makes a grand entrance, riding a massive black fox entirely engulfed in blazing purple flames. Ngo-sen, I was honestly wondering why you were sprinting over here so fast. Turns out you were rushing ahead to steal a recruit. Student Yi He, you should definitely join our Success Martial Arts group instead. Even though our squad is a bit smaller than Silver Wolf, I can personally guarantee that once you join, you will enjoy 15% of the guild's monthly training resources. The entire crowd is left completely stunned and speechless by this ridiculously generous offer. What? 15% of cultivation resources? Isn't that basically the same as holding company shares? A mere high school student is actually making 2 major martial arts factions go completely crazy with their recruitment offers. Yi, he frowns slightly, casually picking his ear with his finger. Sorry, but right now I have absolutely zero intention of joining any martial arts group. Ngo-sen bursts into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. It seems recruiting the top scorer of the university entrance exam won't be that easy after all. But that is perfectly fine, Yi He. Let's just make friends this time around. And if anything ever comes up, you can always reach out to our Silver Wolf Martial Arts group in the future. Our Success Martial Arts group will also be eagerly waiting for your call. The 2 men firmly shake hands. Even though I am not joining right now, I have absolutely no problem with us becoming friends. Wait, didn't you just use that exact same hand to pick your ear a second ago? Hey, don't worry about those tiny little details. Once the crowd finally clears out, Chu Chao turns to him. Now that we have pushed back the monster wave, we can explore freely. This is a massive forest. Let's head up to the treetops first to check out the entire area and make a solid plan. Yi, he nods in agreement. All right, sounds good. The two of them immediately launch themselves high into the air with absolutely terrifying speed. So fast! They stand perfectly balanced atop the giant redwoods, looking out over a vast land beneath a cloudy sky. Chu Chao squints into the distance. What? What in the world is that? Watch closely, because this gets wild. On the horizon, a towering black shadow stands as tall as a mountain. A massive body over 1,000 meters high, it completely defies all imagination. Yi. He breaks into a wild, fearless grin. It is really not that hard to imagine. We are still young, and in just a few years, we might just conquer these secret realm monsters and even uncover the absolute truth behind these realms. Chu Chao looks over at Yi, he with pure, unspoken admiration. Just as expected from Yi He, I would be completely terrified facing an unknown, ultra-powerful creature, but he is fully confident he can defeat it. It seems I fall short of him, not just in raw martial arts, but in sheer willpower too. Yi, he is a true warrior. Sooner or later, that monster core will be mine. Coughing lightly, Yi, he suddenly closes his eyes and enters deep concentration. How strange. My life magnetic field can usually detect the distribution of life forms across this secret realm, but there is an amber zone to the southeast that acts like a total vacuum. It is completely empty. Where there is smoke, there is fire. The bigger the storm, the better the catch. Chu Chao, look over there. There is a lake to the southeast. Heading over to investigate, they arrive at the edge of a massive, crystal-clear, unnervingly quiet lake. Sister Ngok Li. Yi He cheers happily after spotting a group of familiar faces. Well, isn't this our top scorer, Ditch? I honestly never expected you to be this incredibly strong. Wow, Ngok Li, you actually know InCity's #1 top scorer? Exactly. Hurry up and introduce him to us. Top scorer Ditch was seriously impressive when he fought off that insane monster wave just now. Sister Ngok Li, how long have you all been here? We just arrived. Two of our best swimmers dove into the lake to scout the path. Suddenly, two figures break the water's surface, screaming frantically. Jackpot! We are about to be filthy rich. Explain properly. How are we rich? There is an ancient ruin down under the lake. We are about to strike it big. Really? That is amazing. We are rich. You and I both know this sounds way too easy, right? Yi, he asks in confusion. Ruins? What are they? Why is everyone so hyped? Chu Chao quickly explains. Inside these secret realms, there are mysterious structures suspected to be left behind by an ancient civilization from within the realm itself. Experts collectively refer to them as ruins. Rumor has it that the theoretical foundation of modern human martial arts and many of our genetic technologies originally came from these ruins. Wait, there is someone else here? Who are you two? How dare you eavesdrop on us? Stop it right there, Vu Duong. Yi He and Chu Chao are the top and second place scorers in InCity's university entrance exam. Their strength far exceeds most ordinary warriors. So let us have them join our party this time. Yeah, man. Do not get so worked up over absolutely nothing. The two of us can definitely help you guys explore the ruins. Alright, then how are we splitting the loot? We are just outside backup, so you guys can distribute everything based on our actual contributions. The more we contribute, the more we get. Ah, fine then. I will let you two join temporarily, but do not try any funny business with us. The absolute top scorers of the university entrance exams. They are definitely going to be huge big shots in the future. It is much better to avoid making enemies out of them. The entire group heads deep into an underwater cave. Once we pass through this tunnel, we will find the ruins inside. That is so weird. Where did that guy Livy go? Didn't I strictly tell him to stay put right here? Maybe he found some rare, valuable treasure and just took off first. Hello? Hey, Livy, please respond to us. Hello? Hey, after you guys discovered this massive underground cave, did you bother checking if there were any signs of monster activity down here? Nope, not at all. Livy and I literally dropped all our monster bait, but not a single beast showed up. This place feels extremely dangerous. Livy has completely vanished. Should we even continue this expedition? Keep going. We absolutely have to push forward. If you cowards do not dare grab the wealth and glory right in front of you, you will be low-level trash warriors your entire lives. Anyone scared of dying can get lost right now. Those who want to get filthy rich, stay. Since nobody is quitting, let us move out. The group ventures deeper into the pitch-black cave. They pass through an eerie zone filled with floating light orbs. He squints, calculating in absolute silence. He leans in and whispers to Chu Chao, something is terribly wrong here. The timeline does not add up. Ngok Lai said her team arrived 10 minutes ago. Yet they already found a deep underwater cave, and that is our cliffhanger, trust me. You and I are definitely going to want to see the fallout next time. All right, stick with me here. Deep underground, they just stumbled on a hidden path straight to the ruins. It is exactly like someone turned on map hacks. Chu Zhou whispers to Yi He. His voice is tight, blue eyes narrowed on high alert. He says it is obviously a trap, asking if they should just bail. But Yi, he smirks, a confident, mysterious grin flashing in the dark. He tells them not to panic. He has a trump card. They push deeper. Faint crystal light reveals something absolutely terrifying ahead. Hanging way up from the ceiling is a massive, twisted biological mass. Looks like a nightmare hive. Thick green vines wrap around it, dropping down like a curtain of death. A human skeleton hangs crushed inside, surrounded by dull monster cores. Someone spots a monster core completely drained of its energy. No wonder they did not see many aquatic beasts while diving down here. They were all devoured ages ago. Huang Yuli whispers, shaking with pure terror. She grabs Wu Yang's arm, begging to know where the ruins are. A girl with glasses points up. She is trembling, her face completely drained of color. Suspended up there in the thick vines is a shriveled, dried-up corpse. It is Li Wei. Li Wei is dead. Huang Yuli screams in absolute horror. Her scream echoes through the dead silence. Wu Yang drops down, clutching his head in pure madness. He screams, demanding to know where the ruins went. How could Li Wei be dead? Another guy stammers, his face completely twisted in pure horror. The vines. Suddenly, the dead guy's head bursts wide open, and endless vines erupt right out of his skull. A girl screams, voice cracking in panic. She asks if Wu Yang is infected too. Yi He and Chu Zhou jump into action. Their attacks light up the dark, blasting the creeping vines. Yi He throws a devastating punch, blowing the plants away. He mutters under his breath. Who would have guessed a monster could be this insanely smart? Now watch closely, because here is the crazy part. It hijacked a warrior's brain just to use him as bait. We walked straight into a deadly hunting ground. The monster blocks their exit with a massive rock wall. Zero chance of escape now. Chu Zhou instantly recognizes the threat. He read about this in the archives. It is a Tier 2 king-level beast, the demonic vine. Huang Yuli goes into a full panic. A Tier 2 king cannot be measured normally. Tier 1 fighters like them stand absolutely no chance. Yi He roars, completely drowning her out. He does not care about its level. Just sit back and watch him crush it to pieces. Suddenly, a hateful voice echoes behind them. A wave of blazing hot energy crashes in. Yi He, I came to kill you. A flaming red energy ball shoots at Yi He like a miniature sun. It is Fire Dragon, wrapped in dark red blood aura. His eyes burn with absolute rage. That blood aura means he is a Tier 8 warrior. He turns around and smirks. Still got people missing me? Fire Dragon says he tracked his massive radiation burst here. Following the lingering radiation trails was easy. He stalked He all the way to this underground cave, keeping his own tracks completely hidden. He says he never expected He to notice him and block the path with a giant boulder to slow him down. He even stopped his heartbeat and breathing, playing dead in suspended animation. But somehow, he still sniffed him out. He calls he the only guy capable of pushing his Fire Clan brothers to true despair. He tilts his head, acting completely confused. He asks the old man who he even is. Crashing in and monologuing? Just drop dead. Fire Dragon charges forward just as the monster vines lash out at He. Green vines tangle up Fire Dragon instead. He roars, realizing he just walked straight into a demonic vine lair to let the monster do the dirty work. I know what you are thinking, he planned this, right? Not at all, but his overthinking is hilarious. The vines absorb energy and release neurotoxins. If he keeps fighting, he is definitely going down here. He screams at he for tricking him. He just sighs. He tells the guy his inner monologue is way too dramatic. This is literally their first time meeting. Fire Dragon screams that his target is the bastard He, not these weeds. He blasts pure energy everywhere, creating total chaos. His explosion literally shakes the whole cave. Massive boulders start raining down from the ceiling above. A girl screams in terror. The cave is collapsing. Huang Yuli turns around, looking determined, and yells at everyone to dodge. Yi, he shifts into his beast form, blue lightning wrapping his body. He blasts up, summoning an energy tornado to smash the falling rocks. A flood of debris crashes down. Yi, he shields everyone, telling Yuli to leave. Fire Dragon roars. Do not even think about it. He unleashes a soul-destroying blade strike. Chuzhou rushes in, summoning a massive ice wall to block it. His frost sword radiates freezing cold. He dares the guy to hurt even one hair on Yi, while he is around. Fire Dragon just sneers. He boasts a Tier 8 warrior will not fall to hail. Suddenly, Yi, he teleports right beside him. Hey, chatty old man, looking where? He drops an atomic burst punch. A terrifying explosion completely swallows Fire Dragon. Chuzhou warns Yi, he to run from the high-level warrior. Yi, he just smiles. Leave him to me. You and I both know this fight is going to be absolutely epic. All right, you and I are about to jump right back into the absolute madness. Outside the cave, the quiet lake suddenly erupts. That demonic vine has gone completely insane, tearing the entire lake bottom into a chaotic mess. Chu Chao and Hong Nokli's group desperately break the surface. Panicking, Nokli screams out, "Where is Yi-He?" Chu Chao just stays dead silent, staring down at the violently boiling water. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rips through the lake, shooting a massive water column into the sky. He, literally in his supergiant form, bursts out of the water, dragging the fire dragon's corpse. The fire dragon is dead, its body completely mangled. Hong Nok Li covers her mouth, looking at Chu Chao in absolute shock. Meanwhile, the entire lake and sky are practically swallowed by blinding blue lightning. Yi, he shifts back to his normal size, wades ashore, and casually asks Chu Chao to borrow some clothes. Once the absolute chaos settles down, the group finally discusses what just happened. What was with that insane explosion? Yi, he lies smoothly. That mysterious warrior. He actually brought a plasma bomb and blew himself up along with the demonic vine. Wait, aren't plasma bombs strictly banned military tech? What kind of insane access did that guy even have? Plus, that blast felt way more devastating than a normal plasma bomb. I swear I saw a massive giant hidden inside the smoke. No way, that was just light from the blast. You definitely saw wrong. Yi, he dismisses them, thinking to himself, good thing they're easy to fool. It'd be game over if they found out about my monster template ability. I went a little overboard. And that warrior? I literally crushed him into pure ash. We lost the corpse, but luckily, I managed to grab the demonic vine's magic core, Hong Nok Lai says, handing it over. Yi, we'll be leaving now. We're truly sorry. Not only did we track you guys for absolutely nothing, but we also dragged you into saving our lives. We will definitely compensate you once you leave the secret realm. No need for formalities, Senior Nagok Lai. I'll just consider this payback for the favor you did for me earlier. If you try to compensate me now, won't I just end up owing you another favor all over again? Yi He and Chu Chao exchange a wicked smirk. Stick with me here, we're about to see some wild monster hunting. Fast forward 3 days later, right at the Redwood Secret Realm exit. The two of them step right out of the spatial tier and immediately look up. Huh? No way. Returning from the secret realm, Yi He and Chu Chao are standing in a zone that's been wildly built up. Massive skyscrapers are already packed tightly together, and heavy transport planes are literally roaring through the sky right above them. In just a matter of days, this wild area has evolved into a small, bustling town, complete with heavy transport aircraft. The infrastructure building speed of the Sha Nation is honestly absolutely terrifying. Cut to the appraisal center. Yi, he struggles with a humongous bag, slamming it onto the conveyor belt with a massive thud. The appraiser nearly falls off her chair. Sir, please handle that gently. It's really not in your best interest if these items get damaged. Yi, he just scratches his head, giving an awkward smile. Sorry about that. I just have way too much stuff. If I don't unload all this quickly, I'm afraid it'll be impossible for you to finish appraising it all before noon. The appraiser just flashes a perfectly trained, professional smile. Please rest assured, sir, we are highly trained professionals. Yi, he just looks at the storage ring on his finger and sighs deeply. All right, incoming. Then, he just starts dropping bag after massive bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, and that's finally the last bag. The appraiser's jaw is practically on the floor, bag after bag. Sir, did you come here to deliver wholesale freight? She stammers, her face turning totally pale. Sir, are you finally done unloading? Yi? He just smirks mysteriously. Done with this, yeah. But hurry up and calculate it, because I still have a mountain of spiritual herbs to drop. Over at the Spiritual Herb Appraisal Center, a whole mob of top experts is huddled around a table, completely mind-blown by the sheer amount of rare herbs. Oh my god, this is a 300-year-old 7-star leaf. This spiritual herb grows in extremely hidden locations, and even the most professional herbalists would struggle to ever find one. What kind of insane luck does this kid have? He actually dug up a 9-leaf flower. This is a wildly crucial core ingredient for crafting the ultra-rare Qi pill. Listen, even if every single one of these spiritual herbs was terrible quality, this entire pile would still be worth at least 30 million yuan. Some of these are totally sold out on the market, so they're worth even more. This warrior got incredibly rich overnight. I know what you're thinking, he's not just lucky. Old Hu, you must be losing your mind. How could you possibly think hauling in this many rare herbs is just pure luck? Someone with this level of terrifying capability is someone we absolutely cannot afford to offend. He watches them from a distance, thinking to himself, right now, those standard blue and white quality magic cores are completely useless to me. I might as well trade them all for cold hard cash. Back when I was fighting off that massive monster wave, the 5 blue monster cores I harvested from those tier 3 beasts were a solid haul. And that insane gold-patterned green monster core I extracted from the tier 2 boss, the demonic vine, was definitely the biggest piece of loot. Ding! A phone notification pops up. Bank deposit received 275.7 million yuan. The monster cores are all handled, so now it's time to find a high-rolling buyer for those appraised spiritual herbs. Suddenly, a sleek luxury car violently slams its brakes right in front of him. Greetings, student Yihi. I am Lai Huthian, the big boss behind Bin Hoa Pharmacy. Rumor has it you've just hauled a massive amount of spiritual herbs out of the Redwood Secret Realm. I was wondering if you'd be willing to sell that entire batch to me. I'm completely prepared to pay well over market price. He narrows his eyes, thinking quietly. Zero privacy in this place. Looks like my info was instantly leaked by those old geezers at the appraisal center. Whatever, it actually works out perfectly since I desperately needed to offload this massive batch anyway. Having the buyer come straight to my door saves me from running around. The boss smiles warmly. Please remember to find me if you score any more spiritual herbs, student Yi. He glances down at his phone. Bank deposit received, 74.5 million yuan. All this insane cash, and honestly, it won't even boost my total power output by a measly 10%. Personal raw strength is the only absolute truth in this world. Those standard genetic medicines on the market, and those low-tier white and blue monster cores, they barely give me any real upgrade at all. This absurd monster template is way pickier than I am as its host. Like blood jade fruit or advanced genetic medicine, those top-tier luxury items are strictly restricted, and I don't even have the clearance to buy them. Oh wait, there's another path, martial arts. Back in the university entrance exams, I completely crushed Liu Qingju and the rest, but that was relying entirely on the brutal raw power of my Demora template. But when it comes to actual martial arts techniques, I can't even compare to those true masters. So, my only move right now is to acquire some absolutely overpowered martial arts manuals. Old dang, I'm coming to collect my gold coins from you. Cut to the principal's office at Anthan No. 1 Middle School. The principal is happily sipping hot tea. Ho ho, Yihi. I honestly never expected you'd actually come back to visit your old school. Principal, there's really no need to be so polite to me. The old man grins. How could I not? You are the absolute top scorer in the entire university entrance exam. You're a role model for our school and everyone in N-City. That's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see his next massive upgrade. Alright, you and I are about to watch our boy Yi. He play the ultimate respect card. He hands the principal some rare medicinal wine from the Pingwo Hall. Not a bribe, but pure respect for his elders. The principal is absolutely loving it. Ah, the fine traditions of Xia country. He looks at Yi, he like a proud father, calling him a top-tier student in both character and academics. Respecting teachers really pays off. But our guy has a motive. He casually mentions wanting to learn some seriously overpowered martial arts. Since he is not in college yet, he asks the principal for connections to a top martial arts family. The principal is confused. You already applied to Huadu University, right? Admission is 100% guaranteed. Why not just wait until you get there to learn? He just flashes those sparkling eyes. He is way too impatient for that. He needs a power-up right now. Seeing this, the principal caves and promises a solid introduction. After all, a special talent like this is incredibly rare. As a dedicated educator, he refuses to trap a genius in a dead end, preferring to nurture his raw potential instead. He immediately flatters him. You are so right, sir. Rules are dead, but people are alive. The education system is incredibly lucky to have you. The old man completely eats up the wonderful praise. Cut to the very next day. Hello, Yi-hee. I have already arranged everything for you, so you can head out right now. He asks which family is taking him in. Turns out, it is the prestigious Liu family of In-City, and they are actually willing to share their secret techniques. Out in the In-City suburbs, a massive sports bike rips down the road. Kiet, you are driving so fast. You are amazing. He just smirks. That is nothing. I have something even better. Yi, he pulls up beside them. Hey man, keep your eyes on the road. One wrong move at this speed and your loved ones will be crying. Damn it, are you completely out of your mind? You practically scared me to death. You seriously dare to drag race me using a busted shared bike? He furiously revs the throttle. Whatever your status is, you are totally unworthy of riding alongside me. The girl swoons over his toxic masculinity. The heavy motorcycle accelerates instantly, leaving he completely in the dust. Now pay attention here, because this is where it gets wild. Boom. A sudden blast of blue light explodes. By Kiet, his ride transforms into a high-tech beast, leaving them absolutely speechless in the wind. Since when are shared bikes this insanely fast? That unbelievable speed is practically matching an actual airplane. He comes to a stop on his high-tech bike right outside the incredibly massive iron gates, bringing a hand up to his forehead to gaze inside. Exactly as expected from a powerful martial arts family, a grand and truly majestic classical European-style villa stands right before his very eyes. The entire place sits right in the middle of perfectly manicured gardens. Imposing bronze horse statues stand guard at the entrance, and the very air itself radiates pure, overwhelming luxury and absolute power. This place is huge. He closes his eyes and activates his life magnetic field. Invisible energy ripples spread out, and he immediately senses several terrifyingly powerful auras hidden deep inside. A few genuinely monstrous beings have already appeared within his magnetic life field radar. You are finally here, classmate Yi-hee. A beautifully clear voice rings out. Liu Qingzu, dressed in a pure, flawless white dress, stands right there smiling brightly as she waves her hand to greet him. The late afternoon sunlight shines perfectly on her long black hair, creating an absolutely radiant halo effect around her. He decides to tease her. Thontruk, are you not happy to see me? She immediately panics, her cheeks turning bright pink. No. Wait, so you are saying you are happy to see me? Flustered, she says her mother told her to come greet him, and they need to see her right now. She frantically turns around and walks away, desperately trying to hide her pure embarrassment. Together, they step through the massive gates, making their way deep inside the grand villa. Intricately carved red doors with delicate gold patterns swing wide open, immediately revealing an incredibly luxurious and beautifully antique interior space. Mother, he has finally arrived, Liu Qingju announces, her voice sounding just a little bit tense. Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels echoes loudly down the precious wooden stairs, every single descending step dripping with pure arrogance and absolute authority. A stunning woman with long, glowing platinum blonde hair and intensely commanding, powerful purple eyes steps down the staircase. She is wearing an elegant, deep purple evening gown that perfectly hugs her alluring curves. Her overall aura is both intensely noble and undeniably dangerous, practically forcing anyone else to completely avoid making direct eye contact with her. I welcome you, Yi-hee, says Tanlan, mother, the Liu family head. Looking at her, Yi-hee blushes hard and immediately gets a nosebleed. Only one thought crosses his mind. Prime Minister Cao Cao, I finally understand your taste. We both know how these flashbacks go, right? After the exams, inside a lavish room, Tanlan, mother, sat on a red velvet sofa, while Thontruk stood bowing before her. Mother, I am sorry. Thontruk, there is absolutely no need to worry, Tanlan, mother, replies, her voice soft but completely full of authority. I watched the live broadcast of your battle with that boy. You did great. He is so strong that even at Huadu University, he will definitely be a massive dark horse. Do not blame yourself. Thontruk stays completely silent, gripping her hands tightly. Your younger brother lacks talent. He cannot inherit the family. In your generation, you are the only one capable of carrying the heavy burden of the Liu family. Tanlan, mother, stands up, lifting her daughter's chin. But you are just a girl, and far too beautiful. Her voice drops, heavy with helpless worry. Since your father died early, we have no master to protect us. We had no choice but to retreat and hide in this tiny city. If a major family demands marriage, we cannot refuse. That would mean the absolute destruction of the Liu family, handing our century-old foundation over to outsiders. I want to match you two together. What do you think? Yi, he is excellent, crazy, talented, simple background, and an incredibly bright future ahead. From everything I have observed so far, that boy is definitely not some greedy wolf trying to hide wild ambitions. You do not need to give me an answer right now. Just try to get along with him first. Back to the present. Yi, he steps into the room, bowing politely as they welcome him. He laughs a bit nervously. Hello, Auntie. I brought a small gift for you. I heard the principal of #1 middle school already mentioned that I want to learn some advanced martial arts. Exactly. And Thontruk will guide you there. Yi, he is completely shocked. She agreed just like that? Since their secret techniques are strictly forbidden from leaving the estate, Thontruk will take him straight to the Liu family dojo. You only get one single day inside to study and learn the 3 deep Xuanwu martial arts. Whether you can actually master them or not depends entirely on your own talent. Yi, he bows his head, his voice completely respectful. Understood. Then I deeply thank the Liu family in advance. Tanlan, mother, just smiles, a look full of hidden meaning. He chose to thank the entire Liu family instead of thanking her personally. It seems he is already willing to make a commitment to them. Very good, Yi. The Liu family will absolutely make sure you keep that promise in the future. What an incredibly smart kid. The more she looks, the more she genuinely likes him. So what do you and I make of this? A cold shiver runs down his spine. Why is she looking at him like he is the main course? Let's jump right in. You and I are watching Yi. He and Liu Qingzu walk down a freezing stone corridor. She leads, while he casually trails behind. Suddenly, he breaks the dead silence. Classmate Qingzu, why do I feel like you're purposely avoiding eye contact with me? She startles and quickly denies it, still refusing to look at him. I am not. Yi, he just smirks, leaning in close to tease her. Oh, really? She jumps back, blushing hard. Her purple eyes are wide open with pure panic as she frantically shoves him away. She stutters, completely flustered. What are you doing getting so close to me? Seeing her cute, panicked face, Yi, he bursts out laughing. Haha. Before his laughter even fades, they stop dead in front of a massive stone door. It looks like an absolute fortress wall. Rumble. Qingju gets her act together and goes into professional mode. This door is made of Fox Lee stone, a special material dug out from a secret realm. It can literally tank a Xuanwu-level attack without even cracking. Hearing this, Yi, he squints. Can I punch it? Qingju looks absolutely dumbfounded, but she reluctantly nods. You can try. She's completely baffled. Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Instead of being amazed by the stone, he takes a stance, focusing raw power into his fist. Blinding blue lightning wraps entirely around his arm. Crackle, he throws an absolute earth-shattering punch at the door. Qingju flinches, squeezing her eyes shut. She instantly flashes back to yesterday's terrifying thunderstrike. Not that glowing blue punch again. Boom! A massive shockwave echoes out, but the stone door? Completely unharmed. It doesn't even budge an inch. Yi! He awkwardly rubs his knuckles. So weird. Hitting that wall felt like punching the ocean. It sank into mud, and 90% of my power vanished. Seeing him struggle, Qingju actually giggles, covering her mouth. Let's go. I'll take you to pick out some martial arts. She's secretly thrilled. Yi, so you actually fail sometimes too. The giant door opens into a massive library packed with ancient scrolls. The skills here are divided by movement, body tempering, defense, and sword arts. Just swipe your ID card to access anything, but you and I both know he won't settle for basic. He asks about Xuanwang tier skills. She points way to the back. It's in the deepest stone room, requiring another card swipe. She stops, looking genuinely worried about him. But you definitely cannot master a Xuanwang tier skill in just one day. You'll barely scratch the surface. My mom letting you try this might actually be a bad idea. I can find you some top-tier manuals just below Xuanhuang that fit you better. Yi, he leans in with a mischievous smirk. Ah, are you worried about me? Qingju immediately pouts and turns away. I am not talking to this bad guy anymore. He laughs, then gets totally serious. Cough. Don't worry about me. I know exactly what I am doing. If I'm learning, I'm taking the absolute strongest. If I don't even have the guts to try Xuanhuang tier, I should just go home. He points at the door. Is this black energy stone? She nods, typing in the password. The Xuanhuang secret room logically needs max security. Black energy stone of this pure color is insanely rare. Beep, beep, beep. The door opens. It took since my great-grandpa's era just to build this wall. Whoosh! Inside sit 3 heavily guarded stone pedestals. One of them clearly reads, Demon in the Body. Qingju explains super seriously. Learning Xuanhuang Tier isn't just reading. You have to literally feel the martial destiny left by the creator. If your attributes clash, you can't start training. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he handles this next. Mystic Yellow Martial Arts. Basically, this ancient technique is a living, breathing thing. Warriors don't choose the martial arts choose the warrior. Stick with me here, because our guy, Yi, he goes absolutely wild. He flashes a manic grin from ear to ear. A demon trapped in a human body? He knows he's the chosen one for this insane power. He steps inside, and the heavy stone door slams shut behind him with a massive bang. As his eyes adjust to the dim light, he freezes. Sitting right there on the pedestal isn't some dusty old training manual, it is a totally bizarre, grotesque statue. How creepy is that? The Mystic Yellow technique is a literal statue. Before he can even react, his entire mind gets violently ripped right into a completely different, hidden dimension. Now he finds himself sitting right in front of an ancient Buddha statue, feeling this surreal wave of energy washing over him. Is this what they call sensing martial aura? Did he just cross over into the martial aura realm? He snaps back to reality for a second, fully grasping the truth. The Mystic Yellow technique isn't written on paper, it lives inside this stone figure. Liu Qingzu's voice echoes from the outside. She explains that it is not just statues, paintings, ancient relics, literally anything can act as a vessel to hold martial aura. This is an ancient secret art used by true martial arts masters. She tells him that only absolute legends can condense their raw martial aura and bind it to physical objects, passing down their legacy to the next generation of chosen warriors. He just stares blankly at the statue, totally lost and confused. Then she drops the bomb, the rest is entirely up to him. He instantly panics and shouts back, asking what she means by that. He calls her boss and complains she hasn't even told him how to learn from this thing. Liu Qingzhu's voice echoes back, completely calm and mysterious. Just feel the aura. If it is his destiny, he will connect with it. He stands there dumbfounded, eyebrows furrowed, jaw hanging open. He has absolutely zero clue what her abstract, cryptic explanation even means. Seriously? Hearing this nonsense, he lets out a heavy sigh. Then he literally just flops onto the cold stone floor, casually crossing his arms behind his head. Destined by fate, huh? Well then, he decides he might as well just take a quick nap. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Liu Qingzhu watches his ridiculous stunt through the monitor. She is absolutely furious, clenching her fists and grinding her teeth. Typical Yi. Only this guy would pull a stunt like taking a nap during a sacred trial. Deep inside his own mind, he finds himself floating in an endless, empty void. He mutters to himself, realizing this whole martial aura realm is basically just a giant, trippy mental space. Right now, he has zero martial energy flowing through him. Even his Earth Demon template's nuclear reaction is completely shut down and impossible to activate. Now pay attention, because this is where things get tense. He is back to being a powerless, weak human. But then, a system screen pops up, host consciousness detected inside a special anomaly zone. To prevent sudden death, the system instantly shields his spirit. He breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank God the monster template is still working. Suddenly, an ancient but incredibly powerful voice booms from right behind him, echoing through the void. The voice chuckles. It claims that only a true, iron-willed man can inherit this martial art. Otherwise, he would rather let it rot away in the dirt forever. He spins around and completely freezes in terror. Staring down at him from a stone pillar is a heavily muscled man with long, flowing white hair and glowing blood-red eyes. The man growls, challenging the kid to prove he is actually a man made of pure iron. He is absolutely stunned, his jaw dropping as cold sweat drips down his face. This guy looks exactly like that grotesque statue. The demon god roars, his voice booming like actual thunder. When the storm hits tonight, hundreds of hungry ghosts will swarm. His mission? He must guard this broken temple with his life. Do not let the angry-faced bodhisattva get corrupted by those evil spirits. Succeed, and he gets granted the ultimate guardian power. But if he fails, the guy laughs. The demons will eat him alive, driving him completely insane, and his martial arts journey ends permanently. If he is a coward, he should just get out. Boom! Freezing drops of water start smashing against his face. Is it actually raining? Suddenly, the bodhisattva statue inside the ruined temple snaps its terrifying eyes wide open. Looks like the lethal trial is finally kicking off. Yi. He pulls a sharp sword right out of thin air, its blade flashing dangerously under the stormy lightning. He stands his ground in the pouring rain, completely surrounded by countless screaming red phantoms rushing toward him. His eyes lock in with pure determination. He drops into a battle stance as the demons crash into him like a blood-red tsunami, their deafening roars shaking the entire dimension. He swings his blade, slicing straight into a charging monster. A blazing golden sword strike instantly obliterates the demon, unleashing an absolutely incredible wave of destructive power. He lands back on the ground with perfect grace. He stares at the glowing sword in his hands, then glances down at the coin-like fragments dropping from the dead monster. You and I both knew it wouldn't be a bare-handed fight against hundreds of ghosts. Just as expected, there are hidden items scattered to help beat this trial. Without hesitating, he charges right back into the demon horde. Brilliant golden slashes explode back to back. Up on the temple roof, the demon god sits with crossed arms, watching him with utter disgust. These hundreds of phantoms are actually the evil spirits of his master. For a weak fighter to step out of the ruined temple's safe zone, that is practically begging for a brutal, painful death. He scoffs, thinking the challenger this time is just another reckless idiot. The newer generation of warriors is honestly getting more pathetic by the day. He mutters angrily as he watches the demons get wiped out, complaining he always has to clean up their corpses. Splash! Suddenly, a massive hulking ghost roars and lunges violently straight at Yi. He doesn't even flinch. He takes it head-on, dodging with ridiculously smooth, effortless footwork. Seeing this, the demon god's eyes snap wide open, completely speechless from the pure shock. What in the world? None of the ghosts can even get near him. He is standing right in the middle of the swarm, but literally zero demons can touch his body. He places a hand over his chest, feeling an invisible shield of energy. It turns out that inside this mental world, the system auto-protects him, granting total immunity to all enemy attacks. He bursts into a maniacal fit of laughter, his eyes gleaming with absolute thrill. Doesn't this mean he basically has an unbreakable, invincible golden body in this dimension? Ha ha ha! He casually swings his blade, unleashing a gigantic wave of sword energy that completely wipes out the entire demon mob in a flash. Swish! The demon god sits there stunned, unable to process this madness. This brat is completely immune to the martial aura's pressure. How is he pulling this off? Standing calmly in the downpour, with sweat and rain dripping off his face, he gives the most casual reply ever. He claims there is no trick, he just studies really hard and trains every single day. The last surviving demons let out one final screech before turning to dust. The demon god suddenly cracks a smile, calling it a good excuse. Since the kid actually crushed the ghosts, he'll keep his word and hand over the legacy. However, there is a catch. It all depends on whether he can actually handle it. With a single flick of his wrist, the ruined temple completely collapses to the ground, revealing a mysterious ancient well hidden underneath. The god explains that this well holds the pure evil spirit essence he spent his entire life condensing. And that's where we leave it. The demonic technique is in that well. If he can refine it, boom, he kicks Yi. He's straight down the hole. Let's dive right back into the madness. The old man goes completely silent, then mutters to himself. Good. Very good. He admits this is the first time he's ever seen a kid with such a unique attitude. Suddenly, his memories come flooding back. At my absolute peak, I was a hero who cleared an S-rank secret realm. I lived to harness the demons inside my own body, and I died doing the exact same thing. But as I got older, my life force started to drain away. Those evil spirits I spent my whole life suppressing, they violently rebelled, completely spiraling out of my control. They even slaughtered the people closest to me. To stop the bloodshed, I had only one choice left, ending my own life. Right before I died, I fused my soul. He infused his spirit, completely soaked in demonic resentment, right into the statue's martial aura. Sure, those evil spirits have weakened over time in this space, but they are still way too terrifying for any normal martial artist to handle. If you can somehow tame these evil spirits, you will absolutely surpass your own limits on the path of demonic body cultivation. Meanwhile, back in the observation room, Thon Truk's eyes shoot wide open in pure horror. She screams out in absolute panic. "Mom, what is happening?" On the monitors, he is seizing on the floor, his entire body wrapped in a deadly blood-red aura. The mother and daughter just stand there, watching him convulse violently on the screen. Thon Truk stares at the display, her face pale with absolute terror. Just a moment ago when he fell asleep, he had this smug little smirk on his face, like he was having the best dream ever. But now, He is suddenly twitching, bleeding from everywhere. Tanlan, on the other hand, stays weirdly calm through all of this. She lights up a cigarette, takes a long drag, and calmly explains it to her daughter. This third ultimate martial art was actually found by her grandfather by pure chance during his final years. He desperately tried to master it back then. But shockingly, even at his insane grandmaster level, the statue's martial intent violently rejected him, leaving him with massive internal injuries. Ever since that day, not a single person in the Liu family has successfully learned this technique. Her purple eyes flash with deep meaning. Because its power is absolutely godlike, the process of inheriting it is total agony for a normal human. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its crushing weight. Since he chose to accept this brutal power, he has to. Wait, her sentence is suddenly cut off. Now watch this, because things are about to get weird. Inside the secret room, he suddenly shoots up, throws his hands in the air, and screams in pure hype. Thon Truk slowly turns to her mother, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Mom, it really looks like his trial wasn't nearly as dramatic as you made it sound. Tan Lan just stands there in dead silence, completely stunned by what she's seeing. He stands right in front of the demonic statue, bowing with total respect. Thank you for teaching me this technique, Senior. The demonic god's voice echoes out one last time. Kid, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. Maybe you can actually uncover the real truth behind the secret realms. That is a mission our generation never managed to finish. I'm leaving it all to you. He just wipes his mouth, flashing a super sneaky grin. Senior, you've got it all wrong. I literally just used a cheat code during the trial. He feels this massive surge of fresh power rushing through his veins. Flesh and blood caging a demon, his body feels like an absolute war god. Even though his system stats haven't gone up at all, he has fully mastered the ultimate technique. His raw combat power is easily twice as strong as before. Click! The heavy stone door swings open. Tanlan and Thantruk rush inside, their faces completely full of anxiety and wild curiosity. Did you actually learn it? He turns around, flashing a massive grin, and throws up a cheeky little military salute. Yep, I got it. Tanlan is absolutely floored. How is that even possible? You and I both know how crazy this is. Even with Thontruk's genius talent, mastering a technique like this took her a full week with zero sleep. But how long did he take? A single hour? Did this guy seriously just master it by taking a quick nap? Thontruk stares at his back as he walks by. She always thought of herself as a genius, but the real monster is standing right in front of her. He spins around with a wicked smirk. Looks like you guys don't believe me. Let me put on a little show for you. He flexes hard, and a violent burst of blue and red energy erupts around him, forming the massive shape of a demon. These are the evil spirits I snagged from the martial realm. If I had to explain it to you guys, it's basically a crazy video game buff I can stack onto my martial energy to make it way more lethal. Boom! Fierce red energy flares up right in the palm of his hand. Thantruk is completely blown away by the heavy shockwave. The pressure is insane. I swear I just heard something howling like a demon. Could this actually be the evil spirit he was talking about? Tanlan's eyes completely light up. She rests her chin on her hand, staring at Yi with deep, thirsty admiration. Seeing that exact look, he immediately pictures the classic Cao Cao meme in his head. He's internally screaming, "Madam, your daughter is literally standing right next to us. Can you chill for 1 second? I really don't want to be the stepdad here." Thontruk innocently pipes up. Hey classmate Yi. Since you already mastered one ultimate technique so easily, do you want to try learning the other two as well? You still have the whole day left to practice. Tanlan instantly facepalms, turning to scold her daughter. My sweet, sweet girl, are you actually this clueless, or just pretending to be? You just said you didn't want to be with Yi. He? So why are you out here handing him our entire family's legacy? Sure, I might be investing in him, and I'd absolutely accept him as my future son-in-law. But you can't just give away the Liu family's entire fortune like that. He politely declines. No need, Thontruk. One ultimate manual is honestly more than enough for me to digest right now, so I'll pass on learning any more martial arts today. Auntie, I'm actually feeling pretty drained, and I've got some stuff to handle back home. Tanlan nods. All right, Thontruk, see him out. I heard the butler say you came here on a shared bike. Do you know how to drive? Just pick any car from the garage and take it. It'll be way easier for you. He suddenly remembers something. Wait, a car? Thinking back, that motorcycle he saw on the street earlier was insanely cool, just pure drip. He immediately asks, Auntie, do you happen to have a motorcycle? Tanlan happily replies, Of course we do. Does student he seriously share the exact same hobby as my annoying son? I'll give you the absolute best one from his private collection. Meanwhile, on the road leading up to the Liu mansion, a flashy-looking guy is walking and muttering to himself. I heard from Aunt Hong that Mom invited some live-in son-in-law over. I need to see who this guy is. My older sister is insanely talented and gorgeous. She's a literal once-in-a-century beauty here in N-City. There is no way just anyone is worthy of standing next to her. And that's where we leave it. The brother is still furious over that annoying guy on the shared bike. Trust me, their next meeting is going to be hilarious. All right, stick with me, you and I are about to watch an epic ride. Whoosh! A massive black motorcycle blasts right past the guy's face, leaving nothing but thick smoke. He just stands there, totally stunned, eyes wide open. Wait, isn't that the exact same dude I just passed on a rusty rental bike? And hold on a second, is he actually riding my stolen motorcycle right now? Yee. He finally gets home, casually parking his shiny new bike right out front. Inside, he is whipping up a massive feast. The main course? A glowing, crystal-clear monster core sitting right there in a metal bowl. Swallowing that last monster core raw was honestly pretty awful. He eagerly licks his lips, his eyes practically glowing with pure, unfiltered greed. This time, I will add some sauce for better flavor. Using his chopsticks, he picks up a shimmering blue crystal fragment and tosses it straight into his mouth without hesitating. Let's start with the blue one first, right? Instantly, a massive surge of blue energy wraps completely around Yi-He, and a glowing system panel pops up before his eyes. Host Yi-He. Overall physical stats at 23.8. Savage Trace Template. Earth Demon compatibility at 21%. Giant Template compatibility at 85%. Points are now available. He mutters to himself, noticing his panel stats just got a major upgrade, plus he has extra points to spend. Back in the Redwood Mountains secret zone, using the giant template made him a towering 80 meters tall. Sure, compared to your average monster, he was an absolute titan. But standing next to those massive, mountain-sized, mysterious creatures hidden inside the Redwood Mountain Zone, he was still way too small. Yi. His eyes turn dead serious as he raises a single finger with pure conviction. I need to get much bigger. I am dumping every single point into the giant template. Next up, he snatches the sparkling green monster core. After that, it is time to devour the golden core from the level 2 demon vine. Boom! Fierce blue lightning erupts straight out of Yi's body. He lets out a massive roar as he undergoes a painful but incredibly powerful physical transformation. Now pay attention closely, because you and I are about to see this system alert change everything. Savage Trace activated. The Earth Demon template completely absorbed a plant-based genetic chain. A brand new, highly special mutation has been successfully triggered. Do you want to stop the template mutation? He is completely taken by surprise. Wait, a mutation? He rubs his chin, thinking hard while his muscles literally bulge with power. A mutation means this is going to shift into a totally new monster template with completely different stats. If it brings a helpful stat, awesome. But if it rolls a bad one, that is a totally negative evolution. No more hesitating. He aggressively punches the yes button right on the panel. He doesn't even need to think about this gamble anymore. Let's bet it all and turn a basic rental bike into a luxury motorcycle. Instantly, a blinding explosion of pure light violently erupts deep inside his conscious mind. Congratulations, host. You just unlocked an S-Rank core template. He throws his head back and screams out loud as a massive flood of data and insane raw power violently surges into his body. The system keeps flashing. When the Savage Trace Earth Demon template hits 100%, there is a 1% chance to evolve into a terrifying, colossal cosmic monster. The scary image appears right before him. Cosmic level? Earth Demon. He clenches his fists tight, his eyes burning with absolute hype. A cosmic monster? Earth Demon. Just the name alone screams absolute power, but it requires the current template to hit max level. Looks like I really need to upgrade this fast. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shattering explosion right outside his window completely steals his attention. Boom! He stares outside, his face going completely serious as he tries to pinpoint where that blast came from. What the hell is going on out there? A literal terrorist attack? Down below, the streets are in pure chaos. Police sirens are screaming everywhere, and harsh, demanding orders echo through the dark night. Lock down every single exit around the park. Do not let them escape. Find them now. Check every single corner. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, a very soft but highly suspicious knocking sound breaks the dead silence inside Yi's dark apartment. He narrows his eyes, his brain instantly analyzing the situation. The previous owner of this body was a total loner. Zero friends would ever visit at an hour like this. I definitely did not order food or any packages today. So who the heck is waiting outside my door right now? Smash! The glass window shatters into pieces. A shadowy figure wearing high-tech, silver-white armor lands perfectly right in front of Yi-Hee. A robotic voice suddenly echoes out from underneath her heavy helmet. Do you have any idea who that even is? You probably think she has the upper hand, right? Well, watch this. She speaks into her radio, looks Yi-Hee up and down, and actually smirks. Heh, seems like you are not just some totally average martial artist after all, little brother. She steps closer, her tone sickly, sweet, but packed with a seriously deadly threat. Honestly, I only wanted to hide something in here and casually wipe your memories while I was at it. But since you actually caught me, I really have no other choice but to make you suffer just a tiny bit. Right, little brother? She leans all the way in, whispering dangerously right into his ear. You really shouldn't try running away from me. He just sighs, totally annoyed. He squats down, looking like he fully accepted his fate. Whatever, since I actually have a ton of savings saved up now, maybe I should just go buy a completely different house. The woman looks totally confused. What the hell are you babbling about? Instantly, his entire vibe flips from lazy to absolutely lethal. He lifts his head, eyes sharp as daggers, points straight at the armored woman's face, and drops an iconic line. I am saying, you are definitely dead meat. Meanwhile, right out on the chaotic streets, a brutally intense firefight is popping off. A special forces cop takes a direct hit from a blasting red energy beam and totally collapses. Bang bang. The tactical squad captain screams right into his radio. The target is finally exposed. Take him down. The hunted man, a guy named Chu Yi, has a face completely covered in blood, but his eyes are screaming absolute madness. He roars out loud, Yao Yimei, you have to get that gold gene out of here right now. I will stay back and buy you time. He bursts into a completely psychotic laughing fit. Come at me. Trading my single life to wipe out all of you is more than worth it. Blood-burning forbidden art. His entire body explodes into raging bright red flames. Chu Yi unleashes a totally devastating attack, but suddenly, he realizes something is terribly wrong. Another enemy, Yao Yimei, wearing nano armor that has now turned pitch black, suddenly appears right next to his side. Chu Yi screams in absolute rage, Yao Yimei, wasn't your shiny nano armor supposed to be completely white? Why the hell does it look as black as coal now? Hey, I literally risked my life just so you could take that item and escape. What is wrong with you right now? Yao Yimei rushes to answer. Chu Yi, I already hid the item. We need to retreat right now. Grabbing his arm, she pulls him away. They quickly pry open a heavy manhole cover and leap straight down into the darkness. Clack! They hide out in a damp, pitch-black underground tunnel. Chu Yi pants heavily, staring right at her damaged armor. We finally managed to shake off those annoying cops for good. Exactly what you would expect from high-end nano armor. It already repaired itself after that crazy collision. Tap, tap. A calm, freezing voice echoes out from the thick shadows, making them both flinch. Pretty lady, you still have not explained exactly why you crashed right into my house. He steps out of the dark, a highly dangerous smirk on his face. You really should have realized how much trouble you are in. Trust me, you and I know this. She tried picking a random neighbor, but absolutely pissed off the worst guy possible. You and I are diving straight in. As a reward for breaking into my house, I'll definitely entertain you guys. Chu Yi screams in pure terror. How did you find us? He just smirks. He instantly detects the nuclear radiation coming from Yao Yimei. He cracks his knuckles, eyes turning ice cold. If we can fight, stop talking. Chu Yi charges in for an attack, but he blocks it effortlessly. The perfect chance to test his demonic body technique. Chu Yi suddenly feels an overwhelmingly terrifying force crushing him down completely. Not good. A blazing red ball of energy rapidly forms right inside his hand. Chu Yi gets blasted backward, violently spitting out fresh blood. He stands tall, his entire body radiating intense aura. He throws an earth-shattering punch, creating a massive red energy tornado. Yao Yimei stands completely frozen, unable to believe her eyes. Wow, those martial arts skills are incredible. Handsome, which master exactly did you learn that from? Stepping on the unconscious Chu Yi. He answers with pure smugness. I am the disciple of Great Emperor Guangla. Yao Yimei mutters quietly. Great Emperor Guangla? I have never heard of him. I never thought this tiny Ancheng city would be completely packed with so many hidden experts. Chu Yi suddenly snaps his eyes open, voice weak but filled with absolute hatred. Kid, don't get too arrogant. Displaying his true demonic beast form, he gruesomely mutters and mutates into a gigantic monster with stone-hard skin and razor-sharp spikes. I am a highly respected Tier 6 martial artist. You really think a nobody like you can handle me? Roar. The monster unleashes an earth-shattering bellow, shaking the ground with its raw power. It charges straight at Yi, he like a massive truck with broken brakes. Every footstep leaves deep cracks in the ground. Facing this ferocious monster, Yi, he shows absolutely zero fear. Instead, a wide, wildly excited grin stretches across his face. Now things are actually looking worth watching. Whoosh! Now watch closely. Out of thin air, Yao Yimei materializes right behind him, nano-suit stealth mode deactivated. Bet you didn't expect this, handsome. I am the real attacker here, Yi. He does not even bother looking back. He casually sweeps his hand, firing a blinding blue energy blast that knocks her entirely away. Get out of the way. Boom. A massive explosion erupts exactly where she lands, packing enough power to completely obliterate a solid wall. In his monster form, Chu Yi roars furiously, seeing his teammate defeated so easily. Yao Yimei, you useless idiot. You even failed a simple ambush. He turns back, focusing all his brute strength onto Yi He. I will handle this kid myself. Yi He smirks, his eyes glowing brightly. Let's begin. The two clash head-on, creating an absolutely earth-shattering collision. Bam! Yi, he gets pushed back a few steps, looking slightly surprised. Did his defensive power really increase this much? Chu Yi growls with supreme confidence. Kid, my true form, the Iron Crown Rhino Demon, can easily withstand a barrage of tank shells. What could you possibly use to break my defense? Yi, he quickly analyzes things. Not just his defense, but his attack power skyrocketed too. Gathering all his remaining strength, Chu Yi roars one final time. Go die. A nearby building takes heavy damage from their clash's shockwave. Chu Yi stands right amid the rubble, heavily panting but looking incredibly smug. Kid, no matter how arrogant you act, you are no match for my Iron Crown Rhino. He looks around but sees zero trace of Yi He. Huh? Where did he go? A sudden wave of intense unease washes over him. Suddenly, a massive shadow completely swallows him whole. Chu Yi looks up in absolute horror. What the heck is this? Did this guy literally transform into the founding titan? Standing before him is a colossal creature, towering over the high-rise buildings and radiating an aura of pure destruction. Is this a demonic beast? Where did it even come from? Could it be? That kid actually transformed. The giant monster unleashes a barrage of energy attacks, each carrying devastating power. Bam, bam. Chu Yi gets tossed around like a literal ragdoll, completely unable to resist. Yi He's raw strength in this colossal form is beyond imagination. He focuses his energy, throwing countless punches just like a famous rubber pirate. An info panel pops up, confirming Yi He's brand new status. Host Yi He, giant form. Physical stats over 23,000. Yao Yimei recovers from the last strike. You and I both know she messed up. Trembling with pure regret, she stares up at the giant. Why did I ever provoke this literal monster? Seeing Chu Yi on the absolute brink of death, she knows there is zero escape. If this keeps up, he is going to be beaten alive. I cannot run away. I can only fight to the death. She stands on a rooftop, facing the towering creature in a wildly epic final standoff. With a desperate scream, Yao Yimei charges straight at Yi, he launching her final attack. Tiny, glowing energy wires whip out from her hands. Whoosh! Slash! Razor-sharp nanowires fly from her armored suit, tightly wrapping around Yi He's body. These molecular threads are strong enough to slice right through high-grade premium alloys. She stares intensely at Yi He with deadly resolve. Even if you mutated into a giant using some genetic trick, you still have totally normal human weaknesses. Slash! She aggressively pulls the wires tight, digging deep into the giant monster's flesh, completely severing the massive head of the founding titan right off. The titan's massive head drops right in front of her with a deafening thud. Panting heavily and dripping with sweat, she hopes desperately. Did I actually succeed? Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light erupts directly from the titan's severed head. Yao Yimei is left absolutely speechless, her face turning pale white with pure terror. You monster! Boom! A massive blue laser beam blasts straight out from Yi He, cleanly piercing right through a giant high-rise building. Yao Yimei's very last memory is an endless, brilliant blue flash. Rumble. The whole area sinks into smoke and rubble. Returning to human form, Yi. He calmly walks through the total devastation like it's nothing. He finds Chu Yi barely clinging to life, completely covered in blood. Cough! Yi. He glares down with ice-cold eyes. Chu Yi looks up with deep terror and hatred. You, monster. Yi. He stands tall over him, totally emotionless. It's only fair that killers prepare to be killed. The night wind howls through the ruined alley, carrying a heavy, deadly silence. With zero escape, Chu Yi decides to drag him down. I'm dying anyway, so I'm taking you with me. That's where we leave it absolutely wild, right? Let us dive right into this madness. The woman you just eliminated actually hid something inside your room. It is called the golden gene. Chu Nat's face twisted into an absolutely psychotic, crazy smile. Now it belongs to you, and you will be hunted endlessly for it. Run away. Just run. Haha, I will be waiting for you right down in hell. Thud. Yi. He delivered a brutal finishing kick, refusing to let him speak another word. Run my foot, you talk way too much. Yi. He stood back up, his expression turning dead serious. The cops are definitely coming, so he needs to handle this body fast. Glancing back at the completely wrecked building, he muttered that he probably went way too far. Cut to Yi, his apartment, where he is currently on the phone. Aunt Chin, how did the police interrogation go? Her face popped up on the message screen. Everything is totally fine now, but listen to me, Yi. Things have not been very peaceful around here lately. You had better keep a super low profile until Huadu University officially opens. Yi, he smiled. Do not worry, Aunt Chin. You know me. I am literally the most obedient kid ever. That is really good to hear. He breathed a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness I warned Aunt Chin in advance. Otherwise, with my signature nuclear-level blast, the cops definitely would never have let me off the hook after all that chaos. He casually picked up a super weird cylindrical device. So this thing right here is the golden gene those two thieves were talking about. He instantly recognized a very familiar symbol carved on the device. Wait, I have definitely seen this exact mark before. It was inside the Prometheus file that someone from Huadu handed over to me. That is the official logo for LaserD, an absolute giant in the biotech industry. A quick flashback of Chu Nat and Diu Wei Mi flashed right through his mind. Looks like those two idiots stole this from LaserD and got mercilessly hunted down while escaping. He suddenly recalled Chu Nat's final chilling threat. Judging by what he said, that psycho just dumped this entire deadly mess right onto my lap. Phew. Looking out the completely shattered window, he realized it was time to move. I will crash at a hotel tonight and figure everything out from there. Meanwhile, over in a Class B secret realm at the Swan Lake core area, some explorers are standing on a dead monster. How is your loot looking today? Not bad at all. We made a pretty decent little profit. Gasp. One team member suddenly started panicking out of nowhere. Captain, look over there. Something is very wrong. Now pay close attention, because this is where everything goes straight to hell. The sky instantly turned blood red, making the air insanely suffocating. Crack! Roars echoed out. A ferocious pack of monsters rushed from the deep forest, their endless numbers literally blacking out the ground. Right behind the monster horde, an absolute titan of a beast as huge as a mountain appeared. It carried a massive golden throne on its back, surrounded by countless scattered skulls beneath an endless blazing red sky. That is a Tier 5 commander-level monster, the golden-eyed Sinwolf demon. The terrified explorer group immediately turned around and ran for their lives. Quickly report this to the military right now. We spotted a commander-level beast leading a massive monster wave. An entire city will not survive an attack like this. We have to deploy our grandmasters and high-level experts immediately. Damn it all. High-tier monsters almost never leave their own territories. Why on earth is this thing invading such a low-level area right now? Standing right amidst the horde was a giant gorilla covered in pitch-black fur. Its intensely glowing red eyes flashed with a pure, deadly killing intent. Roar! It viciously beat its chest and let out a roar, blasting out a massive purple shockwave. Unknown debris rained down from the sky, making the panicked runners scream and scatter absolutely everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Right in the middle of this chaos, a brave soldier screamed desperately into his walkie-talkie, his voice totally cracking with sheer terror. Emergency! A commander-level monster has just appeared at Swan Lake. The beast wave is flooding out over the walls. Requesting immediate backup. I repeat, we need backup. Static flared. His desperate, terrifying scream was brutally cut short in an instant by a razor-sharp claw. The walkie-talkie clattered heavily into a dark pool of blood, broadcasting only desperate final whispers and tragic, heavy static, officially confirming the devastating invasion of a commander-level beast. Please respond immediately. Hello? Is anyone there? The giant gorilla, lord of the monster pack, stood towering like a god amidst the bloody battlefield. It fiercely pounded its chest and unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Bearing its vicious dagger like teeth, its glowing red eyes burned like hot coals as it roared out an absolutely undeniable command to the horde. Everyone advance. The massive spatial tear right behind it ripped wide open, and an endless sea of hideous beasts poured out, violently drowning the entire land in their pitch-black darkness. Boom! A massive energy pillar, acting like a literal death signal, shot straight up into the apocalyptic blood-stained sky. Swoosh! You and I both felt that dread, right? Over in City, citizens enjoying a perfectly peaceful evening suddenly froze in place. All joy turned into pure, absolute terror as they stared up. A colossal, deadly monster wave is approaching fast from the Swan Lake Secret Realm, heading directly toward City. A coldly mechanical voice echoed from the public broadcast speakers across every single street, instantly and mercilessly crushing whatever hope they had left. Estimated time of arrival is 20 minutes. Military forces have been fully deployed to the front lines. The heavy boots of thousands of soldiers stomped out, sounding exactly like the absolute final battle drum. I urgently call upon every single martial artist in City to help assist our defense. All available warriors must head out to the front line immediately. Citizens, please do not panic right now. Maintain order. Over at the train station, a desperate, massive sea of people violently pushed and shoved each other. A frantic father held his tiny baby up high, trying desperately to push it safely through the chaotic mob. The baby's heartbreaking wails were completely drowned out by the screaming crowds. Evacuation trains are now strictly restricted to the elderly, women, and children only. The children are the absolute future of this city. If our defenses really fall today, they simply must survive. Inside the mayor's office, the heavy tension felt so suffocating you could literally choke on it. A female secretary reported with a violently trembling voice, "Sir, you requested immediate backup, but which army can we even send out?" The mayor replied with a painfully hoarse voice. "Mayor, it is not just our city under attack. Massive beast wave alarms are blasting entirely nationwide, and every single city is completely overwhelmed." The secretary added a detail that acted like a bucket of ice water on their last hope. Even cities without monster invasions are locking down to build defenses, so absolutely no one is coming to save us. The mayor slammed his fist hard on the desk, his deep helplessness twisting into pure fury. What about Huadu? Can they seriously not send down even a single Grandmaster? Quan Sun City, right next door to Wadu, is currently facing a catastrophic S-rank secret realm outbreak. All of their high-level martial artists have already been deployed straight over there. Bang! The mayor collapsed against his desk, his shoulders visibly shaking. But then he snapped his head back up, revealing bloodshot eyes filled with steely determination. No more time to waste. The brutal, bloody battle to defend City has officially begun, and we can only rely on ourselves now. Meanwhile, safely tucked away at Master Chu's ancient dojo, the terrifying chaos outside seemed completely and utterly unreachable. Yi He and Chu Chao were clashing wildly into each other like two tornadoes right in the arena. Ah, Yi! He suddenly threw a devastating thunderous punch, its sheer explosive power literally making the air ripple. Pow! Chu Chao stumbled awkwardly, getting violently knocked backward. Crash! He just stood there and smirked, flashing an incredibly confident and somewhat arrogant grin. Not bad, you actually blocked that punch. Chu Chao stood up, rubbing his sore shoulder with pure shock and admiration. Since when did you learn the black turtle stance? Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. He stretched and replied bluntly. A month ago you were pretty green, but did you really get this strong in just 1 month? Stick with me here, because this is where everything goes crazy. It's not that I got weaker, you just got insanely strong. Ha! He suddenly froze, staring off toward the distant city. Trouble. The beast-tide warning just triggered. Right at that exact moment, Chu Zhou's phone blasted a blindingly loud emergency alert. Priority boarding for City University prep students. Immediate evacuation is required right this second. Evacuation warning, he muttered. Chu Zhou looked at him, asking cautiously, "You're not planning to leave, are you?" Chu Zhou gave a faint, unnervingly calm smile. "What about you? With your talent, you should run." He flashed a wild, crazy grin, his eyes burning with absolute battle lust. He locked his hands together, cracking his knuckles loudly. "You talk too much. While you're standing here being sentimental, there's only one thing left to do. Fight!" Meanwhile, over at the Liu family mansion, under a sky bleeding apocalyptic red, Liu Qingzhu stared at her mother, her voice totally desperate. "Mom, I want to join the defense forces," Tanlan replied, her voice cold as ice, every single word slicing into her daughter's fiery passion like a knife. "What are your actual chances of surviving? The entire city has 30,000 martial artists. Even counting veterans and volunteers, we have less than 50,000 people. Against a massive beast tide like this, we are absolutely nothing but paper boats in a tsunami. We are going to be swallowed whole without a trace." Tanlan's purple eyes bored straight into her daughter, razor sharp and radiating absolute authority. "And those commander-level beasts, an entire city can't even stop a single one of them. Only a grandmaster has a slight chance here. Qingju, your life doesn't just belong to you. It belongs to this entire family." Liu Qingju bit her lip hard, sheer helplessness and agony written all over her beautiful face. Then she finally screamed out in total despair, her purple eyes burning with pure hatred. "A martial arts family that can't even fight monsters doesn't deserve to exist." She turned her back, leaving Tanlan stunned in her chair. Slam! The door slammed shut like an ironclad declaration of war. Tanlan sluggishly lit a cigarette, the hazy white smoke hiding the deep exhaustion written all across her face. She spoke with a weirdly calm tone. "Aunt Hong, we are leaving in city." The old housekeeper standing right behind her asked quietly, "But what about the boy, Yihi? Now pay attention, because the mood is about to shift." Tanlan's purple eyes flashed with a complicated, unreadable look. "Send him a message to decide for himself. Swan Lake's secret realm, under a gloomy sky where the line between life and death grew dangerously thin. A literal sea of people, and city's bravest warriors had all gathered right here in this spot." Laughter and clinking glasses rang out, trying to drown out the fear creeping into their hearts. "Old Chen, you're too old and weak. Just retire. Don't push it and break your back. Screw off. If a weakling like you can still throw punches, then my old bones can definitely handle a little action. Huh, I can't believe we're actually fighting together again right on the edge of death. Yeah, it's been 20 whole years since we last drank together like this. Hey, old Jang, you've been a lowly farmer your whole life. Why not go back home and retire? Why stay here?" "No, I'm staying. I was born in city, played chess with the old guys here, so I will die right here too." Swords were instantly drawn, steel flashing under the dark sky, totally ready for an absolute bloodbath of a battle. Slash! At the Swan Lake entrance, a massive flying fortress and state-of-the-art fighter jets hovered in the sky, forming the ultimate last line of defense. "We are the city's absolute final defense line. Maintain maximum alert status. Not a single monster is allowed to slip past us." "Understood, sir." The mayor stood on the city wall, his voice booming with authority. 60% of N-City's military and every martial artist above warrior tier have entered the secret realm. They are the vanguard team, and they only have one single mission. They must gather intel on the beast tide, especially the exact strength and abilities of the lord-level or even commander-level monsters. An officer suddenly asked, "And then survive to report back?" The mayor flinched hard. A heavily wounded soldier, completely covered in thick blood, stumbled weakly out of the secret realm's portal. Ugh! Ah! He collapsed to the ground, his breathing incredibly shallow. The mayor rushed over in a total panic. "Medics! Emergency! Save his life right now!" The soldier looked up, whispering weakly to the mayor. In his bloody hand was a USB drive. This drive, it holds all the combat data from the vanguard team. The mayor screamed out, his voice cracking with pure pain. "Where is everyone else?" The soldier just stared at him with lifeless eyes. "They are all dead." "I know what you are thinking. Did anyone else make it?" "Not a chance." He wailed in despair, tears mixing with blood. "All of them. The beast tide crushed everything. Nothing is left, not even bodies." In the dying soldier's tear-filled eyes, the very last image he ever saw flashed clearly into view, a massive, terrifying black gorilla with glowing red eyes. "Please, be careful of that black, red-eyed gorilla. It set a trap for us. If it wasn't for that absolute monster, at least a few thousand of us could have survived and escaped." Right after that warning, a gigantic blazing meteor shot straight out of the secret realm portal. Boom! It smashed right into a massive skyscraper, triggering a horrifying, catastrophic explosion. A barrage of other meteors followed, raining down on the city like a storm of total destruction. The mayor realized its target in pure horror. It's aiming at the minefield beneath the tower. Boom, boom. A massive chain reaction of devastating explosions went off, completely destroying the city's unfinished defense structures. It is actively trying to blow up our unfinished defense grids right now. Damn it. That is a coordinated attack from the secret realm. Fire absolutely everything you have. Blow those monsters straight back to hell. Boom, boom. The mayor stood tall amidst the heavy gunfire, his vest completely shredded, but his eyes remained fiercely determined. These aren't even just mindless writhing beasts anymore. They are weakening us with long-range artillery attacks. Since when do monsters know how to use human tactics? He gritted his teeth, letting out a roar of absolute hatred. You damn monsters! You absolute bastards! From inside the spatial portal, a second wave of meteors blasted out, and the numbers were even crazier than before. Wave 2 incoming. The amount of stone projectiles just increased. The defense mechs fired wildly, desperately trying to block the meteor shower. Bang, bang, bang. A soldier stood amidst the crossfire, surrounded by giant black shadows charging forward. Swoosh! A horrifying, multi-eyed, winged monster dive-bombed straight down from the sky. Incoming. We are under attack. Roar! A terrifying beast with jagged, chainsaw-like teeth snapped a poor soldier's head clean off. Its brutal roar easily drowned out the agonizing, desperate screams echoing around. A huge swarm of winged monsters, grotesque like the worst nightmares imaginable, plunged from the blood-red sky, completely ripping through the defense lines with claws and fangs. Grah! You and I just witnessed absolute hell break loose. The mayor screamed in sheer desperation, his voice cracking mid-explosion. Stone spears shot from the spatial rift like artillery shells. They are tearing our backlines apart. Let's dive straight into an absolute nightmare of a battle. He reaches out, desperate to stop those falling spears before impact, but it is just too late. Boom! The giant boss monster, the mastermind behind everything, stands tall like a literal mountain of meat. It silently watches the absolute destruction from a distance. A red-eyed gorilla flashes a cruel, twisted smile at the absolute despair of the humans. It is time. Humanity simply cannot hold on any longer. Right on cue, another giant white-furred monster lets out an earth-shattering roar, commanding its entire brutal horde to advance. You soldiers, trample that piece of land until absolutely nothing is left standing. A massive crash echoes out. The white monster charges straight into the soldiers and tanks like a living juggernaut. Every single impact triggers a terrifying explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of artillery shells detonates right against its body, but that only seems to make the beast even more frantic and furious. Boom! On top of a high-rise building, completely surrounded by ruins and heavy smoke, he stands silently. His hair blows wildly in the fierce wind. He gazes down at the city, slowly drowning in a literal sea of fire. His voice drops deep. After today, who knows what this place will actually turn into? His eyes turn razor-sharp, as resolute as cold steel. I have honestly grown attached to City. I am not letting a bunch of damn monsters destroy the good life I fought so hard to build up here. So I am going to end this. Whoosh! He dives right off the building, his body transforming into an armored demon, a literal god of death descending. The entire city is buried in smoke and flames, a true hell on earth. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Latin unleashes a lightning-fast kick, instantly taking down a beast. Brother La, you never ever disappoint. That is 5 monsters down already. Latin responds with absolute coldness. Not bad at all. Smack! A blonde girl steps up, wearing a completely arrogant expression on her face. Chu Lin steps right onto a monster corpse, totally mocking him. Bragging over a few low-level kills? Seriously? Latin, is this what City 3rd High School actually calls their absolute number 1? Absolutely ridiculous. Latin grits his teeth hard. Chu Lin, you, whoosh! Chu Chao suddenly appears right between them. Wait, Chu Chao, that monster core in your hand. Did you solo a tier 3 beast all by yourself? Chu Chao replies perfectly calmly. Did not expect to see you guys here. None of you evacuated at all? Chu Chao's eyes suddenly turn incredibly firm and focused. Our parents are martial artists, and they are out there fighting right now. As their kids, how could we possibly run away? Another friend of theirs screams out in sheer terror. Now pay attention, because this is where it gets crazy. Watch out. Boom. A massive tank gets tossed like a cheap toy straight at Chu Chao. This street is a literal graveyard of bodies. A surviving soldier screams out in absolute mind-numbing panic. What kind of bastard just threw a whole tank in here? Slash. Chu Chao draws his blade to block the incoming tank. Clang. With one clean strike, he slices the massive vehicle perfectly in half. It flies past them and detonates. Boom. Chu Lin realizes the horrible truth in sheer terror. Wait. Looks like that is the one. Is not that the Lord tier monster that appeared first? How in the world did it make it all the way to our backlines? The white monster lets out an ear-piercing roar. Screech! Everyone calm down. That is not the Lord tier beast. Its massive size and its aura do not match up at all. Crash! It slams its heavy fist right into the ground, crushing absolutely everything underneath it. Chu Chao is completely stunned. It is an elite. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy beam blasts the monster. Boom! It is Yi He. Locked in his half-demon form and entirely wrapped in a terrifying demonic aura, he lands a heaven-shaking kick right on the giant monster's head. The beast reaches out to grab him. He casually raises his hand to the sky, and the monster's hand is instantly crushed like soft tofu. He flashes a completely savage smile. Time for your daily dental care. The giant monster is just completely confused. Huh? Snap. He forces the beast's mouth wide open, staring straight into its foul, stinking jaws. Ugh, this disgusting stench. Just how many people have you eaten, huh? He gathers immense energy in his throat, somehow still talking. Let me wash that filthy mouth out for you. Sizzle. Boom. A beam of pure destructive energy shoots straight down the monster's throat, totally incinerating it from the inside out. Everyone else watches this insane scene in utter shock. The monsters are fighting each other. Let's run while they are distracted. Chu Chao quickly stops them. Calm down, guys. That is Yi He. Wait, ditch? Yes, Yi He. I know what you are thinking. That little monster is Yi He? Chu Chao stares up at his shadow standing right on the corpse, eyes shining with pure hope. That is right. And with him here, City might actually survive this apocalyptic disaster. Yi. He turns around, his voice echoing loudly across the ruined battlefield. Ban Chao, I am leaving this area to you. I am heading out to reinforce the other struggling fronts. Whoosh! He blasts straight up into the sky just like a brilliant blue comet. He soars right over the burning city that is drowning in flames. A literal guardian god descending in their absolute darkest hour, flying through the chaotic skies. He closes his eyes. His power sweeps over the entire city like a massive, invisible radar wave. Where exactly are the monsters grouped up the thickest? Found them. Over in a totally different sector, a massive mammoth-like beast with impossibly thick hide and razor-sharp tusks is absolutely tearing right through the human defensive lines. Gunfire echoes out loudly, but it is basically just tickling the giant beast. A captain screams out in total desperation, throwing his completely useless rifle far away. Guns are absolutely useless against this damn thing. Fix your bayonets right now, click-clack. The brave soldiers draw their blades, totally ready for a bloody, close-quarters deathmatch. They charge forward like moths straight to a flame, desperately using their own bodies to block the giant monster. But their heroic sacrifice is just a drop in the ocean. The beast tosses them high into the air, its razor-sharp spikes mercilessly piercing right through their fragile human bodies. It completely crushes everything in its path, leaving behind a horrific trail of blood and corpses. A young soldier cries out in tears, "Captain, retreat! We just cannot hold this defensive line anymore!" "We are just ordinary soldiers, man. We cannot fight against these insane monsters." The captain shouts back, his voice totally hoarse. "You keep holding the line no matter what." He charges forward fearlessly, using his blade to slash at an oncoming beast. Slash! He screams out at the top of his lungs, desperately trying to rally his broken squad's spirit. "We are soldiers! If we die here, it is to buy precious time for the civilians to safely escape." All of a sudden, blazing red phantoms emerge right from the ground, brutally and viciously attacking the monsters. What the hell is that? Are they martial artists? Could it really be? The phantoms rush the mammoth beast, violently tearing right through its thick flesh. Attack! A massive pillar of light strikes down from the sky, piercing cleanly through the beast's head. Slash! The giant monster collapses. He, wrapped in a terrifying demonic aura in his half-demon form, touches down. Moving like absolute lightning, he unleashes a blast of pure destructive energy straight down into the grounded monster. A deafening explosion rings out. Boom! Over on the other battlefields, smoke and utter destruction still blanket the entire city. A group of fighting martial artists suddenly notices something incredibly strange happening. Monster reinforcements? No. It feels like they are all moving in one direction. A female fighter suddenly cheers. It is Yi He, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does next. He has entered the battlefield. Another fighter shouts in panic. The monsters are swarming him from absolutely every direction. Stick with me here, because the stakes are insanely high. An old, white-haired martial arts master roars with absolute fury. We cannot let him get overwhelmed. Charge in. He is just a kid, and he is the absolute last hope this city has. Fueled by those powerful words, the absolute bravest warriors charge straight toward Yi, he like a tidal wave. Push forward! Snipe those beasts down and protect our academy's top student at all costs. Right at that moment, a brilliant blue beam of pure destructive energy rips through the air. It shoots straight ahead, blasting directly into the commander monster's ugly head. Boom! A massive graveyard of piled-up monster and human corpses lies right at the feet of the newly defeated commander beast. It is a brutal, grim reminder of just how devastating this war really is. A devastating beam of light crashes down, totally wiping out everything in its path, and turning the ground into a completely charred, black scar. The fighters scream in pure despair as they realize another Overlord tier monster has locked its sights onto Yi. Watch out, an Overlord beast is targeting him right now. We have to protect Yi. You bastards! If you want to kill the absolute pride of City, you are going to have to step over my dead body first. Kill them! Suddenly, a bright ray of hope flashes. We are saved. Surrounded by a massive sea of fire, the human screams turn from pure terror into absolute defiance. Humanity will win this. You monsters will rot in hell. Hold the defensive line no matter what. Backup is coming soon. A young fighter furiously screams right into the face of an older veteran. Can you old veterans really not even protect a single kid out here? You seriously let him get hurt? The veteran roars right back. Do not wait until I am too busy to cover you guys. If I use all my power and the line breaks, we are all totally dead. Suddenly, a massive rhino-style beast completely covered in spiked armor charges forward. It brutally violently smashes through absolutely every single obstacle in its path. Crash! The beast slams headfirst into a glowing orange energy barrier, creating an absolutely earth-shattering collision that rocks the entire battlefield. 3 gigantic towers heavily decorated with glowing ancient runes suddenly pulse with massive energy rings. They form an unbreakable solid seal that temporarily blocks the monster swarm from advancing any further. Now pay close attention, the real boss is here. Standing on a skyscraper in the howling wind, the mayor lights a cigarette. The spark reveals his exhausted but unbreakable face. This earth vein seal will not stop all the primal monsters. We absolutely have to take down their commander to end this insane monster tide once and for all. Swoosh! Swoosh! The mayor moves at totally terrifying speeds, leaving bright white trails of light flashing through the air. He dodges lethal attacks and charges straight ahead into the heart of the primal beast horde. Goo! A winged beast with a wolf body and a bird head dives straight down. Its razor-sharp claws aim directly for the mayor's throat for a lethal kill. Without a single ounce of panic, the mayor claps both his hands together. A blinding yellow energy sphere forms instantly, burning insanely hot just like a literal mini sun. Boom! He launches the blazing energy sphere. It shoots out like a totally destructive cannon blast, piercing straight through the beast and instantly turning it to absolute dust. But right after that hit, his fiery eyes suddenly narrow in suspicion. An absolutely overwhelming sense of pure danger forces him to look straight up. Sliding slowly out from a literal glowing spatial crack is a gigantic, terrifying head as big as a mountain. Dark blue scales, jagged razor teeth, and glowing emerald eyes staring right out of the darkness. Its massive forked tongue flicks out, bringing a heavy, suffocating scent of pure death. Cold sweat starts dripping down the mayor's forehead. He grits his teeth, instantly recognizing this monster, a Tier 4 mountain-bursting python, an absolute Overlord-class beast. For a brief second, he mutters quietly inside his own head, his eyes flashing with absolute, unbreakable resolve. This is Blood Eye's absolute strongest mount. If the commander's pet is already joining the fight, that damn giant gorilla must be getting seriously impatient by now. The mayor stands tall and completely fearless, right on top of a ruined building, facing off against this gigantic monster without backing down. Crash! He violently slams his palms right into the ground. Orange glowing energy rings ripple outward like a tidal wave, making the entire battlefield shake insanely hard. Mountain-bursting Overlord Mace. He roars, unleashing an unimaginable level of raw power. Thousands of tons of earth, rocks, and shattered building debris lift straight up into the air, completely blocking out the sky. The python looks up with its countless glowing eyes, totally cold and deadly. Up in the sky, a massive gravitational pull gathers everything into a giant rock sphere, looking exactly like a legendary anime ultimate attack. Standing in the massive dust cloud on top of the ruins, the mayor speaks with absolute confidence. Did you really think I didn't know you specialized in earth elemental attacks? I know what you're thinking, why use Earth against an Earth beast? Watch this. The python's eyes show pure shock for the very first time. It finally realizes it fell right into his trap, taking the bait completely. You bastard! The mayor sneers as he violently activates his true, ultimate technique, Violent Python Strike. A spinning energy drill, holding the raw power of the entire terrain, fires straight out of the center of his massive domain suppression array. Pierce! The drill absolutely shreds right through the python's diamond hard scales, ripping a massive, devastating wound into its head. Black blood blasts out like a geyser. Smash. But at that exact same time, the giant beast's protective energy shield completely shatters into millions of glowing crystal fragments. Right after that, the ground cracks open absolutely everywhere. Countless razor-sharp stone spears erupt upwards, completely turning the ruined city into a totally lethal spike pit. In the middle of all that total destruction, the mayor stands alone, facing the wounded but insanely threatening python. He lets out a heavy sigh of relief as thick sweat drips down his tired face. Thank God I had the intel on this mountain-bursting python beforehand. If I didn't handle this monster instantly, our human casualties would have been absolutely off the charts. If you actually entered the city entirely, weakening you would be a massive problem. But just poking your head out, you are literally begging to die. He roars, charging straight at the gigantic monster once again. His entire body violently erupts with an aura far more powerful than ever before. From right behind his back, countless golden energy arms sprout out. Every single fist clenches, fully ready to throw hundreds of devastating punches all at once. These massive energy arms stretch out and completely wrap around the python's colossal body, locking it down tight like literal chains of the gods. However, the giant python's multiple eyes just glow with a totally cold light, showing absolutely zero signs of pain. It is literally mocking his desperate efforts right now. Swoosh! Suddenly, thousands of razor-sharp stone spikes wildly shoot out from the python's massive scales. They instantly shred those glowing energy arms into pieces and violently blast the mayor flying backward. Right now, the python's entire colossal body is fully covered in a terrifying spiked armor layer. It is totally transformed into an absolutely impenetrable walking fortress. Just as expected from a true Overlord-class beast, you can even sprout stone spikes directly from your own body, the mayor mutters, sounding slightly amazed. But his burning will to keep fighting does not drop even a single bit. Crack! A tiny, unsettling sound echoes right from behind him. Hiding deep inside a crack in the ruined cliff wall, a terrifyingly familiar pair of blood-red eyes is quietly, patiently watching his every single move. The mayor freezes completely, eyes wide in pure terror. An ambush. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are about to witness an absolute masterpiece. Out of the shadows, a giant hairy fist strikes like lightning, completely crushing the mayor and making him double over in pure, unimaginable agony. Bam! Stepping right out of the dark, the true mastermind finally reveals itself. This boss monster towers like an absolute mountain. Looking down with pure disgust at the tiny human, its deep voice booms out. You fool! What do you think you're doing to my mount? A horrifying realization hits the mayor. His eyes go wide as he recognizes the deadly trap he just walked right into, the blood-eyed black ape. It was hiding inside the stone spike all along. The ape's glowing red eyes lock onto him, practically dripping with brutal amusement. It growls, completely savoring its prey's absolute despair. Now, let me completely crush your skull so everyone can see exactly how pathetic humans are in front of me. It slams into the ground with unimaginable godlike force. Boom! The massive impact triggers a devastating explosion that violently shakes the entire city. The ape checks out its smoking hand and unleashes a totally satisfied roar. It's done testing the waters, and now the real slaughter can finally begin. That explosion was just a brief warm-up. I have confirmed it. Your city has 0 strong fighters left. Now I can butcher everyone here without holding anything back whatsoever. Roar! The mayor's battered body gets tossed into the sky like a leaf in a hurricane, as dark energy aggressively gnaws at his flesh. Suspended in midair, he violently grits his teeth. Inside those seemingly dead eyes, a fierce fire of pure determination suddenly ignites. Raising one hand to the sky, thousands of razor-sharp metal shards from ruined buildings rise up, merging into a literal steel storm. Pushing past his limits, he commands this deadly tornado, aiming his ultimate strike directly at the enemy. Stormblade, but the black ape just blankly stares at the raging metal storm. Now you're going to want to pay close attention here. Spreading its arms, the beast arrogantly soaks up the despair. Human, your resistance is utterly pointless. You are just desperately delaying the absolute inevitable. Its maniacal laughter echoes across the sky. On this exact battlefield, I have no natural predators left. This has become my very own personal game. A game specifically designed to drown all of humanity in raw fear and despair. Seeing humanity's strongest fighters break down in terror, that is a true joy. Ha ha. A massive snake-like attack violently rushes the ape, but the desperate effort is totally useless. The ape casually swats the attack away with a single wave. It scoffs in contempt, mocking the speed fast, but still way too weak. Instantly, it counters with a colossal energy slash, ripping the ground open into a massive abyss. Then it mocks him again, strong, but far too slow. In a flash, it vanishes and reappears. Moving at impossible speeds, it leaves behind a wild trail of eerie purple light. Suddenly, it teleports right in front of the mayor. An invisible, crushing pressure drops on his shoulders, its voice echoing like an absolute death sentence. Kneel. I show zero mercy to lesser life forms who dare look me in the eye. Blood soaks the mayor's chin, but his gaze holds not a single ounce of fear, just terrifying, ice-cold resolve. A devastating pillar of destructive purple energy violently erupts, completely swallowing the mayor's entire body. The beast narrows its eyes. Something feels off, a weird sense of dread creeping in. Humph. The mayor crashes down, but a mysterious light blazes in his eyes. Seeing this human remain ridiculously calm, the dark ape finally sounds completely unsure for the first time. Why aren't you afraid? The mayor growls back, every single word laced with heavy defiance. Suddenly, his bleeding hand starts radiating a blinding, intense light. I know you and I thought he was finished, right? Nope. You miscalculated, bastard, because you're just an arrogant beast. He roars, activating a forbidden art. A colossal light pillar blasts skyward, turning the ground into a massive formation. Blood-forbidden art. The ape roars in pure rage, realizing it got baited into a preset trap. The ground shifts into an inescapable prison. You lured me into a prepared formation. Earth Seal. A terrifying energy vortex violently sucks everything into its center. The mayor stands tall right there, ready for the ultimate sacrifice. The beast totally mocks him, flexing its raw power to shatter the seal, thinking it's just a desperate struggle. Is this your grand plan? You think you can bury me alive? So unbelievably naive, human. It screams like an absolute maniac, throwing wild threats around, desperately trying to break the mayor's iron will. You cannot seal me here forever. The second you weaken, I'll tear everyone apart. But the mayor just smiles, tired, yet completely, deeply satisfied. Surviving was never the plan. This isn't some backup strategy. He rips his shirt wide open, revealing a crazy, star-shaped scar on his chest. His voice rings out, completely fearless and proud. This is a song for humanity, a song for true bravery. Swinging his ruined arm, he draws a tragic, beautiful arc using his own blood. For the very first time, this boss monster feels genuine, paralyzing fear. What are you doing? The mayor finally reveals his absolute endgame, a brutal mutual destruction plan. His voice goes completely ice-cold. Before this war even started, I buried the city's one and only tactical nuclear warhead directly under this battlefield. The detonator is literally inside my heart. If my heart stops, the warhead detonates. The black ape screams in pure panic and absolute disbelief. It just cannot accept the sheer, unfiltered madness of this human standing before it. Bullshit. Who in their right mind bets their life on something like that? You really think I'd fall for this cheap little trick? Blood constantly pours from his mouth, but the mayor's face is completely serene. He accepted his fate. I never planned on leaving. I am Hong Than, mayor of An City. An image flashes through his mind, an old oath still echoing loudly. The oath he literally staked his entire life on. I, Hong Than, vow to dedicate my duty, my body, and my life for An City and all the people here. He slowly closes his eyes, a single tear rolling down his cheek with a soft smile. Mission complete. I suppose I've finally done enough here. You and I just witnessed a true hero. The detonator inside his heart clicks a dry, final death knell for both of them. Click. His body vanishes into a blinding sphere of light, an artificial sun carrying An City's final hope, ready to wipe out everything in one ultimate sacrifice. The whole city falls dead silent. Stick with me here, because you are about to witness pure, absolute destruction. The world turns totally white as an artificial sun rises from the earth, delivering final judgment to both friend and foe. Miles away on the evacuation train, a single message arrives like an obituary. A teardrop hits the glowing screen, shattering completely, just like the young soldier's broken heart. A towering mushroom cloud erupts from the ground like a massive tombstone. Back on the front line, this young soldier represents the exact future the mayor just died protecting. Looking back at his hometown one last time, tears wash through the dirt on his face. All around him, hardened combat veterans stand at strict attention. Every single one of them raises a hand in a final, heavy salute to their fallen leader, their ruined city, and their dead brothers. Up on the safe hills, evacuated civilians and martial artists stand completely frozen. Their faces are grim, forced to watch the absolute ultimate sacrifice of their home. They stare at that rising mushroom cloud. It is a giant tombstone piercing the sky, a final resting place for a city of absolute heroes. The smoke just keeps climbing higher. Every martial artist who got the evacuation signal silently turns around. This right here is a funeral truly worthy of legends. Down at Ground Zero, hell is officially unleashed. A blazing sphere of raw energy violently expands, instantly vaporizing concrete, heavy steel, and weak flesh. Even that almighty commander tier monster cannot withstand this absolute destructive power. Its flesh melts off completely, exposing a massive skeleton burning in hellfire. Right at the core, a vibrating energy crystal suddenly forms. What is left of the blood-eyed black ape actually starts regenerating. Sick flesh and thick tendons rapidly weave themselves back together around that burning core. This monster king survived. Heavily damaged, sure, but its pure, furious rage is now only matched by its total disbelief. I cannot believe it. I was almost killed by some pathetic human. It throws its ugly head back and roars, screaming a vow of bloody revenge that shakes the earth. I will slaughter every single survivor in this ruined city. I will torture every human to death in the most brutal, sickest ways imaginable. But knowing it is dangerously weak, the beast turns away. It needs to retreat and heal, already plotting its massive future destruction. I need to return to the Sin domain immediately. Once my blood chi is fully restored, I will level this entire wasteland. But right as it tries to leave, an icy, terrifyingly powerful voice echoes out, stopping the beast completely dead in its tracks. Watch closely. It gets wild here. Where are you going? A guy in blue crystal armor crashes from the sky like a meteor. The beast instantly recognizes him. I remember this human. He is hands down one of the absolute biggest threats to their entire monster invasion. A terrifying prodigy. The warrior stands tall among the smoking ashes, his cold eyes glaring with pure blue light. He speaks with a brief hint of sadness. Finally found you, just a shame I am slightly late. Wasting zero time, blue energy violently swirls around his fist as he launches a devastating point-blank strike. The glowing punch is blinding. A massive beam of pure blue power erupts from his hand, completely swallowing up the Monster King's grotesque, damaged body. His face is dead icy. Those glowing eyes lock firmly onto the massive target, entirely determined to permanently erase this horrible threat right now. The monster stumbles back, heavily bleeding but still arrogant. It actually smirks at him, thinking it sees a golden opening in his brazen confidence. Foolish human genius. Instead of hiding, you arrogantly step right to me. This is the perfect chance to kill you. But he just smiles back. The monster's blind arrogance is exactly what he wanted. If you actually ran, my mini-nuclear bomb might not have caught you. But since you are so desperately eager to die today, welcome to your final grave. The commander's huge eyes blow wide open in absolute horror, finally sensing the blast's true nature. It shrieks in a chaotic mix of fury and pure terror. Damn you! Right then, he transforms into his founding Titan state. Inside beats a blinding white energy core, triggering the massive blast. Blue and white energy violently sweeps outward, a purifying shockwave washing over the ruins. Evacuees stare in absolute shock as a literal second sun rises above their destroyed city. You saw that too, right? The crowd yells, "Look! Why did another warhead detonate? Is this a secret backup trap from the mayor?" That guy really planned for everything. Meanwhile, completely trapped at Ground Zero, the commander's freshly healed body instantly starts melting and crumbling all over again. Its tough roar becomes a high-pitched scream of agony. The beast's face twitches in dread, staring straight at the glowing source of its death. Its final thought is a whisper. Standing completely unbothered inside the raging explosion is He. He is now fully encased in heavy mechanical combat armor. A true armored titan. An armored titan? The dying beast stammers out, its voice drowning in total panic and sheer disbelief. It stares at this impossible human. You are even more savage and ruthless than I am? Even the absolute strongest king-tier beasts do not radiate an oppressive aura like yours. From behind the heavy Titan mask, a freezing, emotionless voice simply drops the hard truth. I am nothing like you disgusting hairless giant apes. No more wasting time. The armored Titan raises one hand, forming a massive glowing blue claw. Those razor-sharp energy talons literally shred the air. Slash! He violently slams the claw down with earth-shattering momentum, completely cracking the solid ground wide open. Boom! Even on death's door, the commander's wild survival instincts kick in hard. It burns every drop of strength to throw itself sideways, dodging the fatal strike by mere inches. But the Titan totally saw that coming. The crystal armor plates physically shift and transform, becoming even heavier and more complex, charging up a blast way more terrifying than before. Running away is completely useless now, you pathetic little monkey. Mountain-moving sea-flipping strike, totally cornered, the commander roars in desperation, pulling together every ounce of its dying aura for one final clash. Damn you, never underestimate a commander. Two insanely massive energy waves, one neon blue and one dark purple, violently crash together, triggering a blast that physically shakes the entire battlefield. A blinding pillar of light shoots straight into the clouds, completely erasing anything left standing. Crack! The Titan's armored arm suddenly splinters, thick smoke rising. He looks down, coldly evaluating his dead enemy's final output. You really were a commander-tier beast to the bitter end, even while bleeding out and twitching like a weak monkey. Guess so. You and I just watched pure madness. Blue electricity runs up his arm, quickly regenerating the broken crystals. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. In Titan mode, his stats easily blow past 30 points across the board, but somehow, that monster still managed to wreck his arm. It is just not enough yet. On the opposite side, the commander monster is literally smoking. Those explosive wounds from the blast, they are healing right before our eyes at crazy speeds. It screams in pure terror. I put my absolute all into that last strike, and you already healed it? A brutal realization finally hits the beast. The crushing truth that it absolutely cannot win. No way, I cannot beat this human genius. Pure terror overwrites its rage. Its survival instincts are screaming, begging it to run. I cannot win, 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 I cannot win. Without a single second of hesitation, the commander monster turns its back and runs. For the first time ever, it feels the terror of fleeing a predator, but the armored Titan is not letting it escape. With glowing blue eyes, he aims his hand straight at the fleeing beast. His voice echoes with raw power, holding deep respect for the fallen hero. You filthy monster. You do not deserve to taint Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice. A massive blue and white energy beam erupts from his palm, chasing the commander at light speed. The commander's massive body is completely swallowed by the blinding, purifying light. In its final moments, it manages one last desperate curse. Damn you! Human genius! As the blinding light fades, the giant Titan stands tall amid the ruined city, glaring down at the ground. That damned monkey dug deep underground and is playing dead. He closes his eyes, sensing everything. But playing dead means it is terrified of being found. Now pay close attention here. The beast is heavily injured. This is the absolute best chance to kill it, even if overlord monsters can perfectly hide their auras. A flash of deep regret suddenly hits him. If I had just located this thing earlier, the mayor would not have had to die. He stomps hard, sending a massive hexagonal energy grid scanning over every single inch of the ruined city. But now, it is crippled. Even if it tries to hide, I can track down any faint trace of its fading life force. He roars, launching himself straight toward a massive pile of rubble where a weak pulse was just detected. I found you, you damned monkey. He opens his mechanical jaws, gathering a terrifying wave of blue and white destructive energy, ready to wipe everything out. The energy beam fires, shredding the ground and piercing through hundreds of meters of solid rock. Forced out of hiding, the commander is blasted into the air, its body almost completely destroyed. It thrashes around in absolute despair. Damn it all! Just a little more. I already sensed the entrance to the Sin Abyss nearby. If it was not for that damned mayor's trap, suddenly, a massive fist smashes into it. Its body spasms in agony as the final impact completely shatters its physical form. This thing is insane. How is it still alive? The armored Titan appears right above it. Inside the mechanical jaws, he glares down with glowing eyes, his voice echoing with pure, absolute fury. This is the exact price you pay for disrespecting Mayor Huang. I am going to make you wish you were already dead. The commander, now just a pathetic lump of mangled flesh and a flickering core, unleashes one final defiant roar. Do not push me, you filthy bug. It clutches its dying magic core, which is now blazing wildly like a dying sun. It screams out a suicide vow. I will burn my core's final energy and drag you straight to hell. Its physical body crumbles away, transforming into a vengeful phantom wrapped entirely in violent purple lightning. A pure avatar of destruction. With a space-tearing roar, its arm inflates massively. The phantom lunges right at the armored titan, aiming for the ultimate kill. Die. The titan stands firm like an unbreakable crystal fortress. Sharp spikes erupt from its massive body, fully prepared to take this suicidal attack head-on. The two immense energies collide, sparking an absolute storm of destruction. A raging hurricane of purple and blue swallows everything, unleashing the terrifying power of the blast. You and I did not see this coming. The supposedly unbreakable Titan armor shatters into millions of glittering pieces. The massive Titan is blasted violently backward. Dark blood sprays from its mouth, proving just how unbelievably brutal that final suicide attack really was. Completely drained of its final energy, all that remains of the massive commander is a dry, lifeless skeleton falling away. From inside the Titan's brutally shattered jaws, he stares out, dark blood dripping slowly down his chin. But a cold, triumphant smirk creeps onto his face. Heh, even after your most desperate attack. His voice is rock solid as the skeleton drops toward the Titan's glowing jaws. It is finally over for you. But suddenly, a bizarre melody echoes right inside his head, a deadly lullaby that makes him scream in pure agony. La la la, my head hurts so much. Everything is spinning. This is a psychic attack. His eyes widen in horror. There is another hidden master here? From the ground below, an absolute ocean of ghostly pale hands bursts upward, reaching wildly into the sky. Those terrifying hands completely ignore the Titan, grabbing the commander's skeleton to rescue it. An authoritative voice rings out. Do not think you can escape. But more hands, wearing bizarre white furry bracelets, suddenly start sprouting right out of the Titan's own joints. They are literally growing from him. They multiply insanely fast, locking down every single joint and leaving the massive Titan totally paralyzed. These hands are sealing my movements. I cannot move. But even while fully trapped, he does not panic at all. He grits his teeth, a manic grin flashing as he violently overclocks his power. Do not think this trash can trap me. 100%. 200. The energy spikes exponentially, shattering every safety limit. 400, 800, 1600%. His body becomes a blazing blue and purple storm. He unleashes everything in a single, devastating blast with a defiant roar. Taste the heat of flames at 1000 degrees. Meanwhile, those ghostly hands have almost dragged the commander into a spatial portal. Yes, I am almost at the entrance. But then, its remaining eye snaps open. Huh? Right behind it is his entire body burning like a massive blue star. The commander shrieks in absolute pure terror. Hurry! That giant caught up. He is literally on fire. Hurry and run! An endless sea of ghostly hands surges up, trying desperately to block Yi. Amidst that endless sea of hands, a little black-haired girl appears, her face totally hidden in the shadows. A spooky melody echoes out. La la la. He frowns deeply, completely unable to understand what this bizarre new entity actually is. What the hell is that? A magic beast? But trust me, that little girl is just bait. Beneath her lies an actual overlord monster, made entirely of countless hands, and you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. With power like this, is that thing really just an overlord? If its true form shows up, anyone would instantly drop to their knees in terror. And City is now just a pile of ruins. It silently watches a brand new nightmare unfold. Gentle hands cover the little girl's eyes, trying to shield her from the incoming absolute carnage. But right beneath those hands, an eye suddenly snaps open. Inside, it swirls a sinister, blazing gold energy vortex. A psychic attack stronger than anything before blasts straight at Yi. He clutches his head, screaming in pure agony as the strike completely bypasses all his physical defenses. He blocked his giant form's hearing, but that freaky scream still pierces straight into his mind. Inside the Titan body, Yi suffers intense pain from this new monster's raw psychic power. He glares down at the beast, his voice dead calm but loaded with threat. You massacred all these people, and now you think you can just walk away? That question lights the fuse. Yi, he unleashes a furious roar, his eyes burning with absolute rage. Are you dreaming right now? He focuses crackling blue lightning in his palms, totally ready for round two. Wearing the Titan armor, he roars again and shoots forward like a massive, unstoppable arrow. Now pay close attention to this next move. He faces the enemy, raising one defiant finger. This is a local specialty from my hometown, a nuclear bomb. Eat this, you bastard. A blinding blue and white explosion completely swallows the overlord. The pure, brilliant light flashes like a final judgment brought down on the invader. A destructive pillar of light blasts into the gloomy sky, forming a temporary beacon of hope. From far away, the surviving soldiers and fighters stare at the explosion in pure shock. Wait, the crack in the secret realm just blew up. Someone mutters that something is wrong. Suddenly, the beast horde falls into total chaos. A spark of hope ignites in everyone. Did Mayor Huang's crazy plan actually work? A commander loudly roars out. Stay on high alert, everyone. Do not let Mayor Huang's sacrifice be for nothing, and city might actually survive this nightmare. Against the gray sky of the ruined city, a solemn voice records the final victory. The giant nuclear bomb completely vaporized the Black Blood Ape, finally stopping the endless monster flood pouring through the secret realm rift. The war is finally over, and city's surviving martial artists start clearing out the leftover beasts still wandering around the broken streets. Medics rush to move the wounded, including the brave warriors who literally fought until their very last breath. The siege lasted day and night until every single monster was hunted down. The exhausted fighters can finally rest. A warrior slumps down amid the ruins, his body covered in severe wounds, his blood-stained sword planted in the dirt. He is the true face of this victory. And City won the brutal siege, but the cost was absolutely devastating. Almost 80% of their soldiers and martial artists were either killed or heavily wounded. At the center of the destruction, a massive black crater replaces part of the city. Right in the Swan Lake secret realm where the nuke dropped, he lies completely still. His bare body is covered in battle scars, but slowly, his blue eyes finally flutter open. He staggers to sit up. Staring into the void, his mind is still super hazy. How long was I out? I poured absolutely all my energy into triggering that humanoid giant's nuclear explosion, but this place is saturated with leftover nuclear radiation and fission energy. So it is like I naturally recharged right here after completely draining my stamina. He remembers the brutal clash and the mayor's tragic sacrifice. That battle was pure hell. Mayor Huang charged right in, luring the Black Blood Ape to the blast zone. Thanks to him, I used my nuclear home court advantage and detonated myself repeatedly to finally obliterate that ape before that creepy head woman could save it. He stares at his own hands, deeply reflecting on his current limits. You and I both know the truth here. His infinite monster template is strong, but fighting an overlord beast? He only won today through pure luck, terrain advantage, and crazy fate. Standing up straight, his muscular body tenses as iron resolve fills his eyes. But this secret realm riot will not give me any extra time to grow stronger. With enough time, I could easily reach the absolute peak of Xia Country's martial arts. I do not even know when my next template draw will happen, or if it is rare. Merging with the Universe Emperor template is my fastest route to the top. The plan is clear, the path is set. So I need to quickly gather plant elemental magic cores that match the template and absolutely master those cosmic martial arts skills too. Since the infinite monster template lets me literally cheat in the martial arts resonance space, I also have to conquer the fighter's extraordinary power system. Cosmic martial arts might level up slower than the template abilities, but their ultimate potential is insane. It is basically the cultivation system of a high-tier martial world. He looks at the horizon as the sun rises over the ruins, bringing a new dawn. Maybe getting transported to this crazy world was my actual destiny. Fast forward exactly 1 month after the in-city siege. A bronze statue of Mayor Huang Qing now stands in the city center, an eternal reminder of his heroic sacrifice. He chills on a park bench, casually scrolling his phone and enjoying this incredibly rare piece. He catches up on the latest national news. Across Xia Country, 18 entire cities were ambushed by beast hordes, and 2 cities have completely fallen. Among them, Guangshan City saw an S-rank secret realm totally swallowed by an impenetrable gray fog. The Great Xia Divine Dragon Martial Organization dispatched 30 Grand Warriors and 5 Grandmasters, led by Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. He scrolls down to an ancient fighter's photo. This beast horde invasion is way too weird. Even an S-rank realm appeared. The news about that martial artist is absolutely terrifying. Xia country's strongest protector, Fu Hongsheng, got delayed at the realm's edge. So, he personally marched straight into Guangshan City. 8 hours later, he emerged heavily wounded alongside two surviving grandmasters. Soon after, Xia country declared Guangshan the 11th global dead zone, with 8 million citizens confirmed missing. Yi. His face turns dead serious. This crisis is way worse than he ever imagined. Even a protector-level fighter failed? Trust me, we are watching humanity hang by a thread. I cannot wait anymore. He stands up and dials. Aunt Chin, I need a massive favor. On the other end of the line at the Liu family mansion, Tan Lan, mother, lounges on her sofa, her voice dripping with charm. You want to learn the Liu family's two remaining cosmic martial arts skills? You and I both know this auntie is playing games. Yi, he just laughs. Auntie Tan, is that how you see me? Actually, no. I have a totally different request. I need you to help me buy some high-quality plant element magic cores. Ideally, I want blue cores, or even better, a Lord-tier purple core. Tan Lan, mother's tone, turns dead serious. Plant-type magical beasts are already rare, and Lord-tier cores are insanely valuable. Since you want so much, what can you possibly offer in return? Yi, he answers with absolute confidence. At the Huadu University opening ceremony, there is always a secret realm exam. I can team up with Luthon Truck and help her secure first place. Tan Lan, mother, chuckles, completely unimpressed. You are seriously underestimating the prodigies from other provinces. Even the best freshmen in Huadu's history only reach the upper middle ranks, never the absolute top. Sure, you beat Thontruk in a sparring match, but you are still light years behind the true top-tier geniuses. Yee, he leans back in his chair, his smile never fading. But Auntie Tan, didn't you already choose to entrust the Liu family's revival to me? I can sign an IOU. If Thontruk and I fail to grab first place, I will serve the Liu family in any capacity, even taking care of you when you retire. A graceful bare foot steps down onto the carpet. He, serving and doing chores, right? Tan Lan, mother, stands up, her sheer nightgown fluttering lightly in the breeze. She makes her decision. All right then, I will help you out this time. The scene finally shifts to a sleek, modern building and City Central Hospital. Now watch closely, things are about to get wild. The second Yi-He steps into the hospital, a massive crowd swarms him. Wow, look, it's Yi-He. I heard he slaughtered tons of monsters during the Secret Realm invasion. Just as expected from the martial arts valedictorian. We all got injured, but he is completely fine. I am a huge fan. Can I get your autograph? Can I add you on Penguin Top? He just mutters in confusion, completely caught off guard by how famous he is now, before giving a cold reply. No, thank you. He walks straight to Ward number 6. The door has the names of his two good friends written right on it. Ward 6, Chu Chao and La Huyen. Pushing the door open, he sees Chu Chao wrapped in bandages like a literal mummy, jumping around and bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, if it isn't Chu Chao, the #1 handsome guy in City. Your day has finally come. Ha ha ha. Yi. He stares at the mountain of fruit and gifts in his friend's hands. Wait, aren't you supposed to be here visiting patients? Why are you holding all that stuff? Chu Chao answers with pure pride. My fans on the street gave these to me. Yi. He can only sigh. Suddenly, another voice rings out from the bed across the room. Yo, if it isn't Yi-He. Yi-He turns around, completely failing to recognize the guy lying in the hospital bed. Who are you? The young man just grins from ear to ear. I am La Huyen, your very first opponent in the promotion match. Did you forget about me that fast? A sudden memory flashes right through Yi-He's mind. He finally remembers. La Huyen sits up, his heavily bandaged leg dangling off the bed. He flashes a super optimistic smile. Hey, don't look at me like that. My leg is totally fine. Why do you look like my life is over? I can get limb reconstruction surgery, or if that's not enough, I can just equip the absolute latest combat prosthetic leg. Yi, he looks at the young man, a wave of genuine respect swelling in his chest, losing a leg at such a young age while protecting the city. La Huyen is truly admirable. Let's pause for a second, because this next call changes everything. His phone suddenly buzzes. Beep, beep, beep. He checks the screen, an unknown number is spamming him. So many annoying calls lately, what a pain. But it just keeps ringing. It literally never stops. He is right about to hang up when another call pops up from someone he actually knows. It is Principal Deng. Why on earth did you block a big shot from Huadu? Unblock them immediately. Yi, he jumps in surprise. Understood, Mr. Deng, Principal. He quickly answers the phone. Hello, Yi. I am Wang Dao from the admissions office of Huadu University. I am calling right now to inform you that Huadu University is opening an entire month early, and a special train will pick you up in exactly 3 days. Do you have any special requests? Meanwhile, over in the ward, Chu Chao also gets a call of his own. Hello, Chu Chao. I am Teacher Liu from the Huadu University admissions office. Chu Chao answers with absolute, complete politeness. I will gladly follow whatever arrangements are made for me. Understood. I will definitely be there right on time. Thank you so much, Teacher Liu. Then he mutters to Yi He, sounding a little bit insecure. Out of the three of us in this hospital room, everyone else is a top-tier student. It feels like I shouldn't even be on a bed. I belong under the bed. He completely ignores the self-deprecating joke. He already knows exactly what he needs to do. Before school starts, there is one last thing left to do. The scene instantly shifts to the Swan Lake nuclear blast site a few days later. The massive mushroom cloud from the nuclear explosion has blasted hundreds of tons of dust straight into the clouds. The sky above Swan Lake and kilometers around it are totally choked by a thick layer of ash, turning the world below into eternal, pitch-black night. Faint rays of light struggle through the dense dust clouds, hitting the ruined earth. He stands right in the middle of this dead wasteland, his body starting to mutate, absorbing all the leftover energy. He literally melts and fuses with his surroundings, becoming a living, breathing part of this radioactive wasteland. A massive blue eye snaps open, scanning the entire battlefield. A system panel pops up. Infinite Monster Template Host, Yi. Overall Physique, 27.4. Emperor Universe Wild Trace Template Sync at 38.9%. Humanoid Giant Sync at 90%. He slowly stands up, fully embracing his terrifying monster form. After the brutal fight with the blood-eyed black ape, the Emperor Universe Wild Trace template sync rate actually jumped by 1.5%, which is incredibly high. Combined with the nuclear radiation and leftover atomic fission energy here, this place is a literal holy ground for cultivation. 3 full days of hardcore training boosted his sync rate by another 6 points, a massive leap. Sensing that time is completely running out, he mutters, I really need to go. He blasts off, leaving a blazing blue trail straight across the sky. But unfortunately, back at the An City train station, a loud voice suddenly echoes over the intercom speakers. Attention, all passengers. Train G66 departing from this station to Huadu West Station will leave in exactly 5 minutes. Passengers who haven't checked their tickets should do so immediately. Chu Chao stands on the platform, gripping his suitcase, nervously waiting for his friend. His eyes instantly light up when he spots a familiar figure. He made it. A sudden flash of light erupts across the sky. He touches down effortlessly. He throws a quick wink at Chu Chao. Luckily, I made it just in time. The passengers on the train immediately recognize He. They can't even hide their crazy excitement. You and I both know exactly why they're reacting like this. That's someone yells. Holy crap, that wave of pressure just now scared me half to death. I seriously thought another high-level beast had showed up. Another passenger chimes in, totally awestruck. That terrifying aura, even a senior fighter burning their battle blood wouldn't give off this kind of insane, heavy pressure. Let's dive into this wild ride together. Chuzhou smiled a look full of hidden meaning. He'd gotten stronger again. Meanwhile, he just stared out the window as In City slowly faded behind them. And City. They were finally leaving it all behind. He remembered this was the exact place where his story actually began. This was his very first stop since crossing over into this world, and his ultimate starting line. The massive train sped up, completely leaving the city in the dust. Goodbye, and City. He turned back, a fire of pure excitement burning in his eyes. Let's head to Hua Capital. The train blasted forward like a steel dragon on the tracks. Whoosh. Inside the cabin, he was eagerly pointing around, introducing absolutely everyone. Chuzhou could only sigh. Can you be serious for just 1 second? Suddenly, a curious student turned and asked Chuzhou a question. Are all the students on this train really top scholars? Chuzhou explained it simply. Not just that, even the train itself is built with the most advanced materials. It can easily withstand an impact force of thousands of tons without breaking a sweat. But even so, Hua Capital University didn't take chances. The hidden and visible security on this train includes no less than 5 warriors, and probably even Grandmaster-level experts watching everything. After all, the people sitting inside this train are the most elite, talented students of their entire generation in the great Xia nation. He cut in, a super smug smile appearing on his face. I already used my life sense to sniff them all out. And yeah, there are a few strong ones, but only 5 guys could actually survive 3 moves against me. Suddenly, a blaring emergency warning echoed all through the cabin. Level 1 alarm! Level 1 alarm. The Hua capital train is under attack by unknown enemies. The official broadcast kept playing. Level 1 alarm! Level 1 alarm! The Hua Capital University train is currently being attacked by unknown hostiles. All professors and instructors are investigating right now. All the remaining students must evacuate from their cabins immediately. Do not engage the enemy. Hearing this, the students started panicking. No way. Who would dare attack Hua Capital University? Maybe this is just a surprise drill to test us freshmen. Someone spoke up. Not exactly. Now pay close attention here. Things are getting tense. The Sha Nation is at its weakest point. The Guardian Warrior is injured and hiding. Plus, Grandmaster Du Jingming went totally missing. Tons of powerful grandmasters and brave warriors have already died in Guangshan City and other locations during those massive, brutal beast horde attacks. It's totally natural that the countries and factions previously crushed by Xia are causing trouble now. One student asked nervously, "So should we actually leave the cabin or not?" Chu Zhou turned to look right at Yi He. "What do you think?" Yi He leaned back in his seat, looking super annoyed. "Such a pain. I've been overtraining for days and just wanted a quick nap to recover." But then he jumped up, a wild smile spreading across his face. "Let's go see exactly what the hell is going on." The train kept speeding ahead, but the peace was completely gone. Crash! Yi, he and Chu Zhou rushed to the cabin door. A heavily injured student collapsed right into them. "Hey, hang in there!" Yi, he asked quickly. "What is going on up ahead?" The panicked student tried to explain, his voice breaking badly. "The enemy has already taken over the first 3 train cars. They took control of a special domain that drags everyone into a completely separate dimension, just to keep the shockwaves of the battle from destroying the outside world. Terrifying enemies are inside, hunting everyone down. The warrior teachers protecting us are almost all dead or severely wounded. They teamed up just to push me out of that domain so I could warn you guys to run. This is definitely not a drill," he introduced himself. "Freshman, Chu Jingswan." Suddenly, another group of students stood up and completely blocked their path. One of them spoke up, his voice totally full of suspicion. "Where is the proof? You claim there is danger ahead, so show us the evidence." Another guy with blonde hair like a lion's mane glared at Chu Jingswan with pure disgust. "Where are the teachers' badges or the injured survivors? Why are you the only one who made it out? Are you even strong enough to compete with the top freshmen?" He introduced himself with a smirk. "Freshman, Yan Zhengxiong." Then he pointed right at Yi. "I refuse to believe you managed to escape," but he did not. The others nodded in agreement. "Makes total sense. This lion-headed guy is right." Yan Zhengxiong violently shoved them aside. "Get out of my way. I am heading to the front." Chu Jingswan screamed in pure desperation. "Wait, I am telling the truth. It is actually dangerous up there. Why won't you guys listen to me? Do not walk into your own deaths. You and I both know something's off here." He turned to Yi He. "Are you Yi He?" Yi. He stared at him, a strange feeling rising. His life sense detected something completely abnormal about this student. He replied, "That is me. How did you know?" "A girl named Liu Qingzhu showed me your photo. She told me to find you and say, no matter what, do not go to the front cabins." Yi, his eyes went wide. "Is that really what she said?" "Exactly. She took a massive, heavy slash just to protect me from the enemy." He sobbed loudly, clenching his fists tight. "Those idiots are determined to commit suicide. I cannot stop them, but I promised that girl I would make absolutely sure you survive." Smack. Yi, he slapped him hard. "Damn it. She is not even dead yet, and you are already talking like these are her last words." He asked, "Are you still planning to go?" Yi, he looked forward, his voice completely unshaken. "Of course I am going. I made a promise to her parents." Chu Jingswan threw his arms wide in pure desperation, trying to block them. "No, I am not letting you pass." Someone else sneered with disgust. "With your pathetic look, how did you even get into Hua Capital University?" Chu Zhou immediately drew his sword. "Hey Chu Zhou," he complained. "I am actually trying to save your lives right here. How can you be so unreasonable? Swinging fists without a single word. An elegant person like Qingzhu could never know 2 massive brutes like you guys." Yi, he grabbed him firmly. "Enough of your nonsense." Boom. Chu Jingswan was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Such insane power, it was completely out of our league. Yi, he tossed a pill over to him. "Sorry, take this blood crystal. We are in a real hurry here," Yi, he said. "Chu Zhou, let's move," he whispered in pure despair. "Do not go. It is too dangerous." They finally arrived at the door of cabin 3. Yi. He stared at the swirling purple spatial gate. This must be the entrance to that separate dimension the freshman mentioned, right? He grabbed Chuzhou's suitcase just to test the waters. With one powerful throw, Chuzhou's suitcase flew straight into the purple spatial vortex, vanishing without a single trace. Whoosh! Yi. He frowned hard, focusing his senses completely. Zero feedback, no sound at all. Even my powerful life sense cannot detect a single drop of energy inside this thing. A ton of freshmen just rushed in here earlier. Looks like they all walked right into the trap. An amused smile spread across his face. This crazy mystery only made him even more curious. Interesting. I'm going in. He stepped right into the portal without any hesitation. As the purple light swallowed him whole, a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. His eyes flashed with high alert. Inside was total chaos, a single path of winding light surrounded by endless darkness. He stumbled as extreme dizziness hit. So dizzy. Who's behind this trick? Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this total madness. He looks around, but his companion is completely gone. Weird. They walked in together. So where the hell is Chuzhou now? In the distance, a glowing exit offers a single spark of hope in this bizarre space. Light ahead. Better get out first. He dashes through the path into a ruined world. Skyscrapers bend and float, totally defying logic. He gasps in shock. What the hell is this place? He tries his powers, but nothing happens. My life field is not responding. Is this place blocking it? He decides to use a much more direct approach. He leaps into the air with terrifying force, launching himself hundreds of meters high. The old way still works. He lands on a rooftop, the heavy impact triggering a massive, echoing crash. Boom. He gathers a blue and white energy sphere, lightning crackling wildly around it. A crazy look flashes across his face. Do not play ghost games with me. He unleashes his full power, roaring a command. Explode for me. A giant blue and white blast erupts in every direction, sending a massive shockwave that flattens absolutely everything nearby. Crash! Hiding inside the buildings, other students stare out their windows in pure terror. A massive explosion. What the heck is going on? Damn, which expert is this? What a flashy entrance. Hearing the heavy rumbles, Chuzhou immediately sprints toward that direction. Liu Qingzu sits nearby, completely injured and weak. She whispers, Yi, why did you come? He lands on a roof, scanning the battlefield. He knows this is no ordinary exam. Looks like we have more than just classmates and teammates here. Watch closely now. His eyes lock onto a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. Enemies. A huge guy in a pig mask appears, pointing a bloody knife at a muscular student. Chu Kam-hien, the guy suspected earlier, faces the masked attacker. He smirks. Still wearing that ugly pig head? One look and I know you are absolute trash. You bastard, acting so mysterious, I will rip that hood off. The pig mask guy stays silent, his glowing red eyes flashing with pure, brutal violence. He charges, launching a lightning kick at the enemy. Bam! Watching from afar, Yi, he is shocked. He blocked my nuclear punch and survived? The muscle guy stabs a dagger into the enemy's neck. Slash! The enemy just lets it hit him, grinning. Bet you never expected my fast healing. I can block your blade with just my pure muscles. Your strength is weak, but your weapon is incredibly weird. It bypasses defenses entirely. What the hell even are you? He grabs the pig mask. Let me get a closer look at this. He blasts an energy spit attack from his mouth. Taste this! With a violent yank, the mask is torn off, revealing absolutely nothing underneath. He laughs triumphantly. I am honest. I said I would rip it off, and I did. Yi, he narrows his eyes. Huh? Something is hidden inside that hood. A tiny object falls from the torn hood. Yi, he picks it up. A pendant. Is this really a test by Hoa Du? Defeat monsters to get loot. He stares at the broken dagger, realizing something. This weapon was likely enhanced by a high-tier martial artist's aura, making it unnaturally sharp. Once that aura fades, it turns back into regular junk. But what is this pendant for? Do I have to hunt down masked enemies to loot their pendants? Suddenly, an arrow flies at him. He calmly continues. This really feels like a deadly survival game. His body erupts with red aura, snatching the incoming arrow. On a roof stands a phantom with glowing red eyes, clutching a crossbow. Another wave already? Yi, he growls, a crazy grin forming. I hate getting ambushed. He charges, but suddenly, an energy arrow shoots straight up from the ground. Crash! The ambusher leaps high into the air, raining down a deadly shower of arrows from above. You and I both saw that hit, right? Countless dark arrows turn Yi into a human pincushion, but he just smirks, completely crazy and overflowing with pure confidence. You think killing me is that easy? So naive, he flexes, his body exploding with raw energy, transforming into a monster state and shattering every single arrow. A massive wave of blue and red energy erupts from him, expanding into a huge, jagged bone structure, looking exactly like a terrifying prehistoric monster. Roar! With a space-shattering bellow, he slams that entire monstrous energy mass straight down, aiming directly at the building where his enemy is hiding. The attack's raw power is terrifying. It completely crushes the entire skyscraper into just dust and smoke. Boom! Far away, civilians hiding in another building watch the destruction in pure horror. What happened? The whole building just collapsed. He steps from the thick dust, clutching an arrow. I want to see who almost skewered me like barbecue. From the rubble, another enemy emerges. This time, a guy in a suit and rabbit mask, holding a sharp spear. A rabbit head? Are these enemies based on the zodiacs? The rabbit guy charges at terrifying speed, his body wrapped in deadly purple energy. He swings the spear, unleashing a razor-sharp energy arc aimed straight for He's head. He simply raises his leg, easily blocking the fierce attack. The impact rings out with an ear-piercing metallic screech. Clang! But then he freezes, feeling the technique behind the strike. What the hell? It knows martial arts. The rabbit's spear suddenly changes direction flawlessly, aiming straight for his temple. Whoosh! Instantly, a thick ice wall appears from thin air, stopping the spear right before his face. An ice wall. The ice wall shatters into millions of glittering shards, but it absolutely saved He's life. Crash. Countless sharp ice spikes shoot up, forming a freezing prison around the enemy. Chu Chao drops down from above. His sword flashes with a cold light, speaking with total confidence. That was close, Leave this rabbit to me. He charges in, sword and spear clashing, creating a storm of ice across the ruined battlefield. The rabbit guy seems annoyed by Chu Chao's sudden entrance. Grr! Chu Chao unleashes lightning-fast slashes. The freezing, razor-sharp strikes force the rabbit to constantly back away in defense. Slash, slash. Finally, he channels all his power, completely freezing the rabbit guy inside a massive ice block. But Chu Chao is not done yet. You and I know he is going for the overkill. He blasts the ice block with a final strike. Boom! It shatters completely, launching the suited rabbit away like a literal bullet. Boom! Blown away at terrifying speed, the rabbit mask guy can only let out a gasp of pure shock. Stick with me, Chu Chao's raw power is about to break everything. But before his body even crashes into a distant building, look at the sky. A massive dark shadow with bat wings and demon horns slowly materializes right above them. Its evil, overwhelming aura suffocates the entire area. Reaching out, that giant monster easily snatches the flying rabbit guy right out of midair. Its deep voice echoes with pure malice and twisted possessiveness. Finally caught you, little baby. Then crunch. It literally crushes the rabbit guy right in its massive hand. Damn. Suddenly, a destructive blue energy wave flattens an entire city block in one terrifying explosion. Boom. Meanwhile, on a completely different rooftop, a hidden group of students is whispering among themselves. A few minutes ago, they were wondering why it got so quiet over there. That guy charged and showing off, is he dead? He has to be dead. We ambushed over a dozen masked guys without anyone taking a hit. Their weapons can tear through absolutely any defense. They are way out of our league. A stunning girl with striking red hair speaks up, her voice dripping with pure, absolute contempt. That idiot rushed in way too arrogantly. Probably just some local student admitted to Hoa-Do, acting like a frog at the bottom of a well. Arrogant and clueless, another member agrees. Honestly speaking, the top scholars from the major cities operate on a totally different level compared to people from small places like ours. I heard that Diem Chin Hung and Ao Duong Troc from Ma Du, Tham Luc Vu of Tham Lam, and Tan Than from Lulai Island have already started hunting masked guys. How are they pulling that off? Another person asks with total curiosity. Are they really that strong? Then this year's freshman champion has to be one of them. The other guy shakes his head. No way. Absolutely not. The freshman president is always a local student straight out of Hoa-Do. Compared to those Hoa-Do prodigies, students from other regions just cannot compete. The sheer amount of cultivation resources they get from childhood puts them worlds apart from the rest of us. Their chat gets cut off by a blinding blue and white explosion from where Yi was fighting. Boom! The whole group stares in horror. Now, pay close attention here, because you and I both know an energy beam that insane is not normal. What was that? An electromagnetic gun. Come on, how could there possibly be a railgun out here? Meanwhile, in another ruined part of the city, DM Chin Hung with his thick blonde lion mane hair and his partner are also watching the exact same spectacle unfold. DM Chin Hung turns and asks his partner, Truck, what do you think? The guy named Truck, a top freshman named Ao Duong Truck, coldly breaks it down. That attack style does not match how the masked guys operate at all. It is highly likely that is the signature technique of another freshman. DM Chin Hung's massive sword is currently stabbed straight into the corpse of a lion-masked guy, proving exactly how ridiculously strong this duo really is. A freshman? Aside from a select few in Hoadu, who else has such exaggerated, overwhelming power? We have to go check this out right now. Besides, we already successfully collected the rat pendant. Dog, monkey, horse. Tham Luke Vu from Tham Du at least has the goat pendant. Ao Duong Tra continues with a razor-sharp tone. Tan Than from Lu Lai Island definitely has the snake pendant. That freshman named Liu Qingju even killed a minotaur and grabbed the ox pendant. If these masked guys are organizing everything based on the 12 Chinese zodiac signs, that only leaves the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon pendants out there. His eyes instantly go dark and dangerous when mentioning that final legendary zodiac beast. As for the dragon, a terrifying silhouette wearing a dragon mask flashes into both of their minds. His aura completely eclipses every single other enemy here. That monster is an absolute death sentence to anyone who even tries to touch him. If you see him, you run. You cannot fight the final boss. DM Chin Hung concludes flatly. As for the remaining pendants, that freshman firing those blue beams definitely has a few on hand. Tan Than and Tham Luke Vu will probably be drawn straight to that location. Chin Hung, this insane survival game has officially entered its final round. Ao Duong Trak clenches his fists tight, a cold, ruthless glint flashing in his glowing green eyes. If we want to win, we just have to steal from the others. Cutting back to Yi He is crouching down, casually holding the pig pendant he just snatched up. Chu Chao finally arrives, asking with pure curiosity, "So what is this?" He stands up and explains, "Right before you got here, I took down a pig-masked guy and pulled this pig pendant out of him. We both know what this means, right? This is the key to everything. If my guess is right, this entire exam is about collecting all these animal head pendants." Chu Chao glances around with extreme caution. He looks up at a ruined rooftop in the distance. Exactly. Just now on that roof, another guy shot a sneak arrow right at me. Must be a masked enemy who managed to slip away during all the crazy chaos. He looks down at the fresh wound on his body where the deadly arrow actually hit him, but his arrow struck me, which means I can track him using it. Let us move. They navigate through the completely desolate, ruined streets of the dead city. Suddenly, he stops. There are obvious signs of a brutal battle right here. Someone beat us to it. He presses his hand against the scorch marks on the broken ground, feeling the residual heat. These burn marks are still warm. The enemy has not gone far. Chu Chao instantly goes on high alert, his hand gripping his sword hilt. They are close. He swings his sword, releasing a freezing aura as he prepares for combat. Swish! He slashes hard into the ground, summoning a massive wall of razor-sharp ice erupting right out of the earth. Smash! A previously invisible girl with fiery red hair is forcefully knocked out of stealth by the ice attack. She mutters under her breath, looking extremely annoyed. My optical camouflage actually got exposed again. Amidst the ruined scenery, Chu Chao instantly dashes forward. His sword flashes with a cold, deadly light. Hiding in the shadows means you have no good intentions. Another guy shows zero fear. Move aside, freshman Lam Vu Tich. His entire body erupts in raging, violent flames. Activating his demonic flame combat body technique, he launches a massive, superheated fire punch straight at Chu Chao. The extreme heat literally warps the air itself. But then, a third figure suddenly steps in and effortlessly blocks the devastating attack like it is nothing. He is casually holding a cigarette, looking completely unbothered. You got totally exposed, Lam Vu Tich. Your optical camouflage is way too weak. Chich, mind your own damn business. He introduces himself as the freshman, Tan Than. He slowly steps forward, scanning the two of them with cold suspicion. Are you guys trying to ambush us here? Tan Than's fiery teammate rushes to explain everything. Boss, you completely misunderstood us. We literally just took down a rooster-masked guy, then hid right here to bait out any other masked enemies. Tan Than takes a long drag from his cigarette and blows out a thick cloud of smoke. Phew! Yi he does not buy that weak excuse for a single second. His blue eyes turn ice cold, glaring at Tan Than with absolute suspicion. Oh, is that right? Then what exactly is this supposed to be? Quick as lightning, he dashes forward, his hand aggressively grabbing at what looks like completely empty space right next to Tan Than. But then, shocking everyone, Lam Vu Tich's silhouette suddenly appears, getting choked and lifted off the ground. Trust me, we are going to love what happens next. Poof! From her original hiding spot, the real Lam Vu Tich is nervously biting her nails, her face twisted in pure frustration and utter disbelief. All right, you and I are about to watch an absolute bloodbath. Shin Chen smirks, too lazy to care that his clone got spotted. He chuckles, saying he never expected a sneak attack to work anyway. That would be boring. Crushing his cigarette into the dirt, an arrogant, challenging smirk creeps across his face. Guess it is my turn. He takes a massive breath, his body swelling up in this freakish, terrifying way. He looks like a giant balloon about to burst open. Whoosh! Here it comes! A thick, pitch-black cloud of ink erupts from his mouth at terrifying speed. It completely swallows Yi, he in the blink of an eye as he leaps backward. Lan Yusi snaps her golden fan open, her voice sweet but laced with pure threat. Do not even think about running. She swings the fan, summoning a green tornado that twists the black cloud tightly around Yi He. It forms an inescapable prison of heavy smoke. Trapped inside the dark vortex, his vision goes totally blind. Locked inside the dense smoke, Yi, he spots a blinding red light. Shin Chen is just casually floating on his back in midair. He laughs with pure arrogance. It is not over yet. Let me heat things up for you. A horrifying fire explosion erupts from inside the cloud, scorching absolutely everything with insane, melting heat. Boom! Shin Chen lands next to Lan Yushi. Both of them flash triumphant smiles, completely convinced they just wiped out their opponent with zero effort. So what? Even if you are strong, you are no match for us. But a freezing voice instantly cuts their laughter short. What the hell are you laughing at? Reaching out from the blazing smoke, a hand glowing with blue-white light appears. Yi, he violently claps his hands together, generating a massive, invisible spherical shockwave. Now watch closely, because this is wild. Smack! Shin Chen screams in pure terror as the shockwave obliterates his fire cloud in a single second. Wait, just one clap shattered my attack? Before he can even process what happened, Yi, he teleports right in front of him, eyes glowing. What kind of insane power is that? He whispers in panic before a devastating punch lands. King-breaking strike. Yi, he's raw physical strength, shatters every energy defense, slamming directly into Shin Chen as fresh blood sprays everywhere. Bam! Shin Chen is sent flying like a broken kite. His body plows through the dirt, carving a deep trench before finally stopping. Swish. Lan Yushi stands there, pale, dripping with cold sweat. She mutters the horrifying truth about their own limits in Yi. He's absolutely absurd, logic-defying strength. Right now, we lack the techniques to upgrade to warrior class. We are permanently stuck at the martial disciple tier, our physical power locked behind a barrier. Even if Huadu freshmen have higher limits at the disciple stage, they still cannot break through. But this guy's stats? Not even close to a normal college freshman? While obsessing over Yi He, Lan Yusi suddenly feels her feet freeze. Solid ice creeps up from the ground, instantly binding her legs in absolute shock. She mutters in pure panic. Damn it, I focused way too much on the brawler and I completely forgot the ice user. High above them, a massive phantom appears, a manifestation of overwhelming power wearing Yi, He's crazed smile, looming like a judge of death. Lan Yushi stares at it, then her enemies, pure despair hits her face. Even teaming up with Shin, we could not defeat one of them, let alone two. Realizing how completely hopeless this is, the fan slips from her hand. Her fighting spirit totally shatters. There is literally zero reason left to fight. With zero chance of winning, she channels everything she has left to shatter the ice binding her. A green aura from her fan helps her break free. Crack! Without a second of hesitation, she turns and dumps all her remaining energy into her legs to sprint. Her only thought? Survive. I just have to run. But you and I know she is not escaping. A hand violently crushes her ankle from behind, instantly destroying her balance. Swish! She crashes down, looking back in absolute horror to see Yi. He caught her. Damn it! Yi, he is right there. He grips her leg, yanking her back so ruthlessly she flips midair before he slams her violently into the dirt. Get down here! He clenches his fist, blue eyes flashing with pure danger. He mutters to himself, calling out the dark skill he is about to unleash. Cosmic martial arts. In a desperate bid to escape, Lan Yuxi splits into countless illusions, sprinting in every possible direction. He flashes a savage grin, baring sharp, menacing teeth in total amusement. Hehe, still trying to run, he erupts with blood-red energy, unleashing a deeply evil, haunting technique. Prisoner of the evil demonic phantom, red and black ghosts claw out from the ground, wrapping around both the real Lan Yuxi and her illusions. Completely paralyzed, she screams in agony. Ah, I cannot move. What the hell is this? He laughs like a maniac, totally relishing his prey's despair as she writhes inside his trap. You cannot fight, you cannot run, just accept your pathetic fate. Completely broken and stripped of her will to fight, Lan Yuxi instantly caves. I surrender. I surrender. All my pendants are yours. She throws 2 jade pendants at him. He catches them, staring down at the pathetic girl tied to the dirt. Tell me everything you know. If you were honest from the start, none of this would have happened. Lan Yuxi quickly explains while still bound tight. To win this test, you have to collect all 12 pendants. Right now, we are entering the absolute final stage of the exam. Even if you do nothing, others are coming to take them from you. Ouyang Jie and Yan Zhengsheng from Ghost City are the top-tier freshmen here. They have probably hoarded a massive pile of pendants by now. Despite being in deadly peril, a sinister smirk crosses her face as she tries to provoke Yi. What do you say? Want me to take you straight to Ouyang Jie and Yan Zhengsheng? I have zero hope of winning anyway, so I might as well stir up some chaos and watch you guys kill each other. Yi flashes a giant grin, patronizingly patting her on the head. Do not worry about that, but I like your fan. Lan Yuxi just looks stunned. Across the ruined city, Yan Zhengsheng and Ouyang Jie sprint at high speed, discussing things. By now, Xinchen and Lan Yuxi probably found them, right? If those two can lend a hand, we should be perfectly safe for the time being. Whoever wins, we just take the pendants. But stick with me here. Yan Zhengsheng suddenly slams the brakes, his eyes stretching wide in absolute pure horror. Stick with me here. Things are about to get brutal. Z stares at the cold concrete, finding Tan Chen's lifeless body in a massive blood pool. Ouyang Zi recognizes the victim instantly. His voice shakes with pure disbelief. It really is Tan Chen. Rewind the clock a few minutes back. We see Tan Chen desperately running for his life through the completely empty, dead streets. That guy is an absolute monster. Lan Yuxi must be crushed by now. I can feel it. That freak marked me too, and he is definitely coming to hunt me down next. Looks like I have to team up with those 2 villains, Ouyang Jie and Yan Zhengsheng. But then, a sudden deadly wave of pure danger hits him right from behind. He whips around fast. Who is it? A wild figure with messy long hair and a floating purple sword charges at him with absolutely terrifying speed. The attacker's eyes flash in the pitch dark, a bright red spiral radiating pure evil and unimaginable, overwhelming power. Tan Chen stares in absolute horror, finally recognizing his deadliest enemy. It is the most terrifying legend in this entire exam. The dragon. The street lamp flickers brightly, then instantly dies out. Bang. A lightning-fast slash cuts right through the darkness. Tan Chen's shadow is cast against the ruined wall as fresh blood splatters everywhere. The dragon mask stands there cold, gripping 2 zodiac pendants he just snatched from him. Tan Chen's lifeless body collapses heavily to the ground. Thud. Back in the present, Yan Zhengsheng and Ouyang Jie stand over the corpse. Why did Tan Chen die here? And that brutal slash. Ouyang Jie analyzes the scene. It was definitely the dragon mask. That slash is clean and decisive. One fatal strike proving his power completely and utterly overwhelmed Tan Chen. Out of all the zodiac masks, the dragon mask is the only one capable of this. Yan Zhengsheng is totally confused. But wait, doesn't the dragon mask only hunt inside that underground parking lot? Back then, I actually led over 20 people into that underground parking lot just to find you. A horrifying memory flashes back. The dragon standing right in the middle of a literal sea of corpses. Out of Zheng Zheng's entire group, only 2 survived. Only 2 of us made it out. He touches the warm blood pool. Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild. I can't believe he's actually killing people. Isn't this just an exam? But this warm blood? It is way too real. Ouyang Jie shivers. Cold sweat drips down his face as pure, genuine fear finally creeps into his mind. Yeah. Yan Zhengsheng stands up slowly. So what exactly do we do now? Tan Chen's pendant is definitely gone, which means the dragon mask probably left the underground parking lot just for us. The new students must have cleared some hidden condition, maybe like defeating all the other mask wearers in the area. And after that, the final boss could finally remove his zone restrictions and roam free. Just like the regular Zodiac masks automatically hunting down the new students out in the open. The Dragon Mask is likely actively hunting anyone holding a Zodiac pendant right now. Ouyangze tightly clenches his fists, his intense fighting spirit suddenly bursting to life. We can't face the Dragon Mask head-on. We have to secure the other pendants before he does. There is no way we are letting them fall right into his hands. He roars loudly, fully awakening his bloodline. A pair of brilliant, glowing golden wings violently erupts from his back, with golden lightning fiercely crackling all around him. The Golden Rock. He rockets straight up into the sky. What we need to do now is actively send out a huge signal, lure the other pendant holders right here, and fight them to the death. A massive sphere of golden energy forms high up in the sky. It is a bold challenge signal broadcasted to every single remaining player out there. Boom! Meanwhile, in another corner of the ruined city, Liu Qingju sits completely alone, somewhere inside this dead zone. I was just heading to Hua Capital, but somehow got dragged into this incredibly bizarre, deadly city without any explanation. So many new students were slaughtered by that insane Dragon Mask guy. Another survivor and I managed to meet our teacher. He told us he could safely escort one person out of here, but I just can't. I can't leave, not at a critical time like this. She stares softly at a photo of herself and Yi, he glowing right on her phone screen. I have to warn that idiot Yi He to stay far away from this mess. She holds her head, absolutely eaten up by worry. I wonder if the guy who escaped actually found Yi He. What a shame. I'm just too weak to go out and look for him right now. But with his brute strength, as long as he avoids the Dragon Mask, there is absolutely no way he loses. Suddenly, that creepy feeling of being watched makes her flinch. Her eyes dart around sharply. Have I been spotted? In my current condition, there's literally zero chance I can outrun anyone. The enemy already locked onto my aura, and they are definitely coming to steal this pendant from me. I honestly don't care about keeping it, but I know Yi, he absolutely needs this thing. Right now, I can't fight them head to head. To actually survive this, I just have to lure them directly over there. Up in the sky, Ouyangze scopes out the city and spots Liu Qingju. During the college exams, I heard the declining Liu family actually produced someone who awakened the legendary Nether Divine Bird bloodline. Since we both share high-level Divine Beast bloodlines, I made sure to look up everything about Liu Qingju. Ouyangze hovers high above, his brilliant golden wings lighting up the entire block. He squints down. Looks like she actually has a history pendant. What a nice surprise. Wait, she is heading straight towards a very specific location. I know what you and I are thinking right now. He sees through her plan and sneers, trying to lure me to the Dragon Mask's parking lot? Man, she is just so adorably naive. The Dragon Mask is already out, roaming the streets with his blade. There's absolutely nothing left inside that underground lot anymore. He spins around, his wings whipping up a massive golden tornado. He shouts down to his teammate, Zheng Chung, "Just wait for me right here. I'm going to go catch someone real quick." He dives down at terrifying speed, triggering a chain of massive explosions as he smashes right through the parking lot floors. Boom, boom, boom! He lands right in front of Liu Qingju, his blazing golden wings lighting up the pitch-black space. Liu Qingju, you can't escape. But suddenly, another dark voice echoes from the shadows, making Ouyangze jump. Wait a second. This voice. Stepping out of the darkness, the Dragon Mask reveals himself, his deadly aura suffocating the entire room. The dragon? Impossible. Wasn't he supposed to be out hunting other pendant holders right now? A horrifying realization suddenly strikes Ouyangze like lightning. Hold on, if the dragon's main target is the pendant holders, he stares down in absolute shock at the 4 zodiac pendants hanging on his own chest. I have 4 pendants. He's obviously going to target the guy carrying the most loot first. Arrogance like that only brings deadly consequences. The Dragon Mask's eyes suddenly flare with a lethal, glowing purple light, locking directly onto his new prey. Ouyangze is completely terrified, entirely losing his usual cool. He looks up and sees the Dragon Mask casually floating in midair, while something incredibly bizarre and dangerous starts forming all around them. Ouyangze realizes he walked right into a massive trap. This is a domain. How can the Dragon Mask use something like this? He mutters, freezing as cold sweat rolls down his face. And trust me, you're going to want to see how this ends. A special domain traps you if you make eye contact, and the only escape is defeating the caster. Pushed to the absolute brink, the Dragon Mask lunges forward like a deadly hurricane. Stick with me. You are about to witness absolute madness. He is here. Massive purple energy slashes blast straight toward Ouyang-zi. He desperately uses his golden wings to block the hit. Dragon Mask appears right behind him, the blade in his hand ready for a killing blow. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Yi-He and Chuzhou are busy fighting that crazy lion mane guy. Yi-He is super annoyed. Is this guy seriously using the global voice chat just to trash talk everyone here? Chuzhou speaks up, his eyes completely locked in and determined. Yi-He, leave this guy to me. I need to test my own limits right now. Then Yan Zhengxiang steps up, the terrifying phantom of a giant tiger materializing right behind his back. He roars out, "You really think you caught me? So arrogant!" Chuzhou just stares his opponent down, the sword in his hand suddenly flashing with a deadly freezing cold light. Ice sword! He swings his blade, forming a massive frozen wave that crashes toward Yan Zhengxiang, but it shatters instantly. Yan Zhengxiang just smirks and asks, "Exactly where do you think you are running to?" He charges in, swinging his massive blade and trapping Chuzhou inside a raging tornado of orange energy. Chuzhou is completely stunned. He cannot even believe his opponent's insane speed and raw power. He pours every last drop of strength into his sword, desperately trying to block the strike. He focuses his mind entirely, unlocking a brand new Tierman and sword becoming one. His weapon transforms into a gigantic blade of solid ice, as the phantom image of a massive serpent suddenly appears. Yan Zhengxiang simply swings his heavy blade, casually shattering the ice drill and sending Chuzhou flying back. Then they both charge. The freezing sword and blazing blade violently collide, triggering a massive explosive energy storm right there. The phantoms of an ice dragon and a flaming tiger roar and clash fiercely in the sky, perfectly mirroring the intense showdown between these two fighters. Now watch closely, because things are about to shift. Not far away, Yi-He sits on a rock, completely bored, looking like he could not care less. But suddenly, Yan Zhengxiang feels a wave of absolute despair. He turns around, sweat pouring down his face. It is Ouyang-zi's aura. He is crying out for help. He and Chuzhou trade one final explosive strike before quickly jumping apart. Yan Zhengxiang roars, his voice completely filled with rage and pure frustration. "Yeah, if I did not have an emergency, I would have broken every single bone in your body." Chuzhou just replies with cold, killing intent. "After talking all that trash, you really think you can just walk away? Did I give you permission?" Out of nowhere, he appears right between them. A blinding blue and white energy sphere forms in his hand. He hurls it straight at Yan Zhengxiang. The tiger fighter panics. Wait, what? The energy sphere violently detonates on impact. A blinding explosion of pure light completely swallows Yan Zhengxiang whole. Boom! The blast rips a massive trench through the earth, totally destroying everything in its path. Yan Zhengxiang is left sprawled out in the dirt, his body heavily bruised and bleeding. What the hell was that? Did a literal monster just blast me away? He pops up right next to him, totally mocking him. "That was my punch. You were screaming so loud, I had to hit you a bit harder. You really think you can ambush me?" "I would not even call that an ambush. Your brain is just way too slow to register my punches." Yan Zhengxiang roars out in absolute fury, the sheer pain and total humiliation making him completely lose his mind. "So arrogant. I am taking your life right now." But 3 minutes later, Yan Zhengxiang is sitting there with a swollen, bruised face, his badass image completely ruined. He just laughs. "Hey, do not look so sad. Lasting 3 whole minutes against me is actually impressive. The so-called new god was basically taken out in one punch." He casually lifts Yan Zhengxiang's massive blade like it weighs absolutely nothing. "Your weapon has a nice weight to it. Mind if I borrow it? Though, it definitely needs a little upgrade first." Glowing blue energy wraps completely around the heavy blade as razor-sharp crystal shards violently sprout from the metal. The weapon is now transformed into something monstrous and infinitely more powerful than before. Chuzhou walks over and hands Yi a strange pendant. He could not find any normal necklace in that guy's spatial ring, but they managed to find this glowing jade piece instead. This jade pendant is flashing non-stop. It definitely looks like it is desperately transmitting some kind of emergency signal out there. I know what you are thinking. Can he survive this? Let's cut back to Ouyang-zi's brutal fight. He is heavily wounded, bleeding out, his glowing golden wings completely shattered. He whispers in total despair. "I never thought this would be my absolute limit. I even used up every single holy relic I brought from the secret ruins, down to the very last sealing nail. If only one had struck him directly in the heart. That single hit would have perfectly sealed away his martial energy and endless power flow. But tragically, I sacrificed my own arm and still failed to drive the nail into Dragon Mask's heart. I missed by just 3 fingers. A single golden nail sits stuck in the villain's shoulder. The shadow dragon violently roars, completely ready to finish off its prey. He realizes he lost his one and only chance to crush this damn Dragon Mask bug. The dragon warrior swings his blade, piercing right through Ouyangzi's chest, brutally ending the life of a true genius. Meanwhile, Liu Qingju is staggering up a set of crumbling ruined stairs. Come on, just a few more steps to the rooftop. She looks toward the distant, desperate battle. That Dragon Mask monster is truly terrifying. That ugly beast is nowhere near his insane power level. Ouyangzi cannot hold out much longer, and Dragon Mask's very next target is definitely her. She completely clenches her fists, absolutely determined to find a way to survive. If I want to make it out alive, I need to get Yi-He over here so we can escape together. This is the tallest building around. Yi-He's signal flare gave me an idea. I am going to fire my own signal straight to him. She focuses her raw energy. The glowing phantom of a purple sparrow suddenly reflects in her eyes. Bloodline awakening, netherworld sparrow. A massive wave of beautiful purple butterfly-shaped energy violently ripples outward from her exact location. It is a desperate distress signal fired high into the sky. Right after shooting the signal, Liu Qingju collapses onto the rooftop, completely exhausted and gasping for air. Damn it, that hurts like crazy. I just hope he got the message. But suddenly, the chilling sound of metallic footsteps echoes right behind her, sharp, cold, and dripping with pure killing intent. Her pupils shrink in absolute terror as she slowly turns around, genuine fear taking over her face. That sound. It cannot be. She crawls to the edge of the rooftop and looks down. Dragon Mask is just hovering there, his purple sword vibrating, almost like it is cheering for finding its next prey. She cannot even comprehend his insane speed. How did he track me down so fast? Damn it, I need to send another signal right now. He has to run! Dragon Mask's swirling red eyes glow with a blinding light, locking right onto her. He rockets into the sky, a streak of deadly purple light shooting straight up the building. He lands softly right in front of her, the blade in his hand still dripping with pure, dark energy. He slowly raises the sword, fully prepared to deliver the fatal blow. Liu Qingzu shuts her eyes, drowning in total despair. Damn it, there is just no time left. But then, the space around her suddenly shatters like broken glass. He steps from the shattered void, crushing his domain. I promised your parents, and I keep my word. And trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. Liu Qingzu's eyes go wide, tears of shock and pure relief spilling over. He is here. The dragon-masked guy narrows his eyes at him, while he roars back. Let's dive right into this insane fight. Who exactly is this guy? He swings his supercharged blade, sending a massive wave of blue-white energy straight at the enemy. This slash literally cuts a skyscraper clean in half. The sheer destructive power is completely terrifying to witness. He turns to Liu Qingzu. He tells her that Qing Heng, Chu Chao, and his newly adopted little brother are waiting in the East Alley. Head there immediately. Liu Qingju looks at him, totally anxious. What about you? He locks his eyes onto their enemy. I'll stay and handle this dragon mask freak. He summons a massive ice dragon out of nowhere, securing Liu Qingju and the others for a safe escape. The beast soars off, leaving a blazing golden streak across the dark night sky. The dragon guy lands hard on the ground, his glowing purple sword buzzing with wild energy. He faces him down, his own body completely wrapped in a heavy, overpowering aura of intense martial power. Not this weird domain again. The second I picked up Thon Truk's distress signal, I knew something extremely shady was going down in this exact spot. Is this really the only way you know how to fight? Hiding like a total coward inside this pathetic little domain? His gaze suddenly locks onto the golden nail plunged deep into the dragon's chest. That nail. Could this actually be the anti-dragon contingency plan DM Qin Heng was talking about? Suddenly, the beast roars, and countless phantom shadows erupt from behind his back, fully prepped to attack. But he just feels a massive rush of pure hype. So fast! The two fighters violently clash, creating an absolute hurricane of explosive energy. Now, watch closely. This is where the action gets completely out of hand. Their insane power literally shakes the air itself, violently slicing a massive skyscraper clean in two. The building just crumbles into chaotic debris. They are trading blows with impossible speed and raw strength. Every single strike they land could easily level an entire city block. The dark shadow dragon lets out an earth-shattering roar, It opens its giant jaws, swirling with death energy, ready to bite Yi his head off. But Yi? He flashes a crazy grin, clenches his jaw, and brutally blocks the monstrous bite with his crystal blade. Boom! He pours every ounce of his raw strength into the blade, physically forcing the monster back before blasting a devastating beam of energy right from the weapon, triggering a massive explosion. From the purple smoke of the blast, a fierce blue energy starts taking shape. The dragon mask guy just stares, totally stunned by this. A blinding blue pillar of raw energy suddenly crashes down from the sky, piercing straight through the building. He mutters to himself, his voice echoing with crazy excitement. This is the epic thrill he's been craving. So powerful. Ever since I crossed over to this world, I have finally found an opponent actually worthy of a real fight. He stares down the masked guy, his blue eyes burning with total confidence and challenge. So, I'm guessing you won't be going down too easily either, right? On a floating chunk of rock, the dragon guy pushes himself up. His dragon mask is completely shattered by the explosive force. For the very first time, his true face is exposed, a guy with wild long hair, glowing crimson eyes, and an insanely huge battle-scarred body. A wildly evil, primal aura starts violently pouring out of him. It is easily 10 times stronger than when he had the mask on. He just laughs like a maniac, completely unfazed by this crazy transformation. Now this is more like it. An invincible boss like the dragon wouldn't just drop dead from a simple hit. Now, completely unmasked, the dragon lets out a furious roar and charges right at him. Countless purple phantoms wrap around his body, morphing into a literal tornado of deadly sword energy that rips apart everything in its path. The sword and blade violently clash again, sparking a gold and purple energy storm that tears the domain apart. He is actually amazed by his rival's new power boost. So damn fast. Breaking that mask didn't just buff his speed, it sent his raw attack power through the roof too. The dragon's red eyes violently flash as a swirling vortex of energy forms, pulling all of his chaotic strength into one single point. He swings his sword a slash so insanely fast and heavy you can't even track it, leaving only a deadly purple streak behind. He barely manages to raise his blade to block. A deafening metallic screech echoes out, and a terrifying shockwave rattles him down to the bone. You and I saw that coming, right? His blade is completely broken. The crystal blade, a legendary weapon he supercharged with literal nuclear energy and monster stats, was just casually snapped in half. The dragon doesn't even give him 1 second to breathe before swinging that glowing sword right at him again. The blade lets out a deadly hum as a final, lethal aim straight for Yi's neck. But incredibly, he casually catches the deadly edge with his teeth, flashing a totally savage predator's smile. He uses his own crystal-coated teeth to tightly lock the enemy's blade in place. His eyes glow with absolute madness as he whispers, "Finally caught you." Crack! With one final, brutal bite, the very sword that just snapped his crystal blade shatters into a million sparkling little fragments, scattering all over the broken domain space. He pulls his arm back, and the dragon's crimson eyes go wide. Pure horror and total disbelief are plastered all over the guy's face, giving his opponent absolutely zero time to recover. He violently swings his fist, unleashing a swirling punch packed with blinding blue energy straight into his chest. Boom! The dragon roars in pure agony. It looks like his massive body is being violently ripped apart by the sheer force of the crushing blow. While the guy is still stumbling back, his crystal-armored hand viciously grabs hold of him. His voice drops cold, mocking, and sounding exactly like a retail worker clocking in. "Your service isn't quite over yet, my valued customer." Slash! He lets out a wild roar, his face twisted in absolute rage but coldly calculating. He aggressively announces himself, Technician number 23, at your very best service today. Right after that, he unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of open palm strikes, hitting with insane speed. Every single hit sparks with glowing blue light, targeting the dragon's vital points with perfect accuracy. He narrows his eyes, his mind coldly running the terrifying math on just how toxic his own technique really is. He mutters under his breath, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and the lower body. These are all the most critical, fatal weak points on any human body. Plus, because Aodwang Trok's copper spikes have already deeply pierced this guy's body, his meridians are fully blocked. His natural flow of martial energy is already in total chaos. By mixing these rapid strikes with evil energy, invading those major pressure points and meridians, they are going to cause massive, irreversible internal destruction from the inside out. Under this brutally calculated assault, the dragon's massive body begins to horribly mutate. In one final, totally desperate move, he aggressively drops his broken sword hilt with just one single thought: throw it all away. He completely recklessly lunges at Yi, he in a suicide attack. Swinging his newly formed weapon, he furiously carves out deadly purple arcs of raw energy into the air. But Yi, he just calmly raises his armored arm. There is absolutely zero surprise left in his eyes right now. He speaks with chilling calmness. I already knew you wouldn't just give up that easily. The blade smashes into Yi, his stolen staff, but fails to cut through. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back into the madness. Yi, he glares at his enemy. Your only real chance to kill me was right when I arrived. A quick ambush while I was totally off guard. He flicks open his fan, letting the sword clatter to the ground. Then, with absolute disgust, Yi, he drops cold, hard facts. And even then, your max chance of success was 30%. His face twists into a mask of pure rage and lethal focus. He roars at the top of his lungs, now die for me. Blood red and pitch black energy erupts from Yi, he like an absolute volcano, completely swallowing the dragon guy. Boom! Caught dead in the center of that brutal energy storm. Even Yi, he gasps in shock. This treasure fan is completely infused with killing intent. That is exactly why it is so much deadlier now than when it was in Laman Guyet's hands. Yi, he charges in. We are not done yet, you faceless brat. Pouring every last ounce of his remaining strength, he lets out an earth-shattering roar. First punch. A terrifying explosion of blue energy blasts outward, violently pushing Yi he back. Smash! The dragon guy's battered body is blown away like a broken puppet with cut strings. But mid-air, Yi he is already locked in and ready for the next strike. Now pay close attention here. Second punch, he says coldly. Yi, he unleashes a mountain-shattering black flash strike, hitting even harder. Whoosh! His brutal fists create an insane chain reaction of explosions, wiping out every single building in its path like a massive natural disaster. The dragon guy lies completely motionless in the rubble, his body practically destroyed. The enemy groans in sheer agony. Yi, his voice rings out, dripping with absolute contempt. A dragon? I really thought you would be strong. Turns out you are just a pathetic little bug. Absolutely crushed under this overwhelming power, the dragon guy's bloodshot eyes glare upward. His shattered mind holds on to just one single thought. Kill him! Yi, he coldly stares down at his dying enemy. He presses the blade right to his neck, whispering a gentle, chilling final farewell. Goodbye. Smash. The dragon guy's body is completely crushed to pieces, his head rolling away. In Yi, his hand sits a glowing green dragon pendant, stained with fresh blood. He calmly smirks. Got the dragon pendant. Time to finally end this little game. DM Chin-hung is dead silent. You and I both felt that, right? Watching that level of sheer destructive power would leave absolutely anyone staring in pure, wide-eyed terror. When Yi he walks back, he finds DM Ching-hung still down on one knee, completely frozen in a state of absolute shock. Chu Chao and Liu Qingzu just stand there, giving him these incredibly complex looks. Liu Qingzu speaks first. Her purple eyes are wide open, and her voice is trembling with heavy regret and deep worry. You really should not have gone out there to fight that dragon mask guy all alone. Chu Chao, keeping her usual cold and highly logical expression, softly cuts in. Except for Yi he, if the rest of us tagged along, we would just be dead weight. Hearing this, Liu Qingzu lowers her head, choking on her own guilt. Chu Chao is totally right. I was way too injured back there. I could not even use a single one of my martial skills. If I actually followed Yi he, I would just distract him. He would have to protect me instead of focusing on his own survival. If only I was so much stronger, I would never be such a massive burden dragging him down. Right at that moment, Yi, he suddenly pats her shoulder. With a casually curious look on his face, he asks, "What are you daydreaming about?" Liu Qingzhu literally jumps, totally startled, and nervously stammers. Completely ignoring her obvious panic. Yi, he smoothly continues. That ox pendant you have right there, can I just borrow it for a second? The girl blushes, feeling super awkward. Oh, sure. Yi, he gathers the pendants. Stick around to see what is next. All right, let's dive right back in. He passes them down and starts sorting. He mutters, let's arrange them by the 12 zodiac signs, from rat to pig. Sorting done, Yi, he rests his chin, looking totally confused. Nothing happened. Did he mess up the order? Yan Zhengshang stands up, sharp eyes locked onto the dragon pendant. He explains that this dragon pendant was never actually meant to be one of the masked hunters. It is a specialized hunter made to wipe out the other pendant holders, so under normal conditions, you definitely cannot use this dragon pendant to clear the trial. Hearing this, Yi He immediately yanks the dragon pendant right out of the formation. Instantly, a bizarre shift happens. The whole space starts shaking violently. Yi, he asks in shock, did it work? Yan Zhengshang looks just as completely stunned. Did we just trigger some kind of hidden mechanism? The night sky is suddenly ripped open by a massive golden lightning bolt. A blinding explosion swallows everything. Boom. Yi. He frantically looks up and screams, look at the sky! What the hell is that? A colossal, fiery eye like the sun stares down at the ruined city from inside a sky tornado. That blazing eye reflects directly in Yi. He's terrified pupils. He barely manages to gasp. What the heck is this? An intense beam sucks him up, dropping him into an endless void. Yi. He snaps his eyes open, pure shock written all over his face. He realizes he is sitting on a completely packed train. Someone randomly screams out, whoa, I am still alive. Another guy is stunned. I swear a dragon mask just killed me in that weird city. How am I back here? Whispers erupt. Yeah, that dragon slaughtered a ton of us. Was it really just a dream? Come on. You and I both know that multiple people do not share the exact same nightmare. Yi, he thinks. This is the Huadu University train. Am I back? Suddenly, a voice echoes in their heads. Ding dong! All students, please remain perfectly calm. You were just pulled into a magic illusion zone created by the Phantom Eye Divine artifact. This was actually the Imperial Capital University entrance exam for all freshers this year. Please relax and readjust your mindset. Then, a special announcement rings out through the train. In this exam, Yi He from a small city, alongside Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju's team, collected all the zodiac pendants first and secured the absolute #1 rank. Notably, Yi, he showed outstanding performance and will receive a special reward upon enrollment. Instantly, the other students on the train start intensely gossiping. Who the heck is Yi He? I died too early to see what happened. Wait, did not Ouyangze win? And seriously, where did this small city guy even come from? How could a big city fresher actually lose to some random small city kid? He collected all the pendants? How is that even possible? He could not even beat one masked guy. Hey, maybe he is the hidden heir of some elite martial arts family? I definitely need to befriend this Yi He. Meanwhile, Yi He senses something. He thinks to himself, it is finally here. A notification panel pops up right in front of him. Completing special conditions grants you a chance to claim an epic reward. Congratulations, host. You surpassed all freshers in the Phantom Eye trial. You are rewarded with one sample draw. Yi. He turns to Chu Zhou with a slightly disgusted tone. Chu Zhou, get me a wet wipe. I need to wash my hands thoroughly. He prepares to draw his reward, his mind entirely focused. Stick with me here. No gotcha scams this time. A red, muscular, humanoid creature with bat wings suddenly reveals itself. An info panel pops up. Class D Sample 13. The Vampire Alucard, bloodline abilities, corpse infection, blood manipulation, body enhancement at 1% compatibility, Crimson Disaster Evolution form. Outside the speeding bullet train, the Huadu University sign signals a brand new journey. Ouyangze approaches a deep in thought, Yi He, asking carefully, are you Yi He? Meanwhile, Yi He is entirely lost in his own thoughts. A lucky draw vampire? Awesome. I actually pulled a super rare gold card. Even if the bloodline is weak, its evolution form can literally freeze time. That is absolutely overpowered. The massive Yan Zhengsheng anxiously blocks Ouyangze, thinking to himself, Zhe, you need to stay calm. If you fight Yi He, there are no hospitals on this train. Ouyangze then asks in pure shock, did you really defeat a dragon mask? Yi, he raises his sharp eyes, his voice ice cold. Let me correct you. I did not defeat him, I killed him. Hearing that, Ouyangze completely freezes. Cold sweat drips down his temple, and only one word echoes in his mind. Kill. Regaining his composure, Ouyangze stands there and loudly declares, Yi He, I am forming a new Huadu club, fully independent from the student council. I want you to join, and I will make you the president. Ouyangze's eyes burn with hope, passionately extending his hand toward Yi He. Yi He, your strength gives me the confidence to shatter Huadu's rigid traditions. Join us. The entire carriage instantly goes crazy, erupting into shocked whispers. The arrogant Ouyangze is actually inviting Yi He first, and he wants him as president? This could be the start of a legendary Huadu organization. What an absolute historic moment. In total contrast to everyone's hype, Yi. He just indifferently closes his eyes and calmly replies, "Sorry. I have zero interest in student council, turf wars, or forming any organizations. I prefer working completely alone." His brutal rejection leaves the entire crowd dead silent. What? He actually turned him down? Unbelievable. A historic rejection. Just what kind of background does Yi have to dare reject Ouyang-zi like that? What a pity. Ouyang-zi shows zero anger. He simply smiles, handing over a card. "No worries, here is my card," he says sincerely. "We will always look forward to working with you, Yi." As the sun sets behind the power lines, signaling the day's end, the train slowly decelerates. Chuzhou whispers, "We are finally here." Sitting nearby, he turns his head. Hmm? When those doors open, his jaw drops in pure amazement. Wow, so this is Huadu? Trust me, you are going to love what happens next. Stick with me, we are stepping into an absolute masterpiece of a mega city. Now this is incredible, he mutters, totally starstruck by the glowing skyscrapers. Neon lights stretch across the horizon as everyone pours off the train. The station is packed, buzzing with those incredible high-tech futuristic vibes. A smiling staff member guides the crowd, calling out, "Attention all Huadu University freshmen, please proceed right through this specific gate to enter the main campus." The clatter of footsteps and rolling suitcases echoes loudly as the massive line of excited students shuffles forward. Suddenly, the whole crowd just freezes, their faces frozen in pure, absolute shock. A massive, sleek spaceship with an insanely futuristic design descends right before their eyes, creating a totally breathtaking spectacle. The loudspeaker booms. "Students, please board the ship in an orderly fashion. Your designated seat numbers will match the exact ones you had on the Huadu Express." Lost in the crowd, he playfully shapes his hand like a gun and pokes Liu Qingzhu's waist. Little Qingzhu. The poor girl jumps out of her skin, letting out a shriek. Ah, a gorgeous white-haired woman steps up that has got to be Qingzhu's mom. She glares strictly. "Qingzhu, remember this. Even though you are already engaged to Yi, you two are definitely not married yet. No getting too handsy out here in public. Do not let that little punk take advantage of you, got it?" And just like that, she puts Yi in a brutal headlock, making him howl. "What are you doing? We are in public." Meanwhile, his brain is short-circuiting. Seriously, what public decency is this? Did she take the wrong meds today? Wait, why are we even boarding a flying ship? Qingzhu just pouts, silently fuming. Why on earth did her mother betroth her to such a country bumpkin? Qingzhu stares up at the night sky and calmly drops the bomb. Because Huadu University is in the sky. He looks up, completely speechless. In the sky? Yeah, a literal sky city. Now you and I need to appreciate this view. Right above them floats a colossal flying metropolis, hidden among the clouds with epic architecture and dazzling lights. That is Huadu University. The spaceship blasts straight through a gigantic hexagonal energy grid completely enclosing the city. He stares out the window, his expression turning dead serious. That massive electromagnetic net? It is definitely there to block out monster invasions. Even his own sensory range gets violently compressed the second they pass through it. Huadu University absolutely lives up to the massive hype. As the ship lands, an attendant reminds everyone to keep their student IDs safe. He stares down at the shiny card in his hand. It clearly displays his status. Huadu University. Student ID. Name, Yi. Gender, male. First year. Rank S. Up ahead, a super sleek maglev train is already waiting for them. "Everyone, please head to the maglev station to reach your dorms." Boom. The train shoots off at absolutely breakneck speed, rocketing right alongside a colossal, sky-piercing tower. One super excited student points out the window. "We actually made it to the highest city in the world, guys." The people around him just stare back with super weird looks. What is this guy babbling about? Where did this idiot even come from? Inside the elevator, he speaks up. "My room is on the 42nd floor unit, a 3. What about you?" Chuzhou replies, "I am up on floor 45, unit B7. He nods. "All right, higher than mine. I will head out first." Stepping inside, he is completely speechless. 100-square-meter solo dorm. Wow, Huadu students are literally living the ultimate dream. He explores the place with a massive grin, a top-tier gaming rig, fully furnished with high-end gear, and get this, even a luxury massage bathtub waiting for him. Nobody on Earth can resist a massage bathtub. He cheers in pure joy, and then happily tosses himself right onto the incredibly soft, massive bed. This feels exactly like staying in a five-star hotel. But after soaking in the luxury for a minute, he suddenly sits straight up with a super sly grin. Time to get down to serious business. First things first, he needs to max out the Rakuta vampire template immediately. Back on the train, he actually figured out how to scan his ID with his phone to log into Huadu's ultra-exclusive app, the Huadu Pass. The Academy's special market is only accessible through this specific pass, and it strictly uses Academy points as its own exclusive digital currency. He already exchanged over 20 million coins at the bank for these Academy points. Suddenly, a notification pops right up on his screen. Huadu Pass received 322.43 Academy points. Yi-Hee's eyes bulge out, sweating buckets. 100 grand just for one single point? I know what you're thinking, that is literal daylight robbery. Still, the Academy market is bound to have some ridiculously overpowered items. He sits on the bed, his eyes locked onto the glowing phone screen with intense, laser-like focus. His fingers swipe furiously across the screen, exploring the Academy's exclusive marketplace. It absolutely lives up to the legendary reputation of these elite Huadu student privileges. There are tons of ultra-rare items here that would never show up on the regular market. He chuckles, completely thrilled. Without a second of hesitation, he makes a massive gamble. He is dumping all his money into buying blood attribute magic cores. He calculates the math with total confidence. This many points should definitely be enough to completely max out his Rakuta template, right? After all, even that incredibly stubborn giant template cost him less than 10 million coins to push its compatibility rate way past 90%. Piece of cake. He finalizes the massive transaction in the blink of an eye. And he doesn't even have to wait long. A soft humming sound echoes outside the balcony as a high-tech drone arrives, gently dropping off a secure cargo box. A sweet automated voice rings out. Thank you for your purchase, student Yi-Hee. We wish you great success on your cultivation journey. Please remember to leave us a 5-star review. Yi-Hee is completely mind-blown by this rocket-fast speed. They actually use combat-grade drones for instant delivery? Now that is true elite status. Flashing a super eager, slightly wicked grin, he violently rips open the cargo box. Inside, the magic cores sparkle like dark sapphires, radiating an intensely thick blood-red aura of pure raw energy. He licks his lips. All right, time to power up. But the second he swallows the magic cores, a terrifying, agonizing pain hits, feeling like it's ripping his stomach apart. Yeah, eating that many at once is pure torture. He clutches his stomach, writhing around as his body violently twitches. His hands violently cramp up, thick blue veins bulging under his skin. Suddenly, from his fingertips, razor-sharp claws start bursting out, glowing deep, bloody red. Right then, a glowing virtual system panel pops up directly in front of his vision. The text flashes on screen. Template, Rakuta Vampire. Compatibility exceeds 100%. System alert. Blood Clan skill has now been completely unlocked. Infinite monster template. Host, Yi-Hee. Overall, Constitution surpasses 29. Yi-Hee stumbles to his feet, staring intensely at his brand new reflection in the dark, tinted glass window. His normally jet-black eyes are now glowing like burning coals, with bizarre blood-red veins spreading violently outward from his pupils. He can literally feel the monstrous power surging through his veins. A deeply satisfied smirk creeps onto his face. The results are unbelievable. He runs his tongue over his newly grown razor-sharp fangs, the tips glowing an eerie, bloody red. A seriously dark thought crosses his mind as he realizes even his fangs have become terrifyingly sharp with this new upgrade. Tearing through enemy flesh and draining their blood? It'll be as sweet as sipping milk tea. That's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here because things are about to get completely wild. Those pale nails of his completely morph into a set of razor-sharp crimson claws, catching the eerie light. He flexes his hands, noting how sharp they are. A crazy spark lights up his glowing red eyes. Thick blood starts leaking right from the corner of his eye, streaking all the way down his cheek. He whispers in this rough, raspy voice, "Right now I have an insanely bold idea to test out." Boom! Without hesitating, he lands a devastating punch right into his own chest. An absolutely crazy, self-destructive move. Just insane. The brutal hit makes him stumble. He quickly rushes into the bathroom and collapses right over the sink, his entire body shaking violently. He coughs hard, spitting up a heavy mouthful of thick black blood. The horrific wounds on his neck and mouth look absolutely terrible, like something literally tore him apart from the inside out. But then, pure magic happens. The torn flesh contracts automatically, sealing those massive wounds up at a speed you can actually track with your bare eyes. In just a matter of seconds, he is completely healed up like absolutely nothing even happened. He wipes the leftover blood off his chin, realizing the recovery speed is way faster now. He stares down at his own hands, feeling that raw life force surging. This insane vampire regeneration ability is definitely remarkable at the very least, but these physical body changes are just a secondary bonus. The absolute most important thing right now, his brand new surging power, Blood Clan power. He steps into an empty room next to his bedroom. It is massive, dead, silent, and reinforced with heavy-duty materials. As expected in a massive world absolutely obsessed with martial arts, even standard college dorms come with private gyms. He strips off his shirt, revealing a perfectly shredded, muscular physique. Thick crimson energy, exactly like heavy blood, begins erupting straight from his body. It wraps him up entirely like a cocoon, radiating this incredibly brutal and ancient aura. His eyes flare with an eerie blue light, totally clashing with that blazing red energy all around him. He just smirks, letting out a very soft chuckle. Right behind him, that intense blood energy rapidly condenses together, forming an absolutely monstrous entity built entirely out of raw, pure power, complete with massive bat wings, solid bone armor, and razor-sharp claws. The beast growls out with pure, terrifying menace. Now watch this closely. He turns right around to face the very monster he just summoned. Flashing a cocky, provocative smirk, he says, "Come on, hit me with everything you have." The vampire monster lets out an absolutely deafening roar as it starts tensing its body. Its wings fold in tight, and a whole second entity suddenly appears behind it, a white figure covered in blooming red roses. An earth-shattering explosion rips through the room as the monster's massive fist connects with him. He manages to cross his arms just in time, flexing every single muscle to block that direct hit. Right at the brutal impact point, a blazing red energy blast explodes outward. Illusory blood-red rose petals bloom vividly and then instantly vanish into thin air. Right there at the heavy impact point, his bones actually crack into pieces. Even so, the sheer shockwave force is utterly terrifying. He gets blasted backward through the air, his body slamming violently against the solid gym wall with an earth-shaking boom. Slowly pulling himself up, his entire body aches with pain. But his eyes? They are glowing with absolute peak excitement. He dusts himself off and whispers, "Very good, very fierce." Now it is finally time to test out that crazy time-stop ability. He takes a massive deep breath, channels every ounce of his willpower and energy, and roars with authority, "Blood Clan, time freeze." Instantly, absolutely everything inside the gym freezes dead in its tracks. Even the tiny little dust particles become completely frozen in midair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds pass. Reaching the absolute limit, the space all around him actually starts cracking, looking exactly like shattered glass, before finally breaking apart and snapping everything right back to normal reality. Fresh blood leaks from his nose, but he grits his teeth hard. Those striking blue eyes blaze with completely unyielding willpower. Is 5 seconds really going to be the absolute limit? No way. I have to keep pushing. He roars furiously inside his own mind as time continues ticking by incredibly heavily. 5.1 seconds. 5.2. The blood vessels in his eyes feel like they are about to burst open. 2 dark tears of blood start flowing. Pure agony rips his mind apart, but he fiercely holds his ground. 5.3. 5.4. That defensive rose entity, usually solid as an absolute fortress, finally caves under the crushing pressure. It rapidly crumbles away into countless glowing energy fragments. The very second space resets back to normal, he violently drops down to his knees, shaking and panting heavily. He mutters out loud, flashing a deeply tired but completely satisfied smile. Just as he originally expected, 5 seconds is the absolute limit of that original body, but definitely not his. The very next morning, he and Chuzhou stroll casually down the Academy city streets. It is a totally clear, sunny day. He shields his eyes with a hand, frowning slightly. "The sun is actually a bit blinding today, huh?" Chuzhou asks in surprise. "Really?" he replies. "Yeah, just a little bit." He thinks to himself, ever since merging with that vampire template, he has started to completely hate the sunlight for some inexplicable reason. Even though he will not actually die from touching the light like a real vampire, this burning sensation is still ridiculously uncomfortable. Chuzhou suddenly asks, "Did you see the Huadu University academic reforms this year?" Still squinting against the bright sun, he replies lazily, "Nope, why do you ask? I wrestled with that summon in the gym all night and honestly didn't pay attention to anything else." Chuzhou explains, "Well, this year Huadu University completely changed the old classroom teaching model and switched over to a brand new group mentor system instead. That basically means for every single academic school year, students will study under a main mentor, and during that time, they can also ask assistant mentors for guidance." He just scratches his head. "So does that mean we both need to go hunt down a mentor now?" Chuzhou immediately shakes his head. "Not us. I need to find a mentor, but you definitely don't." He looks totally confused. "What do you mean by that?" Chuzhou holds up his phone, opening a huge announcement right in the freshman chat group. He reads the bold text on the screen out loud. Because freshman Yi, he successfully collected all 12 zodiac pendants. He can pick absolutely any mentor he wants, and 0 refusals are allowed. You and I both know that is an absolute, massive flex, but he just mutters about posting this in the group being way too showy. They finally arrive at this massive building with a huge physical hall sign out front. Inside, the gigantic space is absolutely packed to the brim. Way too many people. He sighs. Chuzhou explains the rules. Looks like teams of 3 enter the rooms for assessment, then mentors light up lamps to claim the students they actually want. Chuzhou turns back to face him. "You go in first. I am just going to take a walk around the area. Since I can pick whoever I want, it really doesn't matter what time I actually go inside." He starts wandering alone across the massive campus, complaining to himself internally. This whole mentor selection process is honestly so ridiculously boring. Suddenly, his razor-sharp sense of smell twitches. A red aura, almost like an invisible silk ribbon made of pure blood, brushes right past his nose. His eyes widen in shock. It is the overwhelming scent of fresh blood, and cold sweat immediately breaks out on his forehead. If it was just a normal metallic blood smell, it would not be a big deal. But this specific scent carries a deeply hidden vicious intent. It feels like an undercurrent of pure sin and slaughter, waking up his own internal killer instincts. He rushes to track the scent down. Trust me, you absolutely need to see what he finds next. Let's dive into this madness. Tucked in a corner, he spots a little girl with twin white buns, squatting down, happily sipping a milk box through a straw. "Ah," she sighs in pure satisfaction. He is frozen solid, a massive drop of sweat rolling right down his temple. He can't believe his eyes. Could a girl this cute really be the source of that terrifying killing intent? He must be losing his mind. As if sensing his gaze, she looks up. Her fiery orange eyes with bizarre pupils lock right onto him. She stands, tilts her head, and drops a bomb that leaves him stunned. "Kid, have you been practicing the demon god body refinement?" He is shocked. How on earth does she know that? She looks like a toddler but talks like a grumpy old lady. And why is she calling him kid? She just shrugs, casually saying, "Because I'm the one who helped Little Tiger improve that technique." His eyes bug out. Little Tiger? An image of a massive, heavily muscled guy with spiky hair flashes right through his head. She nods. "Yep, that's me." She crosses her arms, looking him up and down. "Liu Chenghu. He became my disciple 90 years ago. You're his guy, right?" He is completely lost. "Are you messing with me?" "Sure, martial artists can easily break past normal human limits. A grandmaster in their 80s or 90s might still look like they're in their absolute prime. But a literal toddler? He keeps trying to process this madness. For experts practicing high-tier techniques, shrinking their bone structure down to childlike proportions isn't totally impossible. But this white-haired lowly right in front of him, she has this pure, innocent vibe, either adorable or totally clueless. No Oscar-winning actor could ever fake this energy. Suddenly, her eyes unleash a bone-chilling killing intent, glowing a bright, bloody red. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" He laughs awkwardly, throwing his hands up. He'd sooner believe emperors return from the dead than her story, but instantly, a horrifying illusion invades his mind. His head is resting on a massive guillotine, surrounded by a deep sea of crimson blood. Absolute terror grips his entire soul. Watch closely, because this gets dark fast. He sees his own head under the blade, blood everywhere, and standing above him, that white-haired girl, looking like a literal demon in the shadows. He lets out a choked gasp, snapping out of the nightmare. He stumbles back, heart hammering, drenched in cold sweat. He stammers, Was that an illusion? He grabs his chest, desperately trying to calm down. The killing intent was so intense he actually felt the blade. In pure panic, his survival instincts kick in. He roars, getting ready to activate his blood tribe power. But his words are cut off by a sudden sweet taste. She casually shoves a strawberry lollipop, her absolute favorite, right into his mouth. He is stunned, making muffled noises. Instantly, the terrifying aura vanishes. She claps her hands together and bows her head, looking super apologetic. Sorry, kid, I might have gone a bit too far. Please don't tell the school. I only get 1 or 2 hours of supervised outside time a week. It's super depressing. He is still sucking on the lollipop, looking completely dumbfounded. He cannot keep up with this total 180 shift. He hesitantly asks who she really is. She gives a playful wink, pointing 2 fingers at her cheeks. She proudly announces, I'm Gong Qi, an incredibly strong grandmaster, but keep this between us. When the current principal of Huadu University, Shi Jinwen, was just a little kid, I made him cry. Boom, a massive sound echoes out. He suddenly drops to his knees, slamming them onto the hard floor. A crazy plan forms in his head. If Gong Qi upgraded a universal technique, she can definitely help him break his bottleneck. She's a grandmaster who specializes in actual combat, and their fighting styles are a perfect match. This investment is guaranteed to win big. He looks up, clasps his hands in formal greeting, and shouts, Master, he have wandered forever without finding a true teacher. Today, I officially beg to become your disciple. Please accept me. Faced with this totally random outburst, it's Gong Qi's turn to freeze up completely. She blinks, utterly bewildered. Huh? Meanwhile, back at the physical hall. Up in the stands, 5 powerful figures are watching the 5 deans of Huadu University's major academies. Down below, the students are whispering non-stop. What are you thinking about? Those are the 5 deans. Why would they care about freshmen like us? Another guy replies, Then why are they here, just to waste time? A student in the know jumps in. Of course not. Haven't you heard that freshman, He, cleared the Zodiac Challenge? The deans are definitely here for him. Here's the crazy part you and I need to note. The freshmen don't realize the entire Zodiac test was broadcast live to every single Huadu instructor. Starting from the train announcement, teachers watched how every student reacted to the sudden crisis. An AI facial recognition system graded their every move. The naive ones who thought it was just a game and rushed in blind got terrible scores. Once inside the Zodiac City, students were judged on combat IQ, actual fighting skills, and leadership during their battles against the masked Zodiac warriors. Even if a student didn't manage to kill a single Zodiac warrior, showing excellence in any of those areas still earned them a high score. He was the only student to get a perfect score in every category. But even that wasn't enough to shock the 5 deans. What really blew their minds was that he killed Dragon Mask, a boss that wasn't even part of the test, and whoever runs into him usually ends up dead. A white-haired dean speaks up. He probably has no idea who Dragon Mask really was. He was an AI clone from the Xi'an Nation's Nuwa supercomputer, based on the data of the National Guardian, Fu Hongsheng, from when he entered Huadu decades ago. An image of Fu Hongsheng and his divine double pupils appears. The dean continues, Even the supercomputer couldn't perfectly recreate the absolute power of Fu Hongsheng's divine double pupils in that simulation. But Fu is still the absolute strongest martial artist in the nation's entire history, maybe even the whole world. So what do you and I take from this? Defeating a clone of a living legend, even an imperfect one, proves his talent is absolutely off the charts. Stick with me here, because as long as his development goes perfectly, everything changes. He is absolutely guaranteed to become a grandmaster, maybe even a legendary grandmaster in the future. The deans just nod along, completely agreeing with this massive prediction. All we can do now is hold back our excitement and wait for He to officially pick a mentor. But then bad news. Headmaster. A staff member suddenly sprints into the room, looking absolutely terrified. He just chose Kung Kak as his mentor, the former Imperial University professor and current special grade instructor. Hearing this, all 5 deans freeze, their eyes going wide and their jaws dropping in pure shock. What? Go back outside? You actually want to be my student? Kung Kak asks in disbelief. Meanwhile, He is holding on to her for dear life, terrified she might just run away. That is right, he shouts back. I officially acknowledge you as my master. He thinks to himself, thank God this little girl is actually over 100 years old. Kneeling to a kid in broad daylight would definitely get him locked up for 3 years. Kung Kak just lets out a heavy sigh. But unfortunately, I have already been kicked out of the university. Yi, he immediately lights up. He speaks with absolute confidence. Master, did you not say you are only allowed outside for 1 or 2 hours a week? If you take me as your disciple, I will find a way to win back your complete freedom within 2 years. Really? Kung Kok gets literal stars in her eyes. She cheers out loud. All right then. I accept. A notification dings in Yi. He's mind recruitment successful. But wait. A sudden flash of light erupts, and all 5 deans instantly teleport right in front of them. Kung Kak clicks her tongue. A bunch of annoying busybodies just showed up. A strict dean with a solid golden face speaks up firmly. Senior Kung Kak, did you not promise to completely avoid interacting with any students while out on bail? Plus, in your current mental state, you are definitely not fit to teach anyone. Another dean quickly chimes in. That is right, Senior Kung Kak, please just go home. Kung Kak completely ignores them all, turning straight to Yi He. Let's go home. Sure thing. What is your name anyway? Yi. He immediately cups his hands in a respectful martial salute. Master, my name is Yi. Completely tuning out the frantic warnings from the deans, Kung Kak flashes a bright smile and waves at Yi He. She starts skipping away, literally bouncing along exactly like a little kid. All right then, Yi, he come on home with me. Yi, he just smiles and gently flies right after her, leaving all 5 mighty deans standing there completely stunned and helpless. They soar toward a massive skyscraper showing off super weird, ultra-modern architecture. The entire structure is wrapped in striking blue glass panels that perfectly reflect the open sky above. Now pay attention to this next part. The Hoadu Research Institute sign looms over them. Landing on the roof, Kung Kok spreads her arms, spinning around happily like a freed bird, while Yi He quietly inspects the area. Click! An automatic door slides open, and Kung Kak happily skips right inside. Yi He stays close behind her. Inside the elevator, the atmosphere feels completely silent and highly advanced. Yi, he looks around and curiously asks, Master, do you really live in such an isolated, remote place like this? Kung Kok replies super casually, yeah, mostly because over the last few decades, I had some issues and kept hurting people by accident. So, Hoadu arranged for me to stay locked up in this exact research facility. Luckily, in recent years, I finally learned how to control myself. Because of that, I am occasionally allowed to go outside and stretch my legs for a bit. Hearing this, Yi He's eyes light up. So I am your very first student in decades? Kung Kak turns back, giving him a really weird look. You have a completely twisted way of thinking. Are you not supposed to be terrified right now? Yi. He flashes a nervous grin, sweat literally pouring down his face. Scared? Scared you are going to chop me into a million tiny pieces? Ding! The heavy elevator doors slide shut. The digital screen shows them dropping to an absolutely unbelievable floor level -66. The doors open to a ridiculously long, narrow hallway, completely forged from pure white metal. Yi He is stunned. Why would a massive research facility have such an incredibly cramped and suffocating corridor like this? Kung Kak calmly answers, because it was designed for only me to walk through. Pointing at a heavy door at the very end of the hall, Yi He spots a ticking number. What is that massive countdown timer actually for? Right above the door, a glowing red digital clock displays 0 minutes and 11 seconds. Damn it, we are out of time. Get inside right now. Kung Kak suddenly screams in pure panic, sprinting wildly forward. Yi, he scrambles to chase after her. What the hell does that timer do, Master? Kung Kak desperately explained while sprinting for her life. Every single time I leave, that clock starts ticking down. If I do not make it back in time, a massive alarm goes off directly in the Hoadu headmaster's office. If that happens, I will be officially hunted down by the university. Yi, he is horrified. Is it really that serious? The deadly clock flashes straight down to 0. In that exact split second, Yi He wildly grabs Kung Kak, forcefully tackling them both inside. Boom. The ridiculously thick steel door violently slams shut right behind their backs. You and I both felt that tension, right? A glowing pink hexagonal energy shield instantly seals the door. Phew, we made it. Kung Kak breathes a sigh of relief. Yi, he stands up, instantly feeling a very bizarre change in the air. There is some kind of weird magnetic field here. His martial arts energy cannot gather properly outside his body anymore. That means any martial arts technique used in this space will be severely weakened. Kung Kak turns her back, crossing her arms, and casually states, Of course it is. This is my personal solitary confinement cell. To keep me from escaping, Thatchcam Van and his little brats built me this massive 3-story house. Yi. He looks up and is left completely speechless. It is an insanely luxurious, fully furnished three-story penthouse. Kung Kak lazily collapses onto a super plush sofa, kicking her legs up to relax completely. This entire place is fully equipped with massive entertainment rooms, a gym, literally everything you need. But they also installed high-power magnetic suppressors to completely shatter any flowing martial arts energy, just in case I ever get bored enough to forcefully smash my way out. Yi looks around with absolute disbelief plastered on his face. She called it a prison cell, but this is literally a premium high-end apartment. Everything is provided. Every single luxury is fully met. Honestly, it feels way more like they are worshipping Master Kung Kak down here instead of actually locking her up. At that exact same time, inside the Hoado University headmaster's office, Headmaster Thatchcam Van sits quietly in deep thought when an assistant frantically bursts in to report, "Headmaster, terrible news. Yi, he just officially became Kung Kak's disciple." Thatchcam Van just calmly replies, "Let him be." He continues speaking, "Remember, our ultimate goal here at Hoadu is not to just train a bunch of average talents. We are actively nurturing one specific person, someone who can literally carry the entire future of Xia country and all of humanity. So what do you and I make of this guy?" A sharp light flashes behind his glasses. When a true genius appears, our only job is to fully support them and let them grow completely unrestricted. Just let him train under Kung Kak's wild guidance for now. The special boot camp for all the local freshmen is coming to an end very soon anyway. Yi, he is going to be the perfect whetstone to sharpen those young blades. Understood, Principal. The assistant bows deeply and then gives his full report. Principal Shi, Yi. He has entered the solitary confinement zone with Gong Ke. So far, stable. Now stick with me here. You are about to see absolute madness. The monitor flashes Gong Ke's image with a massive red warning tag. Danger. The screen pulls up more details. Gong Ke, special grade warrior. Risk of losing control? 5 to 14%. Her survival rate in the shared room is 95%. With Yi, he is a cellmate, the injury probability hits 38%. Successful rescue rate? Just 10.3%. Safe rescue window is only 1 to 3 minutes. Predictive analysis shows this special grade warrior still has a 5% chance of going totally out of control if locked up long-term with another person. Yi, he has an 89.7% chance of dying before rescue. Even if saved, there is a 95.3% fatality rate. The principal stares out the window, his back looking incredibly lonely. He mutters to himself. Special grade warriors are either death row inmates with terrifying power or martial artists who completely lost control of their strength due to extreme circumstances. The government locks them away during peacetime. But when Xia country faces a real terrifying crisis, they get deployed straight to the front lines as living, breathing national weapons. Facing someone like that, Yi, he has to be ready to look death in the eye. Without that kind of absolute resolve, how could he ever walk the path of slaughter? He sighs heavily. Xia country is rapidly running out of time. Those fools from the North Brighton Federation and the dangerous religious fanatics from the Divine Descent Nation worshipping Forbidden Realm technology. They are all making their move. He looks down at the city below. This new generation has to grow up fast. Cut back to B3 solitary confinement, the training hall. Gong Ke stands right in the middle of a massive training space. Well, it has been literally decades since I last taught anyone. Let us start with a sparring match to see exactly where your skills are at. Yi, he asks, you are going to suppress your cultivation to the martial artist level for this, right? Gong Ke scratches her head, laughing awkwardly. Oh, right, I completely forgot to do that. My bad. Wearing her sports gear, Gong Ke starts warming up with some incredibly flexible stretches. Ready to dodge? She calls out. Opposite her, Yi, he drops into a tight defensive stance, hands locked together, eyes full of high alert. He speaks up clearly, I am ready, Master Gong Ke. Yi, he focuses entirely, telling himself mentally, I really do not want to relive that guillotine illusion from earlier, not even a little bit. Now watch closely, because things get wild. Whoosh! Fast as lightning, Gong Ke dashes forward, eyes glowing red with killing intent, unleashing a vicious chop. What the heck? Yi, he panics as he realizes the attack is aimed right at his vitals. He screams in his head, straight for the weak spots. What happened to this being a friendly sparring match? In a split second, the image of Gong Ke rushing in reflects perfectly in Yi, his pupils. He is completely, totally outclassed. I calculated at least 5 different ways to dodge this, but she attacks first before I can even move. She is reading my body like an open book. There is only one option left now. I have to face it head on. Yi. He roars, unleashing all his power. Bright blue energy explodes outward, wrapping entirely around his body and transforming into a brutal, spiky bone armor. Yi. His arm is fully coated in that razor-sharp armor. He raises it desperately to block his master's fatal strike. Gong Kei flashes a wildly excited grin, deciding to use her bloodline awakening just to boost her sheer speed even further. Defending and counterattacking at the same time? Too bad, kid. I am still way faster than you could ever be. She suddenly vanishes, instantly reappearing right behind Yi-He with speed that makes absolutely zero sense. Bam! Bam! Gong Kei unleashes a massive, terrifying storm of attacks directly against Yi-He's armor, making it violently shake and crack. Arg. Yi. He lets out a scream of absolute agony as his master's raw, overwhelming power pierces right through his defense, blasted far away across the room. Yi. He stumbles hard onto the ground, while Gong Kei lands gracefully on her feet. Yi. He grips his totally bloodied arm. His powerful armor has completely vanished. He says in total disbelief, "You really did not hold back a single bit. Master, my entire bloodline awakening just got beaten straight down to absolute zero." Gong Kei brings her finger, coated in Yi-He's blood, up to her mouth and licks it with pure delight. Heh, it has been so long since I tasted blood. He wipes the blood off his face, his eyes turning sharper than ever before. Master, I absolutely cannot match you in pure physical technique, so I know what you are thinking. What is next? Well, I am going to use a slightly unfair martial arts skill. Please guide me. He flexes hard. Brilliant blue lightning energy violently explodes outward, summoning an absolutely massive, towering phantom into the arena. A colossal giant made entirely of pure, crackling lightning. He grits his teeth. Thank goodness I maxed out the giant model last night. Meanwhile, Gong Kei stares straight up at the grand creature, muttering in total awe. A martial arts skill packing this much destructive power? Can this kid seriously still be called a mere martial disciple? Looks like I just accepted a total monster as my new student. Gong Kei stretches her body out, a terrifying, glowing aura radiating straight from her figure. All right, as your official master, I guess I should probably step up and show off some real heavy-hitting skills too. She leaps high into the air, launching a spinning kick that creates a massive, devastating red energy slash. Two absolutely earth-shattering streams of energy, one blue and one red, violently clash together with a deafening, sky-splitting roar. An explosive, blinding blue light completely swallows up the entire training room. When the light finally fades away, he's brand new, epic form is revealed. A massive mechanical giant built entirely out of blue crystals and pitch-black armor, constantly sparking with raw lightning. Ancestral split-form transforming mech. A sharp, dangerous glint flashes inside Gong Kei's glowing red eyes. She looks like she is genuinely, thoroughly impressed by this crazy display. The mechanical giant slowly stands tall, its colossal body so huge it almost scrapes the ceiling of the giant training hall. Gong Kei softly exhales, highly pressured. Instantly, she spins around, unleashing a brutal crimson energy vortex that is even stronger than her last one. Boom! Her heavy attack blasts straight into He's mechanical arm, violently cracking his super-solid crystal armor. He panics. Based on this cosmic shell's stats, this flesh-transforming armor is at least dozens of times harder than the base giant form, yet she literally tore right through it like it was absolute nothing. He screams out in pure pain as his mighty armor shatters to pieces. The mech's giant blue eye flashes with wild anger. Gong Kei has already landed gently on the machine's shoulder, peering right into its gaping mouth. You little kiddo, are you hiding right inside the mouth of this armor? He is absolutely terrified. Her detection skills are just insane. I completely shut down my real body's vital signs, and she still easily found me. Gong Kei flashes a very cunning smile, a pink energy ribbon appearing in her hand. Come out right now, before I have to drag you out myself. Meteor split form. Countless crystal spikes suddenly erupt from the mech's back, forcing Gong Kei to leap away. And that is where we leave it. You and I both know the next episode is going to be epic. All right, stick with me here. He looks at her and asks, Master, since your attacks are so insanely powerful, can you actually cut through this? From the mech's chest, a blinding blue energy orb starts taking shape, radiating an absolutely terrifying amount of heat. Ditch-Hei flashes a wicked smile. Of course, my nuclear breath won't melt you down that easily, but let's see exactly how you defend against this strike. But instantly, the entire scene shifts. Thorny, vicious chains explode out from the pure darkness, completely locking Dick Hay in place. He finds himself bound tight right under that familiar, terrifying guillotine blade. He knows instantly there is no escaping this execution. That massive, ice-cold blade starts dropping down. Blood Clan powers activate. Time literally freezes in place, right before that deadly steel can slice his neck. Dirk Hay, completely shifted into his vampire form, instantly appears behind Kung Kok's giant rose entity. With time frozen around him, his master really pushed him to the absolute limit. She dragged him right back into her killing intent domain. This isn't the real world anymore. It is a pure mental illusion forged entirely from her overwhelming, raw, murderous aura. To break out, he has to fight back using pure mental strength. Inside this mindscape, the Rose entity unleashes a devastating storm of attacks, countless flaming fists raining down. But with pure iron willpower, Ditch Hay successfully blocks it all. The dark illusion shatters into 100 pieces, snapping everything right back to reality. Ditch Hay slowly opens his eyes, his gaze returning to its usual calm, clear blue. He finds himself lying on the floor, surrounded by countless shattered crystal pieces. Kung Kuk, looking completely unbothered, gently shakes him and starts complaining. Ahem, you awake? That turtle shell around you was ridiculously tough, DK calls out weakly. Master. He slowly sits up, looking all around the massive pile of wreckage, and mutters, this scene really looks like you just violently ripped me out of my transformed state's mouth. And that rock-hard defensive crystal layer I made to protect my real body, you completely smashed it to pieces like it was absolutely nothing. But that kind of raw power is impossible at the martial apprentice level. Now pay close attention, because this is where the dynamic shifts. Dick Hay narrows his eyes, staring at his master with deep suspicion. Master, you totally cheated, didn't you? Kung Kuk just turns her back, haughtily flipping her hair. Cheated? I beat you fair and square. How is that cheating? Ditch Hay asks again, his voice dripping with pure disbelief. Really? Kung Kuk instantly hesitates. Well, maybe I used just a tiny bit more force than necessary. You know I am super strong. It is really hard to hold back perfectly in just one hit. Ditch Hay just stares at her in total silence, his expression completely deadpan. Being stared down like that, Kung Kuk starts panicking. Suddenly, she bursts into loud sobs, tears filling her eyes. Okay, fine. I promise I won't break the rules next time, okay? Please don't be mad at me. It has been decades since I actually had anyone to play with. Her loud crying completely echoes through the massive training room. Dick Hay panics, jumping up and waving his hands frantically. Hey, please stop crying. Kung Kuk stays sitting on the floor, sniffing pitifully. Hearing him try to comfort her, she looks up with teary eyes and sobs. So you won't leave? Dick Hay smiles warmly. I had to work incredibly hard just to become your disciple. Why in the world would I ever leave? Ahem. And by the way, I totally was not crying just now. Kung Kuk suddenly jumps right up, hands firmly on her hips, puffing her chest out to look tough. Dick Hay just thinks to himself, wow, smooth subject change. Walking toward the fridge, Kung Kuk says, anyway, I have a pretty good feel for your real strength now. You are not quite at my level yet, but compared to most people out there, you are definitely gifted. We can officially start training. What do you want to learn? Ditch Hay stares at his master's back, his eyes burning with pure determination. Advanced martial arts techniques, and exactly how you managed to slice right through my lightning and my mech arm. Pop! Kung Kuk cracks open a soda can. You mean my cutting skill? That is actually super hard to teach. You just get a feel for it after slicing enough things. Dick Hay looks confused. What kind of feeling? Now, let that sink in for a second. Kung Kuk's glowing red eyes flash with an intense light, and a razor-thin, curved line of light instantly appears before her. The line. Whether it is a human body, a demonic beast, or literally any object, there is always one precise point of entry. A specific line that can be severed cleanly. You could call it the killing line. Ditch Hay mutters to himself, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his temple. The killing line. It seems his master's fighting style is completely different from that Divine Dragon guy who also specialized in slashing. If the Divine Dragon's slash relied on absolute overwhelming power and piercing sharpness, his master's strike is more like a master butcher flawlessly clean, relying on perfect, surgical precision. Kung Kuk sits down and takes a quick sip of her soda. If you really want to learn that specific move, it gets extremely complicated. I strongly suggest you advance and become a true martial artist first. Without a rock-solid martial foundation, you honestly aren't even qualified to learn most of my high-level techniques. Ditch sits down right next to her. Kung Kuk asks, "Do you even know the real difference between a martial apprentice and a martial artist? Huh? What is it?" It is not just about physical improvement anymore, it is entirely about the mind. A vivid image of a spiritual eye suddenly opening flashes in DK's mind. Compared to mere apprentices, martial artists actually unlock a crucially important new ability called internal vision. With this power, a fighter officially shifts from basic, broad training into incredibly detailed, micro-level body refinement. Through it, you can literally see your own meridians, pressure points, and internal organs, and then use your martial energy to actively strengthen every single one of them, pushing past the absolute limits of your physical body. In short, a powerful spirit comes first, and pure physical strength naturally follows right after. DK smiles with pure confidence. I really didn't expect Master Kung Kuk to be such an incredible teacher. She totally lives up to her title as a professor at Imperial Capital University. Even if she acts a little crazy sometimes, her deep knowledge hasn't degraded one single bit. That being said, ever since I fused with that vampire template and fully awakened my Raudo power, I have definitely felt my mental stats shooting straight through the roof. This is going to give me a massive advantage at the martial artist stage. He turns to her and asks, "So, what is the exact difference in advancement methods once I actually reach that level?" Kung Kuk starts explaining. Advancement techniques and martial skills are strictly ranked into 4 main tiers: Heaven Dipper, Earth Fiend, Profound Yellow, and finally, Unranked. She continues her lesson. Normally, regular students from standard vocational colleges or those much lower tier schools only ever get basic access to those common, unranked advancement methods. The only real benefit of unranked techniques is that they are extremely easy to use. Anyone with enough blood, energy, and martial power can break through. In fact, over 80% of martial artists break through using these unranked methods. But the elite students at Flower Capital University? They start out using profound yellow tier methods at the bare minimum. Dick Hay frowns, asking another question. Then what about the Heaven Dipper and Earth Fiend tiers? Kung Kuk gazes off into the distance. Heaven Dipper skills? Those are basically mythical holy relics. Most of them are dug up from ancient ruins. And trust me, you and I will want to see what happens, because there might not even be 10 left in the entire world. Alright, stick with me here. She puts her arm around Yi He and whispers, "Even our Imperial Capital University only has one of these, and with your current rank and clearance, no way you're getting near it." Then her whole vibe flips. She grins excitedly. "But you can learn an Earth tier technique." Suddenly, a deep crimson ancient book with detailed gold patterns materializes right in Gong Kei's hand. "The Bodhi Assassin Heart Sutra," she announces proudly. "It's an Earth tier technique that I've completely mastered myself. Actually, Little Tiger's Corpse Binding Demon Cage was directly inspired by this exact method." His eyes completely light up like twin stars. "I want to learn it," he shouts, absolutely hyped. "Great, then we start right now. Get ready to experience a killing intent domain I created just for this." Gong Kei casually tosses an empty soda can at a nearby device. "Wait, again?" He panics, finally realizing what's coming. Boom! A terrifying blast of blood-red killing intent erupts, completely swallowing He whole. Gong Kei licks her lips, her glowing red eyes completely thrilled. "Man, I just love the smell of blood." That night, under the city's mystical moonlight, classes end. Chuzhou walks out and spots Yi. He's standing completely alone. He walks over, smiling warmly. "Hey, Yi He. How was your first day? I heard you've already become a pretty big deal around here." Instantly, a freezing wave of killing intent violently slashes right past Chuzhou's face, cleanly slicing off a few strands of his hair. He just stands there holding a frosty blade, eyes totally lifeless, radiating massive killing intent. He suddenly snaps out of it, pulling back his aura. "Ah, sorry, Chuzhou. Pure reflex." Chuzhou is completely stunned, cold sweat dripping down his face. He. What was that? Looking at he doesn't see a human. He sees a phantom standing on a mountain of corpses, dripping with dark energy. What the hell did you even go through today? Now watch this part closely. 10 hours ago, inside the illusion, a single drop of blood hits a silent lake, sending out ripples. Roar! Countless red-eyed zombies erupt from the bloody water, charging straight at He is completely surrounded by a sea of undead. "This many, and all I get is this blunt knife?" Gong Kei's voice echoes out. "You are not allowed to use any martial arts or powers, only the blade in your hand to fight off those corpses. The goal is forcing your body to remember the feeling of tearing flesh and shattering bone." We're building muscle memory so you can instinctively find the killing angle and strike with absolute precision. Yi, he grits his teeth, eyes burning with pure determination. Understood. All right, here I come. He dives straight into the zombie horde, unleashing lightning-fast slashes while Gong Kei watches from afar, totally amazed. This kid, she thinks. Practicing an Earth-tier technique inside an illusion is actually incredibly dangerous for anyone. Most martial disciples aren't even qualified to try. If Yi's mental stats weren't so insanely high, the raw killing intent alone would have completely swallowed him alive by now. Gong Kei's eyes light up. She watches Yi. He's standing firm in that sea of killing intent with absolute pride and deep admiration. No wonder Shi Jinwen called you Huadu's rising star. His future is highly anticipated. Later, in Yi's dorm room. Phew, it's only been one day and I'm already completely wiped out. He sighs, soaking himself in a massive, bubbly bathtub. He leans back, enjoying the relaxation. Definitely the best university in Xia country. Ring, ring, ring. His phone suddenly buzzes. He glances at the screen. Oh, look who's calling. The name Lu Qingzhu pops up on screen, right next to a super cute cartoon dragon profile picture, over at Lu Qingzhu's dorm apartment. She's sprawling on her bed, black hair messy, answering the call. Qingzhu, what's up? Yi's voice chimes in. Liu Qingzhu replies, my mom just sent over that thing you asked for. I have it here. She rolls over onto her stomach and continues. She also wanted to thank you. Thanks to you, I ranked first in the freshman challenge. Really? I'll swing by your place later. Hearing that, Liu Qingzhu jolts, cheeks flushing red, quickly refusing. I know exactly what you're thinking. Cute, right? Huh? No need. Don't bother coming over. I'll just send it by drone. Sure thing. You met your mentor today, right? Who did you pick? Yi, he asks. Hugging a dinosaur plushie, she proudly answers, Dean Bai, she saw my huge potential and took me as her student. That's awesome, Yi praises. Huge congratulations. Curious, Liu Qingzhu asks back, what about you, Yi? Who's your mentor? He sinks into the tub, mind racing. Yeah, probably best not to mention I just rejected 5 different deans back to back. She wouldn't sleep tonight if I told her. He hesitates, mumbling underwater. I got accepted by blub blub blub. Bubbling water completely drowns out his words. Huh? Yi. What did you say? She asks. But only gargling sounds reply. Half a semester later, the first term is almost over. For the freshmen at Huadu University, it has been one incredibly wild ride. Early on, Wu Yangzi formed the Blood Dragon Society by gathering elites from various provinces. They quickly built massive influence among the first years. Not surprisingly, once the local Huadu students returned from summer camp, they immediately clashed with the Blood Dragons. Tensions skyrocket between the Blood Dragon members and the locals, and naturally, they lost way more battles than they won, completely halting the Blood Dragon's momentum. Right now, the most famous freshman is Xiang Jianhui, or more accurately, he might just be the most famous freshman in the entire country. He was the top scorer in Huadu's entrance exam. During the live broadcast, his insane power left viewers completely stunned. Rumor says Fu Hongsheng personally praised him as a future national-level warrior. Meanwhile, someone asks, what about Yi, the guy who made waves early on? Nobody even remembers him anymore. He's been completely out of the public eye for 3 months, deep in the underground Huadu Research Institute. Faster! Come on, faster! Gong Kei's voice echoes. Every step I take transfers a stream of pure martial energy into your body that I personally condensed. Gong Kei's feet are planted right on Yi. He's back while he's doing push-ups. She stands on him, arms crossed, looking incredibly smug. That energy is fused with my understanding of the Bodhi Assassin Heart Sutra. It will perfectly stabilize your newly broken through martial artist realm. Plus, you get to feel my delicate feet. Lucky you, Yi. He grits his teeth, veins popping. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want more. You and I are jumping right into the grind today. His martial energy is totally sealed, making every single push-up feel like he's bench pressing a massive freaking mountain. Worse, that foreign martial energy crawling through his veins feels like it's literally tickling him to death. Kung Kak just smirks down at him. What's wrong? Is the little rookie already tired out? You haven't even hit 100 reps yet, you know? Who are you calling a rookie? Watch me speed this up. Yi, he absolutely roars. That's it. Push harder, faster, even faster. Keep pushing. Don't stop. Kung Kak is literally bouncing on his back, relentlessly pushing him. Yi. He screams through the pure agony and effort, finally hitting 998, 99, 1000. Boom. A massive, overwhelming wave of blood-red energy completely erupts from his body. This feeling is insane. That explosive burst of blood energy just violently shredded all of his exhausted, worn-out muscles, instantly replacing them with brand new, flawless tissue forged entirely by pure martial power. Yi. He slowly stands up, his physique more rugged and flawless than ever before. But oops, his shirt is completely gone now. You pervert! Kung Kak suddenly shrieks, covering her eyes with both hands but leaving totally obvious gaps to peek through. Yi, he blushes hard. If you're going to cover your eyes, at least actually close them. Stop peeking. It is finally time to end this isolated training session. Yi, he says, turning to leave. You are actually leaving me? Kung Kak asks, sounding genuinely heartbroken. Obviously, I have been locked in here with you for 3 whole months. I need to see the sun again. But you will come back, right? Kung Kak asks, tears welling up in her pitiful eyes. Yi, he just smiles. Obviously. Your video game skills are absolutely terrible, so try to get a little better before I get back. Kung Kak sticks her tongue out. Like I even want you to play with me. Yi. He steps out of the research institute, gazing up at the massive skyscrapers. 3 long months since he last saw the sun. Even if he doesn't love the sunlight anymore, he definitely missed it. Walking down this familiar street feels like an entire lifetime has passed. But he didn't end his training retreat just to take a casual stroll. Time to get to work. Here at the Hoa-Do Academy, your overall score includes 1 massive requirement off-campus missions. That means hunting down highly wanted martial arts criminals, investigating dangerous secret realms, helping defend the borders against massive monster tides, or even engaging in all-out combat against vicious local crime syndicates and deeply entrenched foreign factions. First stop is the Student Activity Center to pick up a new mission. And while he's at it, it is finally time to catch up with an old friend. Yo, long time no see, Chu Chao. Yi, he strolls right into the center. Chu Chao spins around, his face lighting up with total surprise and pure joy. You finally finished your closed-door training? You really kept me waiting out here. Yi he. Yo Chu Chao, how is your power scaling going? Yi he asks. Chu Chao grins, proudly announcing he broke through to the martial artist tier 2 months ago. Watch closely here, because things are about to get wild. Seeing Yi, after 3 months, his aura and physique don't look all that different on the surface. But Chu Chao squints, sensing something completely off. That invisible presence is honestly the most terrifying change of all. Just how much has his raw power spiked? Could I even hold a candle to him now? 3 days ago, he was invited to watch a private match. The Hoa-Do freshman rep Hang Keen Hue versus the Blood Dragon Guild's vice president, Ao Duong Trach. Exactly as expected, Ao Duong Trach lost in just 10 minutes flat. And judging by the flow of that brutal fight, Hang Kien Hui wasn't even using his full strength. Could Yi He actually take on Hang Kien Hui now? No, at this point, Hang Kien Hui might not even be worthy of facing Yi He. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm late. A stunning girl with long black hair suddenly rushes over to them. It's none other than Liu Qingju. Yi, he gives a slight smirk. Thon Truk and Chu Chao look clueless as Liu Qingju's mother suddenly appears, whispering right into her daughter's ear. Thon Truk, remember this. You and Yi, he are officially a couple at school right now. You should definitely show off what couples normally do, like, you know. Liu Qingju's face turns beet red as she stammers. The things couples do? We have to do that right here, right now? Yi, he casually steps closer. What exactly are you doing? 3 whole months without seeing me, and you don't even have a simple hello? Liu Qingju suddenly goes up on her tiptoes and plants a quick kiss right on his cheek. I hate you so much. She completely yells that out, then spins around and storms off in pure embarrassment. Yi He just stands there frozen, totally clueless about what just happened. Meanwhile, a massive modern arena stands ready for the epic battles about to go down. Back inside the bustling Student Activity Center, a giant digital display board is constantly flashing with the hottest recent missions and highlighting some seriously impressive, top-tier completion records. Yi He, Chu Chao, and Liu Qingju all gather around a glowing control panel. Yi He speaks up. Thon Truk and I have already knocked out 3 quota missions. Chu Chao nods right back. Yeah, we basically only came today just to team up with you. Yi, he points directly at the glowing screen. These 3 specific missions suit our current level the absolute best. First option on the list is a completely psychotic serial killer currently roaming around Hon Thon. Let that absolute nightmare fuel sink in for a second. A married woman was perfectly flayed and turned into a literal coat rack. The death toll is over 40 now, including a rank 7 fighter. The objective? Capture or eliminate this twisted rogue martial artist. Number 2 is investigating a bizarre monster-tide anomaly over in Lianthan. For some totally unknown reason, massive hordes of monsters are fleeing right back into their secret realm. We just need to figure out why this weird mutation is happening. And finally, a super creepy anomaly down in Lin Tui County. A local tour group recently reported extreme cravings for raw meat and massive waves of sleepwalking. Right after that, an entire investigation squad of freshmen and sophomores just straight up vanished. Our job is to uncover the root of this madness and immediately pull out if things get too crazy. Liu Qingzhu looks deep in thought. The Hoanthan serial killer, the Lianthan monster tide, and the Lin Thui abnormality. Originally, all three were standard rank 2 missions, but Lin Tui just got instantly bumped up to a dangerous rank 3. Hoadu's off-campus missions scale from rank 1 to 5, and the higher the rank, the deadlier the risk. Usually, first-year students are strictly locked to rank 1 tasks. The only rank 2 mission I ever ran was a massive 10-person raid for the freshman squad. Rank 2s are almost never approved. Don't sweat it, I actually have a VIP privilege card. Yi, he says casually, holding up a sleek black card traced with glowing red patterns. A cute illusion of Kung Kak pops up right beside him, cheerfully explaining, "Little He, you can already dominate among the freshmen and sophomores. Very few people can even survive trading a few blows with you now. What you absolutely need right now are far more difficult, life-threatening missions to truly sharpen your ultimate potential. With this special card, you can literally accept any mission posted in the whole academy. Just don't go blindly picking rank 4 or 5 suicide runs. There are way too many wild variables up there. Even elite Black Turtle tier warriors drop dead on those runs. Chu Chao and Liu Qingzhu are completely mind-blown. Seriously, where on earth did you get a VIP privilege card?" Chu Chao demands to know. Yi, he stammers awkwardly. Liu Qingzhu quickly steps in to save him, changing the subject. Yi, what do you really think about these 3 options? Thank God she bailed him out there. Yi, he thinks it over, immediately breaking things down. Massive risk and crazy rewards always go hand in hand. That first serial killer hunt, the actual efficiency would be absolute garbage for us. The police chased him for months with 0 luck. The real struggle is tracking, not fighting. That second mission is just boring support, so what do you and I bet he picks? Stick around to find out. Stick with me here, because things are about to get wild. With the Dragon Sparrow building deployed, we are stuck with mundane tasks. Frontline combat and intelligence work are not for us. The rank 3 mission puts the whole process in our hands. 0 safety nets means massive unpredictable variables, but the higher the risk, the massive the reward. If we fear danger and grow up in a greenhouse, why even be martial artists? I lean toward option 3. Liu Qingzhu smiles. I agree. Yi, he smirks too. I am with Yi. He. Zhou wraps it up. Good, we head out today. At the reception, the clerk slams her desk, furious. This is pure nonsense. Did you not see a second-year team just got wiped out in Lingshui? 3 freshmen daring to take a rank 3 mission? You are severely overestimating yourselves. Instructor, I have a privilege card. Yi, he says calmly. The instructor roars back. So you learned how to lie now? I will call the director and expose you right now. She turns to dial, her voice instantly submissive. Yes, director. Yes, sir. After the call, her attitude pulls a complete 180. She bows with a beaming smile. I wish you a victorious trip, Yi, he mutters. I preferred your grumpy attitude. As they leave, Yi, he says, pack your gear, I need to grab something. He heads to a uniquely designed giant robot face building, the Mechanical and Magical Technology Forge. Identity verified. The door opens. Dean, I came to claim my weapon. The first place reward from the pendant battle. Yi. He stands before a dean with a literal golden face. Now watch closely. Here comes the upgrade. The dean speaks. He, passing up an earth fiend skill for a weapon? Sharp eye. Enough talk. Behold what I forged for you. A massive, absolutely gorgeous John Madao blade is presented. It lacks elemental attributes but channels martial energy at a massive 95% efficiency, and it is forged from the famous ultra-durable alloy Starfall Gold, a genuine god-tier blade. This massive Jean Madao is roughly 1.2 meters long. Flat blade, dark edge speckled with starlight, the signature of Starfall Gold. The spine features thick sun and moon serrations, heavily boosting its mass and sheer impact power. Every single swing lands with terrifying force. Yi, he tests the blade, feeling its raw power. The grip is wrapped in anti-slip black leather with starfall gold threads for easy chi channeling. Every slash rides the wind, flashing a light cold enough to freeze blood. Not bad. The weight is perfect, no drift at all. Fits my hand perfectly, Yi, he remarks. The dean laughs. Funny enough, it was customized to your old measurements 3 months ago, but still perfectly matches your martial artist breakthrough strength. What can I even say? Royal blacksmiths are truly elite class. Yi, he says while leaving. Of course. I dare say even Senior Gong Qi would call me daddy when it comes to forging. The dean brags, then hurriedly adds a warning. Ahem, Yi he, do not repeat that to Senior Gong Ke, Lingshui County. To keep the mission secret, we are here as ordinary college students doing an internship. Yi, he explains, stepping off the bus. He closes his eyes. First up, a life field sensor sweep. I pushed the Ghost Dragon template to 71% this half semester. The coverage should blanket the entire county. I worry our arrival might spook the rats in the gutters. If they scatter, it becomes a massive headache. Finding them is harder than killing them. Let us go check the house Imperial University arranged for us, Jojo says. Hey boys, need a ride? Tricycles are cheap and fast, a local man calls out to them. Yi, he just smirks. The mission officially begins. They hop on the tricycle. The driver chats them up. Young man, you look decent. What school are you from? You guys here on holiday to see the sights? Yi, he answers right on script. I am from Lingshui County, bringing 2 classmates here for fun. I am studying in Yun City now. The driver literally drops his cigarette, completely stunned. From Lingshui County? Who exactly is your family? I do not remember ever seeing you around here before. Yi, he answers casually. My grandfather was Yi Saorong. He passed away years ago, and we moved. You and I both know the main character always comes prepared. The driver gasps. Ah, so you are old man Yi's grandson? Yi, he thinks. Thank God this fake Huadu identity exists. The driver laughs heartily. Good, very good. You still remember your roots. That means you are going to live a very blessed life. The tricycle stops at an ancient house, the Huadu mission base. As the driver pulls away, he looks back and calls out. Little Yi, in 2 days is Lingshui County's biggest event. It is our huge festival held every 3 years. You must come. If you are too shy, I will personally come pick you up. Got it, thanks. Yi, he replies. They enter the yard. This house has been empty for a decade. It is completely ruined. Look at these weeds and mosquitoes. We have serious cleaning to do. Joe steps up. Cleaning is my specialty. He stomps his foot hard, and a blue energy wave explodes, instantly wiping out all the weeds. That is not cleaning. That is an absolute massacre. Liu Qingju mutters. Yi, he shrugs, fast and efficient. He then starts assigning tasks with pure professional efficiency. Put your luggage down first. Jojo, go plant micro cameras around the compound for surveillance. Qingju and I will sweep the inside of the house. The air inside is incredibly damp and heavy, with cobwebs covering everything. Just a few minutes in, Liu Qingju suddenly calls out from a deep room. Yi, come look at this. What did you find? He asks, entering with his guard fully up. There is a shrine here, but I have no idea who it is for. She says, completely confused. Right before them sits something entirely out of place amidst all these crumbling ruins. A small wooden shrine. Inside sits a twisted, grotesque statue made of tangled tentacles, its face totally hidden by a red cloth. Yi, he states firmly. This was not originally here. Liu Qingzu is shocked. It was not here before? What do you mean? Yi, he points straight at the wood. This shrine is built from wood. If it sat here for over 10 years, it would have rotted to dust ages ago. This one is dusty, but wipe it off? It is practically brand new. Jojo walks in silently, radiating killing intent. An ice dagger forms in his hand. Someone else planted this. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, we are diving straight into the chaos. I hate this statue. Let's chop it down. Wait, Chu Chao. Liu Qingzu panicked. What if it's a major clue? We should check it first. Yi, he agreed. But a destructive blue energy sphere was already charging in his hand. Liu Qingzu snapped around, absolutely fuming. Who exactly are you agreeing with, you battle maniac? She sighed hard, face-palming in total defeat. At least let us see what's hiding under that clay mask before you smash it. Her fingers actually trembled as she lifted the red cloth. No face underneath. Just a pair of glowing purple eyes staring back from the dark, radiating pure evil malice. Something's wrong, Yi, he yelled, instantly yanking her behind him. I knew this thing was absolute garbage. Chu Chow, chop it down. Yi, he ordered, and an icy sword aura violently slashed the statue. Huh? All three of them froze in shock. The statue is bleeding. What the hell is this black liquid? It didn't shatter. Instead, thick, bubbling black sludge poured from the wound like tar, reeking of absolute death. Think you can escape? Yi. His eyes flashed with a brutally cold light. He roared, unleashing the world. Instantly, a massive rose entity materialized right behind him, stretching out a giant arm to crush the escaping black sludge. Boom! The stand's giant hand detonated, unleashing a blinding flash of pure light. The sludge twisted, spawning countless gaping mouths with razor-sharp teeth. Agonizing, mind-shredding screams filled the air. Chu Chow, seal it right now, Yi, he roared. Zero hesitation. Chu Chow unleashed her max power, summoning a brutal blizzard that completely flash-froze the freakish monster into a solid spike of ice. Liu Qingzu was paralyzed. Face pale with terror, she could only stammer, "What the hell is this?" Thon Truk, Yi, his voice dropped. A pure blue flame flared in his palm, radiating a warmth that instantly burned away the evil energy. Slowly, her terrified purple eyes regained their focus. "Are you okay?" he asked anxiously. Then he glanced over at Chu Chow. She got infected by that freak's psychic energy. "I'll pump in some pure martial energy to flush it out." Liu Qingzu shook her head, still trembling. "I'm fine," she exhaled, surviving a literal nightmare. "That wave of terror is completely gone now. Actually, my whole body just feels a warm glow spreading inside." Yi, he glared at the mangled block of ice. "Looks like every anomaly in Lin Tui traces back to this weird clay statue. We just took the first and biggest step of this whole investigation. You two stay here and guard it. I've got some personal business to handle." He turned away, a twisted, calculating smirk creeping onto his face. His blue eyes flashed with the absolute thrill of the hunt. "Now watch this genius move. I slipped a micro-tracker on that old driver's tricycle earlier. If my timing is right, it's time to trap our prey. No need to pick me up. I'll come find you myself." Cut to Lin Tui County, Kim Sun Temple. This ancient, majestic sanctuary sat peacefully on the cloudy mountainside. That familiar beat-up tricycle slammed on the brakes at the back gate. The driver scrambled out, looking panicked and sweating bullets. A young monk was already waiting, bowing respectfully. "Benefactor, the abbot has been waiting for you inside." Okay, let's go." The driver stuttered, absolutely terrified. He wasn't led to the main hall, but down a dark, damp, secret passage totally hidden behind a false wall. The tunnel opened into a massive underground hall. Giant bronze guardian Buddhas towered on both sides, leading to a grand gate covered in glowing yellow talismans radiating insane pressure. "Abbot, this is benefactor Liu Kan-sin. He met the blessing requirements. He also claims he has something crucial to report. Abbot, we brought Liu Kan-sin, who passed the blessing standards. He urgently needs to report something." A raspy, ancient voice echoed from behind the sealed door. "Benefactor, what are your intentions? Why this sudden visit?" Then dead silence. "You guys feel that tension, right?" A sick, eerie growl echoed from inside. "Is someone else there?" Then ripping fabric. The human disguise tore away, revealing a monstrous, pitch-black lizard covered in horned scales. One swipe of its claws ripped the young monk completely in half. But the driver wasn't scared at all. He dropped to his knees, bowing like a total fanatic. An immortal is among us." Swoosh. A black blur shot through the air like a bullet. Bam! Yi, his shoe smashed directly into the monster's skull. When did he even get here? Dropping like a lightning bolt, he delivered a skull-crushing kick. His rose stand instantly materialized, forming a golden energy scythe that perfectly decapitated the beast. Absolutely filthy. Good thing my aura blocked that disgusting black blood. If this got on my clothes, they'd literally never wash clean. The driver stared up at Yi, he violently shaking. It's you, the descendant of the old Ditch family. Crack, crack. The stone floor violently trembled. A heavy grinding noise echoed as the massive bronze guardian Buddhas actually started moving, eyes glowing fiery red. All four giant lifelike guardians surrounded him, gripping their golden Dharma weapons. "Oh wow, the Buddha statues can move too?" Yi, he just smirked. Clang. The colossal weapons smashed together with an ear-piercing screech, trying to crush him. But Yi, his rose entity effortlessly, caught two of the attacks bare-handed. The statue's red eyes flared with savage fury. All four ripped their weapons free at once. A synchronized death strike. 4 massive weapons crashed down from 4 different directions, leaving absolutely zero blind spots for him to escape. Turn the spatial ring invisible. Keep them guessing, he whispered, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Starfall horse-chopping saber, come to me! Space itself warped as a massive, starlight-infused saber materialized in his grip. He squeezed the hilt, feeling that addictive surge of raw power flooding his veins. He exploded into action. He became a literal tornado of steel, his lightning-fast sword strikes weaving a beautiful, absolutely devastating dance of destruction. In a blink, all 4 statues were hacked to pieces. Bronze limbs crashed down, and trust me, you guys will love where this goes next. Alright, stick with me here, eye lasers. Is this even a real Buddha statue? Yi watches in pure shock as those remaining heads blast deadly red beams. Too bad those blasts are way too slow. He easily glides through the laser fire, leaving scorched marks across the floor. Raising his blade, he lets out a fierce roar. Let us see what you are hiding inside. One final strike slices the remaining heads clean in half, exposing complex machinery and a tangled mess of sparking wires. Buddha, save me! Liu Zhensheng only manages one last terrified scream before a rogue laser beam violently slices him right in half. Fragments of the mechanical statues lie scattered everywhere. Sparks fly from the torn metal, painting a scene of absolute ruin across the floor. Yi gives his blade a quick flick. So, these things were never alive? His life force field hadn't picked up a single pulse from these 2 robot bodhisattvas anyway. He stares at the advanced tech, lost in thought. Seriously, how could an isolated, backward place like Ling Shui County ever get their hands on such high-end technology? Yi stops dead before the massive, towering gates. It is a metal fortress sealed with countless golden talismans, each radiating a fake, holy pressure. His eyes harden. Could the answers to all this madness be hiding behind those doors? He turns back with an arrogant smirk, throwing a quick signal to his stand. I am a college student, so I should at least have basic manners and knock, right? Boom. The rose entity instantly unleashes a fiery punch, hitting like a meteor. Anyone home? He laughs. A second, third, and fourth punch rain down like a storm of pure destruction. Every single impact sets off blinding explosions, shaking the entire hall. Crash! The reinforced steel gate, supposed to be completely impenetrable, finally caves to the insane power. It shatters into 100 pieces with an earth-shattering boom. Yi casually strolls through the wreckage, brushing dust off his shoulder like this is just another Tuesday. He looks up, and watch closely here, this next part is absolutely insane. Wow, impressive secret room. Right in front of him is an unbelievably massive space, a genuine underground palace carved deep right into the mountain. And sitting dead center is a giant golden Buddha statue, tens of meters tall. It rests in a calm meditation pose, giving off this heavy, invisible pressure. So this is it. He looks up at the statue and shouts, his voice echoing through the dead silence. Hey, your guest is already here. Are you still gonna hide like a scared rat? Ha! A faint, ancient sigh suddenly echoes across the massive palace. Stepping right out from the statue's shadow is a bald monk in a red robe. He brings his hands together, his face totally blank, showing zero emotion. Our temple has no grudge against you, benefactor. Why come here to insult us? But seeing this tiny monk against that massive, silent Buddha creates a seriously creepy vibe. Ha, our temple has no grudge against you. Why come to insult us? The monk repeats the exact same line, sounding totally robotic. Yi just smirks, his blade glowing with a cold blue light. Idiot, you are a robot. Addicted to playing the mysterious boss? Without a single warning, he swings. A blazing red slash rips right through the air, cleanly and brutally cutting the monk in half. The monk still stands there, bowing politely, as that calm voice plays again. Benefactor, your bloody karma is heavy. Shut your mouth! Yi roars, looking absolutely disgusted and furious. He cannot stand this fake act for another second. He leaps high, landing right on the giant statue. He drives his blade deep into its golden head, flexing every muscle to rip it open. You and I both felt that. The floor shatters under insane force, revealing a damp hell below. Yi lightly lands on the new basement's cold stone. Stone dust falls as he lands. It looks like a sewer. 1, 2, 18 doors total. Are these sliding gates? He checks his surroundings. A bad feeling creeping in. Behind those doors, countless toxic green eyes light up the dark, waiting like starving beasts. Click! The gates fly open all at once. An army of hideous pitch-black lizard monsters comes flooding out like a tidal wave, drool dripping from their fangs. More lizards, and there are tons of them this time. Each one puts off martial arts energy, level 1 to 2. Their life signals are identical mass-produced trash. Artificial cyborgs? Trying to overwhelm me with numbers? The grass on the graves of the last guys who tried that is already a meter high. Yi He's eyes flash with a deadly blue light, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. He takes his stance, blade humming for a massacre. Crazy Emperor blade art, first stance, thousand-leaf slash. His body erupts with massive red energy and raging red lightning as he swings a single, powerful strike. But from that one swing, thousands of razor-sharp red energy blades explode outward like a hurricane, completely sweeping through the monster sea. The entire lizard army gets shredded to pieces in a flash. Black blood sprays everywhere, creating a literal hellscape. He smirks. What kind of holy temple hides this many ugly freaks under the floorboards? Roar! A massive lizard monster with thick scales and burning eyes crashes through the wall, snapping its fangs at him. Yi just stands calmly on a mountain of monster corpses. No fear in his eyes, only the absolute disgust of a supreme ruler. He grabs the lifeless head of the cyborg, stinking black fluid still dripping from its severed neck. Even decapitated, its pre-recorded voice keeps looping on repeat, echoing through the dead silence in the creepiest way possible. Benefactor, your bloody karma is heavy. Stupid bio-cyborgs. Its head is completely ripped off, and it is still running a pre-recorded script, Yi mutters with absolute unfiltered contempt. He looks deep into the palace's pitch-black shadows, raising his voice with intense, overbearing pressure. Puppet Master, are you still not showing your face? He. A chilling, razor-sharp, genderless laugh echoes through the space, bouncing right off the stone walls. Seems we angered a strong opponent. But that is all. Boom, the palace shakes like an earthquake. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what's next. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to see this entirely silent giant Buddha statue wake up like a living mountain. Stone walls completely shatter, crumbling down in a massive, blinding cloud of thick dust. Its outer golden shell cracks wide open and peels away, revealing an incredibly complex, high-tech mechanical skeleton hiding right underneath the holy exterior. Hundreds of hidden cables and steel pistons start shifting in perfect rhythm. This is absolutely not a statue anymore. It is a gigantic, perfectly disguised war machine ready for battle. Mechanical parts shift and lock together while bone-chilling metal grinds against metal. The serene Buddha statue completely transforms into a colossal combat robot that is heavily armed right to the absolute teeth. Its glowing golden eyes flare up instantly, locking its deadly target straight onto Yi. Sinner, you have gone entirely beyond the point of salvation now. The robotic voice echoes out with majestic but deadly force, sounding exactly like a grim judgment from the underworld. Yi. He gasps out loud in pure shock, but he is also getting incredibly excited about this. Wow, it can actually transform too. Return to the wheel of reincarnation once again. The massive robot raises its glowing golden hand high up into the air, entirely blocking out the dim light above. It is fully prepared to mercilessly crush Yi into the ground like a tiny insect. That colossal golden hand slams down incredibly hard, packing enough raw power to completely flatten a mountain. The compressed air shrieks and howls like a terrifying beast. Right then, Yi stares back up, his eyes suddenly burning with brilliant blue light. He does not flinch at all against that terrifying display of power. Wild lightning energy completely wraps around his body. The gigantic golden hand crashes down with the crushing force of a falling meteor, creating an earth-shattering explosion that violently shakes the absolute foundation of the entire underground cavern. Dust and broken rocks explode everywhere. But you and I need to watch closely here. That massive fist is completely blocked before hitting the ground. A blinding flash of blue energy violently erupts straight from the impact point, shoving the colossal machine backwards. Inside the mechanical war god, frantic electronic alarms start screaming out. Warning, warning. Energy fluctuations exceeding maximum limits detected. Right arm unit is severely overheating. The giant machine actually seems stunned, trying desperately to increase the downward pressure, but it fails. Internal defense systems start flashing non-stop errors. Error. Core temperature is continuing to rise rapidly. For the very first time, its robotic voice exposes a feeling of absolute, utter shock. What in the world is this? Right from the center of that energy explosion, a freakishly colossal, terrifying monster figure emerges. It is a monstrous beast made entirely of razor-sharp, dark blue crystals, featuring jagged jaws and brightly glowing eyes. Using completely unimaginable strength, this creature is stopping the destructive punch of the mechanical war god using only a single hand. The crystal-filled mouth of the monster slowly cranks open. A massive blue energy sphere begins forming right in its hand. It lets out a deep, echoing roar that sounds exactly like a pure, mocking challenge. Amitabha. He unleashes a lightning-fast punch. A pure blue pillar of light furiously rips through the air, smashing directly into the golden robot head. Taking on this crystal monster form, he gives his mechanical opponent absolutely 0 seconds to rest. He charges straight forward, using both of his enormous crystal arms to fiercely grab hold of the robot arm. Deep inside that monstrous figure, the human face of Yi, he flashes a crazy, completely bloodthirsty smile. He screams out in total hype, "I am not even close to being finished with you." Instantly, the crystal beast pulls its leg back and delivers an insanely powerful knee strike. Yi. He roars with pure joy. "Go ahead and taste my pitch-black, iron-hard knee right now." Crack. A devastating, earth-shattering impact hits. The entire faceplate of the war machine completely shatters from that brutal knee thrust, fully exposing the incredibly complex mechanical structures spinning underneath. Emergency sirens instantly blare out across the system again. Critical warning. Severe structural damage detected in the cranial unit from a sudden, completely unexpected incoming attack. But the war god does not panic at all. It immediately activates its defensive weapons system. Dozens of metal spheres launch from its back, hovering in midair like a string of deadly floating prayer beads. A massive barrage of bright red lasers fires simultaneously from those floating cannons, raining straight down toward the beast in a terrifying, inescapable storm of deadly energy. It does not stop there. The chest and shoulders of the war god open completely up, exposing countless gun barrels and missiles. The machine voice commands without any hesitation, "All batteries open fire." A horrifying, massive explosion quickly swallows the entire zone, packing enough raw, destructive power to flatten absolutely everything around. Thick dust and burning hot fire completely engulf the dark silhouette of the crystal monster. Staring directly at the blazing fireball, the controller of the war machine clicks his tongue. His mechanical voice sounds slightly annoyed but also curious. What kind of freakish monster are you exactly? Forcing me to deploy so many weapons just to erase you. But you and I know the truth here. When the smoke finally clears, the beast still stands tall, its crystal scales virtually untouched. It fiercely growls back, its deep voice dripping with heavy mockery. All those little toys of yours are nothing but basic thermal weapons. They are completely useless against a true martial artist. The mechanical voice turns ice-cold and furious at the stubbornness of its opponent. You are still clinging to life? Fine, let me completely free you. Suddenly, the entire body of the mechanical war god sprouts countless sharp golden spikes, turning it into a massive, heavily armored metal hedgehog that cannot be touched. Meteor strike mode. But the crystal beast does not care at all. It opens its mouth wide, and an even larger energy sphere gathers up, glowing with blinding blue and white light. It speaks like it is delivering the final, ultimate judgment. Fake monk, it is time for you to log out. Shield storm breath. A massively pure energy beam blasts straight forward, instantly shattering every single spike in its path and completely swallowing the mechanical war god whole. Right in the middle of that deafening explosion, the sarcastic voice of Yi, he echoes, "Oops, my apologies for completely breaking your precious little robot toy there. Yi." He brushes the dust off his shoulder, staring directly at the ruined pile of the giant lotus pedestal while muttering highly sarcastically, digging a gigantic hole inside a mountain, only to hide either lizard men or a giant moving Buddha statue inside. This is absolute, total madness. He softly lands back on the ground. The freakish energy fades away, returning him to his normal human form. He smirks confidently. It definitely looks like our mastermind is just your typical mad scientist, totally obsessed with his crazy research until the very end. His sharp gaze locks right onto the center of the totally destroyed lotus pedestal. Exactly as expected, there is a hidden tunnel leading downward. He strolls over casually, staring straight into the pitch-black hole and says, "Let us see what is hiding under this lotus." The scene shifts entirely. Half an hour earlier, inside a high-tech control room, two men wearing white lab coats are standing right in front of a giant screen, watching absolutely everything unfold. The younger assistant reports to the shadow standing right beside him, his voice sounding completely confident. "Doctor, that man took down the robot guards at the gates, but please rest easy. built with the absolute newest materials and structures, that door is completely unbreakable. He happily continues speaking with high optimism. It is perfectly fine, Doctor, because we still have the massive cyborg army. Tens of thousands of biological units can easily wear down even a true grandmaster martial artist like him. Besides, this actually helps us clear out our excess cyborg inventory anyway. But look at the screen. Trust me, you and I already know what happened. Yi. He stands completely alone on a mountain of dead lizards, leaving them absolutely speechless. All right, you and I are jumping right into the panic room. The young assistant is sweating bullets, frantically trying to calm things down. Doctor, we still have a trump card, he screams. Have faith in our design. This Buddha combat mecha was built to take down massive Lord-tier beasts. Crushing some lowly martial artist? That is going to be an absolute walk in the park. But the monitor just answers his wild confidence with the completely smashed face of their so-called mechanical war god. Instantly, the entire room drops into a dead, heavy, suffocating silence. The young guy stammers out, "It is okay, doctor, we still." But before he can even finish that sentence, the old doctor spins around and roars right in his face. "Shut your damn mouth." The old man, rocking this creepy mechanical eye, glares actual daggers at his subordinate. What kind of cursed nonsense are you spouting right now? That monster is literally at our doorstep and you are telling me it is fine? He continues, his voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm whisper. The guards upstairs might buy us a few precious minutes. We need to fall back and retreat immediately. Once we are out and safe, trigger the entire base's self-destruct sequence. We absolutely cannot let a single piece of our classified data leak out. This old man is Dr. Feng. He used to be at the Tier 3 Prometheus Institute before secretly getting recruited by Laser B, and he gives his orders without blinking. A flashback hits us. 10 years ago, the Laser B Corporation locked their sights on the completely unremarkable Lin Thui County. After quietly replacing every single monk at the Kim Sun Temple, they completely weaponized the local people's faith to brainwash and take control over the entire district. Hiding under the fake guise of holy blessings, they brutally lured the innocent residents of Lin Thui into twisted human modification programs, turning them all into free, disposable lab rats and supplying Laser B's biotech division with incredibly valuable organic materials and pure clinical data. Dr. Feng's voice echoes with heavy regret. What an absolute shame, but this facility has to be left behind. Then, boom, now watch closely, because this entrance is insane. The control room wall just violently explodes from a massive blast of blue energy. Through the thick dust, he floats down, eyes glowing a freezing blue. He stares dead at the two terrified scientists, a truly demonic smile creeping onto his face. Head monk, where exactly are you running off to? Panicking, old Feng barks orders at his bodyguards. The two men in black suits instantly draw their guns, charging forward to provide cover fire for the doctor. He sweeps past them like a hurricane. A claw-shaped blade aura flashes, and all four of them, the guards and scientists, are blasted across the floor. The old man slowly gets up, terror painted all over his face, shaking as he asks, "What do you want? We can talk about this." But he just coldly points right at the watch on the guy's wrist. Just one single press on my watch, and I can trigger the entire base's self-destruct mechanism. Laser B ruthlessly implants deadly microbombs into every single key researcher and manager. Our families and our closest friends are all strictly monitored by the company too. That is how they enforce absolute obedience and keep all their dark secrets sealed. The old man screams in pure agony as he snaps his wrist, sending the watch flying across the room. Ah! He tightly clamps the old guy's mouth shut, stopping him from committing suicide. The old man can only mumble in intense pain. His mechanical eye flashes with a desperate red light, dimming fast. He lets go, and the old man collapses hard onto the floor. He looks down at the dying guy with icy blue eyes, his voice completely empty of any emotion. "Come on, tell me absolutely everything you people did down in Lin Thui County." Old Feng looks up, sweat pouring down his pale face. Down in the underground lab, he stands with his arms crossed, staring at the old guy twitching on the floor. "Tell me, did you guys murder those 3 young martial artists earlier? What exactly are you doing down here?" Dr. Feng lets out a completely savage laugh, his mechanical eye flaring bright red. "Heh, I literally cannot tell you a single thing about our experiments anyway. There is a high-tech signal tracker planted right inside my brain. If I utter even a single company keyword, the bomb inside my body will just detonate instantly." He bites down hard on a fake tooth, and a cloud of toxic blue smoke pours out. "If I am going to die anyway, I would rather take the fast and easy way out." The old guy starts seizing up, foaming at the mouth, his whole body turning purple. Ugh, Yi. He quickly pins him down and forces his jaws open. Humph, a hidden poison capsule. He clicks his tongue. TSK, TSK. Are all Laser B employees just this eager to throw their lives away? Suddenly, the entire room flashes into a blaring red alarm state. Yi, he senses it immediately. The guy's heart has completely stopped beating. Looks like the automated self-destruct mechanism just got triggered. Yi, he stands up, looking down at the fresh corpse with freezing cold eyes. I know what you are thinking, game over, right? Think again. Behind him, a creepy red phantom materializes. Too bad for you, even death is a total luxury here. The red phantom's claws plunge straight through the corpse's chest. Vampires have the power to turn humans or fresh corpses into creatures born completely from the dead. But aside from a few incredibly rare cases, most of them are nothing more than mindless zombies. No regeneration, zero intelligence, just rotting meat. But I possess the primal strength of the human ancestors, combining it directly with the dark gift of the vampires. Yi, he places his hand right on the corpse's head, and a flood of dark energy pours in. The dead body starts twitching, coming back to life in the creepiest way possible. Dr. Feng's freshly revived body violently spasms on the floor, and he suddenly coughs up a completely shattered metal sphere. The remains of that deadly self-destruct mechanism have been totally neutralized. He stumbles and drops to his knees, bowing his head in absolute, unquestioning submission. His voice is now super raspy and completely hollow. Master. Yi, he basically explains his insane power using the old man's mouth. This guy is now his ultimate loyal subordinate. I can easily create undead servants whose past memories and original talents are kept absolutely and flawlessly intact. Monsters that do not fear the sunlight possess absolute insane regeneration skills and obey my every single command without question, in both mind and body. Yi, he looks down at his brand new pet with a super smug smile. You physically cannot die anymore, which is exactly why the self-destruct got cancelled. From this moment on, your new name is Mad Doctor. Your past is completely irrelevant, and your one and only mission now is to serve me. The Mad Doctor replies without a single second of hesitation. To serve the Lord is my absolute honor. Yi, he adds, since you accepted the ancestors' power, a mental link now tightly binds the two of us together. Their pathetic little tracking devices are not going to work on you anymore. Yi, his eyes flare up with an intense blue light as massive spiritual energy surges straight through their new mental link. It connects right into the old man's brain, and his eyes start glowing with the exact same light. Now let us see when this city was first infiltrated. The Mad Doctor's memories start flooding the screen. A coworker named Lu is sneaking a bite of something. The doctor calls out, Lu, snacking before the lunch break? Did you even finish that data comparison task I assigned to you? The coworker slowly turns around, his entire face just smeared with fresh blood, his eyes glowing a crazy, unhinged red. Sorry, Professor Feng, I was just so starving, so hungry. So what do you and I make of this? Things are getting dark. In another memory, he is eating. Raw meat on the menu again? Ugh, with my remaining teeth. Chewing this stuff is pure torture. Stick with me here. An assistant says, Dr. Feng, these are the sacrifices the county locals brought right to the Buddha. He hears they are three soft, young outsiders, but a deep unease rises inside him. No, something is wrong. Another memory flashes an old woman nodding off right inside the main hall, sleeping right there in the open. One assistant notes some were even nodding off while kneeling. The other suggests, well, isn't that just way too perfect? Doctor, we can just move these citizens straight into the testing facility. It saves us a ton of time and effort. Masses of locals lie scattered on the floor, fast asleep. They came for blessings, then suddenly knocked out. Why? The assistant asks. Doctor, what is going on? Sleep is just a basic human need, right? But that creeping unease inside the old man grows heavier. Something is seriously wrong here. He suddenly recalls a bizarre cult. The Divine Descent Nation. The Divine Descent Nation. One day, he stares at his wrist in pure shock. What is this? Why is it carved on his wrist? The sequence 2675342, is clear as day. A number puzzle. He racks his brain. The answer is a company file code. He frantically writes down the code, 348255612. He logs in. When the files appear, a horrifying truth hits him. Wrong. It is all wrong. My memories, my perception, absolutely everything has been altered. He remembers sitting at the computer, surrounded by a swarm of creepy, glowing mice. Who did this? Who turned me into a lab rat, a literal test subject? Now pay close attention here. He realizes, I only knew that number puzzle was left by my own past self after seeing these files. I believed that even with altered memories, I would still try to solve the puzzle carved into my own flesh, uncovering its secrets. Its entire purpose was to warn me. No matter what I actually thought it was, whether it was hypnosis, severe insomnia, or looping dreams, the true mastermind pulling the strings is the Divine Descent Nation. Yi, he ends the memory trip, eyes flashing cold. So this so-called raw meat is actually human flesh. And that Divine Descent Nation? A downright repulsive cult. The crazy doctor, finally regaining his true memories, speaks with teary eyes. This place used to be a highly secret base for Laser B, but that cult quietly infiltrated and seized control. Just like the locals, our minds were rewritten, turning us into puppets. Yi, his eyes glow fiercely. The 3 Hoadu fighters from earlier were eaten by you guys too. It seems to you, Chu Chao, Thon Truk and I are just prime cuts of meat. The doctor's memory continues. This is my 8th year running Lin Thui. The Kim Sun Temple base is fully completed. Bionic human conversion is ripe and ready for the assembly line. It will launch a new era. Fighters will be replaced by stronger, vastly more efficient bionics and machines. Prometheus was totally right. After flagging the anomalies and cross-checking the timelines, the massive outbreak in Lin Thui actually started back in February. We first discovered it in March and immediately organized a series of experimental investigations to figure it out. But day by day, my perception was subtly and quietly altered until I was completely assimilated into their hive mind. More than once, I used my researcher intellect to spot logical gaps and temporarily regain my sanity. But in the end, I just could not escape the assimilation. Our Kim Sun Temple lab sank too deep. No way to escape or fight that will. The Lin Thui anomaly progresses in 4 stages: cannibalism, severe insomnia, idol worship, and mass sleepwalking. Cannibalism marks the body's physical change under the initial influence of that dark will on the victim's mind. Severe insomnia means a deeper mental shift. Idol worship means both mind and body are heavily polluted, basically beyond any hope of a cure. You and I both know how dark this gets. Mass sleepwalking means you've officially become food for that entity. And I seriously thought my illegal human testing was already terrible enough. But compared to this cult, we are practically civilized. They intend to feed an entire city to that will. Finally, I identified the agent they used to corrupt minds and drain life. A demonic fetus extracted from a secret realm ruin. It has to be a demon fetus brought straight out of those hidden ancient ruins. The very last memory flashes crystal clear. Based on my calculations, the demon fetus will fully mature. Yi, his eyes snap wide open. In exactly 2 nights, he instantly remembers the old tricycle driver's warning. Little ditch, in 2 days, Lin Thui holds its grand festival, happening once every 3 years. Be sure to attend. Yi, he crosses his arms, staring right down at the crazy doctor. That old tricycle driver actually gave me crucial information. He closes his eyes. I have already extracted all the useful memories I need. Yi, he then slowly looks around the ruined laboratory. So this base really did belong to Laser BD. As for the Divine Descent Nation, the Demon Fetus, and those 3 Hoadu fighters, he finally has the exact answers he needs. The crazy doctor, now completely under Yi, he's absolute control, starts spilling the very darkest secrets he knows. Thanks to him, I have uncovered quite a few of Laser BD's hidden secrets, including all of his wildly illegal and twisted little experiments. I honestly don't have the energy to deal with Laser B right now, so I will just hand this mess over to Hoadu and let them sort it out. Yi, he smirks as another highly interesting piece of information pops into his head. There is also a completely unexpected surprise here. It turns out he spent his entire life actively participating in the research and development of the golden gene, fully understanding its uses and massive effectiveness. But whatever, we will think about all that after dealing with this crazy Lin Thui anomaly. A system quest notification suddenly pops into his mind, stamping the mission as fully complete. Even though Hoadu's rules say anyone who finds the truth can choose to end the mission early, what I want right now is definitely not Hoadu's reward. A bloodthirsty, insanely ambitious smile spreads across Yi, his face, revealing his sharp fangs. I would much rather go steal the Divine Descent Nation's grand prize instead. He turns back to the crazy doctor and issues a completely bone-chilling command. Next, you will hide yourself here in Lin Thui. I will provide my blood. Find a way to plant it straight into the county's water system. In short, maximize the infection rate completely. The old man, despite being fully mind-controlled, is absolutely horrified by this insane plan. Crazy. This is truly crazy. He stammers, but then a sudden realization flashes in his glowing eyes. I understand now, my lord. You are going to fight the demon fetus to snatch away its followers. So what do you and I take from all this? Yi, he looks at the corrupted shadows, his voice terrifyingly calm. The Lin Thui residents are already at stage 4 corruption. Trust me, there is absolutely no turning back now. Stick with me. This gets crazy. Sure, transforming them was completely selfish, but when this mess ends, he swears he will try giving them their old lives back. At least under his control, they will not harm society. The scene shifts to their old safe house. Yi, he walks right through the door, casually waving at his 2 utterly exhausted teammates slumped at the table. I am back. He spots the food on the table and asks with total sarcasm, you guys are actually eating this local Ling Shui food? Liu Qingju turns pale, looking like she is about to hurl. Yi, he just smirks. Looks like you already figured out what is actually in that meat, huh? Zhuzhou reports with a deadpan expression. Qingju and I went scouting around town. It turns out the locals are literally eating human flesh. Zhuzhou stares dead straight at him. You already knew about this, did you not, Yi? The real issue is that this entire city has its perception completely twisted. Something out there is enslaving them. Yi, he thinks to himself, not bad at all. This assassin kid's judgment is actually spot on. After Yi, he reveals exactly what he found hidden out there. Liu Qingzhu gasps in absolute horror. You mean to tell me an illegal biotech lab has been operating in Lingshui for years? Why is this entire district such a chaotic nightmare? Zhuzhou follows up with a deeply thoughtful expression. So you are saying a massively powerful biotech organization has also been dragged into this crazy anomaly? Liu Qingzhu totally panics and makes a suggestion. This threat level is way past tier 3. Should we just call Huadu and ask for immediate backup? Yi, he thinks to himself, are you kidding me? If Huadu shows up, how am I supposed to interfere? He quickly raises his voice to calm them down. Hey, relax. The real danger here is the anomaly itself, not our actual safety. Do not scare yourselves over nothing. He clenches his fists, faking some serious fiery passion. If your very first instinct is to run crying for reinforcements, you guys will absolutely never achieve anything great. Yi. He confidently lays out his master plan. We hold our ground right here until nightfall. Now pay close attention here. Things are getting wild. He explains, we saw the raw meat and creepy idol worship, but missed one anomaly, mass sleepwalking. His eyes gleam with cold calculation. Maybe this totally twisted city only shows its true face after the sun goes down. Suddenly, the scene shifts over to Zidu, straight inside the Laserbird corporate headquarters. A top corporate executive reports in. Half an hour ago, they caught a massive self-destruct signal from the Jinshan temple base down in Lingshui. But strangely, it was totally canceled just seconds later. Something is seriously wrong, and all base communications are completely dead. The board of directors must decide their response right now. A shadowy, powerful figure steps up and makes an absolutely ruthless call. Keep it simple. Better to kill the innocent than leave any loose ends. Detonate every single researcher's heart bomb to silence them permanently. Then deploy an elite special task force straight to Lingshui. Meanwhile, over at the central Lingshui water plant, a massive, deafening explosion rips right through the facility. The crazy doctor is finally kicking off his brand new master's totally insane master plan. Deep inside the plant, the mad doctor aggressively clutches his chest, violently coughing up pitch-black blood. He reports through a telepathic link, his voice shaking but fiercely loyal. My lord, Laserbird just tried to trigger the bomb inside my body. Luckily, I managed to rip it out just in time. I am currently recovering. He adds with pure panic and urgency, knowing those guys, an elite hit squad will drop into Lingshui any minute now. Yi, his invisible voice, echoes directly inside his head, absolutely ice-cold and decisive. Do not worry about it, just proceed. The mad doctor is utterly terrified by his master's chilling calmness, but he instantly obeys. Yes, my almighty lord. Night finally falls. A massive full moon heavily illuminates an old rusted sign at a completely abandoned train station, the Lingshui exit. Down at platform 2, a dark night train rolls to a dead, silent stop. You and I both know what this means. The train doors hiss open, and a mysterious crew steps out. A heavy guy with a creepy smirk, codename Catfish, looks around. Pretty quiet place, huh? No wonder the company picked this dump for a black site. A stunningly gorgeous woman dragging a rolling suitcase casually replies. Headquarters already confirmed that the massive Dragon Breath faction has literally zero connection to the Jinshan Temple base. The woman, Ares, who is randomly holding a smiling little baby, asks with pure skepticism, "Then who actually pulled this off? The company has way too many enemies." Another duo steps out. The guy, Golden Snake, orders them to hit the base first. The girl beside him, Bluebird. The final member steps down. A young guy with glasses. Looks like a total nerd, but radiates pure, lethal danger. That is their captain, Black Lion. He barks a short order. Equipment, files, witnesses, if it can be destroyed, wipe it all out. Immediately, the squad starts bickering. Catfish whines loudly. "Hey, Captain, can we grab some food first? I have been eating cheap instant noodles all day." Ares chimes in, "I need to find a quiet spot to feed the baby." Golden Snake smirks and teases her. "It is dark, just feed it. I will not peek." Ares glares at him with pure disgust. "Get lost, you creep." Black Lion suddenly snaps. "Do you guys look like actual professionals right now?" Catfish just lets out a sneer. "Oh, come on, scary assassin king. The mighty captain of Laserbird Squad 3 used to be just an ordinary little programmer." Black Lion pushes up his glasses, his tone instantly shifting. "Guys in black suits and sunglasses are just showing off. We are real professionals. Blend in, stay completely off the radar. Enough talk." Golden Snake and Bluebird immediately split off to scout the current chaotic situation around Lingshui. "I am taking Catfish and Ares to check out the Jinshan Temple base. Move out." Cut to Golden Snake and Bluebird, who just snuck into a pitch-black, rundown house right in the middle of town. Inside, they find a disgusting black pot holding a completely rotting animal skull. Golden Snake mutters under his breath, "Yeah, this city has a serious problem. Something is very, very wrong here." Bluebird fires back with thick sarcasm. "Gee, really? I guess cannibalism tends to ruin the whole neighborhood vibe, huh?" Golden Snake feels a heavy, oppressive danger creeping in as Bluebird casually walks deeper into the pitch-black room. He warns her with extreme caution. This mission is not going to be simple. Bluebird freezes right in front of a small, creepy altar holding a bizarre clay statue. She stares dead into its face. These statues. Suddenly, her eyes glow with a terrifying, demonic purple light. She is completely hypnotized, totally trapped in a trance. Meanwhile, Golden Snake is on the radio reporting in. "Captain, the exact cause of the Jinshan Temple base disaster has finally been identified. A single, overwhelmingly powerful warrior wiped out the entire base. Solo, tens of thousands of bioengineered corpses are currently scattered all across the outer catacombs. A massive, heavy fortress-level combat mech was absolutely and brutally crushed into pure scrap metal. There are 0 survivors found anywhere inside. But the head of the base, Chief Researcher Dr. Feng, is completely missing. We haven't found his body anywhere near Jinshan Temple." Buzz, heavy static erupts. The radio signal gets totally jammed. Golden Snake suddenly spins around, staring out the dirty window in absolute, pure horror. What the? Outside, a massive, endless horde of locals is stumbling mindlessly down the street. Their eyes are completely dead and soulless. It is a mass sleepwalking event, and they are heading right for us. Golden Snake completely panics, realizing they have been spotted. He desperately spins around and screams at his partner, "Bluebird, get ready to move." Slice. Blinding pain hits him. Bluebird, staring dead ahead with glowing purple eyes, just buried a knife straight into his ribs. He grips his bleeding side in total disbelief. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You absolutely cannot miss what happens next. Let's dive right back in. He looks at Bluebird's eyes. Wait, is she being mind-controlled? Glancing at the altar, the truth hits him. That statue in the shrine? He recognizes it instantly from top-secret company files. It was pulled straight out of a hidden nightmare realm ruin called the Balos Moon. The scene immediately cuts to a quiet rooftop, where Yihi is standing dead still under a massive, blindingly bright moon. He stares up at the sky. "That moon is huge," he mutters. He can actually feel his own life force being messed with, and it's happening way too easily. Pulling out his phone, his first move is tracking Chuzhou and Qingzhou. A red dot flashes on the screen. Southeast side of town. The sleepwalkers are swarming right there. Yi. He glares back at the moon, a dangerous curiosity flashing in his eyes. If this mass sleepwalking is just that entity feeding, what exactly does feeding look like? Well, it won't take him long to find out. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black alley, Golden Snake's eyes snap wide open in absolute panic. What the hell is this? The sight right in front of him is a literal living nightmare. He and Bluebird are tied down tight to 2 massive, towering wooden stakes. And right beneath them, a massive sea of townspeople swarming around, their eyes completely dead and empty. He screams out in pure desperation. What the hell is going on? Then, raw terror hits Golden Snake. These are the exact same townspeople from before. Are they being mind-controlled too? The crowd starts muttering in this creepy, unified chant, their eyes glowing with a sick purple light. He desperately tries to shake his unconscious teammate awake right next to him. Bluebird, wake up! You useless idiot, wake up right now! Pure desperation. Golden Snake frantically tries to negotiate with the soulless mob. You guys are from the Divine Nation, right? Look, we can talk this out. The organization backing me is incredibly powerful. But his only answer? Dead silence and hundreds of blank staring eyes. He curses under his breath. Damn it, I can't reason with them. Disgust and absolute horror completely wash over him. These people have been brainwashed way past any normal human limits. They are literally beasts wearing human skin. No, maybe it's even worse than animals. At least a wild animal understands the fear of pain and facing death. But these brainwashed fanatics, absolutely nothing terrifies them anymore. Suddenly, this bizarre sound echoes through the air. He looks up, completely confused. Wait, is that a ringing bell? The entire crowd snaps their heads up at the sky. That abnormally bright, gigantic moon is taking up almost the whole view. Someone in the crowd gasps out in pure awe. That moon is absolutely massive. Now watch closely, because this gets disturbing. The townspeople start humming in perfect unison, their faces stretching into this crazy, euphoric, dead-eyed smile. Then, an absolute nightmare unfolds right on screen. They start climbing on top of each other, using bodies as stepping stones, literally forming a massive, living human pyramid. Pushing, shoving, crushing each other underfoot, every single one of them is desperately clawing higher and higher, building an endlessly growing tower made entirely of flesh and bone. The writhing human tower stretches toward the moon like some mutated creature. A horrifying sacrificial ritual. The base of this meat tower slams straight into the dirt, carving out a crater like it's physically connecting with the earth itself. Finally, the twisted ritual is complete. A grotesque tower formed by hundreds of living bodies stands tall, with 3 massive wooden stakes mounted right at the very top under the eerie moonlight. Meanwhile, over at the Jinshan Temple area, Black Lion is on a call, sounding incredibly tense. He can't reach Golden Snake or Bluebird at all. Something has definitely gone horribly wrong here. He quickly analyzes the situation. There's a high chance whoever just destroyed the Jinshan Temple is making their move. He immediately turns to his 2 remaining teammates. No matter what, a massive shift just hit the city. We are going on the offensive. Pack it up. We are heading back into the city right now. But the second they turn around, all 3 of them freeze in absolute shock, staring up. There it is, the ridiculously massive, unrealistic moon hanging right over the city, glowing with a cold, dead light. Pure death. Ares tightly hugs the baby in his arms, suddenly pointing into the distance, his voice shaking with pure terror. Look over there! From afar, one of the squad members gasps in shock. Is that a pillar of light? Another one mutters, it looks like the moon dragged it down. Black Lion shuts it down fast. Cut the nonsense right now. That beam of light is landing somewhere deep inside the city. Black Lion stares dead at the bizarre phenomenon, cold sweat literally pouring down his forehead. He mutters with a totally dead serious expression. What the hell is this? The collapse of Jinshan Temple definitely wasn't as simple as headquarters originally thought. He spins right back around, barking out a decisive order for his squad to move. Head straight for where that moonlight is hitting. That might be exactly why Golden Snake and Bluebird went dark. Without missing a beat, all 3 of them sprint off. They dash through the completely dead streets of Lingshui. Tiny glowing particles are floating all over the air, creating a crazy, unsettling atmosphere. You and I both know an ambush is coming, right? Suddenly, Black Lion halts, eyes narrowing behind his glasses. Someone's here, he warns. Instantly, a shadow drops from the sky, swinging a razor-sharp sword straight for them. It's crackling with a deadly blue energy. Clang! A huge metallic clash echoes out. The surprise attack gets totally blocked by a blue umbrella that popped open just in the nick of time. The blade scrapes off the umbrella, smashing straight into a nearby roof and blowing a hole right through it. Black Lion adjusts his glasses, sharply analyzing the threat. Magic technology? This is definitely no ordinary fighter. The umbrella slowly folds shut, revealing the target is none other than Liu Qingju herself. She glares right at the strange group, her voice totally freezing. Who are you people? Why are you attacking us? Black Lion just cracks this insanely sinister, unhinged smile. Oh? Judging by that outfit, you're definitely not a local. So, the little bugs who trashed Jinshan Temple, it was you guys all along, huh? He instantly barks an order to his two teammates. Absolutely crush these little bugs within exactly 3 seconds. Catfish and Aries immediately respond in perfect sync. Yes, sir. They bolt forward at terrifying speeds. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingju immediately drop into a defensive stance, bracing for an all-out brutal clash. Catfish charges straight at Qingju with an absolutely repulsive grin. Haha, what a beauty. It'd be a huge waste to just kill you, but don't worry, I'll definitely enjoy your corpse. He reaches his filthy hand out to grab her. Qingju struggles to block, gasping in shock. So heavy. Back off, you total creep. Chuzhou roars, diving right between them and screaming out, Ice wall! A massive, razor-sharp wall of ice erupts from the ground, totally halting Catfish's momentum. But Black Lion just casually throws a single punch. Smash! The entire ice wall shatters into a million pieces. Chuzhou is stunned, completely unable to believe his eyes. His absolute defense got shattered just like that? He frantically screams out to her. All three of them are at least high-level martial arts masters. Don't get trapped. Fall back. Qingzu yells back. Got it. They both rapidly retreat. Good, 1 second left. Black Lion whispers as he teleports right behind Chu Zhou, fully winding up a fatal finishing blow. But Lu Qingju, eyes flaring bright purple, dashes in just in time to intercept. Wait, there's another one. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this fight. Black Lion panics as another threat drops in, leaning backward just as a massive blade slices inches past his face. Whoa, that was way too close. Yi, he finally arrives, coldly staring down the enemy captain. Let's jump right into this madness. The Black Lion asks, Who are you? With them? Yi, he just replies, I am here to kill you. The lion smirks. Arrogant much? The lion powers up and screams out his ultimate assassination technique, 12 illusions. Suddenly, a dozen identical clones pop out of nowhere, completely surrounding Yi He on all sides. Die, kid! All 12 clones rush him at once. Yi, he just stands there and roars a single word. Time literally freezes. He flashes a confident smile right in the middle of this completely frozen trap. A Grand Martial Master's aura shield can stop tank bullets, but they can still be killed. Nice clones, he says. I honestly cannot tell which one is the real you. A blinding flash of white lightning erupts. It zigzags through the air, piercing every single one of those 12 clones in a heartbeat. Yi, he stares right at the frozen clones, his smirk growing wider into a super confident smile. But I do not need to find the real body anyway. He easily reads his opponent, the Black Lion, real name completely unknown. He speaks with pure sarcasm, an assassin king with absolutely nothing special about him. Suddenly, a glowing red spear of pure energy forms right in front of the Black Lion. A soft clinking sound echoes out. That energy spear shoots straight into the forehead of the real Black Lion. He is stuck completely motionless in frozen time. Then, time starts flowing again, dead. The Black Lion collapses to the ground with absolute terror on his lifeless face. Yi, he casually strolls over to the corpse. It is best to do this while the body is still warm. He thinks to himself, your blood will help me push past the apprentice rank and become a true martial artist. He places his hand right on the lion's face and starts absorbing. The captain's body twitches violently one last time. A few seconds later, Yi, he stands up, feeling a massive surge of new power in his veins. Not bad at all, already at the 8th tier martial artist. Down at his feet, the lion's body has literally melted into a puddle of black blood. The two remaining laser members, Catfish and Aries, watch this entire gruesome scene in absolute, paralyzing horror. Now watch closely, because they are panicking. Aries stammers out, what the hell just happened? The captain was killed in a split second by that kid, and he drank his blood too? He is a total monster. He absorbed the captain's blood. He is a straight-up monster. Yi. He slowly turns back to look at them, his eyes flashing with a really cruel sense of amusement. We are not done here. Let me show you guys something fun. He raises his hand toward the puddle of blood and shouts out a summoning technique. Aries stares at the furiously bubbling blood, her voice shaking. What is that? From the bloody puddle, a horrifying creature rises up. It has exposed white bones and bright red muscles, perfectly taking the shape of the Black Lion. Aries screams out in pure panic. That is the captain. Just who are these people? Each one is worse than the last. Are they actually just regular martial artists? Facing total despair, Aries grits her teeth and says she will handle this. Without warning, she tosses the baby in her arms straight into the air. The innocent baby undergoes a sickening mid-air transformation. It twists into a massive, muscle-bound monster, absolutely hideous. Ares screams out, "My baby, hold them off." She instantly barks a loud order at Catfish to take action right now. "Retreat!" And both of them desperately sprint away. He quickly orders his teammates, Ju Zhou, Qing Ju, coordinate with my phantom and pin down this biological freak right here. He glances toward the direction of the two fleeing enemies, a totally cold smile appearing on his lips. I am going to hunt down the last two experts. Zhuzhou does not hesitate at all, instantly unleashing his full power. Bloodline Awakening, Ice Demon Dragon. An intensely powerful wave of freezing energy explodes, completely wrapping around his body. The monster lets out a furious roar, ready to brawl. Zhuzhou, now in his Ice Demon Dragon form, charges straight at it. A gigantic ice dragon materializes from the frosty aura, diving in to attack. The monster flexes hard, its entire body turning a glowing red, bracing for the hit. Boom. Two terrifying forces crash together, creating a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Zhuzhou swings a heavy sword strike down from above. Take this! The sharp blade slashes a really deep wound right into the monster's head. But Zhuzhou is stunned. With such a bulky body, how could its reaction time possibly be that fast? That metallic wound, is it actually a cyborg? The monster swings its arm to counterattack with impossible speed. Zhuzhou barely manages to gasp, way too fast. The Phantom finally joins the fight. I know what you are thinking. How do they beat this thing? Watch. From the shadows, countless blood puppet clones dash out. Their glowing red eyes light up the night as they swarm the muscle monster like vultures, relentlessly slashing from every side. A brilliantly bright pair of purple feathered wings suddenly bursts right out of Liu Qingju's back. Deep purple energy aggressively swirls around her body, her eyes glowing in a terrifying way, energy charging completely finished, activating her special technique. Heavenly Leaf Burial! She hurls a massive purple energy sphere. Thousands of razor-sharp energy blades shoot out from it, violently tearing up the ground as they blast straight toward the monster. Zhuzhou, completely in his Ice Demon Dragon form, perfectly blocks the monster's only escape route. Do not even think about escaping. Trapped with nowhere to go, the beast can only let out a desperate roar as the destructive energy sphere completely swallows it whole. A horrifying purple explosion violently erupts, leveling absolutely everything in a huge radius. Meanwhile, Catfish is desperately sprinting for his life through a filthy, stinking underground sewer tunnel. He mutters in blind panic, "Damn it, the last time I had to run like this was on the drug lord battlefields in the Black Triangle." Suddenly, he feels an absolutely terrifying surge of energy right behind his back. A blinding streak of blue light violently rushes in. Right before he can even react, a totally freezing, sarcastic voice echoes from right behind him. "You rats really love crawling into the sewers, huh?" Catfish only has time to turn around with pure terror. In another corner of the city, Ares is still frantically running away. Suddenly, a giant bolt of blue lightning crashes down from the sky, hitting the road right ahead of her. She realizes in absolute horror that is Catfish's direction. The brutal truth hits hard. Golden Snake and Bluebird are offline. The captain was killed, and now even Catfish? Am I really the only one left alive? Just who are those three kids? Absolute crushing fear completely takes over her mind. No, I cannot die here. I have to survive. Where can I possibly hide now? Suddenly, a crazy idea flashes right into her panicked head. Oh, that is it. She looks up at the massive pillar of light connecting the Earth straight to the moon. Humans landing on that moon. Is that actually a masterpiece of the heavenly kingdom? A totally insane level of determination fills her eyes. I have to live, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil. She glares at the horrifying tower of writhing human bodies where the light beam shines down. This thing, even though the sickening sight makes her muscles freeze up in pure disgust, she really has absolutely no other choice left. Right at that exact moment, he appears in the distance. Giant blade casually resting on his shoulder, his entire body radiating a bloody red killing intent. Ares panics. Oh no, he already caught up. She has zero time left to hesitate. I cannot afford to care about this anymore. Gritting her teeth, she completely throws herself into the pile of bodies, starting her climb up the human tower. Stepping on lifeless bodies, she desperately climbs toward the light, her only hope for survival. That is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we are diving into absolute madness today. Nearing the peak, she looks up, completely stunned. That wasn't some energy vortex at the top of the tower. Instead, a massive, beautifully carved door slowly materializing right in front of her. It was a real door. Boom! The heavy gates swing open, letting out this gentle, incredibly warm light. Seeing it, Bak Duong completely breaks down. She is sobbing uncontrollably, overwhelmed with pure joy and massive relief. "Mom, Dad, I miss you guys so much," she whispers, stepping straight into the light. Just like that, she vanishes from the real world. This epic scene unfolds right beneath a gigantic glowing moon. Behind that door, she stands frozen. Outside, millions of citizens are groveling on the ground. Meanwhile, our guy just stands there, watching her back fade away with a cold, mocking smirk on his face. His eyes suddenly glow with a piercing purple light. Under the moon, his silhouette looks absolutely demonic. His entire body is wrapped in this suffocating, pitch-black, dark energy. He slowly dissolves into a thick cloud of purple smoke. But wait. From a nearby hill, the real Yi He is standing with his arms crossed, watching everything. He mutters, clearly amused. "You are a god who used her deepest fears to create an illusion of me. You forced her straight up to the moon. How fascinating." Smirking, he casually pulls out his phone. Right now, 2 assassins sent by the Laserb squad are already dead. As for the other 3, they are probably wishing they were dead by now. Lightning flashes in his eyes as a super confident, arrogant smile spreads across his face. "According to my calculations, the Heavenly Kingdom forces will not show up tomorrow, and since Laserb just lost a base and a whole squad, they will most likely stay completely frozen in place. Because of that, we can assume all outside threats have been entirely wiped off the board." After all this hard work, the grand finale is finally about to begin. The giant pillar of light slowly fades away. That massive moon shrinks right back down to its normal size. Down below, the brainwashed, sleepwalking citizens collapse to the ground, completely unconscious. Up on the hill, Chu Chao and Liu Qingju regroup with Yi He. Chu Chao looks dead serious. "Yi He, the sheer weirdness of this mission has completely blown past everything we ever imagined. Are you absolutely sure you want to keep going?" "Yi," he answers without a single second of hesitation. "Do not worry, I am positive." He adds a mysterious, knowing smile. "Besides, it is not just the 3 of us out here. We have a ridiculously strong ally helping us from the shadows. He just prefers to keep his identity hidden for now." Chu Chao thinks to himself, an ally? After spending so much time together, he knows Yi. He definitely does not come from some average, ordinary family like his files claim. Now here's where it gets interesting. Pay attention to his theory. He deduces there is a major bloodline gap between warriors. High-tier fighters literally evolve their life force, creating a massive power divide over normal people. This guy is either the secret son of a legendary fighter or a spoiled young master from some elite warrior family, currently doing a survival trial in the mortal world. If it is the second option, he definitely has elite bodyguards watching him from the shadows. That would totally explain what he meant by having a secret ally. Yi. He stands right in the middle of a crimson energy vortex. His voice echoes across the hill with absolute authority. "Chu Chao, Thon Truk, I have a massive, critical mission for you 2 today." That blazing red aura erupts, signaling an order that cannot be refused. He points straight down at the city below, where countless phantom clones have just been summoned, ready to strike. "You 2 are going to take my phantoms and smash every single clay statue inside the homes of the city's residents." Chu Chao does not hesitate for a second. "Understood." Liu Qingzu just watches in silence. Right as they start moving out, Yi, he suddenly calls out to her. "Thon Truk, wait." She turns back. "Hmm?" Yi, he looks directly into her eyes and flashes a genuinely warm smile. "Thon Truk, trust me." Her eyes waver for a split second, but then she fires back a bright, stunning smile, completely erasing her doubts. "Yes, I believe in you," she adds, her voice carrying a perfect mix of scolding and deep concern. "But classmate Yi He, next time, please trust your teammates more instead of trying to carry everything by yourself." Meanwhile, over at the ruined Kim Sun Temple, Yi He meets up with the Mad Doctor. "My lord, you have finally arrived." Yi, he issues a cold, sharp command. "Cut the nonsense. We are completely out of time here. We need to gear up for the incoming war right now." The Mad Doctor points directly at a massive crater piled high with robot corpses. "All those androids you slaughtered earlier, we dumped them right here." Yi, he nods, looking extremely satisfied. "Perfect. That is quite a haul." Suddenly, he unleashes this massive wave of energy, the power of personification. A gigantic, skeletal beast wrapped entirely in crackling blue lightning rises straight out of the ruins. That monstrous creature literally tears its own chest wide open. Inside, a blazing red heart, beating with absolute fury. The heart melts down, transforming into a literal river of blood that crashes down and swallows the robot corpses whole. From that sea of gore, hideous lizard monsters with pure, evil green eyes start rising up. A giant, glowing red eye snaps open right in the center of the blood pool. Yi-He breaks down his master plan. Step 1. Use the vampire virus to revive these biochemical corpses. You and I both know this gets crazier. Step 2. I use the core power of personification to grant them human-like strength. When the precise moment drops, they will evolve into an immortal army of giant monsters, totally bound to my absolute will. The Mad Doctor quickly reports back through his laptop screen. My lord, the biochemical mosquitoes are fully deployed and heading straight for the district. A colossal mechanical mosquito with blazing red eyes hovers menacingly right there in the air. Excellent work. Every single biomosquito has pure vampire blood stored deep inside its mechanical body. Fly into absolutely every household and deliver them my twisted version of warmth. A massive swarm of demonic mosquitoes floods the city, carrying out their master's dark command. He tosses out his next order. Once the infection is complete, go repair that mechanical Buddha. Even though you cannot fix it perfectly after we completely dismantled it like that, you can still strip off some weapons and modify them, right? Standing in the giant robot's wreckage, the Mad Doctor answers, Of course, my lord, please do not worry. He smirks, pointing right at his own temple. Perfect. Everything on our end is going exactly as planned. Next up, let us see exactly how our rival, the Heavenly Kingdom, decides to move. Two massive buses are absolutely speeding down the highway. This Heavenly Kingdom cult was basically a fanatic human doomsday faction that popped up right when the Secret Realm invasion first began. Inside those buses, dozens of creepy white-robed cultists sit in complete dead silence. At the very back sits a mysterious hooded figure, the enigmatic Patriarch, wielding terrifying godlike powers from hidden relics. This guy turned a ragtag group of nobodies into a massive, rapidly expanding threat in record time. Their crazy doctrine claims that a demon fetus from the secret realm will grow by sucking away the physical and mental energy of living beings. This creates a temporary physical vessel for their so-called god to descend into. Supposedly, this will guide backwards human civilization straight into a true, ultimate heavenly kingdom. The Patriarch stares out the window. This untouchable land of the heavenly kingdom, all of you are about to become a permanent part of our grand paradise. Just ahead on the highway, a glowing red sphere wrapped in gross black tentacles hovers midair. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to step right into some serious dark fantasy madness. A cultist rushes in to report Lin Tui district is straight ahead. That legendary god fetus the Archbishop planted 4 years ago, it is finally right there. Another fanatic bursts into ugly tears. Archbishop, it is absolutely unfair. You gave everything to the divine church, making so many sacrifices. But in the end, Long Kuyet and his ignorant little group just attacked and brutally murdered you in cold blood. Boo-hoo, you never even got to see the god fetus. The very thing you worked so desperately hard to cultivate into maturity. This world is truly a terrifying, unforgiving, and cannibalistic nightmare. Another believer chimes in. A genuinely good man like the Archbishop, someone with such unbreakable faith, endless compassion, and pure kindness left with absolutely nothing. The hooded bishop just stares ahead, his eyes glowing a fierce, radiant purple. His voice drips with absolute determination. Because of that, we absolutely cannot let the Archbishop's ultimate sacrifice be in vain. We cannot let this world slip into an even deeper abyss at the hands of those ignorant fools. Otherwise, this place will become a second zone of ultimate sin. Driven by pure, unhinged fanaticism, the massive crowd of believers chants in perfect unison, welcoming the return of their dark gods. Oh, my children, this is true salvation. We are saving all of humanity. They throw their hands toward the sky, completely lost in a state of crazy, fanatic worship. God descends to the world. Heaven on earth. God descends to the world. Heaven on earth. We fight for our God. And just like that, the terrifying next night arrives. The moon above Lin Tui transforms into something truly gruesome. A savage, twisted, smiling face appears in the sky, blasting a colossal pillar of pure energy straight down. Now watch closely, things are about to get wild. The Divine Nation's bishop stands atop a literal tower of human bodies, grinning with excitement. Truly fascinating. Throughout the entire history of the Divine Church, only 2 god fetuses have ever hatched successfully. He violently rips off his hood, revealing a horribly wrinkled, bald head and a completely unhinged smile stretching from ear to ear. And now, I am the one who will go down in church history. He pauses, eagerly remembering the catastrophic, world-ending power of those previous two gods. The very first one hatched by heaven triggered global climate anomalies. We are talking massive tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and related disasters that led straight to the agonizing death, injury, and forced exile of hundreds of millions of people. And get this, that was just one single minute of the god's activity. Then, when the second god descended right onto the Australian continent, it immediately generated thick fog and massive underwater currents, completely sealing off the entire landmass from the rest of the world. But then, absolutely nothing else happened. The entire Australian continent lost all contact, and when they checked the satellite recon, that whole massive area was just completely terrifyingly empty. That whole place got marked as an S-class danger zone. Allied forces from all over the world went in and suffered brutal, heavy losses. Ever since then, it has been locked down as an S-class life-restricted area, and absolutely no one has ever dared to set foot there again. The old bishop grabs a blade and ruthlessly slits his own wrist. Blood drips down, instantly condensing into a glowing, brilliant red crystal. And now, our magnificent religion gathers here today to welcome the glorious arrival of the third god. He kicks off the twisted ritual. Glowing red talismans begin floating wildly all around him. Standing on the highest peak of that human flesh tower, he prepares for the descent. A blinding door of pure light violently rips open once again. He firmly presses his violently bleeding hand right against his chest, screaming out one final desperate prayer. "Oh great God, please accept my blood." Boom! The giant doors blast wide open, and an ancient, majestic voice echoes out from the deep void. Step forward. Trembling, the bishop slowly walks into the mysterious space behind the door. It is a sickening room made entirely of writhing, squirming flesh tentacles. The ancient voice firmly explains that glowing platinum coffin right there holds the precious god fetus the bishop has been nurturing. Now, after sucking up nutrients from the Lin Thui citizens for 4 solid years, this god fetus is finally reaching its perfect maturity. Meanwhile, outside, the brainwashed believers start sacrificing their own blood. The hooded bishop leading the crowd raises his hands and commands, "My children, let us begin welcoming our true gods." Back inside the flesh tower, the old bishop heavily lifts the platinum coffin right onto his shoulder. The crowd answers, "Yes, Father Bishop." He carefully places the coffin directly in the center of the massive blood array. He throws his arms wide open, screaming the ultimate summoning chant. "O great moon, nightmare of the dream world, your most loyal servant is calling your name. Please, I beg you, allow me the ultimate honor of speaking your true name. Moon, nightmare, Barros." But wait, you feel that shift? Suddenly, an agonizing scream rips from one of the believers. It is total chaos. All the believers start screaming in absolute agony as their literal souls get violently sucked right out of their bodies. These pure white souls float up from the human tower, flying straight toward that platinum coffin. But then boom, another massive roar shakes the sky. A brutal blue sound wave sweeps through the area, instantly turning those pure white souls into a corrupted, sickening blue. The bishop looks up, his face twisted in absolute, pure horror. What in the world is happening right now? The originally pure white souls have completely shifted to blue. Did that random roar just corrupt all the pure souls? He screams out loud, totally losing his mind in disbelief and raging anger. How is this possible? How is this even possible? How could the soul energy meant for the god fetus get tainted by some unknown roar? Who on earth is behind this insane sabotage? Hundreds of corrupted blue souls look like a chaotic, violent river of dark energy, crashing straight into the shining platinum coffin. The old bishop screams out in absolute crushing despair. Oh no, the ritual is completely irreversible now. Those corrupted blue souls are violently trying to infect the precious god fetus. Right at that perfect moment, a shadow dashes up behind him. It is Yi He, speaking with a voice cold as ice. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Father." The old bishop spins around, his face completely pale with absolute terror as he roars. "Who are you?" "Yi." He just smirks coldly, deadly blue lightning violently flashing deep inside his eyes. In a situation like this, can you really not guess who I am? Without giving the stunned bishop a single second to process, Yi, he focuses his terrifying energy. Insanely complex, glowing red geometric patterns ignite in the air, signaling an absolutely devastating, destructive skill about to be unleashed. Yi, he swings his massive giant blade, sending a blinding red energy wave sweeping through the air. It is a stunningly beautiful strike that cleanly slices both the moon and the corrupt bishop right in half. He roars, his voice booming like thunder, proudly declaring his true nature. I am a demon. A heavy bell chimes loudly from a nearby tower, sounding exactly like the ultimate, final judgment descending upon them. The bishop's severed face drains of all blood, only managing to gasp out in his dying breath, Great Moon Nightmare Baros. Above them, the sky moon looks as if it has been totally dyed in red blood. He stands directly on the bishop's corpse, glaring down with total disgust. Pathetically weak. Even if you packed 3 life-saving magic artifacts, it would still be totally useless against me. Suddenly, a deep, incredibly majestic voice echoes out from the shadows behind him. That was quite an incredible strike there, kid. A mysterious figure wearing a heavy red cloak slowly steps into view. Tell me, do you want to join our God's church? He casually pulls back his hood, revealing a completely bald but eerily, dangerously handsome face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Chi, the current supreme leader of the God Church in the Lower Kingdom. The person you just killed is my deacon. He glances at the dead body with zero emotion. So what do you and I make of this? Being in the cult is a high-risk job. He smirks. Then it makes perfect sense for me to let my subordinate pretend to be their boss, doesn't it? Let's dive into this madness. Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju are totally stunned by this body double trick. Without another word, he launches his attack. Lin Chi just raises a single hand. This is a sacred place to welcome the gods, so you can't just come and go as you please. Suddenly, glowing purple energy tentacles rip right out of the ground, tightly binding he where he stands. Gritting his teeth, he struggles hard against the grip. It feels like I'm being crushed by invisible hands. Is this some kind of telekinesis? He lets out a massive roar, unleashing a blinding wave of fiery red energy. Verudo, an absolutely massive phantom, materializes right behind him. Lin Chi raises an eyebrow. Oh wow, the giant phantom's reflection shimmers clearly in his eyes. That shadow behind you. Have you been practicing demonic arts too? He roars back, blasting fierce blue lightning from his body. Damn it. The only reason I want to leave is because I refuse to fight near this disgusting demonic coffin. Did you honestly think I was running scared? Boom. A colossal crystal monster entirely wrapped in crackling lightning suddenly appears. Lin Chi just snorts in absolute arrogance. Pathetic evil creatures like this could never actually hurt me. The lightning monster charges. Lin Chi struggles to defend and gets violently smashed straight into a wall. Crash! An earth-shattering explosion flattens the entire city block. As the dust clears, Lin Chi stands in the rubble cloak shredded, but completely unharmed. Suddenly, his destroyed arm rapidly regenerates right in front of them. I already told you, your attacks can't leave a scratch on me. He smiles with supreme confidence. I am fully blessed by God. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Tch, you can fast heal too? Man, this is getting really annoying. Now pay attention, things get weirder. The surviving cultists suddenly start chanting together. God descends, heaven on earth, God descends. He slightly frowns at this creepy display. He turns around, realizing hundreds of shadowy figures have completely surrounded him, blocking every single exit. He just shrugs casually. Oh, I totally forgot about you guys. In perfect sync, the brainwashed cultists draw glowing red daggers and roar like absolute fanatics. We are true justice. And then, they all plunge the blades straight into their own chests. He stands calmly in the middle of the bloody circle of corpses, muttering in pure confusion. A mass sacrifice? Is this literally all these lunatics know how to do? The thought process of these zealots makes absolutely zero sense to me. He glares down at the makeshift graveyard with a mix of total disgust and genuine curiosity. All right, let's see what these crazies have actually cooked up. Suddenly, his eyes narrow as his danger sense spikes hard. It's here. I can feel this incredibly cold, utterly slimy spiritual energy seeping into the air. You and I both know something awful is coming. Sickly crimson energy oozes from the dead bodies, swirling together into a massive pool. Hideous, twisted hands claw out, forming a gigantic, grotesque shadow that unleashes a blood-chilling roar. A blinding flash of light finally reveals the abomination, a colossal three-eyed demon, its massive body totally covered in thick, shaggy black fur. It sports twisted blue horns, with an eerie ghost fire burning brightly right on the third horn. Facing down this terrifying nightmare monster, he just shrugs indifferently and flashes a cold smirk. Well, at the end of the day, it's still just an alien creature playing demon. He covers one eye, watching the whole twisted scene with clear amusement. These cultists are crazy dedicated, literally using their own dead bodies as fleshy vessels to summon this thing. Yi, he clicks his tongue. Shh. Is this just a mass breeding facility? He bursts into laughter as a massive shockwave of blue lightning erupts from his core. Giant titans suddenly materialize against the fiery red sky, dripping with thick blue energy. He grins confidently. Too bad for you. I've got my own army to spawn now. I didn't revive those lizard men for absolutely nothing. They are the perfect vessels for these giant bodies. Trust me, you're going to want to see this clash. Absolute chaos erupts as the fiery red demons charge straight into the towering blue giants. But Yi, he's army, forged from the lizard warriors, is insanely powerful and brutal. Way more of them. They easily overpower the demons, tearing their enemies to absolute shreds. Standing right there in the crumbling ruins, Lin Chi is completely stunned by this wild, unexpected twist. Stick with me here. This battlefield just turned into pure chaos. The bishop was instantly killed, and now an army of giants is wrecking everything. Who are they? Then, it hits him. Wait, where did that kid leading them go? He presses 2 fingers against his forehead, quickly using his spirit vision to track him down. Through his spiritual eye, he spots Yi. He's standing on the human tower, right next to the platinum coffin. His target is the divine fetus? Stop. Do not go near that. But instantly, Chu Zhou in his icy demon dragon form and Liu Qingzhu with her glowing purple wings block his path. Your opponents are right here. Lin Chi grinds his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. He finally starts piecing the entire puzzle together. These guys definitely came prepared for a war. Could they actually be Dragon Court agents who completely figured out the cult's secret master plan here? From the initial beheading to our demon army getting crushed by those massive giants. Now, we cannot even manage to break out of this deadly trap. The cult's mission here is completely ruined. Meanwhile, Yi, he approaches the massive coffin. Just getting close to it releases a terrifying wave of cold air that feels like it could freeze his very soul. He rests his chin on his hand, staring at the coffin in deep thought. The guy inside this thing seems to hold an extreme, burning hatred towards me. Well, no surprise there. Who told me to go and cuckold that literal god? A system screen suddenly pops up right in front of Yi, his eyes, fully explaining the prompt. Host receives special energy plus 5 divinity points. During the Heavenly Kingdom's final ritual, the Heavenly Court spent 4 straight years gathering the power of faith to nourish this divine fetus. Over half of that was directly corrupted by the host, Yi He, and that tainted faith was absorbed by the divine fetus, building a physical body that actually allows the moon demon to operate in the human world. This caused a portion of the god's faith power to be stolen by Yi He the exact moment the moon demon was born. Yi, he blurts out, "I get it now. Now pay close attention here." He places his hand on the heavy coffin lid. Honestly, I never even took those Heavenly Kingdom warriors seriously anyway. My real enemy from the very beginning has always been the god connected to the moon in dreams. He pushes the heavy lid with all his strength. Even if I stole your divine power, even if you are just a malnourished premature baby, you should be awake by now, right? So why are you still hiding inside this coffin? He throws the lid wide open, and for the first time, looks genuinely shocked. Huh? What is going on here? Why is there absolutely nothing inside? The interior of the massive platinum coffin is completely 100% empty. Yi, he roars in pure anger, swinging his hand to slash a massive wave of energy right into the empty box. You call yourself a god, yet you skulk and hide away like a coward? Then suddenly, he stops. A heavy, absolute silence suddenly swallows the entire battlefield. It is too quiet. The roaring giants and the battling demons? Completely gone, and I did not even notice. He stands totally alone on top of the coffin, his blade resting casually on his shoulder. Surrounded by a creepy, dead silence, he just freezes in place. That sudden silence blankets the entire war zone. Yi, he stands alone on the coffin, his heavy blade on his shoulder. Trapped in this bone-chilling dead space, it is just terrifyingly quiet. The roars of the giants and the brutal sounds of demons fighting have completely vanished without me even realizing it. The fierce battle between Chu Zhou, Qingzhu, and the vice bishop, erased without a trace. It feels like I am the only person left in this entire world. Suddenly, breaking the dead silence, a voice echoes directly into Yi, his mind, calling his name. Yi, he. He violently flinches and spins around, sweat dripping down his temples. Someone is here. Yi, he is stunned. It is you. The guy smiles with this totally sinister vibe. Have you already forgotten about me? Yi, he freezes, his pupils shrinking as the dark truth hits him. The moon is an illusion. Since when was I trapped? We both know this is bad. Lin Chi smirks like a total psycho, purple eyes flashing. Take a wild guess. Exactly when did you fall into this dream? He he he. The story flashes back to a few minutes ago, right when the chaotic battle was still raging fiercely under the dark night sky. High up in the air, Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou are teaming up, desperately suppressing a giant demon summoned by the cult. Lin Qi grinds his teeth, watching the tug of war and calculating. I can only use the great demon to stall them. He nervously glances over at the tower where He is standing, wondering what the hell is happening over there. Using his spirit vision, he instantly notices something is totally wrong. Wait a second, that kid's condition is completely off. I cannot feel the bishop's spiritual energy anymore. Could it really be? His face tenses up into pure panic, realizing he has to make a move right now. No way, I must get to the divine fetus immediately. Lin Qi pulls out a glowing green needle, radiating a terrifying aura of death. The mysterious wood divine needle. Once this thing pierces an enemy's body, blood thorns will rapidly grow from the inside until the victim is violently ripped into a bloody pulp. He violently dashes forward, completely abandoning the battle behind him. His only target now is He. You sinful soul, let the gods punish you. As for this filthy body, I will execute it myself. Chu Zhou instantly spots his dirty move. Damn it, that guy is making a mad dash straight for Yi. Chu Zhou's body suddenly erupts with an absolute extreme blast of freezing energy. He screams out, Lu Qingzu, hurry up and save Yi. I will hold this monster back. Forbidden blood-burning art. He channels all his power, unleashing an ultimate strike on the demon to clear the path. Even though it worked, Chu Zhou is completely drained, his forehead absolutely drenched in sweat. He weakly mutters to himself, instantly freezing a massive beast like this has basically drained every last drop of my martial qi. He screams at Qingzhu, do not hesitate. Our lives are nowhere near as valuable as Yi's. Liu Qingzhu turns her head, her purple eyes filled with fierce resolve. I know. As she violently blasts off, she secretly prays in her heart. Please do not die here, Chu Zhou. But the giant demon is way too strong. The thick ice starts cracking from its intense heat. Chu Zhou looks on in absolute horror. Damn it, I cannot hold this guy back. A massive explosion shakes the air as the monster completely shatters its icy seal. It roars, its voice dripping with pure hatred. You actually thought a little ice could kill me? I am not even close to finishing my brutal revenge. But instantly, countless ice spears erupt right out of the ground, piercing straight through the great demon's massive body. The razor-sharp spikes impale it everywhere, making it howl in absolute agony. From within the freezing mist, Chu Zhou's battered figure appears, radiating his final, most powerful aura yet. He fiercely roars. The proud blood of a mighty Huadu bloodline flows right through my very veins. A brilliant, blinding blue light violently erupts outward. Inside that intense glowing light, Chu Zhou completely transforms, his entire body now encased in a pure, terrifying white bone armor. He violently grits his teeth, forced to gamble absolutely everything right here on this one final move. Forced to use both the forbidden blood art and a bloodline breakthrough together, his life force burns twice as fast, yet he stays fiercely resolute, hands turning into razor-sharp claws. Trust me, you and I will remember this moment. Sending this demon straight to hell is totally worth it. All right, stick with me here, you're about to see an epic clash. Channeling everything, he forms a massive energy sword, roaring, go back to hell! Facing that devastating attack, the fiery red demon unleashes an earth-shattering roar. It channels its own terrifying bloodline secret art. Chu Cha's giant storm sword strikes with mind-blowing power. The two massive forces collide, triggering a totally blinding explosion. Right on impact, Chu Chao feels something is wrong. Sweat drips down. The force is totally off. The demon roars, blocking the strike with pure physical strength. The beast howls. Chu Chao can't believe his eyes, completely stunned. It actually blocked my ultimate storm sword? Then, pure horror hits him. His energy sword gets completely burned away by the demon's flames. His tank is empty. I don't have a single drop of martial energy left. Suddenly, a glowing red spear shoots from out of nowhere, flying straight at the demon. Insane speed. Zero chance to even try and dodge. The spear slams into the monster, setting off a massive explosion. From a distance, a young guy watches this absolute madness in shock. He mutters in disbelief. Another expert? Is this the ally Yi he mentioned? Turns out it's a middle-aged sniper packing heavy heat. The sniper mutters, thank God the master left this armor-piercing martial energy bullet. Really comes in handy at the absolute perfect moment. Now pay close attention here. The sniper analyzes the fight. Thought Chu Chao was the weakest link. Never expected him to hide a trump card. The martial power system ranges from apprentice all the way to nation-suppressing level. He's totally about to break into the apprentice tier. He glances away. That girl, Liu Qingju, is also a powerhouse. As expected, anyone following the master has seriously incredible potential. Suddenly, a massive drone swarm floods the sky. The sniper makes a plan. Use the drones to heal the kid's stamina first, then taking down that huge demon will be a breeze. Meanwhile, Lam Kai faces Chu Chao and Liu Qingju, grinding his teeth in terrified rage. You guys aren't from Longku yet, the three of you, each younger and way more freakish than the last. Who the hell are you? Facing him, Chu Chao just casually replies, we are literally just ordinary freshmen from Hoa University. Right as he speaks, countless metal coffins suddenly spawn from thin air. They crash down hard into the ground all around Lam Kai, echoing loudly. As the coffin doors burst open to reveal figures inside, Lam Kai screams in horror, these are corpses! From way up high, Liu Qingju spots some very familiar faces. Her eyes go completely wide. Those three are Hoa University's missing sophomore squad. And the middle three? We fought them before. Realizing the tables turned with backup, Lam Kai bursts into maniacal laughter. The gods are finally smiling down on me. Watching from afar, the sniper nervously checks his tactical screen. You and I both know this is bad. Damn, if this VIP girl faces 6 living master corpses, she's absolutely dead. He grinds his teeth, making a hard choice. I didn't send the giant army to help her earlier because they're weak, completely mindless, and just get in the way. But now, I have to send backup. If I fail the master's mission, dying 10,000 times wouldn't even be enough. Instantly, massive blue giants get the order to charge forward, completely blocking the living corpses. Seeing this, Liu Qingzu catches on. The giants are allies stalling the corpses. I need to save Yi He first. Without hesitation, she flaps her glowing purple wings toward the central tower. Seeing his target getting away, Lam Kai panics and yells, stop her! Don't let her reach the divine core. Following orders, the living corpses unleash brutal energy blasts right at her. But the giant army steps in, literally using their own bodies to shield Liu Qingju. Even after getting grazed and stumbling hard, she doesn't stop for a single second. Looking at the tower, she yells with fierce determination, Yi, he, wait for me! But then, out of nowhere, a vicious green beam shoots from behind, piercing right through her. Critically injured, she starts dropping, blood pouring out. Ugh, I'm not done yet. With absolutely unbelievable willpower, she forces her head up and pushes forward one more time. Her eyes scream pure, desperate urgency. Just a little more. Seeing her plan, Lam Kai screams, damn it! But in that exact second, Yi He appears right in front of her. She crashes into his arms, hugging him tight, whispering happily, Yi He, I caught you. Without hesitating, she grabs him, spreads those purple wings wide, and blasts into the sky. Only one thought left, get Yi He out of this hellhole right now. The wound's pain hits hard. She winces. Her arm impaled by that blood crystal hurts like crazy. She gathers her strength. A purple flame erupts right on the wound. She literally burns herself to stop the crystal's infection from spreading, so it won't slow them down. Flying over the totally ruined battlefield, she looks down at the shredded pieces of her allies. Were those giants completely wiped out? She scans the war zone. Those 6 corpses are still alive. We cannot stay here. Gotta move. Suddenly, an icy, oppressive alien voice echoes from nowhere. Put him down. Startled, she goes on high alert. Who is that? The voice echoes again, arrogant and demanding. You did well enough. He won't blame you. Come here. Hand him over. Hearing this, Liu Qingju grinds her teeth, energy gathering. She growls, absolutely not. Instantly, she explodes with raw power, wings fully spread, and roars, get lost. But instead of a physical hit, her head spins, and her vision totally blurs out. Horrified, she realizes, a mental attack. Grabbing her head in pure agony, so painful. This laughter is annoying. Tears stream down from the pain. Her consciousness fades, but her fading mind clings to one single thought. Can't let Yi He get hurt. That's where we leave it. Unable to fight back, she blacks out, totally free-falling from the sky. Stick with me, we are diving into an insane rescue. Down below, the corpses look up, their necks stretching out like a nightmare. Suddenly, razor-sharp red spikes shoot up, aiming right at the falling Qingzu. Mid-air, a blinding light suddenly explodes. Qingju barely opens her eyes, muttering a weak sound through her dizzy haze. Ah! Just before the spikes can impale her, a familiar arm firmly catches her. Yi, he is finally awake. He gently whispers, "Sorry, I woke up a bit late." Qingju whispers weakly, You are awake." She rests her head against his chest, smiling with pure relief. Thank goodness he was not late at all. Carrying her safely in his arms, he softly tells her, "Qingju, get some rest. Leave the rest of this to me." Watching this happen, Lin Chi completely panics and screams, "Damn it, how did this guy escape the god's illusion?" But even so, he cannot possibly fight 6 moon god apostles all by himself. He instantly orders his men, "Attack him together." There is absolutely no way he can block 7 martial artists at the exact same time. The whole group charges at Yi, completely surrounded. Yi coldly declares, "Qingju is safe now." Giant avatar released. Lin Chi freezes, totally confused. "Kill him!" Suddenly, a massive blue foot drops right out of the sky, completely crushing them all. The giant foot stomps the enemies flat, creating a brutal scene. Floating high above he glares down with ice-cold eyes. "What are you barking about?" Suddenly, the entire scene shifts. Lin Chi sits on the dirt, shaking uncontrollably. He screams total nonsense, crying and begging in pure, absolute despair. "No, stop. Do not torture me anymore." Turns out, the one actually trapped inside the illusion was never Yi. Trapped deep in his own mind, Lin Chi realizes the horrifying truth. "This is my illusion. Why can he slaughter me here? Every single time I die, I feel the flesh-tearing pain." Now watch closely, here is where it gets wild. Staring at Yi, Lin Chi is terrified. How did he escape the dream? Or was he completely immune the whole time? This guy is a literal demon god. Even divine beings cannot punish him. Completely hopeless, Lin Chi makes one final choice. "Forgive me, Lord Moon God. I have to shut down the dream, kick him out, and hide inside the divine shrine." Snapping back to reality, Lin Chi's face is twisted with fear as he whispers his master's name, Lord Moon God. Instantly, the giant blue entity stands up after wiping out the enemies. He glances down at the crushed cultists, his voice completely deadpan. "Even with all that power, you guys are just a pile of corpses." Well, the cultist trash is finally cleaned up. He scans the area, then stops at a figure hovering way up high. Wait, one left. Up in the sky, a white-haired god floats silently, his pristine cloak blowing in the wind. He steps down, staring at Yi with insanely greedy eyes. Staring right back at the deity. He flashes a wicked grin. "Moon god or moon nightmare, whatever you are. Finally showing your face?" The god descends a staircase of pure light against the night sky, his white cloak billowing like an absolute supreme being. He looks down, realizing he is standing on a dry, alien surface. Looking out into the distance, he realizes the entire space has literally shifted into the moon. He quickly calms down to analyze the situation. But this cannot be the real moon. I do not feel the freezing void of space or lack of oxygen. This must be a killing intent realm. He squints, completely aware of the massive danger. An intent realm alters reality itself, meaning the damage here is 100% real. His system's invincibility will not save him here. The giant god looks down, evaluating Yi. I truly admire you. In a way, you are the most exceptional human I have ever encountered. The god's face shows pure satisfaction, especially since you absorbed a piece of my divinity, a 96% compatibility. You are the perfect half to complete my earthly vessel. You and I know a trap when we see one. He squints. Let him talk. My setup is ready. I just need to stall. The god throws out a tempting bait. I will let you keep your consciousness. Step from mortal to divine. You have no idea how vast the universe is. Blue Star is just a fraction. Reaching out a glowing hand, the god commands, "Come, step onto the moon and rule the heavens with me." Without missing a beat, Yi-He's soul entity flips the god a massive middle finger. Total disrespect to a divine promise. Maybe not 10 people on Blue Star could refuse that. But I do. I honestly thought you mysterious gods were actually high tier. He keeps ruthlessly mocking him. Turns out, you are just smart creatures at a higher life stage. Your broken body cannot threaten me, so you try to steal a trash vessel and use temptation, pulling the exact same tricks as humans. I totally overestimated you. The god's eyes narrow, and deadly aura explodes. I forgive your insolence. Once my human vessel is complete, even with 20% compatibility, a mortal like you has absolutely zero chance of fighting back. The god's eyes reflect the freezing lunar light. I only asked for your permission as a formality. Out of pure appreciation, he raises his hand to strike. but your opinion means nothing. The result remains the same. Suddenly, a massive energy black hole rips open under Yi. He dragging everything inside, watching his avatar break down. Yi, he is genuinely shocked. He ripped apart my supergiant form in one single hit? The terrifying god's black aura violently tears into Yi. He's massive giant, swallowing it whole right in the freezing lunar void. Crushed by the divine pressure, Yi, he grits his teeth, totally paralyzed. The god taps his forehead, letting out a menacing hum. You are merely a meal prepared for my enjoyment. But as the god peers deep into his mind, he suddenly freezes. Why can I not feel his consciousness? Yi, he flashes a wildly evil grin, his eyes lighting up. Ha ha ha, you idiot. You finally realized you cannot touch my soul at all, right? I might lose in a physical fight. Yi. He brags loudly. But mentally, my system panel defends me. I predicted a fake god like you would beat my physical body. Trust me, you and I will love this. His eyes turn ice cold. So I hijacked the vampire dragon's super regeneration. Listen up, because you and I are about to hear the most insane backup plan ever. He left exactly half his body with the crazy doctor. That way, if his main body gets destroyed, his consciousness instantly boots up in the spare. The white-haired god freezes in pure shock, gasping out, "You." But right at that moment, a massive dimensional crack violently rips through the night sky with a terrifying screech. A colossal giant sword plunges straight down from the rift, looking like it could literally split space in half. From that blinding light, an incredibly imposing warlord steps out with an earth-shattering sonic boom. He loudly announces his arrival. Department 1 Head of Dragon Pillar, the Guardian Grandmaster Azure Dragon, is here to teach you a lesson. Yi. He sighs in relief and chuckles. Finally here. Thank God I reported this dump to the Dragon Pillar. Honestly, my only goal this time was to steal the divine power from this moon demon vessel. The moon demon looks down at the broken mess below, silently judging it. Is a body of this pathetic level really human? Looks like I need to raise my evaluation of your race's potential. Azure Dragon glares at the moon demon with absolute disgust. Are you seriously an anomaly demon? Why is your physical vessel so incredibly weak and impure? Compared to the very first demon lord I fought back in the day, you are hopelessly far behind. The moon demon absolutely loses his mind. His pitch-black eyes glow with rage. It is only because of Lin Chi's garbage body, an absolute disgrace to humanity. Have you ever been crushed by the moon? He snaps toward Yi. He wrapping his dark energy completely around him. Your body belongs to me. There is no way I am letting this battle damage you in any way. Then, a blinding light shoots up. The moon demon uses his energy to teleport Yi. He far away amidst the chaotic screaming. Azure Dragon watches the kid's silhouette fade out, totally confused. Does this demon really value that young man so highly? Whatever. Once I crush this guy, I will find that kid and ask questions later. If I remember right, Shi Jingwen mentioned him to me. His name is Yi He. Watch closely, because an earth-shattering battle is exploding between Azure Dragon and this divine entity right in the night sky. Roars echo through space as they demand a real fight. The scene shifts. Deep inside a quiet pine forest under a peaceful, glowing moon, a bright sphere of light suddenly crashes down into the dirt. It lands with a massive boom, dropping Yi He into safety. He instantly collapses, throwing up violently. Ugh, it feels exactly like the worst motion sickness. Where the hell did that guy teleport him to? Yi. He quickly checks his GPS tracker. The magnetic field cannot locate Linshui County anywhere. Looks like the moon demon was terrified the clash with Azure Dragon would wipe out the zone, so he tossed him miles away. Thank God I told the mad doctor to take Chuzhou and Lu Qingju out first. Suddenly, a bright system warning flashes up, making him sweat bullets. Under the moon demon's gaze, he can be tracked in his dreams or under the moonlight. It literally feels like being stalked by some overpowered creep. He shivers, his face completely flushed with absolute panic. So terrifying. Even guys need to know how to protect themselves out here. Finally calming down, he opens his system panel and stares at the glowing number 5. I am way outside the war zone now. Time to study these stolen divine points. I put in so much crazy effort to snatch this loot. Please do not let me down now. The glowing info panel explains it perfectly. Divinity is the ultimate core energy achieved through absolute peak cultivation, or it is an irreplaceable, extremely high-tier racial talent locked into a very specific domain. Yi, he stares thoughtfully into the empty void. So that is what happened. After I robbed the power from that white-haired pretty boy lunatic, no wonder he completely lost his mind and held such a massive grudge against me. The system displays a clear prompt about the 5 divine points boosting his aptitude, making him realize divinity's effect is insanely overpowered. Previously, the abilities of his Lakos form were only being used on pure instinct. He focuses hard on the glowing stat board, looking incredibly determined. But if it gets heavily buffed by the Moon Demon's stolen divinity, the Lakos form will instantly evolve right into the domains of moonlight and illusion. He carefully weighs his current trump cards against each other. What would you and I do here? For him, it is obvious. The Emperor and Giant forms are not worth the investment. Only Lakos, with its insane time manipulation skills, is his ultimate ace in the hole right now. Without hesitating for a single second, he smashes the upgrade button. Let us evolve this vampire. Explosive energy erupts as Lakos hits the vampire tier. The Lord of the Dark Knight illusion grants the Moonlight Revelry state, massively boosting attack power and providing absolute healing while under the glowing moon. Along with that, his abilities get supercharged. Cooldown times are slashed, and his time-stopping limit is literally doubled whenever there is a full moon. Witnessing this intensely powerful new form, he gasps out loud. This is incredibly strong. Even with strict environmental conditions, this level of stat growth is just absolutely terrifying. His eyes light up with pure hype. The stacked stats are making his combat power multiply exponentially. This right here is the ultimate peak-tier functional character build. Looking at his 2 friends healing inside the stasis pods, he smiles. The greater the risk, the better the loot. This Lin Shui trip was totally worth it. These resources and privileges are desperately needed right now for Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju. Underneath the perfectly round glowing moon, he glides through the air with absolute confidence right above the deep green pine trees. He just floats mid-air, spreading his arms wide to feel this fresh power surging through his veins. He throws a heavy test punch, his blue eyes burning brightly in the pitch-black night. A massive flash of pure energy erupts wildly as he performs a single jump that completely tears right through space. Stretching out to relax with a fully satisfied grin, he casually mutters to himself, "This feels amazing. I will probably adapt perfectly to this new moonlight-enhanced body very soon." However, his expression instantly hardens into a serious frown when he remembers the huge trouble heading his way. I am the key player in this entire event, so the Dragon Pillar is definitely going to interrogate me. But I have far too many secrets. Lying to expert investigators is a terrible idea. Hunting for the safest strategy, he transforms into a dark shadow and blasts off. He needs to contact his old backer at Huadu University first. Connections and powerful backers exist exactly for moments like this. The scene cuts right over to Huadu University. It is a gorgeously magnificent futuristic city floating high up among the white clouds. He calmly steps off his spaceship, walking straight into the grand campus hall. Right there, Principal Shi Jingwen greets him with a warm smile. "Hello there, my student Yi. I am the principal of Huadu University, Shi Jingwen." He politely shakes his hand in return. "Greetings, Principal. You are the absolute idol of all us students here, truly living up to the legend." Principal Shi Jingwen smiles kindly and speaks with a very reassuring tone. "Haha, student Yi. I am not someone who cares about all these strict formalities. No need to be so polite, just relax a little bit." He instantly throws up a playful salute, making the principal secretly think, "This student he really has a wonderfully genuine personality." He curiously asks him straight up, "Did you come looking for me because of that whole incident back in Linshui County?" But the principal just smiles. "No, your anomaly mission is already marked a massive success, so do not worry about the aftermath. Honestly, you and I are just as confused as he right now, scratching his head in disbelief. Alright, let's jump right back in. You and I both know an evil cult ritual summoning the moon god shouldn't end this easily. Not even a single interrogation?" The principal just pats his shoulder with a cryptic smile. "Relax, trust Hua University. Leave the Linshui aftermath to the higher-ups." He gets it. He respects a genius's secrets, so this mission stays anonymous. He explains they will only announce a level 4 clear. Why? Because level 5 missions require a professor. A freshman pulling that off would literally break the internet with shock. His wise eyes narrow. But as for the reward, Hua University will grant them full level 5 compensation. Hearing this, he drops a massive sweat drop in pure shock. This kind of payout, it feels completely unreal. This old fox, does he know I hacked the system? The next day, he sits waiting in the reception room. Finally, the mad doctor sends him photos of the Linshui battlefield. Time to see who won between Azure Dragon and Moon Demon. The screen shows a massive crater. He stares, totally stunned. Wasn't Linshui County completely covered in mountains? How is it a giant basin now? Have you ever been smashed by the literal moon? Damn, did that pale-faced freak actually pull it off? He sighs nervously, sweating bullets. Phew, this high-tier martial arts world is way too dangerous. With his current power, he feels completely exposed. That freak said he would watch him. He hasn't even dared to sleep, terrified of seeing Barros in his dreams. Remembering the principal's advice, he stands up. He already told Principal Shi everything. He said Azure Dragon can seal that moon demon mark on his body. Waiting here today is also a chance to meet Xi'an Nation's #2 martial artist. Suddenly, the door creaks open. A seriously heavy presence steps inside. He excitedly looks up at the newcomer. He is finally here. Now pay attention here. His pupils shrink in pure shock. Azure Dragon stands there, radiating freezing cold mist. He blurts out, "Senior Azure Dragon, you don't look so good." Wrapped entirely in bandages, Azure Dragon replies slowly, "Stop overreacting. I just caught some frostbite from that tricky moon demon Barros. But make no mistake, I won that battle. He only took 100 of my moves before his cheap vessel crumbled. He exhales freezing air, looking intimidating. If he didn't have so many escape tricks, I would have slaughtered him instantly. Then you wouldn't even need to wait for me to seal that nasty mark of his." He's jaw drops. He never expected Azure Dragon to actually explain himself. It is totally different from the mysterious master vibe he imagined, but honestly, it is unexpectedly kind of cute. Azure Dragon gets straight to business. Let's begin sealing that vision. He rips off his coat, revealing a massive, heavily bandaged, muscular physique. Looking He dead in the eye, he asks a deep question. Principal Shi reads the stars. He mentioned how special you are, so I can share some top-secret intel. Have you ever considered that magical beasts used to be intelligent creatures, just like humans? He freezes as terrifying monster phantoms unconsciously appear behind Azure Dragon. The senior recalls his painfully tragic past. Back when I was a Black Turtle martial artist, my master and 5 brothers entered an A-rank ruin zone. In the end, I was the only survivor. Azure Dragon continues, making He sweat cold. I got hit by a terrifying curse. A curse? He explains agonizingly. My body would slowly mutate into a beast, erasing my sanity completely. Even top doctors were helpless. I decided to exile myself. I refused to turn into a mindless monster and hurt my people. An isolated island flashes on screen, so I entered an S-rank danger zone alone to wait for death. But a massive tsunami washed me onto an island untouched by human footsteps. I know what you're thinking. A wild secret, right? But he stops. The rest involves top-secret national destiny. Long story short, someone there cured my monster mutation. Azure Dragon unwraps his bandages completely, revealing bizarre purple runes crawling across his massive muscles, radiating dark energy. He stares at the marks, whispering in shock. These runes. Suddenly, violent power explodes out, alongside an agonizing roar echoing through the room. No. Just looking at the runes makes his eyes bleed, but the wound heals instantly. Even though the Lacos cells heal his eyes right away, that single glance felt like his entire soul was being sucked into an endless abyss. Azure Dragon observes him thoughtfully. Normal fighters looking at my runes would faint or go brain dead, yet he only bled a little bit. Principal Shi really chose the right guy. He might actually turn this dangerous situation around. Azure Dragon taps his finger right on his forehead. Don't resist. I am carving 2 runes into your mindscape. From now on, you can finally sleep in peace. A massive flash of light explodes as the runes sear directly into his mind. He shuts his eyes, enduring intense agony from Azure Dragon's glowing finger. Dark runes glow brightly on his forehead. The system alerts that the moon demon's gaze is blocked. With the sealing complete, he bows his head. Thank you so much, Senior Azure Dragon. He is finally safe from those nightmares. He puts his coat back on, asking softly, all done. By the way, your teacher is Gong Qi, right? His chaotic teacher's image pops up in his head. Little Shi, I used to bully everyone at Hua University. They are all experts now, so when you go out, whatever you do not say you are my student, Azure Dragon reassures him. Don't worry, Gong Qi and I have no issues. I only mentioned her because before her injury, she was the closest to becoming a grandmaster through pure slaughter. A shame. His eyes spark with eager challenge. So let's spar a bit right now. I want to see exactly how pure the legacy of that famous slaughter technique really is. Seeing him so hyped, he cringes. Stronger fighters really are battle junkies. He looks up with a confident grin. Senior Azure Dragon, how about we spar under the moonlight? Hearing moonlight, Azure Dragon sweats, looking totally stressed. And that's where we leave it. The moon again? Let's dive right into this crazy showdown. At Hua University's Arena 4, Senior Than Long declares, I won't attack first. Show me what you've got. I will block with one hand, using only pure physical strength. He extends a massive, commanding hand. If you make me step back even half an inch, you win. Win, and you can ask me for anything. Plus, you get a free pass into the Dragonblood faction with all its top-tier perks and privileges. Yi. He clasps his hands, eyes burning with absolute fighting spirit. All right, Senior Than Long, please guide me. Above them, a bright full moon blasts through the cold night. Reaching for the sky, Yi, he unleashes a mysterious purple energy. The raw aura erupts, literally shaking the entire arena to its core. Than Long narrows his eyes, totally shocked. Is this a moon demon's aura? Is the kid possessed? Wait, no. It feels similar, but it's not some corrupt monster energy. It's drawn straight from the moon itself. Gripping his long spear, Yi he dives down from the sky like a purple meteor. First move incoming, he yells, dropping his slaughtering moon strike. Facing Yi, he's insane attack. Than Long braces himself. What terrifying killing intent, he mutters. Meanwhile, someone is happily swinging their legs. Master Kung Ka suddenly freezes in pure horror. That monstrous killing intent it is, Yi he. But how is this possible? He has only been gone 3 days. Did this brat suffer chi deviation and massacre an entire city or something? Over at some hotel near the campus, Kiem Trang is sitting with a girl looking deep in thought. Kiem Trang, what is wrong? She asks. Is something more important than our fun? She pouts. Nothing. I just felt a terrifying burst of killing intent. He squints out the window, looking completely serious. I can't believe it reached this far. Over half the university campus can definitely feel this crazy, murderous aura. Talk about being super flashy. Now watch closely. Things get wild. Back at Arena 4, Than Long throws an absolutely devastating punch that literally tears the air apart. Boom! Staring at the massive crater under Than Long, Yi. He compares it to his own Asura 3 blades. That punch was simple but insanely powerful. Gripping his spear tightly, he analyzes his opponent. Truly a top-tier national expert. Unlike Master Kung Ka, who targets weak points to instantly break an attack, Than Long has a different style completely. Gathering insane amounts of energy into his fist, Than Long meets the strike head-on. Pure, brutal force, using absolute violence to counter. This is the legendary military boxing pure dominance, destroying everything in its path. Sweating nervously, Yi. He focuses all his power. A blinding explosion erupts in the arena as these two monstrous forces violently clash. After the earth-shattering impact, Yi he is sent flying backward, completely helpless. Than Long panics inside. Oh crap, did this kid really use a forbidden technique just to win? That kind of recoil is extremely dangerous. He watches the falling boy with intense worry. A future pillar of the country like him absolutely cannot damage his martial arts foundation right now. Than Long dashes over, catching the limp Yi he. Suddenly, the kid opens glowing red eyes, smirking slyly. Heh, Senior Than Long, you moved way more than half a step from your spot. I win. He gleefully realizes his trick worked perfectly. Breathing in the blood mist triggered an illusionary blood magic. Combined with the moon demon's weakening curse, his trap succeeded. Than Long freezes, then squints in helpless defeat. We both love a good twist. This kid's schemes are sharp. Giving up, Than Long laughs loudly on the arena. You win, Yi he. What do you want? Senior, I will save this favor for later. Smart move. Than Long crosses his arms, switching to strict teacher mode. Ahem. Yi he, your killing aura and martial arts level are both excellent. Kung Ka taught you well, but you still lack something. Without a strong physical body as a foundation, your killing aura is surface level. Yi, he smiles brightly. You mean I should train my body? Senior Than Long, I haven't even used my Mother Emperor demon particles yet. Than Long just smiles mysteriously, extending his hand forward. True, but who you train with matters. You need a solid foundation, he continues. Having an overwhelmingly strong physical mentor to guide you right now is absolutely crucial. Yi, he excitedly punches his palm. Smack! I get it, Senior. Tomorrow I will go ask the Body Cultivation Academy's director for special physical training. Than Long furiously screams, Just take me as your master, I made it so obvious. You looked so smart a minute ago, did your IQ just drop to 0? Sweating, Than Long thinks, I am the Azure Dragon. Why must I beg for disciples? Still, his potential is insane. He pulls out a sparkling badge from a green box. Hidden inside this badge is a top-tier peak physical cultivation secret technique. I looted this from a Western powerhouse I defeated years ago. It is supposedly their country's national treasure martial art. It is yours now. Train hard, and you will achieve ultimate success. He takes it excitedly. Thonlong smirks internally. Humph, this technique is ridiculously hard. Its spatial aura naturally rejects Easterners. I had to use Grandmaster brute force to conquer it. Passing it to him guarantees he will hit a wall and beg me for help. That makes me his master indirectly. Official titles later. Cut to Yi. He's dorm, room 42, FA 3. Rocking a six-pack. Yi, he dries his hair. Honestly, I've spent 6 months living in a basement with Master Kung Ka. I barely even visit my own dorm room. Must I use dream cultivation for this martial art too? Suddenly, a doorbell rings in the quiet room. Ding dong. He checks the dark hallway. Who visits this late? Opening the door, an anxious pink-haired guy whispers, Yi, can I come in? Surprised Yi. He says, Ao Duong Troc, come in. Leading the way, he silently wonders why this guy is suddenly looking for him. Is he dragging me into his club again? Ao Duong Troc steps inside, face totally gloomy, sweating bullets with a very mysterious vibe. Suddenly, he drops to his knees, wailing miserably. Brother Ditch, it was crowded outside, but now we are alone. I beg you, please become the Dragonblood president. You and I didn't expect this. Panicking, Yi, he covers up. Ao Duong Troc, long time no see, changed a lot, huh? Let's jump in. You and I are watching an epic comeback. Where is your ambition to conquer the world? Why look so pathetic? And how did you know I was back at the dorms? Sweating bullets. Ao Duong Troc nervously explains. The members of the Dragonblood faction accidentally saw Brother Ditch coming back, so they immediately reported it to me. Yi, he crosses his arms, looking down at the guy kneeling on the floor. Speak. Why are you looking for me to be the president? Is your organization in some kind of trouble? Moments later, Ao Duong Troc, his face is completely swollen and bruised from a beatdown. He cries out, My life is so miserable. Yi, he sits down, calmly tossing him a healing pill. I guess I was a little too heavy-handed. Swallow this blood-melting pill, then we can talk. Full of resentment, Ao Duong Troc explains their desperate situation. Brother Ditch, the organization cannot function anymore. I am begging you to come out of retirement. At Hoa University, students can freely create their own factions, but if they do not make any special contributions, the school absolutely refuses to provide any funding. He remembers the glorious golden age under the Dragonblood banner. When they first started, the faction was absolutely legendary. They received endless sponsorships and attracted tons of top students, all thanks to their massive commercial channels and unbeatable benefits. His face suddenly darkens with pure hatred. But as Dragonblood grew stronger, we were completely crushed and mercilessly suppressed by the student council, which is run by the Hoa capital locals. He mentions the enemy with a completely stressed expression. The result? Under the leadership of Hang Kiem Trang, Dragonblood suffered crushing defeat after crushing defeat. Investors abandoned us. Members jumped ship, throwing the faction into a total dead end. Yi, he rests his chin, narrowing his eyes to summarize. Yeah, I get it. Basically, you lost to that Hang Kiem Trang guy, right? Ao Duong Troc kneels down, explaining the school's hidden rules. To suppress him, they could ask senior students for help, but the unspoken rule is that people in the same year must resolve things themselves. If I find a senior to help, tomorrow he will bring an army of local masters to completely flatten Dragonblood. He screams in absolute despair. Only you, Yi, he are the perfect classmate for this. So I am begging you, please save the Dragonblood faction. Yi, he rubs the back of his neck, sighing as he agrees. Fine. Overjoyed, Ao Duong Troc grabs his hands. You agreed. On behalf of all the Dragonblood brothers, Yi, he cuts him right off. I was not finished. Yi, his eyes suddenly turn sharp and terrifyingly cold. Now watch closely. This is where it gets real. Instead of asking me to be president, just say you need a powerhouse to protect Dragonblood. Stop wasting time. What do you want me to do next? Ao Duong Troc turns serious, revealing a massive piece of intel. The plan to reclaim the Great Xia, but Yi, he snaps at him. Stop the nonsense. Give me the main point. He nervously explains in front of the tactical map. This is a massive campaign mobilizing martial artists nationwide to take back 12 cities currently occupied by demonic beasts. The seniors will head to the front lines, while us freshmen handle the outer zones. This is also the final exam and the selection for this year's top leader. Ao Duong Trok looks at him with eyes full of absolute hope. Therefore, Brother Ditch, in this operation, Dragon Blood will follow your orders completely. You absolutely must score the highest points. Yi, he narrows his eyes, staring right through the guy's mind. That stuff is easy to say, but before that, you still have one thing left to do. Sweating bullets, Ao Duong Trok nervously asks, "One more thing?" Right after that, he is forced to climb a ladder to fix the ceiling while He stands there watching. "Hurry up and take down all those hidden cameras for me." Watching Ao Duong Trok's figure walk away, he mutters to himself, "Ao Duong Trok, you actually helped me out big time. It is confirmed. As long as I reach high achievements, I have a chance to pull new character models. The higher the achievement, the greater the drop rate for high-tier models." He flashes an incredibly ambitious, wild smile. Ao Duong Trok is a business genius. If I clear the obstacles for him, Dragon Blood will become the #1 faction at Hoa University. The rewards will be absolutely insane. Both martial arts progress and those character models. I need to get my hands on all of it. The red flag of the Dragon Blood faction flies proudly under the lights. Down at the headquarters, the core members are sitting and waiting, bracing themselves for a complete transformation under the hands of their brand new leader. Inside the meeting room, Tan Tran leans back with total defiance. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he asks, "Diem Chin Hung, Ao Duong Trok still is not here? He is way too slow." This guy went from being a timid follower to incredibly arrogant. Diem Chin Hung, with his fiery, spiky hair, calmly fires back. "The vice president went to pick up the true president of Dragon Blood today. He will be here soon." The whole room erupts into chaos. The other members look at each other in pure shock, wondering about this true president. I know what you are thinking. They are terrified, right? The terrifying image of he flashes in their minds, making Tantron and his girl turn completely pale. Damn it, could it be him? Diem Chin Hung? You are not seriously placing all your hopes on that he, are you? Bam! He slams his hand hard on the table. He loudly tells Diem Chin Hung to read the room, saying Ao Duong Trok is completely washed up and they should smartly back out, because smart birds choose the best branch. Diem Chin Hung glares back with absolute killing intent, roaring a freezing cold question. "What the hell are you all trying to do?" Tan Tran laughs like a maniac, revealing he already joined the Chu family from the capital. You all know the Chu family, right? Big brother Chu Kai promised us a much better future than staying in this half-dead Dragon Blood faction. Hearing this, the crowd starts to waver, immediately whispering nervously among themselves. That is right. Who would trust He? He has not shown his face in half a year. Even when provoked by capital folks, he never dared to step up. Looking at these traitorous faces, Diem Chin Hung grits his teeth. He realizes the core officers were already bought out by planted actors. Suddenly, boom! A massive kick blows the door wide open, and an incredibly arrogant guy with messy hair struts right in. Tan Tran, why are you working so slow? I am sick of waiting down there. Tan Tran and Lan Tuvu immediately rush over to greet him like total kiss-ups. Brother Kai, everything is all settled. We are getting ready to leave. Diem Chin Hung furiously roars. This is the Dragon Blood headquarters. How did you even get in here? Chu Kai smirks maliciously. How did I get in? I just beat my way in. Relax. I will pay for the damages later. Those gatekeepers will probably be thrilled when they receive a pile of resources as compensation. Haha. Unable to hold back anymore, Diem Chin Hung explodes with raw power, throwing a massive direct punch. You arrogant brat. However, his devastating strike is easily blocked by a mysterious female expert appearing right behind Chu Kai. Diem Chin Hung sweats bullets, his mind racing with deep anxiety. This woman is definitely not simple at all. Chu Kai completely loses his patience. He screams at Tan Tran and Lan Tuvu, calling them useless trash, and forces them to defeat this big guy to prove their loyalty. The traitors just stand there totally frozen, sweating in absolute fear. Ugh! Chu Kai suddenly transforms. His face becomes as hideous as a literal demon, threatening that absolutely nobody leaves here alive if they dare disobey his orders. Why would I raise a dog that does not know how to bite? Suddenly, a massive sonic shockwave rips through the space, shaking the entire building and forcing them to grab their heads in pure agony. He suddenly appears. With one hand, he tightly grips the arrogant Chu Kai by the head and sarcastically sneers. Oh, Duong Trok, you left me with this absolute mess? And that is where we leave it, trust me. You need to see what comes next. I heard the noise from the second floor. Instantly, he ruthlessly chucks the leader and his woman right through the shattered glass window, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. Let's dive into the madness. Yi, he casually picks his ear, looking totally relaxed. Ah, peace and quiet. Those two troublemakers? Dropping from the sky and screaming their lungs out? Ah, he turns to the remaining guys, dusting off his hands with a cold stare. Anything else you want to say? A traitor instantly starts shaking and groveling for mercy. Sorry, President. I was blinded by greed when I tried to quit the guild. Now that I offended Chukai, the locals won't take me in either. Please don't abandon me here. Duong Trok steps up to announce their punishment. We are not kicking you out yet, but all officers are on probation. Fail, and you are fired. Plus, you are banned from all guild activities this week. Do you accept these terms? Yi, his eyes cut like absolute daggers. He glares right through them. Well, do you accept? The terrified traitors scream yes in unison, then scramble out the door on his command. Sitting down, Yi. He cuts to the chase. Duong Trach, I get it. We are broke and need funding, right? Exactly. So the upcoming recovery plan is our best chance. Yi. He flashes a wicked, villainous grin. Since I returned, I keep hearing about Heng Kiem Trang. Why not drag out the guy ruining our guild, beat him down, and settle this? The whole room goes dead silent. Everyone stares at him in absolute shock, sweating bullets at this completely insane idea. Duong Trach nervously explains the bad news. Just this morning, Hang Kiem Trang announced his closed-door training to hit the Martial Master tier. Yi, he frowns, clearly disappointed. So we cannot fight him? Then he instantly shifts gears. If we just need to flex our power for funding, we do not have to limit ourselves to freshmen. He rests his chin, thinking hard. What do you guys know about Dragonfault Division 1? Hung's eyes widen with pure awe. Dragonfault is the absolute strongest agency in the nation, and Division 1 is their peak squad. Others are just specialists, but Division 1? They are all elite trump cards. Hung continues, his face full of longing. You want to join them? Their captain is the Azure Dragon, the second strongest fighter in the entire country. Every year, they accept no more than 3 graduates. It is the ultimate dream for any martial artist. Yi, he smirks, his master plan already locked in. I know exactly what to do. Get the Dragonblood media team moving right now. I need you to leak a massive story. You and I both know this is where it gets wild. He stands up, pointing skyward, aura exploding. I, Yi He, Division 1 trump card, challenge every fighter under Grandmaster tier. Hype enough? That will definitely pull in maximum funding. The entire Dragonblood leadership sits paralyzed in shock, staring at their arrogant new president in the dead silent room. Hung is absolutely floored by this wild claim. Boss, you are a Division 1 trump card? There is no way, setting your crazy strength aside. You cannot even take the Dragonfault entrance exam before graduating. Yi, he just shrugs. I never took the exam. I cannot reveal the details, but I was directly recruited. Duong Trok sweats bullets, totally skeptical. Boss, please tell me you are not joking. We cannot fake something this huge. Yi, he nods firmly. No joke. I officially joined last night. My badge will arrive in 2 days. So yeah, I am challenging everyone below the Grand Martial Master tier. He rests his chin, calculating his odds. Normal masters? Crushed instantly. Top-tier geniuses might take a little longer. Yi, his eyes turn ice cold as he thinks about his hidden trump card. Too bad if I face a stronger Grandmaster, I might have to reveal it. But my time stop ability is strictly for keeping the information advantage right now. Exposing my absolute best move just for funding? Not worth it at all. Otherwise, I would have just challenged the entire campus directly. Though it sounds totally absurd, Duong Trach decides to bet everything on him. It feels unreal, but this is Yi He. For Dragonblood survival, I am calling the media team right now. Instantly, the explosive news spreads across every major building, shaking the campus. The top freshman who vanished for half a year is back. I know what you're thinking. Challenge the whole university? Insane, right? Yi, he returned as a Division 1 ace and people are losing it. Who is this crazy guy anyway? I heard the guy carrying the freshman was Hang Kiem Trang from the capital. People chatter excitedly on the streets. Wait, Yi He? I know that name. He was ranked number 1 in the reformed freshman exam. Shocked several deans back then. Really? Then why haven't we heard a single thing about him for 6 whole months? Forget the one-man campus raid for a second. How did he even enter Division 1? Graduates taking this year's test said it was impossibly brutal. With a 99% failure rate, students crowd around their phones. He didn't take the test. He was exempted and recruited directly. Recruited without a test? Swear he used that innocent smile. Innocent my foot, shut your mouth, you snow leopard. The forums descend into total chaos. Over at the hospital, Chu Chao and Liu Qingju catch the breaking news. Yi. He really cannot sit still. Looks like someone is about to get extremely unlucky. The official networks completely blow up with fiery debates. Yi, he is a special talent, recruited without a test. Dragonfault already made an official statement, so it cannot be fake. Nah, he probably just used connections. I bet he has zero real power, and totally does not deserve that trump card title. Our Duong Trok stands before the monitors, watching the public uproar. Traffic is exploding right now. Alright, media elites, the next phase of this hype train depends entirely on you. Want to know if Yi He is worthy? Just watch the arena livestream and find out. Toxic comments violently erupt all over the school forums. I bet this guy is just a massive fraud. Getting into Division 1 definitely involved some shady backroom deals. Let's see how he embarrasses himself on the livestream. Stop making up wild theories about his strength. We have a livestream coming, right? We will see the truth soon enough. I actually believe in Yi. If he dares to challenge everyone live, he must be the real deal. Ao Duong Trok laughs triumphantly as the revenue charts absolutely skyrocket. Pushed by all sides, the hype for his livestream goes nuclear. Major platforms send agents begging Dragon Blood for broadcasting rights. With traffic this insane, giant sponsors are literally lining up to throw massive bags of cash at them. As expected of Yi He, in just a single day, Dragon Blood secured a massive cash flow, pulling off an absolute miracle revival. Meanwhile, in Special Room 17, a heavily bandaged Chu Kai growls with pure killing intent. I haven't even sent my guys to teach you a lesson, and you dare challenge the whole school yourself? What do you and I make of this? Ha ha ha, isn't he begging to die? He licks his lips with a twisted smile. Accidents happen in the arena. Someone accidentally getting killed is perfectly normal, right? Alright, stick with me here. We are diving straight into opening night, and this glowing arena looks absolutely epic from way up high. Thousands of fans are screaming their lungs out. The hype is totally unreal. Helicopters are circling the night sky while countless phone cameras flash non-stop. Yi, he stands tall right at the helicopter door while the announcer blasts the speakers. Listen up, everyone. The Hua University tournament you have all been waiting for officially begins right now. Please welcome tonight's absolute main character, Yi He. Without missing a beat, he dives straight into the open air like a literal lightning bolt, kicking off a brutally powerful debut. That crazy direct drop from the chopper creates a massive blue beam tearing through the darkness, triggering an impact that shakes the entire arena. He steps out of the smoke cloud while the livestream comments just explode. Best entrance of the year. We do not know if Yi He is actually strong, but his style points are maxed out. Let's go, boss. Yi, he just stands there glowing in the dark. Now that is the true master of the arena, surrounded by moonlight and looking like an absolute beast. They called it a challenge to the whole school, but honestly, everyone else is the one who has to find a way to survive him. The entire crowd goes completely wild, screaming out loud over his overwhelmingly arrogant and dominating presence. Watching from the upper corridor, a senior student narrows his eyes at the stage. He secretly admires him, thinking this crazy first-year kid really knows how to put on a show. Seeing the stream, viewers skyrocketing, an expert named Long Thao prepares to step up. Are you going in, Thao? For this much clout, I definitely need to show my face. Greed totally takes over his thoughts. I am an internet star, so winning this makes me famous worldwide. If I lose, I will just say I drained his stamina for the next guy. Either way, I am farming all the views. Oh yeah, Long Thao confidently jumps right onto the stage. Second stage martial artist Long Thao is here to challenge you. Yi He replies without breaking a sweat. Dragon Blood Society, 8th stage martial artist Yi He. The hype is suffocating as the referee loudly declares, "Let the match begin." Instantly, he lands a lightning-fast kick straight to the target, giving his opponent zero time to block. Long Thao gets launched across the ring, blood dripping down his face, while internally screaming about losing all his precious clout. He coldly sweeps his gaze across the audience, dropping a short, brutal challenge. The next challenger shocks everyone. Du Lang from South 2 charges down with her spear while the crowd whispers. She is a 5th stage artist but once beat 3 7th stage fighters. Why is a heavy hitter like her stepping up now? While the audience wonders if she can actually take on Yi, he just gives a super dry comment. The purity of your blade is way too low. Yi, he strikes head on, effortlessly snapping Du Lang's spear and completely stopping her attack in one massive clash. He just flashes a totally mocking smile. Now pay attention, because things get wild here. He gestures to the whole arena. Sorry, I am in a hurry. Everyone attack me at once. The furious student starts screaming. Stop acting arrogant. Who cares if you are the top first year of Dragon Blood? Everyone, let's teach him a lesson. They all rush forward to gang up on him. Yi. He unleashes an insane combo, blasting back every single person who dares to charge with terrifying speed and power. His raw energy explodes, creating a massive storm that violently sweeps away and throws every single challenger right off the stage. The entire hall lights up brightly as thousands of hands raise high in support, witnessing Yi. He's absolute and undeniable domination inside the arena. Chukai grits his teeth, staring at his phone in pure horror. Damn it, how is he this strong? How can I get revenge? Anyone I send will just end up hospitalized. He darkly remembers his older brother. The only option left is Chu Din, the eldest son. But he is incredibly logical and would never protect his younger brother for no reason. A totally wicked smile creeps onto Chukai's face. Unless… Meanwhile, back at the arena, Yi stands arrogantly among the defeated fighters and yells, "Is anyone else left?" The beaten students lying all over the floor groan in pain. This guy does not know when to stop. From now on, Class 5253 will be historically humiliated as stepping stones for Yi. We all knew this was coming, right? A massive shadow steps out, and the crowd absolutely explodes. Din is making his move. The 9th stage master has finally finished his closed training. He has completely reached perfect cultivation, easily strong enough to beat a regular grandmaster. His terrifying stats pop up on screen. Din inherited the absolute purest solar flame bloodline in history. Because his energy is so huge it causes self-combustion, he wears a nanosuit to regulate body heat and studied mental arts since childhood. He will pay for his arrogance. Din politely clasps his hands. My younger brother caused trouble for your society. Whatever you lost, we will compensate double. He is completely surprised. You are the brother of that curly-haired guy? Exactly, Yi. He narrows his eyes in deep suspicion. You really do not seem like the aggressive type. If you are not here to get revenge for that curly-haired kid, then why did you come up to challenge me? Din closes his eyes and strictly declares, I am not here for my disgraceful brother. I came for the Chu family's honor. His eyes flash with a wildly intense red light. Even though this whole mess is my brother's fault, you should never have insulted the great Chu family name. He laughs mockingly, showing pure helplessness at this massive misunderstanding about insulting your family. This script is just so classic. That little coward definitely twisted the story when he snitched. Whatever. The two stand face to face, tension heavy on the cracked arena. I want you to kneel and apologize to the Chu family before the entire student body. You want me to apologize? You better see if you actually have the skills for that first. Din glares and roars in arrogant fury. Instantly, both throw head-on punches, creating a blinding flash of light that literally tears through space. A massive wave of energy erupts and completely swallows the entire stage. Din lets out a terrifying roar as he puts everything into his punch against Yi. The sheer impact completely collapses the stage, sending thick smoke spiraling into the night sky. Under this intense battle pressure, the glowing power veins on Din's body start radiating brilliant, blinding, fiery heat. He starts sweating bullets when he notices the crazy transformation. His enemy's high-tech nanosuit is actually breaking apart. The temperature is suddenly spiking. Chu Din explodes with power, his burning arm throwing off terrifying heat that leaves the crowd paralyzed. It is the solar flame bloodline. This kid is completely doomed now. The audience stares wide-eyed at this peak battle. These two are insanely strong. Exactly. Compared to Long Thao and Du Lang earlier, they are operating on a completely different level. The brutal clash between raging flames and blue spiritual energy triggers an earth-shattering explosion. The commentary goes absolutely crazy. As expected from a martial arts master, Chu Din's strength is unreal. Right, who else could even survive a few rounds against Yi? He is literally the final boss of Hua University right now. Chu Din shoots forward like a flaming rocket, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at his opponent. What kind of monster is Yi's form? Why does his aura feel exactly like a demon? Trust me, you and I will definitely love this. He equips his freezing armor and smirks. Do not worry about me, young Master Chu. Let's dive straight into the madness. He throws a lightning-fast strike, forcing Din to dodge by a hair. Yi adds a freezing cold warning. Hesitate, and you lose. The tension is absolutely suffocating. Suddenly, a kid excitedly cheers. Come on, fire-breathing brother, beat the great demon king Yi He. Chu Din grits his teeth. His face is pale, completely crushed under the overwhelming pressure of his opponent's brutal attacks. Why would the Long Quet faction ever recruit a monster like this? His attacks are purely savage. Din breaks into a cold sweat. His instincts are screaming that something is terribly wrong. Is his mind playing tricks on him? Wait, no. A massive, terrifying shadow suddenly rises up and completely swallows Din whole. Yi. He flashes a wicked, malicious smile. He explains how he compressed a magic beast's raw power directly into his own body. Din panics. Why is this kid getting bigger by the second? Have some confidence, Senior Chu, because I really am growing. Instead of releasing the simulated power all at once to form a giant outer shell, he uses extreme vampire-like control over his own flesh and blood. This lets him carefully release that massive simulated power directly inside his actual body. He unleashes a colossal punch. Wild, crackling blue lightning erupts, literally tearing the space apart. This technique gives him insanely flexible speed and god-tier reflexes, multiplying his physical stats every single second. Right now, beating you is as easy as an adult bullying a toddler. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion absolutely rips the arena ground wide open, leaving the entire watching crowd completely speechless and horrified. This monster! Henry actually dared to challenge the entire academy. Can a normal human being really possess this kind of absolutely terrifying physical strength? Dean turns completely pale, staring at Yi He with absolute horror in his eyes. I thought my own bloodline was insane, but compared to him, it is absolutely nothing to brag about. This guy is literally just a high-level magic beast walking around in a human shape, feeling his body about to shatter as his bones literally crack under the pressure. Din makes a desperate choice. He is risking everything. His bones cannot handle this monstrous power anymore. His heavily trained martial arts body is right on the verge of total collapse. Looks like he will have to cultivate his physical form all over again. But first, he has to crush this monster standing in front of him. Din transforms into a blazing fire snake, diving straight down at Yi He with his absolute final hope. Now pay close attention here, because everything is about to change. If raw strength cannot win, he will use pure speed, but Yi He, still in his massive beast form, just brutally mocks him. It seems you never even bothered to study my combat data. You challenged me with zero preparation. He launches a devastating counterattack, violently knocking Din backward. You are the one who is truly arrogant and delusional. Chu Din explodes with red killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he issues a dark warning. This move might actually kill you. Do not blame me for not warning you. A colossal hand made of roaring flames is raised high into the air, fully prepped and ready for the ultimate finishing blow. The audience screams in sheer terror from the suffocating heat. The thermal energy is so intense it is literally changing the environment. As expected from the Chu family's fire, martial arts, the entire arena gets swallowed by a massive fireball, burning relentlessly like a miniature sun. Din stands at the center of the firestorm, pouring all his martial arts mastery into this ultimate final strike. He glares wildly and roars, unleashing his ultimate earth-tier technique, the Flaming Sun Demon Hand. A violently wild trail of fire blasts straight toward Yi, he completely swallowing everything in its destructive path. He just narrows his eyes, insanely calm. He casually remarks, "Finally, you are actually looking like a real threat." He starts gathering crackling blue lightning around his beast body. Did you really think you were the only one who could shoot energy blasts? You are the perfect test dummy for this brand new custom-made martial technique I have been working on. He flashes a wildly arrogant grin. Energy maxes out to the absolute limit. Heaven-blasting dragon cannon, a gigantic beam of concentrated blue lightning erupts straight from the beast's mouth, clashing head-on with Din's flames. The insane impact creates an earth-shattering explosion of blinding light, literally tearing the arena's space apart. Chu Din stares in shock as the energy blast completely swallows him. He mutters in absolute despair, "I am going to die here." You and I both know that blast was overkill. The blue light is so powerful it pierces the clouds, shooting into space and slicing across the moon. Suddenly, Principal Thi Kin Van appears right in midair, harshly reprimanding him. "Yi He, you went a little overboard this time." Yi He instantly shrinks back to his normal form, scratching his head with a super innocent smile. "Haha, I just saw you coming, Principal. I had to go all out and put on a good show." The principal gently floats down, casually carrying a completely unconscious Chu Din by the collar with just one hand. He adjusts his glasses and lets out a heavy, thoughtful sigh. I only came by to check out this hyped-up arena match you set up. I really did not expect you to drag me out into the spotlight like this. Principal Thi Kin Van stares down at the completely destroyed, smoking crater in the ground and asks, "You definitely did this on purpose, didn't you?" He just laughs it off. "I had no other choice, sir. If you did not step onto the stage, my little arena would look super cheap. Just consider this a favor for your favorite student." Glancing at the knocked-out Chu Viam Din, the principal smiles. "Your master, Kung Ka, is always complaining about how dense you are. Seems like you were just playing her this whole time. All right, fine. I will personally step up and back you up this time." He stands proudly in the glowing light, his voice echoing across the entire academy. "So, who is next? Does any other student here still want to challenge Yi He? If not, I officially declare that He has successfully defended this arena and is now its absolute owner." The massive crowd of students below turns entirely pale, shivering and nervously pushing each other. "Hey, why don't you go challenge him? Are you completely crazy? You want me to go up there and get sliced into 2.5 pieces by that atomic breath attack? Look at that massive energy crater. Stepping up there means turning into literal dust." Someone mutters, "What if we take turns and tire him out?" "Yeah, right. Then you go first." Principal Thi adjusts his glasses, concluding everything with a deep, serious voice. "Since no one is stepping up, I declare He the undisputed winner of this trial. He stands tall at the absolute peak of the arena, arrogantly thrusting his fist high into the sky. It is a totally unprecedented God-tier achievement. A completely fresh first-year student, He, just soloed all the Academy Masters using only a basic martial artist cultivation level. It is practically a miracle, and the entire public is absolutely exploding over it. We are literally witnessing the birth of a shining new star for Hoa Dai University and all of humanity. Hey, that is our top scholar from Anthan. I have honestly never been this ridiculously proud to be an Anthane citizen in my life." The news instantly skyrockets to the #1 trending search martial artist Yi He solos the entire academy. The citizens are going wild. Holy crap! I always knew that kid had the aura of a dragon since he was little. Hey, I am his uncle. Follow me for more exclusive info. Get lost, you scammer bot. While all our national guardians and grandmasters are facing terrible disasters, the sudden rise of He is an absolute blessing from the heavens for our country. The amazing news quickly flies back home to Anthan High School #1. His old principal stands before the giant broadcast screen, practically glowing with absolute pride. "He, you did incredibly well. You definitely did not embarrass Anthan. Listen up, students. You all need to study his path and fight hard to become the next prodigy just like him." Inside the main hall, thousands of hyped students are screaming He's name. But in the shadows, a few elite masters sit quietly, deeply calculating. Meanwhile, netizens start dropping questions online. Why did Principal Thi personally step up to declare his victory? Why would the principal get involved in a personal student match? What kind of secret connection do He and Thi Kin Van actually have? Or is there a massive, terrifying shadow faction secretly backing this kid up? And that is where we leave it. Backstage, a high-ranking Long Kuyet agent quietly ponders. This mysterious student is definitely not just some random, ordinary orphan like his files say. Trust me, things are about to get crazy. Immediately, a strict security order drops. He's identity is now tied to Long Kui's absolute top-secret files. All discussions are violently shut down, and you and I know exactly what this means. The Dragon Blood members are absolutely hyped. Let those cowards regret it. Dragon Blood is rising. Yan Zhengxiong and Ouyang Zhe just stare at each other, totally confused. Where did our greatest hero He go? Said he had urgent business and just vanished. Cut to his dorm, room 42FA3. He is just chilling when a hologram of the crazy doctor pops up. "Boss, that golden gene you hidden in city? I secured it. Got any way to open it?" The doctor smirks, fully confident. "Oh, I can open it. I was one of the lead engineers on this exact golden gene project after all." He points straight at the mysterious metal box, but there's an electronic broadcasting device packed inside. Open it, and a tracking signal locks onto you. The Laserbird headquarters will hunt you down. He asks if he can block the signal. Staring cold at the screen, our MC just asks, "How long do you need?" The doctor doesn't hesitate. Half a month to prep an isolation room, and another 2 weeks to crack the insane math inside. Fine, work fast. But keep yourself alive, that is priority #1. He cuts the comms, his expression turning heavy and dead serious. He dives deep into the doctor's memories, Turns out, Prometheus had massive ties with Heaven's kingdom back then. He used infinite resources to secretly incubate a god fetus, but right before it finished, he brutally stabbed Heaven's kingdom in the back. The memory flashes. A massive, pure black entity dominates the screen. Those insane researchers actually injected dirty impurities into the incubation process. So when that so-called god finally descended, it was hopelessly weak. In the end, Prometheus successfully captured humanity's first living alien aberration, slicing up its organs for sick, twisted experiments. Now pay close attention here, this is where the lore gets absolutely wild. By using a higher dimensional alien lifeform as base material, Prometheus made godlike breakthroughs in biological science, launching the earth-shattering Eden Project. We see an image of a radiant entity completely wrapping around Blue Star. The goal? To literally forge a man-made god. Not just to protect the planet, but to completely wipe out all national borders forever. They wanted to unite all humanity under the absolute rule of a divine brain. Perfect resource distribution, turning Blue Star into a literal Garden of Eden. Plus, they had the massive fire seed plan to mutate all human DNA, forcing a complete evolutionary leap. This was the actual, original prototype for the Laserbird's Golden Gene Project. Yee, he sits back, deep in thought. The Prometheus waters run incredibly deep. Just mentioning the gene lock got me mistaken for their guy. My gut says I'm getting dragged into this mess eventually. He pulls out the badge to inspect it. Almost forgot this while helping Ouyang Zi. Got some free time now, let's use the hypnotic cultivation method and dive right in. The martial void space tears open, streaks of light absolutely ripping through the night sky. Yi, he wakes up, his face soaking wet under a heavy, freezing downpour in this brand new dimension. He stands up in the middle of a brutal, armor-clad graveyard. A horrific battle just happened here, but looking at these marks, this wasn't human-on-human violence, not even close. He looks down at the smoldering flames. The ground is totally scorched and ruined. Even this freezing rain can't put those fires out. Yi, he stares at a massive skeleton, noticing bizarre, savage claw marks that definitely don't belong to any normal human. Seen from above, the entire battlefield looks like pure devastation. It's been completely chewed up and spit out by massive blasts of raw energy. As the rain stops, he strips off the heavy armor. How do Westerners even fight in this bulky junk? Good riddance. Yi, he equips his new weapon and stands tall, ready for anything. This martial void space restricts my real power, so I guess I'll just use this garbage ground loot for now. The quest NPC should be showing up soon, right? Suddenly, from the dark, a creepy carriage pulled by blue fire black horses bursts into view. A mysterious old man pulls back the carriage curtain, letting out a cold, super arrogant snort. But then the carriage immediately pulls a U-turn and bolts. Yi, he is totally stunned. Hey, why are you running? The wheels grind as it tries to escape, but our MC just grabs the wheel barehanded and stops it dead. Old man, why run the second you see me? Aren't you supposed to give me a trial quest? I know what you're thinking, this NPC is broken. The old guy panics and screams, "You little monster, dragging a whole carriage. I have nothing to say to a bandit like you." Yi, he just blinks, completely innocent. Bandit? The old man furiously recalls getting robbed by Azure Dragon. Don't play dumb. That green-haired punk barged in for my family's legacy, violently stealing it the second he broke through. You and him are the exact same kind of bandit scum. Yi. He just gives him a dead fish stare. Look, old man, I don't care about your personal grudges, but you're the quest-giving NPC, so do your actual job. Without warning, Yi, he unleashes a massive slash, completely destroying the carriage. The old NPC inside doesn't even have time to react. Popping his head out of the rubble in sheer terror, the old guy screams, "Brat, what are you doing?" Yi, he just flashes a super wicked calculating smile. My bad, old man. Just making sure an incompetent guide like you doesn't run away. Guess you'll have to walk with me to explore the map. With his ride wrecked, the old man grumbles and starts walking. You little brat, how dare you smash my ride? Yi, he casually carries his sword, following right behind. Sorry about that. Since you own this space, I'll have to trouble you to show me the way. Walking past the blazing, flaming cliffs, the old guy coldly snorts. Humph, at least you have more manners than that green-haired martial artist. Just follow these eruption tracks to the trial zone. Reaching a desolate, empty plain, Yi, he looks around, totally suspicious. The fiery eruption tracks just vanish right here. What a headache. The NPC smirks, secretly gloating in his head. Ha, you naive brat. Did you really think I'd lead you straight there? You're going to be lost in this martial space forever. Completely ignoring the old man's attitude, Yi, he crouches down to inspect the dirt. Wait a second. No footprints on the ground at all. He looks up, catching the shadow of a massive bird gliding across the sun. Did the target just fly away? The old man freezes, absolutely shocked that he found the clue this fast. With talent and observation skills like that, if only he were my family's descendant. What a pity. He confidently analyzes the situation. It's a flying creature. The nest definitely won't be on low ground. We're standing on a massive flat plain right now. So looking ahead, the absolute highest peak has to be our target. He turns to the old man with a devious, mischievous grin. Old man, I'm gonna have to bother you and borrow your horse for a bit. The NPC just chokes in defeat. The scene shifts to freezing snow-capped mountains under a gloomy sky. They ride that blue fire black horse at insane speeds, tearing across the spiritual sea. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. The phantom horse's eyes blaze with fierce blue lightning, charging forward at absolute top speed. But suddenly, it rears up violently in the water, sensing an incredibly massive, crushing pressure waiting dead ahead. Stick with me here, because things are about to get insane. He takes his stance on the ice, looking at the sprawled-out old man. The horse smells danger. We have finally arrived. A colossal, multi-headed dragon wrapped in pure lightning appears, leaving him absolutely stunned. What in the world is this? He stares in pure shock at the magnificent, terrifying entity. Could this be the legendary arch-nemesis of the Emperor Demon, the catastrophic planet devourer? The colossal beast roars fiercely, unleashing blazing streams of pure energy that literally rip the sky apart. An earth-shattering explosion of blazing fire erupts, completely incinerating the entire area around the trial center. The old NPC stumbles right out from the falling ash, letting out a cold, highly arrogant scoff. You found the right spot, but you'll just be reduced to dust, swallowed whole by this wrath. I am the absolute master of this space, so I certainly won't die. The massive dragon heads stare down from above as the old man lets out a heavy sigh. That kid was just way too young. An ancient spirit diagram flashes on screen, explaining the real rules. This trial was never actually about killing the multi-headed dragon. The true goal was to find the sacred relic protected by beasts in the snowy mountains, then gain the dragon's approval to finally receive the inheritance. The old man closes his eyes, remembering the past. Of course, that green-haired guy was the one exception. After breaking through, he just used pure, violent strength to slaughter the dragon and forcefully steal the inheritance. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widen in sheer horror as realization hits him. But there is absolutely no way this kid could survive with his current cultivation level. The first wave of attacks definitely should have waited. What? He is still standing tall right in the middle of the rubble, body covered in wounds, leaving the old man completely stuttering. He is still alive, but something is very wrong with his body. He starts circulating his energy, a frantic aura exploding around him. The first time he entered this space, he didn't get any physical boost simply because his synchronization rate was way too low. He bursts into a pitch-black form, flashing an absolutely demonic, terrifying smile. Now watch closely, because this is where everything flips. With his sync rate spiked, the character's raw power finally merges directly with his soul. He doesn't even need that broken sword anymore. He screams, "Just watch my true ultimate power." The NPC old man stumbles back in absolute terror, grabbing his head. How is this even possible? Is this kid actually a monster too? His body rapidly transforms into a brilliantly glowing colossal entity, hitting exactly 71% synchronization. His Emperor Demon model completely swallows the supergiant's power, achieving a flawless, full-scale Emperor Demon transformation. Bearing razor-sharp teeth, he unleashes a savage roar. But this power isn't limitless. Once his nuclear energy and physical stamina completely run dry, he will instantly drop out of this godlike form. Optimistically speaking, he can probably last about 2.5 minutes, but that is more than enough. The dragon stares in stunned silence before He casually just grabs it right by the throat. It is the Emperor Demon versus the planet-devouring calamity. Witnessing this epic, heaven-shaking clash, the NPC old man can only scream, "Oh my God." A massive shockwave shatters the very earth, blasting gigantic boulders straight up into the air. The multi-headed monster screeches in absolute frenzy, clashing head-on against He's overwhelming, raw, physical power. Brilliant light erupts from this legendary showdown. Let us recreate that classic, epic battle right here in this martial space. He, now in his dark dragon form, rockets up into the sky to retaliate. You think you can bully me just because I can't fly? Yi, he roars with pure arrogance as a deep blue aura completely engulfs his massive body. But do not forget, I have long-range attacks too. Opening his jaws wide, he charges up a terrifying, blazing energy sphere. He blasts out a beam of pure destruction, creating a blinding pillar of light that literally pierces the clouds. An apocalyptic nuclear explosion detonates right in midair, instantly vaporizing everything in the surrounding area in an absolute flash. Amidst the savage shockwaves, Yi focuses his mind, maintaining that terrifying, crushing pressure. This is definitely not just a simple clash of internal energy anymore. His entire body radiates brilliantly like a fully exploding star as he unleashes his absolute ultimate move, the Meteor Emperor Demon Strike. The multi-headed beast screeches in sheer agony, completely overpowered, as this unstoppable, godlike force violently crushes straight through its heavy defenses. Razor-sharp beams of light rip right through the void, slicing off the enemy's heads one by one in a brutal, downpouring rain of pitch-black blood. I know you guys are thinking the exact same thing. Looking at the shredded enemy, Yi, he smirks mockingly. Only 3 heads left now. Really reminds me of a certain famous 3-headed dragon. Surging forward with sky-high killing intent, he zeroes in on the remaining pieces of his opponent. Yeah, I'm afraid you won't even be keeping these last 3 heads. Still in his massive Emperor Demon form, Yi, he unloads a devastating finishing attack, blasting out a deep blue energy beam that utterly incinerates the heavens. The blast detonates into an absolutely massive sphere of blue light, tearing space apart and blowing away everything. As the smoke clears, the Emperor Demon's colossal hands have firmly gripped and hoisted up a glowing heart, the dragon's true source of power. It is a breathtaking, majestic scene. The giant entity stands tall and victorious amidst the snowy peaks, firmly holding its incredibly precious, hard-earned battle trophy. The old NPC stumbles backward, staring up with a look of pure, utter disbelief. Has he somehow been hit by some kind of crazy illusion magic? How could a human in beast form possibly use such overwhelming strength to slaughter so many white dragons? Suddenly, the old man freezes completely, his eyes bulging with absolute peak terror. What? The giant, burning heart crashes to the ground, radiating such intense spiritual energy that the whole snowy mountain violently shakes. Reverting to his human form, Yi, he leaps atop the massive heart and arrogantly declares his victory. That felt amazing. Controlling a giant beast's body to absolutely wreck everything in sight is just incredibly satisfying. Hey, old man, after slaying this dragon, I know exactly where this Martial Space's inheritance is hidden, so I won't be bothering you anymore. But the old man fiercely roars back. Keep dreaming. Yi, he smirks with absolute confidence, his armored hands already gathering energy. Haha, I totally knew you were going to say that, so I will just take it myself. Erupting with dark power, he dives straight into the core of the heart to snatch the supreme inheritance. Yi, he violently grits his teeth, enduring the terrifying, unbearable heat radiating from the energy core. It is way too hot. His armored arm trembles fiercely inside the blazing sea of fire, feeling exactly like boiling liquid iron. His arm is literally about to melt off, but his eyes suddenly flash with fierce determination as he finally locates the core element. Found it! Yi, he forces his way straight into the heavily pressurized center. Man, this thing is actually pretty heavy. Using absolutely every ounce of his strength, he hoists up a brilliantly glowing dark orb, successfully passing the final trial. The NPC old man is completely stunned, his wide eyes showing he absolutely cannot believe what he is seeing. Bizarre threads of spiritual energy stretch from the orb, tightly wrapping around and seeping right into Yi's body. A massive surge of power spirals deep inside him, violently forging his physical flesh according to a highly powerful, ancient law. His entire body is suddenly clad in a pitch-black, insanely badass armor. He has fully obtained the ultimate physical inheritance, the legendary Abyssal Dragon Armor. The old NPC's jaw drops at this literal god of war. He trembles, thinking back. Even when that legendary green-haired warrior forcefully wore the dragon armor, he only received 90% of the inheritance. And trust me, you and I both know our boy just secured the whole thing. Their physical strength was way too weak. They couldn't handle the crushing weight or the armor draining their blood. But stick with me here, because this kid is the first warrior in 1,000 years to conquer the dragon armor. He just sits casually on a rock, teasing the old man. You are asking how I did it? Look, I just put the suit on and that was it. Super easy. Hearing this, the old ghost gets so mad that veins literally pop on his forehead. The old man clenches his fists in pure frustration. but finally lets out a massive sigh of defeat. This arrogant little brat. Whatever, forget it. He turns his back, walking away into the falling snow while muttering to himself. Even the ancestors accepted him, so I should just let it go. Our bloodline is gone anyway. Passing this legacy to someone truly worthy might actually be a blessing in disguise. At least our legacy will not be buried. But then, Yi-hee suddenly scratches his head and asks with pure greed, "Hey, old man, I feel like this legacy is missing something. There is a second half, right?" This makes the old man absolutely explode with rage. He roars, "Do not push your luck, kid. You greedy little bandit. Are you seriously trying to steal my family's deepest hidden secrets too?" Meanwhile, Yi-hee just calmly analyzes this top-tier cultivation technique. The genuine dragon armor is way too overpowered. Because it only trains the outer physical body, you absolutely need a matching internal technique to balance it out. Otherwise, any normal warrior's organs and bones would be completely crushed, and their flesh totally drained by the armor's insane pressure. This perfect inside-out combo is a complete heaven-tier body-forging method, a ridiculously rare opportunity, and he is definitely not missing out on it. Fast forward 7 days. In his modern bedroom, Yi-hee is sleeping like a log after digesting all that wild power. Suddenly, the loud ringing of his phone completely shatters the quiet room. He groggily crawls up, wrapped in his blanket, and answers the call looking exhausted. "Hello, Chu. What is up? I have spent 80% of these past few days cultivating in my sleep. The information overload from the dragon armor was insane. I had to slowly digest it in the martial space, but the serious voice on the other end completely startles him. Yi-hee, Qingju and I just got out of the hospital yesterday. We got a notice to head to the university center today to claim our mission rewards. The director told me to pass on a message. For your reward, you have to go to the principal's office and claim it directly from him. Wait, I have to see the principal? Now pay attention, because things are about to get interesting." Yi-hee looks totally confused and nervous. Why would the absolute top boss want a private chat with him? An epic view appears right at the core of the floating metropolis, the massive Hua University Tower, the true heart of the city. As he steps into the massive high-tech lobby, a very gentle voice echoes out. "Student Yi-hee, I have been waiting for you for quite a while." A beautiful, incredibly elegant woman wearing glasses walks right up to him. "My name is Nua. Principal Shi is expecting you upstairs. Please follow me." Yi-hee quietly studies her with a deeply suspicious look on his face. All right. He could not sense any martial aura from this woman, but she did not breathe like a normal human either. Wait, is she even human? Yi-hee quietly follows Nua into the cramped elevator space, completely unable to stop himself from curiously staring at her incredibly unusual vibe. Nua suddenly turns around and asks in a super calm voice, "Student Yi-hee, are you curious about my body?" That makes him jump in a cold sweat. "You misunderstand. I just wanted to check out some advanced tech, that is all." But she just replied. Yi-hee's face turns bright red as he panics. What is not the same? Wait, hold on a second. You really got the wrong idea. I seriously did not mean it like that. Just to prove a point, Nua pulls open her shirt, revealing a glowing mechanical chassis. The structure of this mass-produced service android is actually completely different compared to a real human woman. They just made her head look super realistic to make her more user-friendly. Yi-hee breathes a massive sigh of relief. So that is what she meant by not the same. Damn, that scared me. Hua University's tech is seriously on another level. The elevator stops at floor 667. Nua leads him out. The principal is waiting for you inside his office. Yi-hee politely replies, "All right, thanks for the hard work." We both know meeting the boss is never normal. The second he walks in, a spatial distortion completely swallows him. Whoa, he is instantly teleported and drops straight into an armchair. Ah, Principal Shi Jingwen is just chilling, brewing some tea. He casually asks, "Get enough sleep, Yi-hee? Have you finished learning the Azure Dragon martial arts manual I gave you?" Yi-hee looks around in pure shock. How did I suddenly get here? Where is this? Principal, is this your office? Shi Jingwen just pushes a teacup toward him. This is a special tea modified by the Research Institute using ingredients from a secret realm. The flavor is very unique. Try it. Yi-hee grabs the cup. Insanely curious. Principal, was that power you just used related to spatial manipulation? The principal just nods. Yeah, it is true. I can basically teleport things and shift space within a certain range. Yi-hee quietly thinks to himself, his face turning super serious. Just as I thought. If not for that, he could never have saved Chu Yanting back then. A space element cultivation method. That power is at least on the exact same god-tier level as time-stopping abilities. The principal moves on to officially announce the mission rewards. Yee-hee, your academy points and all your exclusive university resource access cards have already been transferred straight into your account. Since you were the absolute main contributor in clearing a major level 5 mission, you get to pick 2 Earth Fiend martial skills and 1 custom high-tier weapon forged exactly to your liking. Yee-hee's eyes narrow sharply. He quickly calculates in his head he does not actually need any new weapons or martial skills right now, so he stands up and states what he really wants. Principal, I want to see the files on the gene lock and get higher clearance to research Prometheus. Of course, I do not have any weird motives here. I just purely. But the principal cuts him off with a single word, approved. That ridiculously fast response actually makes Yee-hee sweat from pure anxiety. Can this guy actually read the script? The principal stands up and immediately leads the way. Let's go, I will take you to the archives. Yee-hee freezes, looking back with regret. Right now, I haven't even drank my tea yet. Stepping in front of a mysterious blue glowing light, Principal Shi casually reminds him, drinking it after you read the files will not kill you. Yee-hee steps inside and completely loses it at the bizarre sight in front of him. Ah, what is this? Right before his eyes is a gigantic brain floating inside a glass tank. What the hell is that? What kind of creature does this brain belong to? And it is only half of it. The principal drops a massive truth bomb. This is Nua's central processing unit, her true main body. Yee-hee is totally stunned. Nua? So that is what she really is. Did some AI create that staff member too? The principal continues. Actually, several decades ago, this half-brain belonged to Prometheus. The missing puzzle pieces suddenly snapped together, leaving Yee-hee in absolute shock. Prometheus, the literal otherworld god project. This means this half-brain originally belonged to the very first alien demon ever captured alive in human history. This insanely overpowered godlike existence was actually chopped into 8 pieces by the Prometheus project. The peak era of Prometheus back then was just pure, unfiltered madness and absolute power. No wonder they dared to map out the Eden Project. They literally experimented on gods, unifying the planet. Trust me, you and I are just scratching the surface of their absolute madness. The principal calls out quietly. Immediately, the central brain lights up. Yes, sir, I am here. He starts typing away at the data terminal, and the AI Nuwa responds mechanically. He grabs a freshly copied USB drive and hands it straight to our guy. I have saved a piece of Nuwa right here. Anything you need to know, just ask her. He stares at the drive in his shaking hands, completely terrified. Let us pause for a second, because this is absolute madness. This supercomputer holds the deepest core secrets of Hua University and every major strategic mission of Great Xia. Handing this over is an unreal level of trust. Is there some hidden plot? Principal Shi Jingwen just grabs his arm with a very mysterious smile. Stop spacing out. Even as the principal, bringing a student down here breaks all the rules, so let us get moving. He just blankly lets the old man drag him away. The principal is leading the rule-breaking. Suddenly, a massive, muscular figure with glowing green hair steps out, radiating intense spiritual energy. His eyes flash with killer intent. He roars, wild green power erupting all around his massive frame. Xiang Jianshuang glares down at them, flashing a wildly arrogant smirk. He laughs. Just 1 semester in, and he has already surpassed what normal Hua University students take over a year to achieve. The gap between people is just too huge. Even among geniuses, there are different tiers. He stares down at Yi, he with a challenging, mocking laugh. And I, Xiang Jianshuang, am tier 9. Are you done talking? Xiang Jianshuang squints dangerously, locking eyes with his target. You are the Yi, he that Wu Yangze mentioned? Delivering yourself to my door? Yi. He scratches his head, looking super annoyed. You in the Dragon Blood Society too? If you have a problem, go find Wu Yangzi. I need to use the training room. Completely ignored, Shang Jianzhuang explodes with terrifying green aura, screaming like a maniac. Very good at playing dumb. Do you seriously not know who I am? Listen close. I am Xiang Jianshuang. Yes, the guy who stomped Wu Yangzi into the dirt and nearly erased your pathetic Dragon Blood Society from the freshman history books entirely. King of Life! Before he can even finish, a devastating shockwave violently rocks the room. The arrogant fool only has time to gasp in pure agony. You and I both knew that was coming. He just steps right over his unconscious body, muttering, I told you I needed the training room, but you kept blocking the door. So annoying. Nobody expected Xiang Jianshuang to end up in a coma for a whole week. The heavy iron door shuts. VIP training room. Exclusive for special students. Yi. He flashes an eager, wicked smile, rubbing his storage ring. Finally, absolute silence. No more annoying distractions standing in his way. The king of monsters is starving and out of patience. Countless glowing blue monster cores instantly pour out, flooding the entire room. He roars with determination. Come on, devour it all. Every monster core he collected, plus the massive stash bought from the university, is right here. Time to finally boost his Mother Emperor template compatibility. Absorbing this many monster cores at once is going to force his body straight into a deep sleep for the evolution process. It also releases massive radiation. He pulls up the Manhwa app with a calculating look. I specifically asked my AI maid for the absolute most secure room. Ever since he got his hands on Manhwa, Hua University honestly feels just like his own private backyard. Need something done? Just have Manhwa bypass the security clearance. Zero paperwork. When others have privilege, I am furious. When I have privilege, oh man, it feels amazing. Yee, he throws his head back and shouts. Manhwa, activate the energy shield for the training room. I am ready to begin. The upgrade sequence starts. Manhwa confirms, while Yi-He keeps craving more power. Gladly, master. But for Yi-He, it is still not enough. A violent blue aura explodes from him as he screams. Still not enough. The higher the compatibility, the harder it gets. The quantity and quality of monster cores needed just skyrocket. That is the biggest flaw of high-tier templates. The growth phase takes absolutely forever, and the resources required are just unbelievably massive. His phone flashes a red warning. If he does not convert this template energy into actual power soon, his growth progress will completely stall out. Here is what I love about this guy. He actually studies the martial arts system. Even with a cheat code, you have to use your brain, because cheat users can still die and lose, right? The digital clock on the wall ticks forward. It shows exactly 3 hours, 35 minutes, 44 seconds have passed. Yi. He is now completely encased inside a brilliant, glowing blue crystal cocoon floating mid-air. His eyes flash fiercely through the crystal as he makes his vow. When this crystal coffin opens, the king of monsters will be reborn. Meanwhile, massive airships form a fleet in the sky, engines screaming, preparing for deployment. Principal Shi Jingwen floats high in the sky, his voice booming. Today begins the Great Xia Reconquest Plan. 70% of the nation's martial artists are deploying. He points forward, his eyes absolute steel. The warriors of Great Xia will take back the 12 fallen cities and bring them home. Hands behind his back, he gazes down at thousands of disciplined troops awaiting orders. He roars with fierce determination. Every student of Hua University, ignite your blood aura. The warriors roar back, bursting with spirit. Wrapped in blazing red energy, your blood auras will rise into the sky, merging together through the clash of weapons and life force. A colossal pillar of crimson light erupts from the center of the city, violently ripping right through the clouds. The blazing pillar dominates the floating city. This is our battle intent, the fierce resolve to reclaim lost lands and restore the glory of Great Xia. Shi Jingwen spreads his arms, his voice echoing. You already know your missions and plans perfectly. I know many of you are fully prepared to die. The students look up, eyes completely unwavering. He chokes up, pleading, you must survive and return. Only by living is there hope. He screams, his face filled with raw emotion. Hua University is forever your home. It will always be right here, waiting for your return. He raises his iron fist, commanding the army. All warriors, hear my command. Take the oath with me. This ending gives absolute chills. A powerful fist rises. Before us, there is no equal. Thousands of warriors roar, shaking the heavens. Before us, there is no equal. Let's dive right into this crazy story. Deep inside a hidden location, a glowing blue crystal cocoon violently cracks under insane energy pressure. Through the dark fractures, a pair of eyes suddenly bursts with blinding, aggressive light. Meanwhile, Unan struts forward like an absolute boss, flanked by heavily muscled guards. A former Level 2 researcher at Prometheus, she is now a high-ranking executive pulling the strings over at ThunderCorp. She grinds her teeth in deep thought. First, the precious golden gem gets stolen. Then, one of their most critical operational bases gets completely destroyed. And to top it off, they lost an entire elite squad. ThunderCorp is having an absolutely terrible year. The board of directors is already suspecting this is all the work of a single mastermind, plotting to bring the whole corporation crashing down. There is just one problem, zero proof. Even though the Black Lion squad wiped the Golden Mountain base's tracks, The Dragon Sparrow unit still has a massive target painted right on Thundercorp's back. Honestly, if Dragon Sparrow was not so busy reclaiming the fallen cities lately, Thundercorp would already be finished. Thinking about this, a dark, scheming smile creeps onto Yunan's face. But since every martial artist in the country is entirely distracted by those fallen cities, Thundercorp finally gets a breather. And more importantly, they can finally unleash that absolute monster they have been keeping locked away. A terrifying, jagged-toothed shadow looms up right behind her. Yunnan turns totally cold. This thing? It is a failed reject from the very first generation of the Golden Gen experiments. A literal Pandora's box. Just one tiny mistake with this creature could drag all of humanity into an endless, bottomless abyss forever. Since the original Golden Gen blood flows through its veins, even as a reject, it can track down other Golden Gen subjects. Sure, it goes completely out of control at the drop of a hat. But right now, it is the only hunting dog capable of sniffing out their missing prize. Inside the ultra-modern lab, she stands in complete silence, watching genetic data flash across a glowing screen right in front of a massive, heavy steel vault door. Reaching into her coat, Yunnan swiftly pulls out a specialized mechanical key ring, getting ready to unlock the restricted zone. One by one, she inserts the heavy keys straight into the main energy control panel. The thick doors slowly groan open. Yunnan steps right into the containment core, her face totally blank but her eyes practically burning with cold calculation. Now watch closely, because this is pure nightmare fuel. Standing before her is a monstrous entity wearing a rough metal mask, leaking thick black fluid covered in strange engraved symbols. Yunnan looks incredibly tiny, standing in front of the giant, bell-shaped containment machine. Countless glowing red tubes are plugged straight into the beast's skull. She crushes the medicine vials tightly in her grip, her face twisting into an absolutely unhinged and totally maniacal smile. It is finally time for the world to witness your true terror. Heh. Right after her sinister laugh, a high-tech stealth jet tears through the thick clouds, carrying its deadly cargo far away from the secret base. Inside the cargo hold, heavily armed guards stand strict watch over the massive metal block. The heavy containment unit is constantly radiating an intense, suffocating pressure. Beneath the heavy metal mask, a row of razor-sharp teeth suddenly parts, letting out a deeply chilling whisper. Keep going in that exact direction. Just keep flying straight ahead. Up in the cockpit, a subordinate reports the status. Captain, the location the Hound is pointing us toward seems to be West City. The captain narrows his eyes, plotting something incredibly sinister. West City? Isn't that the occupied territory the Dragon Sparrow squad is getting ready to take back? The other oblivious subordinates just laugh it off. Don't even worry, Captain. As long as the guy who stole the Golden Gen isn't a Grandmaster-level fighter, even if he's a Xuanwu tier martial artist, we can surround and crush him in no time. Yeah, Captain, under your brilliant leadership, our squad has literally never failed. As long as we don't run into Dragon Sparrow's first division, we can easily pull off a clean getaway. But the captain just stares deep into the bionic system, issuing a cold command. Eve, jam the aircraft's signal, hack the flight controls, and force autopilot. The AI system immediately responds, as you wish, Executive Officer. Instantly, the stealth jet violently shakes. The female pilot panics, screaming at the top of her lungs, "The jet! I've completely lost control of the flight system." Warning alarms blare. I know you didn't see this coming, because I sure didn't. Without warning, the captain swings his glowing golden mechanical arm, brutally executing his own subordinate right on the spot. The surviving guard stares at the corpse, absolutely horrified. Captain, since when did you become a traitor? He just smirks, delivering a cruel and ruthless reply. That is not quite right. I was never actually loyal to Thundercorp to begin with, so how could I possibly be a traitor? I sincerely apologize, gentlemen. Once I am down in hell, you can punish me all you want. But for now, I am going to need you to go ahead and die first. The remaining crew trembles in pure terror at his intimidating shadow. He is killing everyone, but it is no use. Moments later, he stands right in front of the monster's cage, holding a bleeding heart. Haha, they are all dead. From inside the cage, the monster sticks out its tongue, licking its lips with raw hunger. Hey buddy, care to spare some blood? I am so thirsty. He casually tosses his former comrade's dripping heart straight to the beast. Every member here was a Grandmaster-level martial artist. Take your time and enjoy their hearts to the fullest. Darkness swallows the cargo hold as he literally feeds the heart right into the monster's mouth. Hound, you are officially free. The beast bares its jagged teeth and aggressively growls. Not enough. Feed me everything. He adjusts his coat, muttering to himself with sheer arrogance. To think an elite secret agent from Great Xia's rival, North Baidoon, has been reduced to playing dog feeder in a place like this. Glaring at the pile of fresh corpses, the monster rasps, "What do you want me to do?" Using his mechanical arm to hit the escape hatch, the traitor replies, "Nothing specific, just go completely wild and unleash pure chaos all over the Great Xia territory." Right now, Great Xia is starting to take back their lost cities. And their little national revival? That is the absolute last thing our North Baidoon coalition wants to see happen. The rogue captain turns his back and steps to the ramp's edge. "I've got to leave too, because if I wait for you to break out, you'll definitely rip me to shreds. I'll leave these Grandmaster corpses behind as your very first full meal out of prison." With that, he blasts off into midair, leaving the beast behind to roar in a twisted mix of wild joy and unhinged fury. Heh. Before, I was just a hunting dog fetching items. But now, I am a completely unchained mad dog ready to bite anyone in my path. They really look down on me. I want to crush everyone to pieces and swallow them whole. The pressure inside the pod skyrockets, causing the heavy bolts to violently shake and loosen up. Giant steel bolts shoot outward like stray bullets under the sheer, terrifying force. A massive explosion erupts from within, completely obliterating the thick chains and the heavy armored shell. Through the thick, swirling smoke, a pitch-black phantom steps out with terrifying menace. The dark biomechanical entity, with its raw brain exposed to the air, lets out a deafening roar. "I must fully consume the golden gen. I will achieve true evolution, and then I will become a literal god. Let's see who dares to treat me like a joke then." The scene shifts to West City, where a military fleet starts broadcasting urgent orders. "Attention West City, please evacuate the designated blast zone immediately. Our fleet is about to commence a full-scale artillery wipeout of the area." Looking down at the blazing city from above, fighter jets get into formation for a massive carpet bombing run, intentionally drawing the city's monster tide straight toward their location. Suddenly, a ferocious, gigantic bird dives in, getting dangerously close to the jets with wings that literally blot out the sky. The massive beast crushes a jet's hull with its lightning-sparking claws, instantly blowing the machine into fiery pieces. And you and I are going to have to pause right there. The newly mutated experiment monster sits perched on the giant bird, sneering. Hehehe. Baring its jagged teeth, it flicks its long tongue in pure, starving anticipation. "Let us dive into this nightmare together," he giggles, wanting a new flavor, then violently stabs his hand right into the giant bird. Countless glowing spirit tentacles erupt like a deadly spider web, plunging deep into the monster bird. These vines quickly wrap around and pierce right through the screaming creature. The massive beast is slowly swallowed up, turning into a pitch-black mass in midair. A dark, terrifying entity emerges right from the center of that glowing, magical lightning. The monster reveals its true form. Massive bat wings and freaky demonic claws float menacingly right up there in the clear blue sky. With 6 glowing eyes, it laughs like a total maniac. What an incredibly rich gene pool. My broken body can finally get some perfect rest and feeding in this place. This is literally the best buffet ever. Haha. The West City comes into view, completely ruined with burning buildings buried in thick smoke. Another aircraft bursts into wild flames, crashing straight into the ground after a massive explosion. A group of young fighters spots it and rushes over. "Sister Lu, a beast just shot down a plane over there. We need to save them now. Xiao Zhang, do not rush. The monster that did this is probably still lurking nearby." Xiao Zhang confidently tries to convince his team. "Sister Lu, you are a grandmaster after all. This is just the outer edge of West City. No beast here can even match you." "Exactly, Sister Liu. Xiao Zhang is totally right. If we are too scared to enter the outer zone, forget about reaching the core. Sigh, fine. But remember, you guys absolutely must stay on high alert." The whole squad freezes. They see a creature casually eating on top of a mountain of dead beasts. Pure terror hits their faces. They literally cannot believe their own eyes. Did this guy seriously wipe out all the monsters attracted by the crash alone? Is this just some crazy fighter who sneaked in during the chaos? From behind, the multi-eyed monster quietly watches the squad with a chilling smile. It flashes blood-stained fangs, eyes burning with absolute uncontrollable hunger. Watch closely now, it is a trap. The prey took the bait. Suddenly, black spikes erupt from the ground, instantly trapping Sister Lu and her squad. Xiao Zhang screams. He swings his lightning sword, fighting back desperately. Martial skill, wind aura slash. The blazing blade chops straight into that weird, dark entity. but it only leaves deep marks with zero actual damage. Xiao Zhang sweats bullets, pupils shrinking in pure shock. It feels exactly like slashing through thick, wet mud. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang screams in absolute despair as a giant, fang-filled mouth forms right out of the tentacle. The monster twists like a black python, swallowing Xiao Zhang whole. Sister Lu freezes. Her face drains of color, completely horrified. Xiao Zhang just got eaten alive. She vanishes on the spot. Murderous intent explodes in her eyes. She charges in with twin swords, roaring with pure fury. "You absolute bastard!" The monster calmly raises a demonic hand, using her own team's move to counterattack. Wind Aura, slash! Sister Liu is totally stunned seeing her dead teammate's signature attack flying at her. The massive impact blasts her away. Space violently shakes around them. Sister Liu lands on her feet, her mind spinning with crazy questions. This fighter just used that exact technique. How is it a perfect copy? A weak voice speaks up, making her snap her head back. "Sister Liu? Xiao Zhang, are you still alive?" A freaky dark entity stands before her, covered in countless tentacles that literally have groaning human faces attached. "Sister Liu!" Those twisted faces and that disgusting lump of flesh start wailing terribly. "Save me, it hurts. Please save me, I am dying. Sister Liu, help me." You and I know she is doomed. Sister Liu trembles, eyes wide at this literal hellscape. "You guys, you are all already dead." While she stands frozen, the monster's giant shadow slowly rises behind her with freezing, killing intent. Moments later, it devours everyone and literally turns into Sister Liu. Even for an old guy, the meat was pretty crunchy. I can sense the golden gene is over in another part of West City. The demonic entity hides in the woman's body, looking sinister. It heads that way, casually blending into another fighter squad. Once everyone gets friendly, I will suddenly start eating them. Their reactions are going to be absolutely priceless. I can still sense so many powerful life forms left on this entire battlefield. The monster dashes at wind, tearing speed, super hyped about its future. Those must be Grandmaster fighters and Overlord rank beasts, right? If I swallow those top-tier genes, looking at the whole world, who would ever dare treat me like a trained dog again? I have broken my chains and evolved into a pure demon. Ha ha ha! Over in another sector of West City, alarms are blasting. "Captain, an Overlord rank beast is charging right at our rear." A figure runs over from afar. "Do not panic." From the sky, a war god riding a majestic unicorn dashes past like a shooting star. Chen Tianyu swings his spear, glowing with green spirit energy, and unleashes a slash packed with totally destructive lightning force. After taking down the monster, he shouts out, "Facing this endless beast tide, humanity's proud firepower is just a tiny candle in the ocean. It can be snuffed out at any single moment." The leader glances over, his tough face showing pure grit. Chen Tianyu, Dean of Huada Academy, captain of the Vanguard squad to reclaim West City. Only by relying on fast and powerful solo fighters to kill high-level monsters can we break this tide. Then, we lure the Overlord out. Our 5-man Vanguard squad carries this heavy burden. Dai Qiming looks right at his teacher with a deeply serious expression. Dai Qiming, Student Council President, Vanguard member. It is quiet now. Teacher, our route is flawless. The Longquay Scout Squad mapped out the absolute best path straight to the Overlord's lair. Chen Tianyu closes his eyes, warning his student, the higher a fighter's cultivation rank gets, the stronger their spiritual vision becomes. You can even foresee your own death in dreams. So Qiming, always trust your fighter intuition. Chen Tianyu raises his hand, ordering everyone to halt. The team stops and goes on high alert. "Yes, teacher!" He instantly focuses glowing green energy into his forehead to scan ahead. "Stick around for this." His eyes turn deadly sharp. The target is finally here. From the sky above, a massive flaming boulder smashes straight down like a meteor. Right after, an earth-shattering explosion violently blasts right in the middle of the squad. Let's jump right into the madness. Through the smoke, the golden-armored monster glares down at them. "I left a grand gift waiting for you. Why are you stopping?" Seeing this, Tran Thienvu roars, commanding his team into formation. Target confirmed. It's the Western City Overlord, the Golden Insect Overlord. Fan out and surround it. The ruined Western City battlefield is pure chaos, covered in smoke and fire. Without hesitating, he charges forward on his spirit steed, his spear blazing with crackling lightning. But the beast just sneers, letting out a terrifying roar. "Weak, ignorant humans. You really think a pathetic, cheap trick like that can actually scratch me?" It raises its massive mechanical fist, radiating absolute crushing pressure. Let me show you what pure, raw power really looks like. Boom! A devastating, heavy punch slams right into Tianvu's weapon. But suddenly, the insect overlord's eyes snap wide open. It senses another intense killing intent. What the hell? In a flash, another martial artist drops from above, launching a sneak attack. Earth-tier secret technique Water Drop Piercing Stone. Deep blue streams of spirit energy brutally pierce right through the monster's heavy armor. The overlord narrows its eyes. Crafty humans, you actually studied my traits to build a tactical squad. Instantly, it flaps its wings and dives straight at Old Man Muke, the weakest link. I will finish you first, old man. Seeing this, a teammate screams out, raising a glowing shield to block. Mook, fall back! A massive explosion erupts, blasting the defender miles away. Meanwhile, a female fighter named Thian steps up, answering her squad without hesitation. I am on it. Leave this to me. She channels her power, forming a giant yin-yang symbol mid-air. At the exact same time, Daikai Min gathers deep blue energy in his palms, ready for a combo attack. In a flash, his energy shoots upward, perfectly merging with the massive magic array above. The result? The golden insect overlord gets completely locked inside the yin-yang barrier. It roars in shock. What technique is this? It actually sealed my movements. But watch closely, because it's far from over. The monster roars, unleashing its ultimate skill, domain expansion. Is this what you humans call a field? A blazing red light tears right through the dark sky. Right after, a gigantic wave of green energy crashes down from above, completely swallowing the tiny figures of the fighters. Now, the insect overlord stands tall over the soldiers' bodies. I admit, your human cultivation system actually has some things worth learning from. It stomps the ground and lunges forward. Maybe the Emperor was right. We should study you a bit. Immediately, two destructive energies, one green, one golden, clash at terrifying speeds. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion absolutely erupts, blowing away everything within a several hundred-meter radius. As the smoke clears, the squad stares at the crater. Did we finish the Overlord? No way it was that easy. But if we heavily wounded it, we did our job. But from the rubble, the Overlord staggers back up, severely damaged. You humans are impressive. An ordinary Overlord would have truly died from that single strike. It roars arrogantly as a new arm bursts right out of the ground, but sadly there are levels to this Overlord game, and I stand at the very top. The fighters are absolutely paralyzed by this insane transformation. It actually has a rare molting form. The beast fully sheds its shell, revealing a sleeker, infinitely stronger golden armor. Second stage, molting. Instantly, its glowing red eyes lock onto its next target with pure killing intent. It charges Muck at blinding speed. I will kill this annoying old man first. His teammates scream, Muck, watch out! In a flash, it fires a massive energy sphere, leveling the ground. The fighters are blown away. So fast, too fast. But Tianvu barely manages a counterattack. Damn it, lightning dragon spear. Meanwhile, in another sector, a massive aerial fleet enters the eastern combat zone of the city. Inside the command ship, alarms are blaring like crazy. Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! Massive biological energy detected 1,000 meters underground, and it is rising fast. Outside, colossal tentacles erupt from the earth, completely destroying the city blocks. Let's pause for a second, because the scale just changed. Computers confirm Overlord tier. No Grandmaster is present on the ground. Strategic retreat recommended. The officer is stunned. How? Isn't the only Overlord in the Western City already fighting Dean Chen's Vanguard squad right now? Hearing this, the commander snaps into action. Do not hesitate. Tell the ground troops to pull back. All warships, increase altitude and distance yourselves from the surface. Prepare Earth-penetrating nukes. Suddenly, a giant tentacle furiously whips through the air, tearing the clouds apart. A subordinate panics. Captain, a tentacle is attacking us directly. Immediately, the fleet fires back. Engage with the electromagnetic cannons. A beam of destructive energy blasts out. The electromagnetic blast completely shreds the head of the tentacle in a massive, blinding explosion, but it instantly regrows like nothing even happened. The soldiers are terrified. It regenerated. Seeing the crisis, the commander roars, "No time to wait. Launch the bunker buster nukes right now." Nukes armed and ready. Following orders, the missile bays under the fleet burst open simultaneously. Fire! 3 nuclear missiles dive straight down into the writhing ocean of giant tentacles below. Boom! 3 giant mushroom clouds erupt, burning the sky to ash. Watching the destruction, the commander prays. 3 nukes. I just hope our ground fighters retreated in time. But then, another officer screams in pure terror while staring at the radar screen. Captain, the Overlord's life signs are still active. He stares at the sea of fire, absolutely stunned. What? It took 3 nukes and lived? Furious and utterly hopeless, he slams his fist onto the console. He looks out at the battlefield. Damn it, is our plan to reclaim the West going to fail? Right at that moment, red alarms blare across the bridge. Warning, main system authority has been overridden. I repeat, system authority has been overridden. The commander freezes. Overridden? Is this the Manhwa AI? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoes through the speakers. Thank you, fighters of the West, for bleeding. Now, leave the battlefield to him. He is stunned. Him? Trust me. You and I want to see what comes next. Who is that? Before anyone can process it, another soldier screams in pure panic. A radar picks up an intercontinental ballistic missile heading straight for them, leaving the commander absolutely terrified. An ICBM heading right for them. But let me show you something crazy. The scanner picks up an anomaly. Wait, there's a living, breathing life sign riding on top of that missile. Tearing through the horizon at absolutely terrifying speed is a familiar silhouette. Believe it or not, it's actually Yi. He's surfing on a massive nuclear missile, plummeting straight into the center of the battlefield. Standing fearlessly on the tip of the rocket, Yi, he makes his epic entrance with eyes glowing bright. How is someone actually standing on a missile? Rewind to a few minutes ago at Hua University. A colossal blue pillar of light shoots up from a skyscraper's roof. Floating down from that brilliant beam is Yi He, having finally completed his massive evolutionary breakthrough. Manhwa is already standing by, waiting for him. Congratulations, student Yi He, she says. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough. She immediately slaps a device onto his wrist. This is a special nano combat suit prepared specifically for you by Long Kui. Slipping into the high-tech armor, Yi. He instantly demands a status report on the war. Manhwa, how long ago did the Hua University West City troops deploy? She answers calmly. They deployed 5 hours ago. Hearing this, Yi, he completely loses it and roars an emergency order. I'm that late? Hurry up and prep a supersonic fighter jet for me. He pauses. No, a supersonic jet is way too slow. Use an intercontinental ballistic missile. An ICBM's travel speed is so much faster. Manhwa simply replies, understood. Now mid-flight, our guy quietly reviews his ultimate goals in his head. Going to West City has 2 main purposes. First, meet the mad scientist to retrieve the golden gene. Second, slaughter the Overlord, rip out its core, and use it to trigger his final evolutionary stage. Now here's where it gets wild. Watch this launch. A massive missile fires off, carrying Yi He straight into the war zone to conquer that last 1% of synchronization. Only a higher tier gene can finish the job. Student Yi He, the intercontinental ballistic missile is ready for launch. Wishing you ultimate victory in battle, the system announces. Crashing straight into a nasty sea of tentacles, he roars out a challenge. Found you. 3 nukes wouldn't even scratch your soul. Looks like my final 1% is going to depend entirely on you. Then he flashes a completely arrogant, mocking smirk. According to the combat database, you tentacle freaks are called Earth Demons, right? Gotta say, that name really doesn't sound badass at all, does it? Completely provoked, the monster instantly gathers energy for a massive counterattack. Seriously? Getting mad just because someone roasted your name? But Yi, he just spreads his arms, casually teasing it. Wow, the Overlord's temper is pretty huge, huh? Instantly, he channels raw power into his hands, generating a wave of devastating blue energy. Without warning, a colossal wave of crystal energy crashes down from above, completely engulfing the tentacle sea. In the blink of an eye, the attack shreds everything, grinding the tentacles into absolute dust. Witnessing this insane spectacle, the command fleet's crew erupts into cheers. Did Hua University send a grandmaster to back us up? We can finally break the siege on West City. This is amazing. West City is saved. The commander clenches his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with intense, undeniable hope. We can actually win this. Finally, a gigantic crystal spear plummets straight down from the heavens, piercing right through the monster's body in a massive, bloody explosion. After shattering the tentacle sea, Yi, he stares directly at the beast's hidden core. You hid that pretty well. He smirks arrogantly, declaring he'll end this whole fight in just one single strike. The second the words leave his mouth, a giant surge of blue energy erupts from him, rocketing him straight toward the enemy. Mid-air, he roars and unleashes his absolute ultimate technique, the nuclear heaven trampling kick. The devastating strike crashes down instantly, triggering a blinding shockwave. This insane kick generates a massive pillar of pure energy, so bright and powerful, it's visibly glowing from outer space. From far away, this terrifying beam of light forces citizens in completely different cities to look up. It's too blinding. Is that coming from West City? What on earth is happening over there? Intel said an overlord appeared. Could it be? Stop guessing, the Great Xia will definitely win. Meanwhile, over on another brutal battlefield, Old Mew is slowly fading away after taking a fatal hit. Standing right over his dying body, the golden armored bug overlord coughs and starts mocking him. Wu Huang, the shield of the strong, just wet paper, pierced in one strike. Let's pause you, and I know things just got desperately dark here. Right after, it transforms into a brand new form, staring at Chen Tianyu and admitting, "But you are very strong, forcing this king into my third form." Chen Tianyu is absolutely horrified. This overlord actually has a third evolutionary form? In utter despair, he thinks to himself, "My blood-burning art won't last much longer. Even if I somehow win this fight, my remaining lifespan is completely ruined anyway." Despite that, he roars with absolute determination, summoning his combat spirit body. None of that matters. What matters is that I, Great Xia's Grandmaster Chen Tianyu, will definitely slaughter this demon right here and now. Kill. Facing that incoming ultimate attack, the bug overlord calmly remarks, "Martial luck locked on, force strike." The idealistic techniques of you human martial artists truly are profoundly mysterious and fascinating. Yet, it still roars with absolute confidence. But in the end, it cannot bridge the gap of absolute power. As it speaks, countless earth-shattering spirits erupt from the ground, rushing into the attack. Immediately, a brilliant blue spiritual explosion detonates, completely swallowing the monster. But insanely enough, it stands there completely unharmed, actually absorbing the devastating attack right into its body. The Emperor recently perfectly completed the old civilization's conversion experiment. Since you are a human acknowledged by this king, once you die, I will personally recommend your corpse, allowing you to be completely reborn in a far more powerful state. Chen Tianyu just roars back with unyielding, fierce resilience. Even if I die, I'll injure you so badly you won't be able to interfere in the West City reclamation. He throws himself into a final suicide attack, determined to drag the enemy down to hell with him. A massive spiritual explosion swallows the entire battlefield, but the golden armored bug overlord emerges without a single scratch. It complains in sheer annoyance. "This human life-burning trick again. You pests are truly so annoying. That last strike clearly should have killed you. Yet you stubbornly insist on using this blood-burning art to forcefully drag out your pathetic little lives." It speaks with a ruthlessly cruel smirk. But whatever. This king doesn't mind a little extra trouble. I only held back my ultimate power because I really wanted to keep this strong human's corpse completely intact for the experiment. But the rest of you definitely don't get that special treatment. You'll just be crushed into bloody scum. Right at that moment, a strange figure unexpectedly appears, playfully teasing them. "Yo, it's actually pretty lively over here." I was all the way at the city outskirts and still clearly felt the massive shockwaves of this crazy battle. Seeing this, Old Moo is absolutely stunned, recognizing the newcomer. "Wu Huang, didn't you just die in battle?" Standing by his dead warhorse, Wu Huang replies casually, "Yep, sure did." He turns with a psycho smile and glowing eyes. "That's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this madness." He laughs like a maniac, mutating grotesquely as razor-sharp spikes erupt from his flesh. Seeing this nightmare unfold, the others scream in absolute terror. In a flash, Wu Huang goes full monster mode. He impales a dead warhorse with his new bone spikes and licks his lips like a starving beast. So delicious. He actually calls the Grandmaster's mount a tasty snack, drooling over how much better eating a real Grandmaster would be. He turns to the humans, asking for a little taste. But the golden armored bug lord isn't waiting around, launching a wind-tearing strike straight at the freak. The bug lord instantly senses something completely wrong. What is this disgusting thing carrying the foul aura of a dark demon? Is this some insane, twisted human creation? It wonders how humans dared to touch those demons, realizing they could rule this planet together. Right then, Wu Huang's body literally dissolves into a mass of pitch-black tentacles. From that disgusting sludge, a ghostly entity wearing a halo of thorns emerges, chuckling wickedly. Fully transformed, it floats right across from the massive bug. It casually introduces itself as Yin 1, outright stating it's here to eat the alien alive. The bug lord just scoffs at the arrogant threat, instantly swatting the creature away like a fly. But a second later, the bug stares at its own fist in pure horror. Bad news. The monster's flesh is actively corroding its hand. As the bug desperately flies backward, that creepy voice echoes from literally everywhere. Yin-One taunts the alien, revealing that the body it just punched was nothing but bait. Suddenly, the earth cracks wide open, revealing a gigantic, tooth-filled mouth lunging upward. Now watch closely. Yin-One's voice echoes out, "Do you know how an anglerfish hunts?" A massive, grotesque chunk of flesh erupts from the ground, swallowing the golden bug whole. Underneath that fleshy mountain is Wu Huang's original body, straining under the monster's true weight. His body bulges in absolute agony. Yin-One mutters in annoyance, admitting that an Overlord-class beast is too tough to instantly digest and absorb. It's still thrashing inside me. Spotting this distraction, Elder Muck sees an opening. He screams at his ally to grab Director Chen and run. The guy panics, desperate, asking what will happen to the Elder. But Yin-One notices them trying to escape. Twisting its gruesome head around, it coldly promises they haven't been forgotten. They'll make the absolute perfect after-dinner dessert. Suddenly, it gasps. A colossal blue energy beam crashes down from the sky, leaving the survivors staring in shock. The energy is overwhelming. Could it be another Overlord beast? The blue light hurtles down at terrifying speed, its true target completely unknown. It slams the earth, triggering a blinding explosion. Amidst the chaos, Elder Muck spreads his arms, screaming at them to protect Director Chen. A sharp-eyed survivor realizes it's no Overlord. The blast targeted the monster. The massive energy detonation blasts Yin-One directly. When the light fades, He appears. His entire body radiates blazing blue spirit energy, his eyes glowing intensely. You and I both know he messed up big time. He glares at the ruins. Thought you were an ally after eating the Overlord. But targeting the director? You die. This red and black sludge honestly makes me sick. Raising his hand, he condenses a massive blue energy sphere, wild lightning crackling around it. The sphere fires, unleashing a destructive beam. It hits Yin-One, shattering its grotesque body and sending it flying in pure agony. Screaming echoes. He stares at the enemy's remains, his eyes ice-cold and resolute. I won't let you die so easily. Blue energy flares around him, peeling away the black streaks of his old form to unleash his absolute true power. He shoots into the night sky like a blue meteor. Roaring, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the Earthhead Throw. He hurls a wave of pure destructive energy straight down. The impact shatters the earth, carving out a massive crater where Yin-One's beaten remains lie totally obliterated. He lands at the crater's edge to observe the damage. Immediately, a system panel appears right in front of him. Infinite Monster Host System confirms a 100% match with the Demo Luo Du template. Flame Lord form unlocked. But wait, that bloody mess of flesh is twitching. It rapidly regenerates into a new shape with glowing red eyes. The entity speaks, sounding amazed. What a crazy strong attack. You actually knocked me senseless. I've literally never been utterly overpowered like this since the day I was born. He sweats, realizing the threat isn't dead. The monster mutates again, sprouting the Bug Lord's golden armor while laughing like an absolute maniac. It actually thanks him that brutal attack just forcefully sped up its digestion. It officially secured the Overlord beast's genes, gaining a massive power-up. Staring hungrily, it makes a sick promise. To repay you, I'll let you stay awake while I eat you, bite by bite. He just scoffs. Charging forward, he tells it to stop barking. He fires another intense energy blast. The blue beam violently impales the mutated monster. It just stands there, tanking the damage head-on while laughing like a psychopath. Keep hitting, keep hitting. Its face violently distorts into a horrific cluster of eyes. You can't kill me. I'll be your nightmare. Endless black tentacles shoot out, aiming to devour He. He forms an energy sphere and smirks. You absolute idiot. Getting bigger just makes you a much easier target to hit. Roaring, he blasts a colossal energy beam straight up. It's his Godzilla secret art. The massive blue Emperor-style Qigong wave bends midair, crashing directly down onto Yin-One. A survivor watches in awe, wondering which legendary grandmaster this is. With that insane speed and power, even a butterfly stage expert couldn't possibly compare. Elder Muck is relieved, thinking West City is safe. But trust me, we shouldn't celebrate just yet. A blinding atomic explosion completely swallows the beast. Deep in the glowing crater, Yin-One actually regenerates again, openly mocking him. Useless attack. It brags, the blast only makes its cells divide faster than atomic energy. Divide, divide, divide. Alright, stick with me. We are jumping straight into an epic showdown. Yi, he frowns. This freak is disgusting, but its maxed out compatibility gives him a crazy blood Q sense. He realizes the monster is slowly adapting to his atomic energy. The monstrous beast roars in absolute triumph. It laughs like a maniac. This is my true power, invincible evolution. I will swallow you whole, and you will never defeat me. I can feel your ultimate godly genes. Compared to you, the overlord genes I just ate are total garbage. I devoured countless lives for perfect blood, so why am I still weaker? I am eating you alive. Instantly, its massive body morphs into a giant golden-scaled python, completely leveling the surrounding buildings. The python suddenly melts, turning into a horrific tsunami of black and red flesh, rushing straight toward the terrified human survivors. A desperate soldier watches the horror unfold. Can the mysterious powerhouse even handle a monster this insanely strong? Now watch closely, because things are about to get wild. Yi, he calmly faces the tsunami, just a glutton. He unleashes the pitch-black abyssal dragon armor on his right arm. Taking his stance, blue lightning erupts around his entire body. He shouts his move, throwing a punch that unleashes a massive crescent-shaped arc of energy. The surging energy arc slices clean through the massive tsunami of flesh, parting it perfectly. Yi, he's brutal / doesn't just part the wave, it cuts deep into Yin Yi's main body. The monster screams in absolute terror. How is this possible? Its gigantic body is cleaved in two, shattering into pieces across the ruins. A smaller version regenerates, panicking wildly. Why? How is your power still going up? Yi, he just stares coldly. Because my strength will always crush yours. Yin Yi grinds its teeth in pure hatred. Furious, the beast unleashes a new gene ability, Air Explosion. A massive blast detonates right in Yi. His face, followed by an endless chain of explosions tearing through space. The entire battlefield is instantly swallowed by a roaring, apocalyptic sea of explosive fire. But as the smoke clears, Yi He is just hovering there, completely unbothered inside a glowing golden aura. He casually dusts off his hands, flashing a highly confident smirk. What makes you think I'm even at my peak? Yin Yi glows with raging red energy, spamming deadly gene abilities, acid strikes, lava whips, and mountain-crushing tackles. But every single lightning-fast attack gets completely overwhelmed. Yin Yi screams in absolute, total despair. Damn it, who the hell have I been eating? I am supposed to be the perfect life form. It fires its ultimate attack, a devastating red sonic roar straight at him. Now in a new red-haired form, Yi. He easily catches the attack and mocks it. Is this messy combo just a comedy routine? Now I'm throwing your own words right back at you. No matter how you attack, you cannot kill me. He points to himself with supreme confidence. Honestly, even if I let you hit me all day, you couldn't break my defense. Yin Yi completely breaks down mentally. No, impossible. Can I really not beat him? Yin Yi thinks in despair. Even though it evolves and perfects its genes every single second, the power gap is just way too massive. If the gap between them was 1,000 meters, crawling forward 1 or 2 centimeters meant absolutely nothing on this giant scale. It curses internally. Damn it! If I just had more time to eat stronger humans, I would definitely surpass him. But it was too late. It deeply regretted losing that golden aura's energy earlier. With a perfect state, even if it couldn't win, it wouldn't be losing this pathetically. The beast finally swallows its pride. All right, fine. I admit you're as incredible as my perfect self. I haven't found a way to kill you yet. It tries to negotiate. But you cannot kill me either. How about this? I know what you're thinking. Is it trying to bargain? Yep. I will leave this country and target the North Bitan Federation instead. That helps you balance global powers, right? We can literally split the planet in half. I will rule the North, and you can dominate the East and West. It keeps tempting him. Just get me some blood from other top fighters. I'll make custom toxins so you can effortlessly wipe out all your enemies. Yi, he responds by silently raising a single finger. The monster looks confused. What does that mean? Yi, he crosses his fingers into an X. 10 minutes. He puts a finger to his lips. If you survive for 10 minutes, I'll take your name. The monster starts screaming, but Yi, he just ignores its tantrum completely. Then why don't you just make a fist? Yin Yu sneers. Kill me? Are you actually joking right now? Even I can't kill myself. Every cell in my body screams for evolution. They will never let me die. Yi, he suddenly grabs it, smirking. Let's test that theory. Without another word, he tightly grips Yin Yi and simply says, lift off. He drags the monster, shooting into the sky like a rocket. Without hesitation, he uses it like a baseball bat, smashing it through a skyscraper and slamming it into the ground. The beast just laughs arrogantly. You can't kill me. These attacks do absolutely nothing. He stays silent, blasting straight into the sky like a blue streak of light. Breaking through into outer space, Yin Yi starts panicking. What are you doing? Are you throwing me off the planet? It keeps screaming. It's useless. Cosmic radiation and absolute zero cannot kill me. I will absorb the space radiation, evolve even further, and come back to slaughter you all. He remains entirely calm. This distance is perfect. No one can see this, and West City stays safe. He glares at it with piercing eyes. Plus, out here, you've completely lost connection with all your clones and fragments, right? Yin Yi freezes in shock. How do you know that? Turns out, Yin Yi's main body isn't actually invincible. Every single time it regenerates, it burns massive life energy, growing weaker and weaker. In that last clash, it lost 30% of its power. Its real trump card was actually the severed fragments left behind on the battlefield, like the head knocked off earlier and the smashed tissues. They didn't die, they were just hibernating. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I absolutely need to see how he finishes this. Stick with me here. When his main body loses energy, he activates consciousness clones for a twisted revival. Too bad this trick is flawed and has a strict distance limit. He replies with a cold stare. How does he know? Simple. He is much stronger. So, long story short, you only have one single life left right now. Two dark figures float in deep space. One is entirely desperate, while the other holds absolute victory. Yin One completely panics. He saw right through me. I cannot die here. Dying means losing the sun forever. It screams madly, triggering its ultimate self-destruct clone move. If just one piece of flesh hits the ground, I can revive. He asks calmly. Are you terrified right now? Just your instinctual fear of death. Suddenly, he transforms his arm, making it absolutely massive. Yin One screams out, damn it, you can actually grow even bigger than that? The giant hand clenches tight. He coldly states, no need to catch every piece, I just scoop it all up. Turning into an absolute colossus, he declares, you have zero escape left. The massive hand squashes it like a lump of dirt. It shrieks out, what are you doing? Are you actually trying to eat me? He opens his mouth and tosses it right in. You are a beast, so why eat me? Aren't you afraid I will devour you from the inside out? Ha ha, you fool. This is my perfect chance. The giant floats in space, gulps loudly and says, swallowing you is literally just step one of my extermination plan. Right after that, his body erupts in crimson flames. Step 2 is unleashing the Flame Lord. Watch closely, this is insane. His internal temperature violently spikes to tens of thousands of degrees. Burning alive inside, Yin One screams, what is this? A stellar heat creature in my gene pool? Not a single gene can adapt here. It screams in pure despair. Stop it, damn it! Are you refining me into a magic pill? Its body slowly disintegrates into the sea of fire. Only resentful screams remain. Unwilling to accept this. Before vanishing completely, its very last fading thought echoes out. I am clearly the most perfect creature alive. Just give me time, and I could become a god. One final crimson energy blast in space marks the absolute end of Yin One. Flashback 10 minutes. A soldier named Dai Qiming is reporting to command. Western City Command, Dagger Squad, please respond. I am Dai Qiming from Dagger Squad. We have officially received the urgent message from headquarters. Dai Qiming, the Western Beast Tide has completely crumbled and our sweep is smooth. HQ confirms the Western Overlord is dead. Please report your current status. Hearing the report, Command replies, I see. Headquarters now grasps the general situation. Without that mysterious expert, reclaiming the Western City would have been totally impossible. Headquarters, if his identity is not classified, please tell me. I want to personally visit and thank him. He is right inside your Hua University. Hua Yu? A dean or special professor? Why haven't I heard of him? The voice explains it clearly. Because he is not a teacher or professor yet. He is still just a student. Dai Qiming freezes. As Hua Yu's student president, I have basically met all the professors here. None of them use a fighting style that shoots destructive blue light like that. A student? Which fourth-year martial arts elite? Why haven't I heard of any classmate hitting Grandmaster tier before me? While Yin One burns, Command's voice echoes. Actually, he is 3 years below you, your junior. Dai Qiming is left completely speechless. Back to present. A red streak crashes to Earth. Yee, he lands, muttering. Well, it was totally ugly, and honestly, the taste was garbage too. You saw that too, right? Insane. The Flame Lord heat totally burned his nano armor. Checking Yin 1's remains, he says, "Let's see how useful you are now." Yin 1. He begins absorbing the remains. Bright crimson tentacles spill from his mouth, wrapping around his body. The evolved vampire bloodline mixes with the Emperor's evolution ability. It can refine Yin 1 while directly stealing its rare genetic powers. Yi, he feels new power, inheriting that red and black biological matter. This stuff doesn't just mimic clothes, it repairs my body damage from the Flame Lord form. Honestly, it is more like total optimization. It feels like customizing a video game character. He lands softly. The city has returned to peace after the battle. He smirks. This feeling is totally magical, beyond words. This ability easily rivals a high-tier mother template. Meanwhile, far away in the North Biden Federation, inside the Central Military Command Base, tense officers are staring at a massive digital screen. North Biden General Dulé sweats profusely and swears. "What the hell is going on?" the supercomputer reports. Over in Xia country's western airspace, between the stratosphere and thermosphere, a massive high-energy reaction just detonated. The blast radius is 600 kilometers. It equals a multi-million-ton nuclear explosion. Dulé is furious. Isn't Xia country running a simple recovery mission? What is up with this massive energy blast? An officer panics. "General, we detect life at ground zero." Dulé scoffs. "Life? Even a special grandmaster would turn to pure ash. Zoom in that satellite right now. Let me see what tricks Xia country is pulling." The satellite zooms in. A blurry, floating silhouette suddenly appears hovering high in midair. The general gasps. "A teenager? Below? Yi," he glares right at the lens. "Are you peeking at your daddy?" Back at North Biden base, tension is suffocating. Dulé roars. "Impossible! Our satellite is out in Earth's outer orbit." "How did he spot us?" Scan his face immediately. Does Xia country seriously have a fourth grandmaster? On the screen, Yi, he gets ready to act. The general panics. What is he doing? An officer screams, "General, energy spike detected." A blinding beam shoots from Earth, completely shattering their spy satellite in one terrifying explosion. Yi, he smirks. "The Emperor Mother is fully maxed out. My life force magnetic field can now cover the entire globe. You North Biden brats? First, I blow up your little satellite. Let's see how you try spying on us now. Plus, I sense special machine frequencies now." His eyes flash. "So, what do you and I make of this? The real game just started." "All right, stick with me here. With West City finally conquered, our MC Yi gets a wild idea. He is way stronger now. So those 11 S-rank forbidden life zones? Let's just say he is ready to step right in and test his luck." Yi, he hovers in midair, unleashing his full power. His magnetic field bursts wide open. A massive wave of blood-red energy violently explodes, completely swallowing the ruined city below. Standing over a massive holographic projection of the Earth, he calculates. He combines the dark red biological matter of Yin 1 with his own overwhelming life magnetic field. He builds a complete, flawless regional map from scratch. Every single city layout across Daiha gets instantly sketched out in his mind. The details are absolutely pinpoint, mapped out with terrifying clarity. Focusing his senses, those glowing red eyes scan every inch of the map. He locks onto a pitch-black spot. This is Kwang Sun City, entirely lost to an S-rank secret realm. So it really did fall, huh? Not too surprising, honestly. Even humanity's absolute peak fighters are completely helpless against S-rank realms. But it makes him wonder. If the Kwang Sun Forbidden Zone has already fallen, what about the rest of the world? He pushes his senses even further. His magnetic detection field violently expands across all of Daiha, washing over the entire eastern continent of Lam Tin, crossing the Great Eastern Ocean, sweeping past the North Bitan continent, right through the Arctic and hitting the frozen lands of Vin Phong in Antarctica. Every single inch gets scanned and perfectly reconstructed. He locks onto a tiny island, Tudong. Deep inside the Not Tin Imperial Palace, a weak cough echoes out right from behind the Emperor's heavy curtains. A twisted, monstrous hand reaches out as a raspy, ancient voice speaks. Behind the veil, a shadowy figure mutters in pure shock. Someone's sensory power actually reached all the way to Dongnat. Now pay attention. This is where things get crazy. Who could be this strong? The old fox Thi Kin Van from Daiha? Or some Western powerhouse? Did someone finally figure out our plans and decide to test us? I need to refine the divine artifact as fast as possible. The day I finally break through to the legendary realm, Dongnat will completely conquer Lam Tin. Over in the Western continent, inside the Divine Descent Kingdom's capital, fanatics are bowing to a massive statue. Look, the god has manifested. The oracle was real. Those ignorant fools who rejected the divine faith will absolutely be dragged into the abyss. A solitary figure floats high in the sky. A sinister voice echoes out. Was it that arrogant gaze that ended up waking you from your slumber? A hideous entity reveals itself. It looks exactly like a god from the ancient legends. With a low growl, a servant kneels down, gently touching the blood-stained cloth covering the deity's wound. He speaks with absolute reverence. This was a failure on your servant's part. Please, my lord, go back to your divine rest. He violently shifts his focus to another ocean entirely. Right off the coast of the Ao continent, a colossal ship looking just like the Titanic is tearing through massive icebergs. Up on the command bridge, a white-haired man suddenly senses the terrifying intrusion. That gaze. Is that Yi? The white-haired man just smirks, gripping his captain's hat tightly. To think he actually grew this ridiculously strong in such a short amount of time, completely insane. He glances down at the ugly scar on his neck, muttering under his breath. It is all because of that green-haired human with the freakish body. If he had not severely damaged my mortal vessel, I absolutely would not have wasted so much damn time just trying to heal up in hiding. The massive ship continues crashing through the waves. Whatever, he decides. Once I finally get out of this freezing wasteland, I am coming straight for you. Yi-he. Snapping back to Yi-he, he mutters to himself. My magnetic field rebuilt all of Lam Tin, but there are at least 12 places exactly like Kwangsan City. They act like massive black holes, completely swallowing my perception. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Did they notice him? Oh, absolutely. Some even tried tracking his location backward. He just smirks, realizing the hidden depths of Lam Tin are way darker than anyone thought. Suddenly, a totally familiar voice rings out right inside his head. Is that you, Yi-he? His eyes go wide. He recognizes it instantly. It is Principal Thi Kin Van. The principal's voice is dangerously weak, breaking up with static. Be careful of Fo Hong Sin. That final chilling message drops right before the signal dies completely. I am leaving Dai Ha in your hands. He immediately traces the frequency, locking onto its source at the Kan Lon peak of Dai Ha. His brow furrows hard. The principal just warned him to watch out for the nation's martial guardian, Fo Hong Sin. Wait, isn't Fo Hong Sin supposed to be in isolated training because of massive injuries? What the hell actually happened up at Kan Lon Peak? He immediately links up with his artificial intelligence. Nu Oa, sir, I am here. Can you still detect anything? Yi, he asks her frantically. Can you find the signal for Dai Ha's Thonlong? Nu Oa replies immediately. I am searching now. I am sorry, sir. Signal not found. But I tracked Thonlong's last known movement. He headed straight to the Death Valley at Konlon Peak. The exact reason is highly classified and completely unknown. Yi, he completely freezes up. So it is exactly what I thought. Are those two actually together? He realizes how dangerously serious this is. Right at the critical moment of their grand plan to conquer Daiha, this happens. A truly terrifying thought flashes through Yi's mind. Did Fo Hong Sin actually betray humanity? He takes off like a rocket, anxiety burning in his chest. Principal Thi Kin Van and Senior Thon Long are completely missing. If Fo Hong Sin is actually an enemy now, then all of Daiha's peak top-tier fighters are just completely gone. If this massive giant falls, countless oppressed nations will immediately rise up. All those starving wolves desperately waiting to tear into the giant's flesh are about to feast and grow totally out of control. So what do you and I make of this? Without their top fighters, Daiha just entered its most dangerous era in history. One tiny slip-up, and the entire pack will tear them apart. Two beams of light, green and red, tangle together and blast forward.